Book 5, Prologue. A horse and fall was all it took. For every lass to take the hook. Now the kitchen's full of cooks. And the pot it is boiling. Crown of this, crown of that. They all chase after the hat. Princess said she has a right. Princess said it'd be a fight. So princesses are all aflight. And the pot it is boiling. Crown of this, crown of that. They all chase after the hat. The wheel spins us all around. Up and north, south and down. Ebb or flow, we'll still drown. And the pot it is boiling. Crown of this, crown of that. All of this for a hat. While the pot it is boiling. Dash, too many cooks. A Orison folk song written and grown popular during the Civil War. The wolves were at the gate. Cordelia Hazenbach, first Prince of Procure, Prince of Rhenia and Princess of Salia, warden of the same West that was currently burning to the ground, did not wonder when it had all gone wrong. She was not an unintelligent woman, and so believed she'd already identified the point of failure with accuracy, the moment where she'd assumed Keter would remain quiescent. She hadn't, though not truly. Cordelia had believed there might be an increase in raids coming from the kingdom of the dead, perhaps a tentative incursion into the Allemans Lakelands. That was the very reason she'd forced through the highest assembly the very unpopular taxes that had funded the restoration of all major fortresses north of Brabant, that she'd taken only a meager portion of the armies of the lakeside Allemans principalities and her Lycanese kinsmen. There would be burning, she'd thought. There would be bleeding. But the borders would hold until the grim business of pacifying the East was done and full attention could be turned to the evil that lay behind the walls of Keter. In a word, she had assumed the hidden horror was a fool. There was a young man at her Salian court by the name of Gabriel, a commoner who'd had the benefit of an education in letters by the House of Light. He had, several years ago, penned an interesting treatise called Fulcrums of History, a repudiation of sorts to the looming presence of, on rule, over Orison politics at the highest rung. It argued, rather eloquently, that disaster came to empires by an accumulation of smaller factors that drained the life out of them instead of through failures of will or cleverness, as the author of On Rule had argued. It had been, Cordelia felt, an attempt to explain the resounding brutality of the Civil War by a scholar who had been born in its aftermath. It had concluded by arguing that the solution to such degradation was an injection of fresh vitality, in this case personified by Cordelia herself leading the traditionally aloof Lycanese South to force an end to the wars. The conclusion was not as well written as the rest, and largely flattery directed at her in hope of an appointment. He had obtained it, though the flattery had not been the reason. Anyone displaying the sharp insight of the earlier chapters could and should be used by her administration. She thought of that treatise, sometimes, to apply the logic behind it to her current situation, for there had been a clear accumulation of factors over the last few years. Strength and coin spent influencing foreign wars in Callow and the League. Erosion of her authority over the 10th Crusade, by both Orison factionalism and the prominent role of the Chosen, followed by the bruising strategic defeats of the Battle of the Camps and the assault on Red Flower Vallis. Once the cracks were there, they had only broadened. Tensions within the Great Alliance grew. The Levantines had been less than eager to defend the heartlands of the Principate, even against wasteland legions. A trail of burnt cities and granaries from Bayeux to Isère had been the consequence of that, further weakening her standing within the very alliance she had assembled. Further disaster struck at Thalasina, with the warlock obliterating the better part of the Assuran war fleets along with the city he'd come to defend. Worse, the Chosen had now decided to buck worldly authority entirely. The Saint of Swords had openly admitted Procure was to be the pyre birthing her better world. And now the Grey Pilgrim had refused her order to immediately slay the Black Knight instead of capturing him. The heroes could no longer be relied on. They would, from now, oscillate between being useful but uncontrolled battlefield assets and major strategic liabilities. The rulers of Dominion of Levant, her nominal allies and comrades in arms, were now attempting to twist her arms for better concessions after a war they were currently losing. Magan Hadast and the thalassocracy of Ashur, her sole remaining solid ally, had been inflicted 2 vicious setbacks in a row. The disaster at Thalasina could have been recovered from, but the League of Free Cities had smelled the blood in the air and finally sallied out. The League's fleet, essentially the Nicaean fleet with what few ships the other seaside cities could spare, had torched the last war ships of Ashur and sacked the city behind them. The thalassocracy had effectively been evicted from the sea, and in a matter of months the blockade around its island would start causing major food shortages. There was a very real possibility that Ashur would have to capitulate within the year, else it would simply wither on the vine. Worse, the hierarch had sent out armies as well, the full muster of the League. Still, had even a losing battle been given by her southern army down in Tenerife, the situation would have been salvageable. Instead, her entire net of spies in the League had somehow missed that the entire host had gone into the waning woods, only managing to warn her the army had disappeared off the surface of creation a week before it reappeared on the outskirts of the Principality of Isère. Cordelia did not consider herself to be faint of heart, yet she almost shivered at the notion of taking an army through that murderous patch of trees. How much of their army had they lost, passing through? A tenth, a quarter? Half? There was not a single creature of flower in the waning woods that was not violently hostile to the existence of humans on creation. Regardless of the practicalities involved there, however, the southern principate had now turned into a strategic nightmare. The first prince was no great general, but even she could see as much. The 20,000-strong army she'd stationed in Tenerife to avoid this very outcome was now marching north in all haste, but the map splayed in front of Cordelia betrayed a stark situation. Were the Alliance forces not staggered, not dispersed, they would have held the advantage. Instead, it was bloody chaos. The surviving legions of terror, bereft of the Carrion Lord but still under the command of the infamous Marshal Graham One-Eye, had fled into northern Isère. Their supply situation, her generals assured her, would soon turn dangerous. They were marching through lands they'd already thoroughly pillaged on their way south. They were still around 18,000 hardened veterans, including a dragon, led by one of the finest military officers of the age. Behind them, split in two staggered armies, 80,000 Levantines were in hot pursuit. If reunited, Cordelia believed they could crush the Preci. But they were not, with a few weeks of distance between them and no way to join up without allowing the legions to slip the noose. Behind the armies of the Dominion, the host of the League followed. Reports on their numbers fluctuated with every message. 50,000, 40, more than 100. A brave Isèran outrider had come close enough to find out some of the soldiers were actually scarecrows held up by gargoyles, which had the reek of the tyrant's scheming. Far behind all these, her southern army of 20,000 was exhausting its soldiers to collapse trying to arrive in time. The situation in the region was not impossible to salvage, but the dangers were obvious. Cordelia was unwilling to gamble the fate of the Principate on such odds, and so she had taken action. She'd ordered general conscription in Salia. The bottom of the barrel was being scraped raw, but she'd put together 20,000 levies. Had she further enforced the decree, or even broadened it to neighboring principalities, she could have easily tripled that amount. There was, unfortunately, no point in doing so. There were no armaments for the conscripts to use, and dwarven representatives had flatly refused any further sale without even bothering to explain why. Giving reasons to humans was, presumably, beneath their dignity. This entire debacle had the ugly reek of Catherine Foundling's meddling about it. If there was one saving grace to this entire debacle, it was that the highest assembly had finally understood how close to the edge the Principate had come. Without even need for her prompting, the personal armies of every single royal not already at war had been sent to reinforce her levies. It would still be a month before the last arrived, but her 20,000 would swell to 40 and gain a bevy of princes and princesses along with badly needed professional officers. Strategic considerations now dictated that the moment this army was readied, it was so be sent by ship down to the coast of Isère, where it could reinforce the Levantines against the Preci and link up with the others' field armies before giving battle to the invading League of Free Cities. Cordelia had that very command drafted on parchment and staring back at her from the surface of her bureau, awaiting only her signature. The fair-haired woman watched her inkwell for a long, silent moment. She did not reach for the quill, instead rising to her feet. The wolves were at the gate, but not only in war-torn Isère. Woe, Cordelia! Woe to the north and to the south. Agnes' words were branded into her mind, the constant reminder that if she made even a single mistake the Principate would end. The first Prince of Procure tread softly until she stood by the tall glass panes of her personal solar. A magnificent view of Salia spread out below her. Frost touched the glass, and the city as well. First snow had already come, though it had melted quickly enough under the sun. The next fall would remain a little longer, and so it would continue until a thorough blanket of pale was draped over the capital. Fingers larger than was considered fashionable in a courtier, much less royalty, pressed against the cold glass. A taste of the north, a taste of home. Rhenia would be as much ice as stone. By now, fresh sets of fortifications being made out of a mixture of frost and gravel. The winds at night would be so loud they'd drown out even the howling of the packs roving the mountains. Her lips tightened, her throat closed up, pressed against her heart. Beneath the Rhenian blue dress she wore was the last letter her kinsman Friedrich Pappenheim would ever write her. She'd had to excuse herself when she first read it. It would not do to weep in front of even her most trusted. I should not, she whispered against the window, her breath blooming in fog. She did it anyway once more. Trembling fingers claimed the parchment, and she looked upon Friedrich's rough scrawl of a calligraphy. He'd never thought much of letters. Not that many of her people did, and the words were as rough as the man had been. The dead are coming. I sent the young south. We will hold as long we can. I am sorry. I cannot do more. Dawn is in your hands, Cordelia. We will meet again come the last summer. Her eyes burned with tears she did not allow herself to shed. Hannoven had fallen before she ever received the letter, the man who wrote it dead and ash. She'd loved Friedrich. She thought in the same way she still loved her uncle. Trust and comfort and bonds of blood sacred to them both. He could have been the heir to Hannoven, had Uncle Klaus not named her that, and a lesser man would have resented her for it. She still remembered when she'd been 14, the announcement fresh, and she'd met him for the first time since. He'd smiled, rough hands pressing a bracelet into her palm. Not a single dark glance, not a single harsh word. Only a slip of leather with rattling teeth affixed, all carved with old Lycanese blessings. For luck, he'd smiled. In the years since then, Cordelia had bought and been gifted some of the finest jewelry in Prokor, on all of Calernia, truly speaking. And still, under the dress at her coronation as first Prince of Prokor, rattling teeth had dug into her wrist. Gold. Gold could be found everywhere in the world. Freely given affection could not. The first Prince of Prokor wiped her eyes, grateful she'd already done away with her cosmetics for the day. The letter was slid back against her heart, weighing more than parchment ever should. Across the rest of Lycanese lands, cities and towns and villages would empty. The old and the young would flee into the mountains, and the rest of her people would prepare for war. Plowshares beat into swords, cutlery melted into spears. Tables would be hacked up for wooden shields, and lovingly tended to mail come down from mantles. The enemy was coming, and her people would march to meet it at the passes, as they had unflinchingly since the days the word Lycanese first meant something. Cordelia's fingers curled angrily against the glass. Impotently. They could not stand alone. They were brave, and they were strong, and they were more than anyone had the right to ask of them. But they could not stand alone against the endless hordes of the dead king. They needed reinforcements. They needed the South to raise its banners and come stand with them. And it was her duty to see to that, wasn't it? There had never been a first prince of Lycanese birth before her, and there might never be again. The dead king had come to wage full war on the Principate of Prokor for the first time since its founding, and only now did while a Hasenbach sat the throne. She owed it to her blood, to her home, to her honor to abandon all this southern madness and march north to stand against the horror that would devour all the world. And I am going to fail you, she whispered brokenly. Because victory south meant taking all that remained of the Grand Alliance to fight the dead king. Because the Chosen had held Cleves until Princess Melanza's army arrived to reinforce them and the principality still stood. Because Haino's coast was swarming with the dead, but she had ordered her uncle to take it back instead of returning to fight for his own home. And mine. She'd met the eyes of man who'd been father to her since she was a girl, and told him that if he disobeyed her orders and marched his soldiers home, instead, she would have to order him seized for treason. There would be no coming back from that, she knew. She'd seen the lay of it in his face. But in the end, all 4 principalities of her people could be taken by the enemy without much greater cost than soldiers and mines. If the kingdom of the dead broke into the heartlands of Prokor, its already ravaged farmlands, the entire realm would starve through winter. Hunger would kill 100-fold the work of soldiers. Because even alone, you will stand long enough to save the rest of Prokor, and the Alamans will not. She was abandoning everything she had ever loved for the sake of people who still called her a savage behind her back, who mere months ago had been plotting to destroy her. Because we must, Cordelia bitterly said, using the words of the line whose duty she was failing to justify that very failure. She was damned, just as the hard-eyed warlord in Callow had warned she would be. Let me be damned, then, she thought. The wolves were at the gate, gathering in ravening packs. Summer friends and bitter foes, a procession of the viperous and the apathetic. Heroes who would bring salvation with a torch, villains cloaked in murder and madness. Let them all come, baying for the end of Procure. If she had to war against all the world to save her people, she would. The Warden of the West walked to her desk, dipped the quill, and signed the fucking order. Before it even dried, she had another scroll unfolded, her feathered quill dancing across. Dredge it out, she wrote. Prepare it. Fire against fire. The augur had found a path through, narrow as it was, and it began with a corpse that was not a corpse beneath the waters of the lake at the heart of Procure. The Assurance, it was said, had called on a masked and hallowed presence at the Battle of Thalasina. Cordelia Hazenbach would call on a lot worse if she had to. Dawn was in her hands, and she would not let it fail. The Empire was dying a slow, messy death. Alchemical concoctions had allowed militia to resist the call of sleep beyond what even her name would allow, though she knew there would eventually be a price to pay for that. It was still necessary, for rare was the hour that must not be spent dragging her wayward realm back from the suicide it was so utterly intent on committing. It was grim, thankless work, more so now than ever before. 2 blows had come in quick succession, and as a result her authority was thinning. Thalasina had, to her still raw grief, been the first. The woman named Alea had wept over the loss of her old friend when she'd heard the news. Weexa had been dear to her in a way that very few people had ever matched or surpassed. Only one, if she was to be honest with herself, and to lose him over what should have been such a simple matter. But while the dread Empress of Praise could afford most luxuries known to creation, time to mourn was not one of them. Not when Warlock's last blaze of vengeful glory had wiped out a city of nearly 150,000 people, along with her realm's largest and most prosperous seaport. There were survivors, a meager 30,000 or so. Whatever Weexa had used affected them, for within a day of fleeing the city ruins they'd begun to wildly mutate. Eyes and cysts growing over skin, teeth turning to stone, even a case of hair turning into straw. Militia ordered a quarantine for the refugees, uncertain if the affliction would spread, but it turned out pointless. Every last one of them was dead within a week, seemingly cooked from the inside by the fading remnants of Weex's sorcery left inside them. As far as her agents had been able to determine, there had been only a single survivor to that catastrophe, the Hierophant. Young Masigo had been observed to walk out of the wreckage in ash-covered robes, and her attempts to contact the boy had not gone well. The first messengers she'd sent on foot, and once they came within 100 yards of him their heads had simply caved in. She'd ordered scrying rituals after that. Of the 10 mages she'd used, only one had survived the backlash. Healers managed to stop the screaming before the vocal cords gave, though there would be no salvaging the eyes that had rotten and fallen out from their sockets. That survivor had babbled about a sea of death, not coherent enough for a more comprehensive report, and bitten through her tongue before the night was out. Necromancy had revealed the dead woman's soul to be even more damaged than the corpse, which worried militia a great deal. Even Warlock at his peak had resorted to rituals and specialized tools to tinker with souls. His son evidently need not, and was shambling his way back to Callow through unknown means. He would frequently disappear for a few days at a time before her agents caught sight of him again, moving too quickly for it to be purely on foot. There was going to be a reckoning in that, and the best she could hope for was that it would be Ashur that'd bear the cost of it. Thalasina alone would have been a crisis. High Lord Idris had been one of her closest political allies for decades. The wealth of his holdings and his remarkable breadth of indebted of great use in keeping the influence of Tasia Sahelian and the Truebloods at bay. Militia had never counted the man a friend, but she had respected him and made good use of his ambitions. In the wake of the dissolution of the Truebloods and the marginalization of Wolof, whose latest High Lord she had bound to her too deeply for anything but complete subservience, she'd been preparing to set him up as the natural rival to the moderates led by High Lady Abriha of Oxum. Competition over court appointments would have neatly neutered both of them and kept them busy while militia set to laying the groundwork for what the Empire was to become. Instead, Idris was gone, along with most of Thalasina, and Abriha Marimbi was now the second most powerful individual in praise. The sack of Nock and the destruction of the only other seaport of the wasteland had dealt crippling blows to militia's prestige, which had already been steadily eroding under the constant Assuran coastal raids. From Weex's death, she had inherited the stuff or rebellion. The thalassocracy was no longer raiding, which allowed household troops and legions to withdraw, and doubts were now being raised as to her ability to successfully defend praise. If not for her treaty with the dead king, there would have been a coup attempt by now. As it was, overwhelming pressure was mounting at court for High Lady Abriha to be named her chancellor. If she did not swiftly act to suppress dissent, the situation would grow out of control. Her most direct tool in this should have been the legions of terror, of course, but as things stood, militia knew they could not be used. Sitting calmly in her seat at the table where the Dark Council was usually held, the dread Empress of Praise watched the kneeling Sonic mage before her and idly tapped a finger against the wooden table's surface. Iame stood at her side, her spy mistress a shadow, silent and still. "It is confirmed, your most dreadful majesty," the young man said. "Bereavement has fallen." "Of that much I was aware," Militia sharply replied. "Elaborate." "As of 2 days ago, a goblin army of imprecise size, at least 10,000, less than 50, attacked the city after sending a vanguard of infiltrators over what we now believe to be at least a month," the Imperial mage hastily said. "They attacked under cover of night, after having slain the watchman on duty and opening the gates. The city was fully occupied by morning, after which the goblins seized control of the city wards and cut off our ability to scry. Not a single bit of news that Iame had not already brought her as of the morning the city was occupied. She truly had been too lax on the contingent of messenger mages directly sworn to the tower, she thought. While their primary duty was to serve as couriers for orders, they'd also been granted funds to acquire and pass on local information from wherever they were posted. A way to keep a finger on the pulse of the Empire without ever leaving a tear. Yet if the best they could offer her was what half of Praise knew 2 days after militia learned of it, perhaps their funding needed to be reassessed. "Do you have anything else to report?" the Empress mildly added. The young mage hesitated. "Rumors have begun to spread in Okoro and Cotton that these foreign attacks are being used as a veiled knife by your most dreadful majesty to eliminate the High Lords entirely," he finally said. "Our branch officers in these cities believe the whispers are too widespread to be of natural provenance." Militia's eyes narrowed the slightest bit. That was, in fact, fresh news. Perhaps mere discipline would suffice, then. "You are dismissed," she said. The Imperial mage rose only to bow, and retreated from the room backwards with his eyes fixed on the floor. The sentinels quietly closed the door behind him, and the Empress leaned back against her seat. "Abriha prepares for a serious challenge, it seems," Militia said after a moment. Iame finally stirred to movement, sliding into the seat at her left. "It was inevitable the moment Thalasina happened," the spy mistress said. Bereavement just handed her the opportunity on a silver platter. They both knew why the rumors being spread were much more dangerous than they seemed at first glance. Iame's agents had obtained greater detail of what had taken place in Bereavement after it fell. High Lady Amina Banu had been skinned alive along with every other member of her line in the city before being drawn and quartered before the eyes of the entire city. Revenge for dread Emperor Nihilus fashioning a leather cloak out from the hide of the matrons that refused to surrender when he crushed the 4th Goblin Rebellion, or so they claimed. As the leaders of every single Goblin Rebellion in the last 600 years had committed a variation of the same empty atrocity, Militia could note that there had been a great deal more revenge taken than injury done. Unfortunately, the Banu of Bereavement and the Kebdana of Thalasina had both been effectively ended as a bloodline. Oh, some distant relatives could be rustled up. The Banu in particular had been a tribe before a line, and were famously more a family thicket than tree, but that thorough an extermination would end them as political entities for generations. More than that, for the Kebdana, Bereavement could be taken back, but it was dubious that Thalasina could ever be rebuilt given the toxicity of the former city's emplacement. 2 High Lord lines centuries old destroyed in the span of a year. High Lady Abriha would find many willing ears when she cast Militia in the role of one trying to exterminate the highest rung of wasteland aristocracy. "She needs to die," the Empress said. "And quickly. The eyes are already exploring possible avenues," Iame replied without missing a beat, though she was a viciously paranoid old bat. "Before taking a swing at the tower, so the odds are not in our favor." Militia closed her eyes, mind unfolding. Angles. Angles. There were always angles. The knife that took the killing blow need not be hers. "Her agents at court," she said slowly. "Have they been preparing petition?" "We've confirmed 4, Iame said. "I believe the one requesting that she be formally summoned to the tower to answer for tax irregularities is the one she'll truly back, casting herself as being attacked by the throne while ensuring she was in a tear to gather support. Not the most inspired of opening moves, but then Abriha had always preferred boldness to elegance. Have our people change the text for one of the red herrings just before presentation, Militia ordered, opening her eyes. High Lady Abriha will request a formal mandate and court title for the sake of stabilizing praise in the midst of war. Overreach would give us an excuse to swat her around. The spy mistress reluctantly agreed. Swat. Militia smiled. Nothing of the sort, IME. How does one kill a lion without a spear? Her spy mistress simply raised an eyebrow. Throw a cut of meat, the dread Empress of Praise said, halfway between it and a bear. She drummed her fingers thoughtfully against the table. We will grant this petition, for we have great trust in the loyalty of dearest Abriha, she lightly continued. As the blessed isle is still formally an imperial territory, granting governorship over it is my right. Given the unfortunate refugee situation, it is evident there is great need of a stabilizing influence there. IME let out a low whistle. That gets her household troops at the Calawan border, she noted. And nobody else will want to get tangled up there, so support will cool down. The reaction in lore is the real danger. Have the Regency informed that its protest over Presi refugee incursions were duly noted, and I have appointed a governor to remedy the situation, Militia said. Of course, High Lady Abriha's mandate ends at the border. Should she provoke the Kingdom of Calo, it is not on the behalf of the Tower, and any punishment doled out by the Regency would not be taken as an act of war between our realms. Should such a provocation be arranged? IME asked, raising an eyebrow. Prepare one, the Empress said. I will not pull the trigger unless it is made necessary. There was a beat of silence. My Empress, the spy mistress finally said. You have doubts, Militia noted. Calo just slapped us across the face, IME reminded her. There was a signed royal decree recognizing the independence of the Confederation of the Grey Aries before the city had even fallen. With Catherine's own signature, which the Empress suspected had by now been used more often by Hakram Deadhand than the woman herself. The matrons must have reached out to them months ago, and it's only a matter of time until barges carrying munitions and goblin steel start sailing across the Wasiliti to equip the army of Calo. They're effectively funding a rebellion against the Tower, though gods only know how they got a loan from the dwarves. Given Catherine's continued absence, I imagine an amount of brutal murder was involved, the Empress drily said. Though that is ultimately irrelevant. The legions of terror will move to blockade Bereavement. Neither munitions, steel, nor gold will flow. The bargain will remain entirely ink. We're in no shape to fight against Calo, IME quietly said. We are divided, bloodied and beset with a goblin rebellion. Calo is in no shape to fight against us, Militia replied, and raised a hand before her spy mistress could object. Marshal Juniper has raised a significant army, but it cannot move east. If the Black Queen still somehow seeks alignment with the ailing Grand Alliance, it must participate in the campaign against the dead king. If she seeks to kill Cordelia's grand design instead, it will fall on Salia instead and decapitate the Principate by surprise. Both offensives would be of great scale, and she has neither the manpower nor the resources to engage in war on two fronts. Silence reigned for a moment after the mild tirade, the other woman refraining from contradicting her. IME, Linda my Sahelian, once, before she'd cast that name aside, was aging. No amount of potions, rituals, or cosmetics could truly hide it anymore. Her skin was wrinkling, her body losing its spryness. Even a branch Sahelian could expect to live a few decades longer than the average Presi, but time would catch up eventually. Part of Militia grieved that. Part of Militia had to begin considering a replacement. She read hesitation on IME's face. No, not hesitation. Reluctance. There were very few subjects where she had not given her spy mistress to speak her mind fully and openly. Not even Lindamai's participation in the slaughter of Amadeus' kin when still served the heir was warded subject, though it was one to be approached with care. Say it, Militia ordered. IME's lips thinned. You have not spoken to the Black Queen face to face since Acua's folly, she slowly said. I do not think you truly grasp the woman we're dealing with anymore. A crown will not change her nature, the Empress said. What happened in Lys did, IME replied. She reminds me. Reluctance again. She reminds me of Nefarious, the spy mistress finished quietly. After the Wizard of the West broke his power. There's a sickness in her, Militia, and it has little kinship with reason. It had been many years since Alea had last thought of dread Emperor Nefarious. In a way, that had been a deeper victory than simply killing the wretched man she had grown. Beyond him, the wounds and the fear and the pain. She'd not hidden from remembrance of him. She'd simply let him disappear into utter irrelevance. Winter can be predicted, Militia said, rooted as it is in what she once was. She's unstable, Ime flatly said, and I'm afraid of her. We all should be. She threw a bloody lake at the Crusaders, and that was her being diplomatic. If that pretense is discarded, what will we be facing? You speak of armies, but I think of a mountain falling from the sky above a tear, of Okoro drowned by an ocean unleashed. She's not the Carrion Lord's apprentice anymore, Militia. She'd a vicious, angry thing bearing a fairy court's worth of power, and I deeply mislike the risk of us making her feel cornered. She may yet come out with teeth and claw, damning all else. Where was this fear a year ago? Yet the Empress knew the answer. It had not yet come to fruit, because a year ago Weexa had still been alive and poorly inclined towards the Black Queen. How quickly slight wounds had turned to mortal ones, Militia thought. Procker was being smothered by the armies of the dead, Ashur strangled by the fleets of the League, and the hosts of Levant were embroiled in the mess that had been made of Isère, headed for doom or crippling. All three nations sworn to end her, bleeding out in broad daylight. And yet praise was dying as well, by wounds of its own making. The matrons to the south, High Lady Abriha to the north. Legions she held only by the barest of leashes, one that could only be tugged by causing mutinous sentiment in the aftermath. And with the coming of winter the imperial granaries would have to be opened lest there be food riots. The grain would run out, eventually. And to the far west, someone had taken Amadeus from her. She was alone. There was no one else that could avoid disaster. Left to scheme on their own. When the granaries ebbed low the High Lords would begin musing war on Callow to acquire its own reserves. The goblins would not end the border of their rebellion at Bereavement unless they were made to. And the moment collapse seemed inevitable. Some clans of orcs would begin eyeing the weakened lands to the south of the steppes for plunder as they had under the reign of her predecessor. Some would stay loyal, but all that would accomplish was civil war among the clans. She had to avoid reaching the tipping point, whatever the cost. For if she succeeded, if she asserted true control once more, then she had won this war, and all the wars that would follow. The Grand Alliance would break. The League of Free Cities would either collapse into squabbling or by trying to keep the thalassocracy contained. And Callow would have a choice. Uneasy alliance with the Tower, or standing alone against a kingdom of the dead that had just devoured most of the West. It always came down to survival, didn't it? Outlasting what you could not beat. I am, Militia said, the ruler of praise. So you are, Ime murmured. Let us teach them once more, dread Empress Militia, first of her name, precisely what that means. The Empire might be dying, but these lands were no stranger to the walking dead. Somewhere in eastern Isère, under a full moon, a flicker of flame parted the night. It died quick enough, leaving behind only the cherry-red end of a lit pipe. The young woman holding it breathed in deep of smoke before blowing out a shoddy ring. Pearly white teeth were bared under moonlight. Afterwards, let's try this again, shall we? Catherine Foundling said. Behind her, streaming out of an ink-black gate, a sea of raised sigils poured out in utter silence. Obsidian and iron, furs and mail, spears and swords, and things stranger still. For the first time in many years, the Empire Everdark was at war with something other than itself. Book 5, Chapter 1, Visitation. Even a devil can be merciful once. Callowin saying. The night was full of shadows, and every last one answered to me. Fairy gates had never been quite as precise an art as I would have liked, particularly when the needle was threaded half-blind. But these days I had more than Masigo or Acua adding up the numbers for me. The sisters understood these matters in a way no mortal ever could, and considering it was ours, I supposed, army I was taking through Arcadia, they'd not balked at charting the path for me. Well, that wasn't entirely true. Kamina had complained about being a goddess, not a cartographer. I'd wholeheartedly agreed. After all, a cartographer would have given me an answer instead of petty whining. You'd think finishing Apotheosis would have done something for her sense of humor, but instead I'd been given an indignant silent treatment for a few days. Which was fine by me, really. There was only so much croaking I could take from the damned birds they'd sent with me. The night-feathered crow on my left shoulder stirred in displeasure, and I snorted. Fine, fake birds, I said. That better for you? Indrani cleared her throat. Less dainty scoff and more middle-aged dockworker about to spit. Catherine, you're talking to the crows again, she said. I shrugged. It's fine as long as I don't expect to hear them talk back, I think, I noted. Caw. The crow on my left shoulder drilly said. The word, not actual cawing, because Andronike had developed a taste for the sardonic since shaving off a sliver of her godhood, and sending it off with me. Wind's real loud tonight, I said, blithely pretending I hadn't heard anything. Well, Archer mused, it is winter, and wasn't it just? The heartlands of Prologue were pretty as a painting under moonlight. Open fields of driven snow, sparse trees trickling down icicles, and the occasional game wandering through the frost. It said a lot about the drow, I thought, that an army of 50,000 of them hadn't scared off every beast for 4 miles around it. There'd been some childlike wonderment at first, when the gray-skinned host had first witnessed the world covered in white. Drow centuries old padding at the snow like they couldn't quite believe their eyes, strangers as they were to a surface winter. I remembered that fondly, the innocence of it. There were some things that even millennia of constant bloodshed could not entirely erase. Tonight, though, there would be no wide-eyed fascination. The warriors I'd sent out had moved out across the snow like ghosts, melting back into the darkness they'd been born to. Indrani had come to keep me company as I stood, watching the small town in the distance. My friend, we'd shared a bed more than once, by now, but lover ill-fit what lay between us, was half a shadow herself, the hooded leather coat she wore over fine mail hiding her face away from the light of the moon. Now and then I could see her hand twitching slightly, the urge to reach for the large bow strapped to her back only barely repressed. Archer had never been one to shy away from a fight, which was the reason I hadn't sent her out with the drow in the first place. Corpses weren't what I was after. Not tonight anyway. There were a few long years ahead of us, I knew, and there would be blood spilled before they came to a close. Whose? I thought. Is the important question, isn't it? What's the place called again? Indrani asked, more out of need to fill the silence than true curiosity, I suspected. True so. I replied anyway. Finding a hunter out in the plains had been a lucky stroke, and result in a vague notion of where we were in Prologue. Somewhere in eastern Isère, for one, which was what I'd been aiming for. Unfortunately, said hunter had never gone all that far from her hometown, and had little news of what was currently taking place in the Principate. No map, either, but that much I'd expected. Those were damned expensive, and even halfway accurate ones not usually in the hands of commoners. Bit of a shithole, to be honest, Archer said. Trousseau probably had no more than 1,000 souls living in it, most of the time, but these were not that. War and conscription would have thinned the town. I decided to charitably attribute how rundown the place was to the removal of so many able hands. Though odds were the place was poor enough it looked like this even on a good year. There were as many huts as houses, all huddled around a few streets that were more streaks of cold mud than anything, and what cattle could be seen held in pens around the town was thin and sickly. Though Indrani's gaze had lingered on the ramshackle and no doubt bitingly cold huts, I'd been more interested in something that wasn't there, namely walls. I honestly couldn't think of a single town of 1,000 in Callow that wouldn't have at least a palisade up or tall piles of stones without mortar. For my purpose of the night, however, that defenselessness was not unhelpful. If it were worth putting on a map, Black would probably have burned it on his way south, I said. She hummed in agreement, and only spoke again a few heartbeats later. You think rumors about what's happening to will have trickled into here? Indrani asked, glancing at me. Worth a try, I grimly said. Archer's footing shifted almost hesitantly, and I blinked in surprise when she put a comforting hand on my shoulder. I could almost feel the warmth of her through the cloak and doublet, and my heart beat a little faster. Not because of attraction, this time, though that was never far. That I could feel warmth at all was still a feeling I could only luxuriate in. We don't know he's in trouble, she said. He should be back from Thalasina by now, I replied. And still we can't make contact with the observatory. Something happened. He could be buried up the neck in some hidden library, Indrani smiled. Only to remember the rest of creation still exists in a few months. The smile was slightly forced. I knew her well enough to tell. I wasn't the only one worried about Masigo and the resounding silence from Lore. Shouldn't it be me comforting you, anyway? I said. He can take care of himself, Archer quietly said, though her eyes flicked east anyway. I clasped her bare fingers with my gloved ones, squeezing tight, and she shot me an amused look before removing her hand. Where our conversation would have wandered after that would remain a mystery, for I felt a ripple in the night headed our way. Mighty Ramina. Crokamana pecked at my shoulder, and I rolled my eyes. General. Ramina, I mentally corrected, had not ceased in its attempts to sneak up on me, even though not a single one had succeeded since I'd become first under the night. It was hard to pull a night trick on someone who had a finger on the pulse of that very power. So, the way you don't leave footprints in the snow, I called out. Is that an illusion, Or are you so feeble and delicate you're light enough not to leave one? Gray fingertips appeared out thin air a few feet in front of me, coming down to tear away at a veil of night and revealing the creased face of the ancient drow. Even stooped, the bastard was taller than me, which unfair in so many ways, and ever since it had been appointed to the command of the Southern Expedition, it had made a point of looming over me whenever it could. Many are the mysteries of the night, General Ramina vaguely replied. I eyed him skeptically. So where'd we land on whether or not I have power of expulsion from the faith again? I finally asked Croendrenike. No, she replied. Maybe, Crokamina said at the same time. The two crow-shaped slivers of save in OC turned to glare at each other. There can be no dash, Croendrenike began. It is necessary that dash, her sister interrupted. I smothered a grin, though not quite well enough. Both turned their glares towards me. That was never going to get old, was it? A heartbeat later, I was yelping as a pair of godly crows started flapping around my hair and pecking vengefully at my scalp, though I valiantly managed to shoo them away with only minimal loss of dignity. The two of them flew off, possibly off to torment some poor luckless rabbit. Made of night as they were, they hardly needed to eat, though that certainly hadn't stopped them from toying with the animals they came across. Amusement bled out of me a moment later, and I turned my eyes to Ramina. Report, I ordered. It did not bow, not that I'd expected it to. The town has been seized, the old drow said. Casualties? I asked. 17 wounded, no dead, General Ramina mildly said. Some stubborn souls insisted on resisting confinement. I chewed on my lip. Too much to hope for this to be entirely bloodless, I supposed. I'd tell Acua to have the wounds healed if she could, and if the people were willing to take healing from the likes of us, which was less than certain. No priests? I asked. None resided within. There is a monastery to the north where servants of the pale gods hold court, but they only visit infrequently, the old drow said. Monastery, I corrected absent-mindedly. Good, that would have complicated things. Priests tended to frown upon dark hordes beholden to eldritch horrors of the night strolling into their backyard, and I'd rather not cut one's throat if I could avoid it. Send a sigil up to keep an eye on the monastery road, I finally said. No blunders tonight, Ramina. Ah, the general mildly said. Will you be absenting yourself then? To my side, Indrani shook with a suppressed laugh. The filthy traitor. You just wait, I grunted. One of these days I'll talk the damned crows into letting me write your holy book, and there'll be an entire hymn about how much of a prick you are. I began the trek towards Trousseau immediately, carefully refraining from hearing Ramina's skepticism at my ability to rhyme on purpose, even as Archer cheerfully waved him goodbye. As usual, I was surrounded by insubordinate backtalk and wanton treachery. There were a few houses near the center of the town made of stone, but this wasn't one of them. I approved, truth be told. From what I'd read, large towns and cities in the Alamance parts of Procer were usually governed by an official appointed by the ruling royal, quite often some toady or relative that could be counted on to keep the coin flowing towards the principality's capital. On occasion, some wealthy landowner ended up in charge instead, but given that those occasionally got ideas about who should be the local royalty, that was rarer. In smaller towns and villages, though, a degree of freedom emerged. Someone needed to be in charge, so the lawmen and the tax collectors would have an arm to twist, but the people were left to their own devices as to who should be picked. Trousseau should be small enough for that to apply, and that the town's mayor was living in a wooden house instead of a stone one implied wealth hadn't been why he was put in charge. Half a dozen drow bearing the mark of the Soln sigil were keeping a sharp watch on the premise, and if the ripple I was feeling in the night was any indication, my old friend Lord Soln itself wasn't far. It had amused the sisters to send what little remained of the army I'd once led against them on the southern expedition. I wasn't complaining. The oaths binding us might have been broken, but they were quicker to obey my orders than most drow. The covenant under winter had left marks that would not easily be erased. On another night, I might have taken the time to flush out Soln from its hiding place and share a few words, but not this one. I had business to finish and no inclination to delay it. As far as I was concerned, the quicker we moved on from here to undertake our campaign proper the better. Want me to come with? Archer idly said. I glanced at her, catching a glimpse of her hazelnut eyes under the hood. I read an expectation of boredom there, but still she had offered. I did not fight the flush of affection that brought out in me. No need, I said. Find something to entertain yourself. I'll catch up. She smirked. Bound to be at least one tavern in this dump, she mused. We pay for what we take, I reminded her. Gods, she muttered under her breath. Between you and Acua, I feel like I've joined the most ironic nunnery in creation. I grinned and waved her off. Don't get too drunk without me, I said. She grinned back and promised not a thing. I watched her saunter away for a moment, coat swaying behind her. But before long my gaze had returned the door in front of me, and the good mood drained. The two closest drow were looking at me from the corner of their eyes, and I offered a nod. Restrict interruption to peerage and my own people. I spoke in crepuscular. Lo Sarah Queen, one murmured back, though both bowed. I left it at that, and knocked at the door out of habit. There was a long beat of silence, before a male voice hesitantly bid me to enter. Ah, I thought. The last people to come in would not have been so polite. I pushed open the surprisingly well-oiled door and entered. A man was standing by a brazier, my eyes lingering only long enough to note he looked only in his mid-30s before they pressed on to take in the rest of the house. One bed, shoddy as it was, but 4 cots. The table was old but well-maintained, and the roughly hewn chairs struck me as of recent make. Not much else to see, aside from wooden shelves filled with foodstuffs. When my eyes returned to the man, his face had gone ashen. His hands were still above the flames, but now they were trembling. I wiped my snow-sodden boots on the straw by the door before offering a bland smile. I am told your name is Leon, I said in Shantan, and that you are mayor of Trousseau. The man drew back as if struck. It was almost comical, given that he stood at least 2 feet taller than me and was built like a sandy-haired ox. Almost. You're the Black Queen, Leon shakily said. And so introductions have been seen to, I mildly said. Take a seat. Something like anger flickered across the man's face. Not someone used to be ordered around in his own home, was he? But even as his jaw squared, his eyes came to rest on the sword at my hip. Caution won out, and slowly he drew back a chair and sat down. Wiping my boots one last time, I limped across the floorboards and sat across from him. I could have drawn on the night to chase away the pain for a time, but I disliked relying on that measure unless blades were out. I leaned back against the chair, the mantle of woe bunching up as I did, and calmly took off my leather gloves. I have questions to ask of you, I said. I am the mayor of a half-empty town, Leon replied. What could I possibly know of import to a queen? His gaze was steady, I thought, and his back straight. But he'd not quite managed to hide his hands away from me, and I could see how tightly clenched his fingers were. Afraid, but trying not to show it. I wondered if he expected he'd be dead by the end of this conversation. My reputation in Procure had been less than gentle even before the entire fucking priesthood of the West had declared me arch-heretic of the East. More than you think, I said. Peddlers come through, even in a deserted town. And peddlers carry rumors. I put little stock in rumors, the mayor replied. And so know little of them. I glanced to the side, already knowing what I would find. The bed was large enough for 2. Some of the cots were too small for adults. The man had a wife and children, all of which were currently under the guard of my drow in a previously house. When my gaze returned, Leon's face had grown tight. The steady gaze was gone, replaced by desperate fear. No merchant has passed in months, the Procerant said. We are not a town with coin to spend. Those few of wealth have already left. I raised an eyebrow. For where? I asked. Isaiah, he said. Walls and safety. I leaned forward. Safety from what? I pressed. The man grit his teeth. I could see them war on his face, fear and principle. I was, to be honest, admiring his spine. How many of my countrymen would have it in them to even hesitate answering a question, if a villain of my repute was asking it? I'd not sat in conversation with a human other than Indrani in months, and in some ways this felt fresh to me. I could see the tremor in his arm, the beading sweat on his brow. This was not a drow, I thought. I understood the shape of this one's thoughts, the milestones by which he saw the world. Heavens preserve me from the enemy, the mayor of Trousseau shakily said. Still my tongue and ward my hand, that I may give it no succor nor relief. I slowly breathed out, studying him. I might have continued, if not for the knock on the door. Enter, I said. The door opened to reveal Acua Sahelian's silhouette, and closed after she fluidly stepped in. I cocked an eyebrow, meeting her golden eyes, and she nodded. Good. She leaned back against the wall without a word, and I turned to the mayor. Do you see the heavens in this room, Leon? I softly asked. I don't. There's just us, and the consequences of our choices. I will not sell out my home, Black Queen, the large man said. Not an inch, not a league. The fear had not left, I thought. And yet he'd said it anyway. I hold your family, I said. The tone was casual, as if discussing the weather. I had learned from Black that mildness could be much more disquieting than the most thunderous of wraths. Leon swallowed drilly. I had not made threat, and would not need to. My name itself was a threat these days. Even so, he said, tone thick with grief. Gods, even so. To do right, even if it cost you everything. That, at least, the houses of light on both sides of the border taught just the same. I thought of Amatus Milnan then, and wondered what such a man had ever done to deserve a subject like this. Nothing. But then that was the whole point, wasn't it? That the underserving so often ruled. That there could be more heroism found in a terrified man sitting across a monster and refusing to answer a question than in an empire's worth of royal lines, or a legion of heroes. It's a strange thing, fear, isn't? I said. I have known those who rule by it. I have fought those who deny its very existence. And yet I have come no closer to understanding what splits the brave from the mad. I met his eyes with equanimity. But I do know one thing, Leon of Trousseau, I said. That knot in your stomach right now? That part of you that keeps your back straight when death meets your gaze. I did not blink. Neither did he. That is the weight of the choice you made, I said. Remember it in the years to come. Learn from it, grow from it. Because one of those days you might find someone else sitting on my side of the table, and unlike me, they might not admire what you chose. I pushed back the chair and rose to my feet, picking up my gloves and slipping them on. The mayor hesitated. That's all, he said. I smiled, thin and mirthless. Do you know why we praise bravery, Leon? I said. He did not reply. Did not dare to, I supposed, when it seemed possible he might survive our little chat after all. Because it surpasses our baser nature. Acua spoke from behind me, and I could feel the smile in her voice. I could see the moment when the man understood, the anger and the sadness and the burning indignation. Someone talked, I gently said. Someone always talks. I limped back into the cold and left him to sit in his silence. Book 5, Chapter 2, Stirrings. Everything happens for a reason, and this time the reason is that I goddamned said so. Queen Elizabeth Albin of Callow. I let Acua trail behind me as we walked through the half-frozen mud. Archer hadn't been wrong, I thought, to call this place a shithole, but where she likely saw it as sloppiness on their part, a refusal to pull up their sleeves and improve their own lot. To me, Trousseau reeked of desperation. Too many hard years, too many taxmen more interested in their tallies than what those cost to the people who made up the numbers. I didn't like it that she thought that way. I could admit that to myself. There were times where her indifference to the lot of others galled me deeply, because it ran against what I'd been raised to, that when it got dark outside, everyone was in it together. I'd learned, though, to follow that somewhat callous belief to its source. The Ranger. I'd loved the stories about Indrani's mentor as a child, certainly more than those about the calamities. After all, she'd been absent for most of the conquest, and unlike the others, she wasn't Presi. The last specks of that childhood fondness had waned when she'd answered an offer of help by nearly murdering me on a whim. What Black saw in her I didn't know and doubted I would ever understand, but I could make my peace with that. What she'd done to Indrani, though? That was another story. She'd taught Archer that her fate would only ever be defined by her own hands, and that I could only approve of, but she'd left the lesson half-finished. She'd never told my friend that she was exceptional, that not everybody could be like her, that sometimes people failed and gave up, and that didn't make them unworthy, in some way, just tired and hurt, and without an answer as to why they should keep trying. It was an easier way to live, I supposed, looking at misery and believing it was the miserable solely responsible for it, never aching at the sight. But I don't think it's a better one. I thought, maybe it was unfair to blame the Lady of the Lake for passing down beliefs she seemed to genuinely hold to, but I wasn't inclined to fairness when it came to the Ranger. She had her claws too deep in too many people I loved, and I could only think of the marks she'd left behind as wounds. I don't suppose we have a destination in mind, Acua mildly said. She'd caught up to me while I was deep in thought. I could not help but notice from the corner of my eye that her dress of pale and gold was untouched by the mire we were passing through, or that she left no footprints. Not quite alive, not quite dead. As in so many things, Acua Sahelian was straddling the line. There's a knot of drow further down the street, I replied, and I could only think of one reason so many would gather in one place. The shade kept to silence for a moment. She has been getting more rowdy, not less, Acua finally said. Even with the wind that had me wishing I'd wheedled a scarf out of the drow before leaving, her voice was perfectly heard. Couldn't be sure whether that was just an oratory skill she'd picked up in Wolof or some kind of sorceress trick, not that I cared all that much. Convenient was the word that came to mind more than anything else. We all cope in our own ways, I replied. It'll run its course in due time. Indrani had come very close to dying in the battle for great Sdrycht. Not because of a mighty, some glorious duel she would now be laughing about. When the sisters had eviscerated my hold on Winter, they'd flooded their city with frost. Archer had been out on the edges, when it happened, picking her targets and stirring up the pot. But she'd still been caught in the mess, and Winter Unleashed was not something you just walked off. I suspected that in way the brush with death wasn't what had unsettled her. She'd been riding that horse for years now, and enjoyed every moment of it. It had been that when death came knocking, the bow in her hand and the blades at her side couldn't have done anything to stop it. The realization that sometimes a steady sword arm wasn't enough, even if you were clever and brave and burning with the need to leave a mark on the world. And if it doesn't, Acua said, then we'll deal with it. I calmly replied. All of us, together. The shade sighed. I don't suppose that a reminder you've not spoken with our informant would be of any use before we get entangled in yet another drinking binge, she asked. I glanced at her amusedly. Are we pretending you can't recite every answer they gave you verbatim? I said. I can do the intonations as well, Acua casually boasted. Of course you can, I said, rolling my eyes. I didn't bother to knock when we got to the tavern, or at least what I assumed to be that. It was ratty enough it didn't have a sign hung outside, though I did remember reading somewhere some parts of Proctor had put a tax on that. I'd be in a better position to cast judgment on that if some Fairfax who'd seen drinking liquor as sinful and debasing behavior hadn't put up a bewildering array of punitive taxes on everything alcoholic not even a century ago. Still, I thought, eyeing the bare and windowless wall outside. At least the next king dismissed the measures. For all I knew, some prince out there was still lining his pockets with this sheer stupidity. The door was unlatched, and the mangled carpet in front of it suffered the attentions of my boots for a moment before I entered. Calling what lay at the center of the dirt floor a fire pit would have been overly generous, I thought, considering it wasn't even lined with stone. The place was cramped in some fundamental way, from the narrow walls to the twisty tables. There was a room in the back which I deduced to be the owner's sleeping place as well as the kitchen, insofar as this place could be said to have one of those. Acua closed the door behind me, and already Indrani was waving us over. She'd shrugged off her coat and somehow divested herself of her mail, leaving her in dark green tunic and trousers whose tightness were quite flattering to her frame. I glanced back up and saw a smirk touching her lips, so she'd definitely caught that. Well, I admitted to myself, it wouldn't be the first time, or likely the last. Honesty compelled me to admit. The return to mortality had left me with all sorts of hungers in need of sating, and I probably would have sought her out if she hadn't done it first. I was only human after all, and even now that thought had a pleasurable ring to it. I shot a look around and found no trace of the tavern keeper, turning to raise an eyebrow at Indrani. It got a little too much for the old man. Archer languidly shrugged. Got some of our minions to bring him somewhere for a lie down. You didn't do anything, did you? I asked, frowning even as I took off my gloves. Aside from empty a bottle in the short span of time since you found this place, Acua drily added. My eyes found the cheap bottle of red she was referring to, along with her 4 still full sisters lined up neatly to the side. One was already open. The shade passed me without a sound, sliding herself in a stool across the table Archer had claimed. I unclasped my cloak and followed suit, hesitating for the barest fraction of a moment before sitting on Acua's side. The stool there struck me as marginally less likely to break if I moved around a bit. Just a bit too much agitation for him, I think, Indrani told me. What with the drow walking the surface again and the wicked minions of the Black Queen patronizing his humble establishment. Acua's own comment got as a response a gesture that would have seen me spanked by the orphanage matron if I'd ever been caught doing it in public. Temporary eviction would have been necessary regardless, the shade said. If we are to discuss business on the premises, that is. Ah, shit, Archer complained, eyeing me balefully. Really, Cat? I'd rather do it in here with a fire and an open bottle than out there in the cold. I shrugged. Fine, she waved away. But I'd like to lodge a formal protest. Pass it along to my secretary, I drily said. Triplicate, standard form. Indrani turned her gaze to Acua. Sadly, as a mere spirit I cannot be handed such forms. The shade blatantly lied. They'd go right through me. I liked you better before we taught you to be an ass, Archer complained. No you didn't, Acua said, full lips quirking. Indrani did not contradict her, and neither did I. After what had taken place in Great Sdrycht, it was difficult to distrust the diabolist as much as I once had. I wouldn't be taking my eye off her any time soon, sure, But it was hard to forget that when we'd all reached the end, Acua could have chosen to cut and run, and hadn't. That meant something, given that she was perhaps the most skilled liar I'd ever met, figuring out exactly what it meant was the trouble. So, someone folded, I said, steering us towards safer waters. How out of date is what they had to tell. She has a relative in the monastery to the north she sees regularly, Acua said. And the sisters there are part of the general correspondence of the House of Light, regardless of their relative insignificance. The last direct letter is a month old. One could generously assume the news themselves 2 weeks older than that. I raised an eyebrow. That quick, I said. I thought we were in the middle of nowhere. 2 days' ride away from the minor city of Rochelant. As it happens, Diabolist corrected. To the west. In a broader sense, we are skirting the eastern edge of the Principality of Isère. I drummed my fingers around the table, idly noting it kinda looked like someone had digested it for a bit before it had ended up here. Closer to Callow than I thought we'd end up, I said. That brings up unpleasant questions, in retrospective. Could just be that you traded winter for crows, cat, Indrani said. You and Z's were screwing about with the stuff for everything, back when the observatory was raised. I was not given the opportunity to observe the arrangements in great detail, Acua conceded preemptively. However, I am intimately familiar with the artifact used at the center of the array. It should not have been affected by our latest alliance and its. She paused, golden eyes taking me in. Metaphysical repercussions, she settled on. I snorted. How delicately put of her. I wasn't truly beholden to the sisters in any way that could be considered vassalage. That would have rather defeated the point of what I was supposed to be to them. But it remained a fact I'd thrown winter under the horse and been handed a direct tap to what had become of the night afterwards. The power was a lot more volatile, true, and tended to exhaust me physically in a way my mantle never had. On the other hand, I'd stopped going raving mad whenever I reached a little too deep and I could enjoy hot soup again. In a lot of ways, I still believed I'd ended up on the better side of that evening. So why aren't we able to reach Juniper then? I said. She's finally succumbed to Hakram's charms, and the bedroom door is locked under pain of death, Indrani suggested. Sabotage is a possibility, Acua said, more practically. The Empress will still have agents in Callow, and might prefer your communications crippled. As for why Save and OC could not reach out directly dash. I know, you've already said. I waved away. Masigo warded that thing so ridiculously viciously not even they want to risk putting their fingers in it. I felt a well of pride at the fact that Hierophant had somehow put up defenses around the observatory, so harsh even a pair of living goddesses were wary of attempting to force them, inconvenient as it was at the moment. And he'd done it while remaining within allocated funds, too, which was just another feather in his cap as far as I was concerned. Doesn't seem like malicious style, I finally said. If you'd said she was listening and I'd buy it, but breaking it entirely? She prefers appropriation to outright denial when she can swing it. There are other possible culprits, Acua said. More with motive than means, but a few with both. The dead king. The heroic segment of the 10th Crusade. The royal court of Arcadia. Perhaps even the wandering bard. That doesn't really narrow it down, does it? I grunted. Still, I tend to scratch off the bard from the list. Black's pretty sure she can only meddle through named, and those we sent back to lore would know better than to get involved with her. Ugh, you two are yammering on about who could, Indrani said, pouring herself another cup. But that's just means, and we got a lot of nasty surprises assuming we knew all about those. Maybe wonder about who would. Instead, whose kind of play is this? I eyed her cup with a raised eyebrow, and with a put-upon sigh she finally bothered to fill mine. And Acua's, though I was still less than certain if drinking would actually do anything for the shade. I sipped at what turned out to be truly horrid concoction distantly related to wine, while actually mulling over what Archer had said. Who would strike like this? The Grey Pilgrim came to mind. He had the brains for it, and the benefits would be obvious. With the augur still telling Cordelia Hazenbach how the pieces were moving, we'd have lost our eye in the sky, while the 10th Crusade remained largely unaffected. Neshama had the know-how, but it seemed a little light-handed for him. At the moment he'd have other cats to skin anyway. He should be hip-deep in angry Lycanese right about now, and that lot didn't know how to die easy. Assuming the bard wasn't involved, though assumptions were particularly dangerous when it came to that thing, that left the Fae. And unless someone had fucked up real bad back home, they shouldn't have a foothold in creation that'd allow them to pull that kind of thing. The main benefit is confusion, I finally said. We'll be moving blind out here, and unable to organize with Juniper. Someone's putting their bet on riding the chaos better than the rest, Acua murmured. A disquieting thought, considering for once it wasn't me. The room's pretty crowded this time, Indrani said. All it takes is a few punches thrown, and she dropped her palm against the table, the clap ringing loudly in the empty tavern. In the spirit of that perspective, Diabolus said, perhaps one of the rumors I collected needs to be reassessed. I cocked an eyebrow invitingly, while continuing to subject myself to the disaster Archer had obtained as table wine. We appear to be entering an all-out brawl between half the continent, Acua said. The legions Lord Black took into the Principate are currently in this very principality and being pursued. My heartbeat quickened. No, I told myself. He'll have a plan. He always does. By who? Indrani asked, sounding surprised. These are conquest officers. You're telling me Prosser and Scraps actually think they could win against them? The armies of the Dominion of Levant, the Shade replied. Though there's been word of conscription in Salia, so they might not be alone. That's not half the continent, I pointed out with a frown. The League of Free Cities appears to have joined the fray, Diabolus said. With a significant army, though the numbers put to it vary. I let out a low whistle. Are you telling me Tenerife has fallen? I asked. Because that's not good news for us. The first prince had sent 20,000 soldiers to hold that border. And if the army had been slaughtered then, that was 20,000 men gone that'd have been rather useful up north. The Drow exodus would strike like a hammer at the dead king's back when it arrived. But I knew better than to believe the sisters had any chance of winning that war if the rest of Calernia didn't get its shit together and move against him too. I cannot speak as to what happened to the army garrison there, Acua said. But I can tell you, however, that the League's host is said to have emerged out of the waning woods without having given battle prior. I blinked in disbelief. Indrani, on the other hand, fell into a deep belly laugh. Gods, Vivian had told me last year that the Tyrant of Helike had been sending agents into the region. Still, I'd assumed it was his way to infiltrate the heartlands of the Principate. Not marching. Army. Through the place. You're actually serious, Shadahelion? Archer got out, chin still quivering. Someone was mad enough to take a bunch of soldiers through that? Reportedly, Acua said, unmoved by the hilarity. One can only wonder at the losses taken. Regardless, the point of interest is that they emerged in Isare specifically, and they seem intent on giving battle now. That's going to get messy, I said, rapping my knuckles against the wood. Unless Hakram and Vivian birthed a diplomatic miracle while we were in the Everdark, which I'm not counting on. I really don't want to start a war with the League. And it ties into Indrani's earlier words, Diabolus said. There is another who prizes chaos as you do. My lips thinned. The Tyrant of Helike, I said. She nodded slowly. While aside from mounting confusion, I can ascribe no direct benefit to such a measure being taken dash. For an old-school madman like him, making everything messier might be benefit enough, I grimly finished. Shit. I don't like having an army on the field without knowing where we stand with them. Kind of the point, isn't it? Indrani shrugged. I glanced at her, noticing we were now on the third bottle, even though neither I nor Acua had finished our cups. The uncertainty, Archer said. It's kind of like having a stranger pointing a crossbow at you while you're in a sword fight. Every time they twitch, your hackles go up, and the tension will grow until someone does something real stupid to get out of the situation. Acua's position in her seat shifted by the barest amount. She was, I suspected, actually impressed. Now, and then it was good to have a reminder that Indrani was a lot sharper than she liked to let on. So whoever's leading that host is fucking with every other commander on the field just by being there. I mused. That does sound like the Tyrant from the reports. We sure the Hierarch is still alive? He seemed a lot more interested in telling me to hold elections than invading anyone. Our informant is simply a relative, and the monastery rather minor, Acua said. There was only so much to be learned. I suspect the appointed ruler of Rochelant will be better informed. That still meant at least 3 days. Drow moved fast, but not as fast as horses, of walking around Isare with no goddamned idea of what was going on around us. I didn't enjoy the notion, but then I didn't really have a better path to offer. Asking the sisters to force the wards on the observatory, assuming I could even talk them into it, was a lot more likely to result in that place collapsing or someone losing a finger than it was in an enlightening conversation. Then that's where we're headed, I said. I'll hash out the details with General Ramina. Indrani, you good to walk? Am I ever not? She drawled. You'd better be, I warned. Because I'm not staying in this town a moment longer than necessary. We all know what happens to the drow at dawn. I'm not losing moonlight, I don't have to. Archer smirked. Would you like to race me just in case, Cat? She said. I snorted. Please, I said. You're pretty fast, but you can't outrun a gate. I pushed back the chair and rose to my feet. Catherine, Acua said quietly. I glanced at her. You can come, I suppose, I said. Though why you'd want to talk with the crabby old bastard is beyond me. Catherine, Acua Sahelian gently said. Sit down. My eyes narrowed, and I brushed back a lock of hair that somehow fallen free. There's more, I said. Cat, sit down, Indrani said. She wouldn't ask without a reason. I felt a flicker of surprise at Archer's comment, though maybe I shouldn't have. I'd told her everything that had happened in Great Strycht, and the barbs she still traded with Acua had a lot less bite to them than they used to. Gingerly I sat back down, keeping the weight off my bad leg. Marshal Grim One Eye is in command of the retreating legions, the Shade said. The Black Knight is believed to be dead. I picked up my gloves, fingers closing around the leather. So, I said, all that means is that some part of whatever the hell he's after involves people thinking that. Not unless he was willing to sacrifice a full Legion detachment for that purpose, Acua said. The leather stared creaking, and I looked back at my hands, finding them squeezing the gloves tight. Was a body shown? I asked. She shook her head. Then he's not dead, I flatly said. And someone is about to have a very bad day. Catherine, the possibility has to be entertained, she slowly said. It would change the situation significantly. It changes nothing. Because he's not fucking dead. I snarled. I'll take his damned head off for not warning me he'd pull this. But he's not going to get killed by some pissant hero in the middle of nowhere. The Shade opened her mouth again, but Indrani raised a hand. Acua, she said. Best let that one go. She was humoring me, I realized. It stung that Archer of all people, who besides myself and Masigo likely knew the most about my teacher, would so casually write him off. Angrily, I pulled on my gloves. Finish your drinks, I coldly said. We'll begin the march for Rochelant within the hour. Book 5, Chapter 3, Orison. My son, I offer you the greatest gift a ruler can give another, a widely reviled predecessor. Extract from the infamous Sensible Testament of Basilia Chrysanthi of Nice. I'd used to love winter and lore as a child. Sure, once in a while charcoal and firewood prices went up so the matron had to cut corners, but as a rule I'd gotten to enjoy the snow in the streets while having a warm house awaiting me after. It took mere hours for the blanket of pale to turn to mush or soiled mess. But before time ran out, there'd been a lot of fun to be had. We'd made a fort in the steps of the broken old Hatcher's house, once, and pitched snowballs at everyone passing for the better part of an afternoon. It had ended when we'd accidentally caught some Tagreb Legion mage instead of a Lysan merchant. Luckily enough, the man had been more amused than angered, and instead of chewing us out, he'd used sorcery to lift half the damned fort and dump it back on our heads. We'd all fled shrieking into the streets, soaked in snow and red-faced, while he laughed loudly. Gods, how old had I been? 7, 8? I barely remembered anything from back then, nowadays, but that one memory of the sunny winter afternoon might as well have been seared into my eyes. The matron had remonstrated us pretty roughly for coming back to the orphanage drenched, but I was pretty sure she'd been hiding a smile. It had taken me a long time to realize how lucky I'd been, getting a childhood like that. Sure, we had lessons and curfews and the occasional lean week, but Calawan orphanages had been funded by the tower. The coin had kept coming, and we'd been protected. In some abstract way, everyone had known that the orphanages were the Black Knight's own notion, and the shadow cast by my teacher's displeasure had been as a giant's back then. It had been easier, hadn't it? When it all seemed so large and simple, and all you had to do to change things was climb to the top. Foe and friend, victory and defeat. I'd picked up the knife that night, believing myself clever enough to see through the pretense of black and white, but that had just been scratching the surface. Sometimes things happened that were too complicated, too far-reaching, to be called something as clear-cut as a victory or a defeat. Sometimes you could hate the people you most needed to clasp hands with and love those that would be most dangerous to your heart's desire. My eyes flicked to a tall silhouette in the distance, treading the snow without a trace. She had her back to me, so there would be no glimpse of golden eyes, but there was no mistaking her for anyone else. Sometimes you could grow fond of someone even if you couldn't forgive them and never would. I let out a steamy breath, watching the vapor rise up. That had me itching for my pipe, though I was equally reluctant to take off my gloves and reach under my cloak to indulge in my little vice. It was a cold night out, and it would be hours yet before dawn rose. I could have drawn on the night to warm my bones, or more accurately chase away the cold, but some part of me twistedly enjoyed feeling the bite. Not so long ago it would have been nothing to be but another faded color, Another knot sensation washing up against the thing passing for my body. The moon above us was shrouded by the clouds, but light filtered through. Enough that I saw the crows streak across the darkness, feathered frames of night batting their wings in utter silence. I dipped a finger into the power the sisters had opened to me, sharpening my eyesight for a heartbeat, and caught a glimpse of crimson on the talons the pair. They'd kill tonight, then. If all they require for their altar is the occasional rabbit, I can make my peace with that. Their descent was almost a dive, but they failed to make me stumble when they landed on my shoulders. They'd kept back their talons, and made of night as they were, they weighed near nothing unless they particularly wished to. I tightened my cloak around my shoulders and cast a meaningful glance at the bevy of drow escorting me. The warriors bowed low and scattered across the snowy landscape. Rotulant, Kamina said, a strangely human voice leaving her crow's throat. There will be blood, Andronach said. Wasn't there always? Stainless victories were not in my nature. As little as possible, I said. We come for knowledge, not conquest. Kamina's laughter sounded like cawing, which we both knew she was doing on purpose. So speaks the roving catastrophe, Andronach said. I could have gone pithy in reply to that, but my mood had gone sour after the conversation in the tavern, and the march in the cold had done nothing to improve it. I simply grunted back wordlessly. Fickle thing, Kamina chided. Is this tossing of insults not what you told us to practice? Why do you now shy away? I stand by what I said, I replied. You want to stay grounded? Talk with people in a way that isn't prayer or orders. My friends were my anchor when I was deep in winter. Friendship, Andronach said, sounding somewhat skeptical. A human concept, not of the firstborn. Kinship and interests is ever passing. Yeah, I'm not exactly holding my breath, you two, starting to feel all warm and fuzzy inside. I sighed. This isn't about that. Imprecise, Kamina noted. Elaborate. Banter's informal, I said. It puts you on equal footing with the other person, if only for the duration of that exchange. And for you two it's even more important, because to be hallway decent at it there's a lot of things you have to pick up on. The situation, the timing, what lines you can and can't cross. It forces you to think like a person while you do it. It will not change what we are, Andronach said. None of us can do that, I replied. What we can do is make sure you still understand what a mortal is. That you don't become so utterly removed from reality, you march yourself off the cliff. There was a long moment of silence broken only by my boots creasing the snow. You are being sexually promiscuous with your subordinate, which is humorous for unclear reasons, Kamina tried. I closed my eyes and counted to 5. At least she's trying. I told myself. We'll, keep working on that, I muttered. I flicked a glance at Andronach, but she did not have another drow attempt at humor to throw my way. Well, either that my reaction to her sister had scared her off. The crow-shaped sliver of goddess turned towards me in indignation, much to my amusement. Yes, clearly she was beyond such petty feelings. No, I wasn't thinking that just to appease her. I muffled my chuckle with my gloves. The slight ebb upwards in my mood disappeared the moment the distraction ended. I was in the dark, in more ways than one, and some of the things hidden from my view mattered more to me than others. I hesitated, fingers clenching and unclenching. Ask, Andronach said. Since you ate winter, I said. Your abilities have grown. Beyond your understanding, Kamina said. Though that is not a high wall to clear. That had actually been pretty decent, I noted. Insults came much easier to her than humor, which really wasn't much of a surprise. I cleared my throat. Could you find out if someone is dead or not? I quietly asked. Yes, Andronach said. Ah, but would they? No, Kamina said. I know there'd be risks, I said. Of which you warned us yourself, Andronach said. If you start swinging your apotheosis around on the surface, something a lot older and meaner is bound to start swinging back. That story doesn't end well for you, Kamina said, pitching her voice in an eerily perfect mimicry of mine. The leather gloves crinkled as I closed them into a fist. There are strategic reasons why the information would be important, I said. Not enough to warrant the possibility of provoking an entity our match, Andronach said. You know this. Sentiment is unseemly, Kamina said. Don't do that, I sharply said. They stilled for a moment. They were not used, I thought, to being spoken to in this way. And we all knew that the part of their power they had sent with me was enough that they could kill me if they so wished. My best defense against it, after all, had been granted to me by their favor. But I would not hold my tongue. That was the whole point of my being named their herald, the first under the night. Having someone that hadn't been raised to worship them to argue with them, forced them to reconsider what they believed. They might not always agree with me, and frequently did not, but entirely separate from our military alliance and the diplomatic authority they had granted me was the real foundation of our accord. A cat may look at a king. The old Calawan saying went. Though the unfortunate pun had me gritting my teeth, it was a decent way of putting it. It was my damned purpose to disagree with them without sweetening my words. There's nothing wrong with feeling things, I said. You take that out, and all you view is skewed. They're not the only thing to take into consideration, often not even the most important, but they do matter. Logic alone leads you to ugly ends because you're dealing with people, not statues. If you remove that element just to feel clear-sighted and superior, you're going to shoot yourself in the foot repeatedly. Your tone, Andronike said, is exactly what it should be, I replied, unflinching. If you are right and correct in your own view, make your argument. If all you can quibble about is my phrasing, maybe you should be thinking instead of trying to chide me. That didn't please them, but then it wasn't supposed to. You provided what you promised, Crocomina conceded. Yet the refusal remains. Employ other means. I would, the moment I could. There was a storm taking shape in Isaiah, and I suspected Black would have a better idea than most of what it was really about. He was the only person I trusted who'd ever spoken with both the hierarch and the tyrant of Helike, strange as the nature of that trust could be. I trust people to act according to their nature. Militia had once said, a wasteland way of thinking, but there was truth to it. I remained alone with the crows that were not crows on the long march, buried in silence until dawn came. It is a dangerous weakness, Acus said, though I suppose inevitable in some ways. Power never comes without a cost. The sun had begun passing the horizon, and with the light of morning something like a shiver had passed through 50,000 drow. Tents had been hastily raised, and my host hid away under them before dawn even finished. The sentinels forced to remain out in the sun did so after boiling water to make herbal concoctions that would keep thee awake through the sudden wave of tiredness. Dawn, I had learned, was when save Inosi's power ebbed lowest. I would have assumed noon to be it, but Acua had offered a complicated explanation as to why that was not the case I'd failed to understand twice before I got her to simplify it into something comprehensible. Dawn was the death of the night, as a metaphysical concept that had more weight than the rest. For some reason that apparently required me to have read a lot of books I definitely had not before it became sound and evident logic. The tent she was keeping me company under was open at the font, but the thick linen walls did cut away at the worst of the wind nicely. It made the wait tolerable, though I was actually debating taking a nap. This is an inconvenient one, I said. Surprisingly light, Diabolist retorted. They are still physically able, after all. Simple temporarily bereft of their access to the night. They'll also be out like a light for a few hours, I grunted. That's a recipe for a morning attack, and you know it. The transition from night to dawn was taxing on drow bodies in a way that led to exhaustion and effectively prevented the expeditionary force from being truly fighting fit for at least 3 to 4 hours. And they'd be tired for the rest of the day as well as being fragile little mortals if I didn't leave them sleeping a little longer than that, though at least that I could push later in the day. It wasn't like other armies didn't have to sleep, of course, but having a fixed time for that was a liability, and there would be no keeping that under wraps forever. The moment we began operating near other armies, there'd be outriders and scouts on us at all times, and much as I liked to insult Proceran royalty, they were not above basic pattern recognition. Hence why joining forces with the Legions of Terror remains a priority, Acua said. 50,000 warriors led by mighty able to operate flawless in the dark are nothing to scoff at, and a fortified camp held by legionaries would allow us to exploit that advantage relentlessly. Until we have allies, it makes occupation of anything concrete difficult, I reminded her. Taking something at night will be easy enough. Holding it through the day, another story. Fortunate, then, that occupation is not our intent, Acua serenely replied. That and I still had a few cards to play if things got bad, though heroic presence would make the whole matter chancy. They tended to do that, as a rule. At least the dead king should keeping a good chunk of them out of my hair for the foreseeable future. I cast a look back at my bed, which was essentially a pile of covers and inexplicably flat cushions, and finally gave up the notion of a lie-in. Maybe after I worked out some of the tension in my body. I rose with a grunt, curtly refusing Acua offered helping hand, and buckled my sheath back onto my belt. Who has the watch again? I asked the shade. Lord Iva, she replied. Iva, huh? It had been a while since we'd had a proper chat. Unlike some of the peerage, who seemed discomforted by how easily they still obeyed me, and so made themselves scarce, my old guide had remained at hand. Unfortunately, it was also a pathfinder of some talent, and so often sent out ahead of the expeditionary army. Might as well take the occasion today. I didn't know how long it would be until the next. Though as I was higher than General Ramina in the pecking order of the Empire Everdark, it was in charge of leading the expedition. While I could give orders and dismiss its own, the details of the duty rosters remained at its discretion. I could have intervened, but was reluctant to do as much without a better reason than liking having Ivo around. Acua followed me out of the tent and onto the camp wordlessly. After years of commanding legionaries, the sight of the mess around us had me wincing on the inside. The layout of this place was a bloody maze, all haphazard tents with no real thought given to quick deployment and no chance of a bloody palisade being raised. Ramina wasn't a fool, so it had been pretty thorough about putting sentinels in place during our vulnerable hours, but it had admitted to me in private that it could not turn a gaggle of tribal sigils into the kind of army the Empire Everdark had once fielded with less than a month before the campaign began. Assembling a functioning chain of command had been miracle enough, in my opinion, which should count for quite a bit considering I was now the foremost priestess of an entire race. Have you considered using a staff? Acua suddenly asked. She'd pulled slightly ahead of me. I only then noticed. I could go quicker, in all honesty, but I was in no real hurry, and this pace was most comfortable. My limp's not that bad, I shrugged. It pains you, the shade frowned. When it loses its novelty, I'll get herbs for that, I replied. That's what my pipe was for in the first place. We turned around a cluster of tents, the smallness of the gap rather irritating to my eyes. She resumed the line of conversation afterwards. Unnecessary suffering is exactly that, Acua said. I'm still fighting fit, I said with irritation. And if I need a little nimbleness, I'll call on the night to make it withdraw for a bit. I got the juice directly from Save NOC. Daylight won't stop me. It does significantly weaken you, Diabolist retorted. I rolled my eyes. So the kind of power I could call on went from terrifying to merely appalling after dawn. It was still more than I'd ever had to work with as the squire by an almost absurd margin. Yet that was not my meaning, Acua mildly continued. I worry more about what embracing this implies of your mindset. I watched her from the corner of my eye, and she did not meet my gaze. Worry, huh? The words she chose were never an accident. Sometimes it's a good thing, I said, to remember what it feels like for the people who don't make pacts with gods. I had thought you estranged with contrition, dearest, she said, tone prickly. I won't wallow, I flatly replied. But I won't lose sight of it twice either. A lot of people are going to bleed before this is over, Acua. I brought up my fingers to block the sun from my eyes, feeling the shades studying me. Now and then it's worth the sting to feel a part of what you're going to dole out. I finished quietly. It's be a kinder world, if we were all made to remember that. Kindness, Diabolist mused. Not a pre-sci favorite, I know, I drily said. Not much grounds left to cover before we reached the edge of the camp. Already we were passing drow, so wrapped up in cloth the only scene could be seen was their eyes, though those were sharp and peering at the horizon. Iva should be somewhere within the small thicket of bare trees I could see ahead, by the feel of the presences in the night. Even when bereft of the power, they still left an impression. I slowed when I realized Acua had stopped. She was looking at me with narrowed eyes. Oh, irritated her, had I? Is that what you think? She said. Not irritation, I thought. Disappointment. Fancy that. Are you sure, Acua Sahelian, I said softly, that you want to get in an argument with me about the moral fabric of the wasteland? I had a great uncle, she said, by the name of Thandive. My eyebrow rose. Fascinating, I said. I found him to be, as a child, Acua casually admitted. He was, after all, stricken from family records. Maybe he used the wrong fork during the cannibalism ritual, I suggested. Much as I disliked to admit, though, she had my attention. My mother would not speak of, she said, and so naturally I pursued the matter secretly. A half-smile quirked her lips. He was a sorcerer of great promise, she said, as is custom among our line. As a boy he was brought to the deepest part of the maze of kills. There he was made to sacrifice one dear to him, and for months after remained silent. So it wasn't just you, I thought. Had Tasia Sahelian been made to do the same by her own mother, I wondered? How far back did the wounding of their own children go, for it to have earned the name of tradition? The lesson was believed to have been taught, Acua said, and it was. On the eve of his 16th year, Thandive Sahelian stole several tomes and artifacts from the family vaults and fled to Mercantis, where he pawned them for a small fortune he used to make a home further south in Nice. I snorted. I imagine that went over less than pleasantly in Wolof, I said. Rage is an apt description, she mused, which only worsened when he began to thrive after entering some sort of merchant consortium and became comfortably wealthy, even by precise standards. Enough to seek the protection of the Basileus, which the Empire sought favorable trade terms with in those days. Clever then, I said, though I'm wondering as to your point. The man sounds decent enough, but he left. Praise. Acqua inclined her head. And yet he was also a Sahelian, she said, and even now there was an undertone of pride when she spoke the name. The blood of the original murder, unhallowed from the cradle. I am told that he kept to the gods below even on that foreign shore. He grew past his roots, I said, and I'm not so sure you have. I thought. She looked up at the morning sun, her silhouette wreathed in light for a heartbeat, and there was something about her smile that unsettled me. You have seen the worst of us, the shade said, and through that knowing taken our measure. But there is more, Catherine. We are not beyond kindness, not even the highborn. If even a Sahelian can have the taste for peace, there is yet something left to be kindled. If you want to be known by more than the ugliest parts of you, I said, perhaps you should show them to the rest of the world. Maybe the capacity is there, Acqua, but we don't judge by capacity. It's the choices you make that matter. Ah, she murmured. And how many of those do we really have in the end? 100,000 souls. I thought. That was a choice. It's the weight on the balance by which you will be judged, and what could possibly even the scales? I cleared my throat, uncomfortable the lingering silence. Your great-uncle, I said. What happened to him after? Golden eyes met mine. The old Basileus died. His successor refused the empire's terms outright, she said. And so my grandfather, a noted alchemist, took to his workshop. If he is so ashamed of his blood, I am told he said, let us relieve him of it. Neither of us blinked. Thandive's Sahelian sweated out every drop of blood in his body within the year, Acqua said. We finished the rest of the walk in silence. Book 5, Chapter 4, Reconnoiter. I see how it is. We agree to single combat, and of course you can still use your enchanted sword, but I bring a single massive flying fortress, and suddenly it's treachery, and against the spirit of the agreement. Dread Emperor Perfidious. Iva wore my colors painted on its face, as did the drow around it. Silver on purple, a tree with twin incomplete circles under the branches. The Lord of Silent Steps, though the power of that title had waned in weight with the devouring of winter itself, still stood tall and blade thin, pale gray features split by vivid eyes that split the difference between silver and blue. The long overcoat and scarf it wore was flattering to its frame, though the face still remained so profoundly inhuman in some ways I could not help but find it unsettling. The drow had been made from a fundamentally different mold than humans, for all the superficial similarities. The colors the first member of my peerage wore were unsettling in a different way, though, a reminder that as far as the Empire Everdark was concerned, I still remained the ruler of the Losera Sigil and a member in good standing of the Sisters' Blessed Cabal making up the Southern Expedition. That I had left Iva to rule and refrained from exercising that theoretical authority since we'd left the Everdark seemed to matter little in the eyes of the firstborn. There seemed to be an assumption that as first under the night, I simply found it beneath me to meddle too deeply in earthly affairs. The drow knelt when Acqua and I arrived, conversation having died out before we even entered the thicket of trees. Well, you look slightly less pissy than before, Archer announced. I squinted at my friend in confusion. Why are you hanging upside down? I asked. Indrani was currently hanging off a branch by the mere edge of her boots, scarf and coat rumpled by the merciless grasp of gravity. None of the drow seemed to think there was anything unusual about this, a sure sign they'd been subjected to her presence for much too long. It helps me think, Archer sagely replied. I flicked a glance at the drow, and they rose back to their feet. You don't have to pretend she's funny, you know, I told them. Deep down, she also knows that she isn't. It is not my place to comment on the wisdom of mighty Archer, Iva replied. There was a beat. Should it be granted to me? The Lord of Silent Steps added. I smothered a grin. Taking well-deserved potshots at Indrani was the sole common ground between all peoples of Calernia. I'd bet even the dead king would yank her chain if given the opportunity. Archer let out a strangled noise of protest, trying to swat at the drow's head, but instead got tangled in her own coat and began swinging precariously. We all pretended not to see Acqua whisper something under her breath, just before the branch Indrani was hanging off of suddenly broke, and she fell with a yelp. All quiet this morning, I take it? I asked Iva. I kept my eyes on it, though even through this careful precaution I could not help but hear Indrani muttering imprecations in half a dozen different languages. For a heartbeat, I missed Masigo so vividly my heart twanged. It should have been him, forcing her down the tree after she pulled at his metaphorical pigtails one time too many. I hid the sudden shift in my mood as best I could, forcing a smile as I faced Iva. We appear to be alone in the region, the drow acknowledged. No runner left from Trousseau after we departed, and so one might presume our presence is still currently unknown. With the sisters swatting aside everything remotely like scrying headed in our direction, it might not be wrong. I wouldn't presume, though. Not with above having so much skin in this race, and choirs having grown so loose-lipped over the last few years. We'll see, I replied. It'd be an advantage to remain in the woodworks until we strike, but rumors could have a use as well. It'll depend on where the others' armies are relative to us. I'd rather avoid a battle in Isère if I could, given that every corpse made here was a warm body that couldn't be thrown at the dead king. But given some of the players involved, I might not have much of a choice about it. I fully intended on evacuating the legions of terror that my teacher had led into Procure, after all, which I imagined would be a less than popular notion with some people, given that they'd been merrily burning their way through the heartlands of the Principate until recently. Cat, Archer said. I rolled my eyes, continuing to face Iva. You've seen the lay of the land on the way to Rochulent, I said. Will it by bloody ice and snow all the way? Cat, Archer repeated, and this time her tone commanded my attention. I pivoted slightly only to realize she wasn't even looking at me. Her eyes were peeled on the horizon, to the south. I couldn't see anything there, but then I was no longer named. That hardly meant I was without tricks, though. I pulled at the night, untangling a cool thread and sinking it into my eyes. It took a few blinks to adjust, but after that I could see just as well as Archer. I let out a breath of surprise when I caught sight of what she had. Riders, I thought. 9 of them, on tall gray horses with long manes and tails. The soldiers on them were in light armor, those sets swaddled in thick furs and heavy cloth hats. Those were spears at the side, I noted, not lances. And they had blades, but no shields. Acua, I said. Levantine, Diabolist replied. Though without colors visible, I cannot not tell you from which region. Well now, I murmured. Isn't that interesting? The armies of the Dominion of Levant should be making their way through southern and central Isère right about now, if the rumors were to be believed. Hot on the heels of Marshal Grimm's legions. So what were outriders doing this far out to the east of the Principality? They were still about a mile and a half out, but these were flat plains, so the chance they hadn't seen the massive army of 50,000 drow encamped was negligible. They were riding closer, though, most likely trying to get a read on whose camp this was, which would be difficult to make out from that far out. I have questions for them, I said. I felt Indrani smile without needing to look at her. Thought you might, she said. I cocked my head to the side, still studying them. With the sun out and the imprecisions inherent to a working at that distance, trapping them would carry risks. Best to tinker with the odds a bit first. Archer, I said. Kill the horses. A good longbow, the kind the Diarraith used, could have a range of about 400 yards. Effective killing range should be about half that. Legion issue crank crossbows, the finest on the continent, could reach 350 yards and could be expected to score kills at around 150. I had just casually asked Indrani to kill 9 horses in motion at over 10 times that distance, and the grin on her face told me she did not doubt for a moment she could do it. I watched with fascination as Archer strung the almost comically large longbow she usually kept on her back. It had been crafted in the waning woods, I knew, from some sort of magical tree. Then additional enchantments had been laid on it. Back in the old days, Nock had once tried to draw the string back and nearly broken his arm trying. That the most physically powerful mundane orc I'd ever met couldn't even get that string to move an inch told me everything I needed to know about the absurd amount of tension there was to her bow. The thing was, I thought as I watched her work, was that most of this was Indrani. Oh, I felt the whisper of power then was an aspect invoked. See? But that just allowed Archer to wield the kind of eyesight and foresight the woman who'd taught her to shoot would have, by simple virtue of her elven blood. The strength to pull the string came in part from her name, which up close and personal allowed to he slug it out with the likes of Adjutant and titled Fae. But if Hakram, or I for that matter, had been granted the exact same strength and sight, we wouldn't have been able to make those shots. The skills, the part that couldn't be replicated, that was all Indrani. Years upon years of knocking and releasing until her fingers bled, until the movements became such a natural part of her there no longer needed to be thought involved. Indrani could and had made a bloody mess of most everything that came up to her when she had her long knives in hand. But it was when she had that bow in her hand that something about her thrummed, that it all came together, and I remembered that Archer was more than just a name. It was name, and she held it for a reason. Eyes fixed ahead, she breathed out, and like poetry in motion, she drew and released. Not a single movement wasted, not a single pause. It was almost hypnotic to watch, like waves on the sea. There was no pause or separation to any of the process. 9 arrows flew, a smirk tugged at her lips, and before the projectiles even reached their apex, I reached for the knight. My eyes were on the Levantines, and I felt talons dig into my shoulders, the sisters with me even if their crow forms were not. Whispers sounding in my ear. I held my will into shape and forced the knight to match it. And then waited, watching the riders as the arrows struck home. The first hit between the eyes of the lead horse, sinking straight into the skull and killing it instantly. The 9th arrow went straight through the eye of the horse even as the rider began to realize its companions had been attacked. For every arrow to claim a kill had taken perhaps a single heartbeat, from beginning to end. Sometimes I forgot how terrifying the people at my side really were. And now, for the next trick, I said. Under the Levantines the ground turned to ink-like darkness, growing from a single small mark to a broad circle. The sisters held my hand, guiding the needle as I threaded it through the fabric of creation, and when the gate opened, every one of the outriders fell through it. If they'd still been on their horses, alert instead of trying not to be crushed by their own fallen mounts, the process might have been slow enough for them to flee it. Night had won over winter, in the end, and so dawn had its costs. As it was, though, I let the sisters guide my hand once more, and another gate bloomed in front of our group. 7 heartbeats later, 9 riders and their dead horses tumbled through. One was screaming in terror at the fall through the sky of Arcadia. He had just escaped, though that ended when he felt an obsidian spear tip pressing against his throat. He swallowed loudly as my sigil surrounded the lot of them. "Good morning," I smiled brightly. "I thought we might have a little chat, just you and me and all these heavily armed people surrounding you." My gaze swept across the soldiers, most of which were still in shock. Some had pulled muscles or broken limbs on arrival, the poor fucker to the rightmost having his horse right over his leg. Yeah, that was shattered for sure. It was only when I saw the uncomprehending gazes taking me in that I realized the slight strategic mistake I had not accounted for. I looked at Indrani and Acua. "I don't suppose either of you speaks any of the Levantine languages?" I grimaced. Twin shakes of the head. "So no Lenara, Cesio, and what was the third one again?" Couldn't remember at the moment. Well, it hardly mattered anyway. I couldn't speak or understand any of them. I'd been meaning to get around to learning some trader talk, which tended to be understood everywhere in southern Calernia, but I'd had higher priorities as of late. What I understand of Lenara is insufficient, but outriders sent to operate in the Principate's heartlands should have at least one individual fluent in a Proceran tongue, Acua pointed out. If only to speak with the local inhabitants. I have some knowledge of trader talk that could be of use, in the unlikely event this is not true. My eyebrow rose. Made sense, and worth a shot regardless. "Any of you speak Shantan?" I asked in said tongue. "Who the fuck are you people?" A middle-aged mustachioed man growled back. It was a very impressive mustache, I mentally conceded. It was refusing to be cowed by the scarf meant to cover it, defiantly peeking out over the edge. "And there we go," I smiled, shifting to crepuscular. "Iva, go wake up General Ramina if it's asleep and bring it back here. We appear to have gotten our hands on fresh intelligence." "By your will, Losera Queen," my lord of silent steps bowed. I nodded back fondly, watching it move out swiftly to carry my orders. I turned back to the Levantines. "Surrender your weapons," I said, back on Shantan, and remained seated on the ground. "You are now joint prisoners of the Empire Everdark and the Kingdom of Callow." That had been a calculated move. I hadn't truly needed to bring Callow into it, or mention the freshly revived name of the ancient Drow Empire, which, given that the region was still known as the Everdark, meant didn't take any real brilliance to be able to put together the identity of the gray-skinned warriors surrounding the prisoners. It told me something useful, though. Everyone who stilled or went pale could understand the language I was speaking. Out of the 9, 4 gave a visible reaction. 1 did not, save for moving back to learn against a tree, but the calculating look in his eyes told me he'd not missed a thing. This one's already thinking of how to get out of this mess. I decided. There were no visible marks of rank on any of them, but I'd guess he was an officer. Clever sorts could be useful, if inclined to talk, but they could also screw up an interrogation pretty badly if allowed to speak up. Best to separate these before we got into it. You're the Black Queen, the maybe officer suddenly said. In Shantan, too. Interesting. In the flesh, I replied, the irony known to few quirking my lips. The statement had been the offered opening of a conversation, if I was reading this right, but I remained disinclined to allow the prisoners to know what the others had and had not said. People were always more inclined to fold if they believed someone already had. Bring them back to camp after taking the weapons, I ordered the drow. Leave the one who just spoke behind. I cleared my throat before addressing the Levantines. You were told to surrender your weapons, I said. They will now be collected. Resist, and you will be subjected to force. Obey, and you will be treated fairly. I will not warn you twice. They were soldiers, I thought, but also sworn to a crusade. A warning wouldn't be enough for all of them. One of the outriders tried to reach for his scabbard and got a spear through the palm for it, which had another screaming and struggling until one of my warriors decked him in the mouth. Maybe officer did not resist. I let the drow of my sigil escort the prisoners without a look and gestured at those who remained to step back. It was sunny morning out. The air was crisp, and I met the gaze of the Levantine prisoner without blinking. Name, rank? I asked. Wasim of Tartessos. I am second in this band, he replied. Tartessos was the second northernmost city in Levant, if I remembered correctly, which was for some inexplicable reason built on the edge of the Brocelian forest. I'd read in some history that the people from there were known to be hardy and ruthless, which considering the boiling cauldron of beasts they lived next to only made sense. I heard Archer unstring her bow before moving to lean against a tree, likely already starting to get bored and paying only the barest necessary attention to this. Diabolist, though, had been studying this Wasim the whole time in silence. I could trust her to pick on anything I'd miss. You are an outrider, I said. In the service of the Dominion? I gave oath to the Lord of Malaga when there was a call to arms, Wasim said. By the will of the Holy Seljun, he holds command of half the forces of Levant, implying there is no unified command for the armies of the Dominion. Aqua noted in Crepuscular. That could be of use. Levantine nobility rules its lands with only the barest homage paid to their Seljun, so their leaders might chafe at taking orders from anyone else. I inclined my head in acknowledgement, never taking my eyes off the prisoner. Where are the Lord of Malaga and his army, at the moment? I asked. How much are you really willing to tell me when I've made no threat? Marching for the capital of Isère, he replied. Lying, Diabolus said. I sighed. And we were doing so well, until that. I said. You struck me as a clever man, Wasim of Tartessos. I flicked my wrist at Archer. A heartbeat later a long knife was buried up to the hilt into the tree Wasim was lying back against, less than an inch away from his jugular. I met his eyes squarely. Clever men don't make the same mistake twice, do they? I asked. The soldier swallowed loudly. They do not, he hastily agreed. Where are the Lord of Malaga and his army? I mildly repeated. When I was sent out, they were preparing to take a defensive position to the southwest of here, Wasim said, near the town of Maliums. To defend against who exactly? I frowned. The League of Free Cities, he said. They march against the 10th Crusade, led by the tyrant of Helike and their madman hierarch. My frown deepened. I'd been under the impression the forces of the League were much further south. They were either moving much more quickly than should be possible for a sizable army, or I'd been misinformed. Could be a detached force instead of the main host, Archer suggested in Lower Mizan. She'd regained a semblance of interest in this, it seemed. Probably because she'd gotten to throw a blade at someone. They came from the Waning Woods, I said. That means they don't have a supply train. If they start splitting forces, either they split their limited foodstuffs as well or the detachment starts foraging. And there wasn't much to live off of in this region. Sure, they could start sacking towns and small cities for their reserves, but even then the legions of terror had pretty much picked clean most of the principality. You couldn't take much food from people already only the verge of starvation. It could just be a bad decision someone up the chain of command had done, either incompetence or lack of information, but that didn't smell right to me. If they were that incompetent and ill-informed, they wouldn't have made it through the Waning Woods in the first place. If we assumed the League force was sent out with sufficient supplies, then something prompted that investment of resources, I finally said. Something we don't know about, but the League's generals do. Wasim, Aqua said, was your band of outriders sent out with specific purpose? The Levantine man grimaced. We were to investigate rumors, he said, of skirmishes between two armies, Wasim admitted, legionaries and the League. I traded a look with Aqua. There was no way, we both knew. that the legions under Marshal Grimm could be this far east. But there was another army on the continent that fielded legionaries. So what the hells was the army of Callow doing out here? And why the hells was the League of Free Cities fighting it? Book 5, Chapter 5, Consult. I inherited not an empire but a house on fire. Fall in line, lest we all burn. First Princess Eloise of Equitan. There were few things as frustrating as looking at something you knew how to do, had done, and yet did not understand in the slightest. The half-page of equations and formulas that I'd gotten Acqua to write down for me was exactly that, when it came down to it. A practical, measurable representation of what I did when I threaded the needle through creation when making a gate. It had been gibberish the first time I glanced at it, but at least I'd thought I knew why. To put it bluntly, I lacked the tools to make the tools that'd give me a chance of making the tools that would allow to comprehend what was going on. More than 9/10 of mages were incapable of using high arcana or even comprehending the principles behind it. After all, so considering I did not have even the slightest trace of the gift, I'd never exactly been in the running. These were numbers, though, so there had to be at least part of them I could grasp. Something that'd allow me to run on more than instinct and power, because neither of those were truly mine when it came down to it, and I'd not forgotten my old lessons. Borrowed power always turned on its user. So I'd buckled down, put away the wine, and tried to figure this out from the bottom. The very basics of Trismegistan sorcery, which Diabolist assured, unlike most theories of magic out there at least, had mostly observable underlying principles. I didn't have a library to ransack, sure, but I had the most viciously distinguished Sahelian in a few centuries around to pick the brains of, and 2 literal goddesses on my shoulders, both of which had been practitioners of high skill before they got desperate enough to call on below. It wasn't going very well. Not because my tutors were incompetent, they weren't. Much as it pained me to admit it, Acqua was better at explaining the magical and mundane terms than Masigo had ever been and likely ever would be. As for the sisters, they could literally show me what they meant. I just didn't have the knack for this. It didn't come naturally to me the way the sword and stories had. Even languages, and gods knew I'd learned quite a few of those by now, were easier to get a handle on. Not easy at all, sure, but if I put in the work even without the crutch of the first aspect I'd ever earned, I could make visible progress. This, though, I'd finally memorized the classical table of elements and most the relationships involved, but aside from a refresher in all things arithmetic, I'd not gotten much out of these new studies. Being able to name the limits of sorcery and a handful of fundamental laws didn't mean I understood them, not truly. I could name past examples of those limits being hit, but it was damnably hard to extrapolate as to how other practitioners might hit them in the future. Like having a phrasebook for a foreign tongue, then being asked to write a philosophical essay in it. So much of sorcery was about context, years of learning and studies, and I simply didn't have that. I wasn't sure I ever would, to be blunt, or that trying to obtain it was the best use of my time. Practically speaking, I got more out of a spar with Archer than I did of an hour learning about ritual theory. I passed a hand through my hair. It was unbound, for once, and sighed. The unpleasant truth was that if I'd started these studies years ago, just after becoming the squire, I might be getting somewhere useful by now. Instead, I was stuck depending on the advice and understanding of others. That wasn't necessarily a bad thing, I thought. Not all the time. But I'd walked into some nasty messes lately by sheer arrogant ignorance, and I couldn't count on my friends to pull me out of them every time. Not with the kind of opposition there was out there. There were some heroes I'd survived blundering against, but that didn't hold for all of them. And the heroes were almost a second thought, compared to the ancient thing that was marching south at the head of undead hordes. I gathered the handful of parchments splayed across my low table and slipped them back into my saddlebag, closing the clasp. I'd been circling the same few paragraphs for the better part of an hour now. There'd be no progress made today. Besides, I'd begun another project. The Everdark had been a wake-up call in a lot of ways, about how I'd been fighting, about who I should be fighting. And there, like in sorcery, ignorance and recklessness had begun to cost me quite a bit. If I was to get involved in the wars scouring the Principate, and it was the only possible way I could see of getting the lease accord signed, then I couldn't just go in like a drunk brawler and swing at everything in sight. The dead king was on the march, and that changed everything. I couldn't keep dropping geographical features on armies when I'd be needing those same armies to take the field against Keter before long. Not only was I weakening the same grand alliance I needed to keep from collapsing, there was a very real risk that everyone I killed down here would get up and start fighting for the other side at some point. Burning the dead would greatly limit the spectrum of necromancy that could be used on them, Diabolist had assured me, but not prevent the magic entirely from being used. Even a mass grave filled with ashes could be a threat if the hidden horror got his hands on it. Diplomacy would be the preferable option here, but I tried that before, and my knuckles were starting to bleed from the amount of times the door had been slammed on them. I'd been named Arch-Heretic of the East, and while back in Callow that had been met with indignant riots, the title would weigh a lot more in the eyes of the western half of Calernia. That I'd effectively been made the head of the Drow religion would only make it worse, and there would be no keeping that under wraps for long. The only way I'd get the other nations to sit at the table was if they no longer believed they could really win against me without losing everything else. Which meant I was going to have to kill some very powerful people before the year was out. The Grey Pilgrim couldn't be one, because if I killed him, then the Dominion wouldn't stop before either was I buried in pieces or their country was a heap of cinders. I'd made my peace with that. While not someone I'd ever trust, he was someone I could work with. The Saint, though? I'd need her head on a pike before I got anywhere. Considering I had serious doubts, even dropping an entire mountain on that old monster would kill her, I needed to prepare something that would. The voice in the back of my head that sounded like my father kept reminding me that relying on an artifact was the kind of foolishness that got villains killed, but that wasn't what I was doing. Not exactly. I was crafting a tool, in the same way a goblin alchemist would craft munitions. My sword and scabbard had been propped up against my table when I took them off my belt, and I leaned over to grasp them now. No goblin steel blade. This, or shard of winter given shape. I'd made a request of save NOC before we left the Everdark, when my strategy had begun to take shape, and it had been fulfilled. The scabbard was carved obsidian, a tale writ in runes of some fool girl who'd made an accord with sister goddesses. The characters were twined around something else, a declaration of intent. Losera Queen, first under the night. There was power in putting truth to stone, especially when you had been part of the story told. The blade within the sheath had not left it since the first rest, the only visible part being the long handle of onyx and amethyst. I'd learned the uses of those stones well in the last few months. One to ingest power, the other to facilitate communion and connection to the divine. Closing my fingers around the handle, I closed my eyes as well, breathing in deep. The night slithered through my veins, answering the call, and I felt the weight of the crows on my shoulders. They approved, these quarrelsome goddesses of mine. That was not nearly as reassuring as they believed it to be. I focused, clearing my thoughts, and the folds of my tent were unceremoniously pushed open. The Queen of Callow alone in her tent, handling her sword, Archer mused. There's, definitely, a joke in there. I bit back an irritated reply, eyes fluttering open. The night turned to smoke, leaving me, but there would be time enough later. Every hour I could spare, in fact. I assume you came in for a reason? I said. There's word from our scouts on Rochulent. So Ramina wants to see you, she replied. I grunted in answer, rolling my shoulder questioningly. The pop that eventually ensued served as a reminder that sitting on the ground for a few hours had actual physical consequences these days. I put my hand against the table to push myself up before pausing under Archer's bemused gaze. I chewed on my lip, then called on the night again. Darkness gathered around the sword and scabbard like flies to honey, for a moment emptying the inside of my tent from every speck of shadow. I heard Kamina laughing in my ear, before she lent her hand to the shaping. Making power stable and solid was always more difficult than just seizing it. I leaned on the long, crooked staff of ebony now in my hand to drag myself up to me feet. Indrani's hazelnut eyes were studying me curiously. Gonna tell me what that was about? She lightly asked. There's no point in having advisors, I said, if I don't occasionally take their advice. Ooh, cryptic, she praised. Well, I am a priestess, I drawled back. You may now guide me to my humble flock, wench. She grinned. You know, in Alaman's romances that have very nice illustrations of what wicked priestesses of evil should wear, Archer informed me. I rolled my eyes and pulled ahead of her. She was still trying to convince to wear clothes that in this weather would get me frostbite in very inconvenient parts when we got to the mouthy old drow's tent, but that was where the easy mood died. Ramina Tombmaker had looked unflappable even when throwing gauntlets down simultaneously at the feet of both the long-stride cabal's most dangerous mighty and myself at the peak of my mastery over winter. That it now looked somewhat disturbed while looking at the map of Procker we'd taken from our Levantine prisoners was not a good sign. Acua was already lounging in the back of the tent, which was deserted save the two of them. Less than surprising, given that it was still daylight out and most drow hadn't yet emerged from their dawn-induced slumber. The general barely glanced at the staff I was leaning on, but I felt Diabolist's gaze linger. I did not meet her eyes, instead limping to sit across from the old drow who had greeted me with a mere nod. Archer unceremoniously dropped down at my side, though given the flask that had mysteriously appeared in her hand, I doubted she'd be paying much attention to the proceedings. "Report," I simply said. "Lord Iva has returned from Rochelant," Ramina said. "The city is already under occupation." My brow rose, and my wariness as well. Humans stepping on other humans wouldn't wrinkle the Tomb-maker's brow, which meant there was more to this. "By who?" I asked. Acua cleared her throat. While Lord Iva was not familiar with the banners being flown, it offered detailed descriptions, the Shade said. 2 emblems are being flown, that of the Hierarch of the League of Free Cities and the personal heraldry of the Theodosians of Helike. I started in surprise. I thought the Hierarch had refused a banner. I said. "He did," Acua amusedly replied. "It is blank cloth, and so even more easily recognizable than heraldry from a distance." I mulled over that. The Hierarch's personal banner would be flown regardless of his actual presence, given that he was in theory the supreme commander of the military forces of the League, so that didn't give us much. Neither did the tyrant's family colors being up there, unfortunately. The villain was essentially a sack full of wet and angry cats made into a person, so schemes were only to be expected. None of this, though, explained why Ramina was feeling unsettled. "There's more," I stated, and it was not a question. As there were no armies encamped outside the walls and no visible watch in place, Lord Iva infiltrated the city, Ramina said. "The humans within appear to have gone mad." "Define mad," I said. Acua stepped in. "There appears to be a revolt taking place," she said. "Citizens are forming tribunals and killing officials and prominent individuals after public trials, under the supervision of Helikian soldiers." I blinked. "Supervision," I repeated slowly. "They're not being forced." Lord Iva reported feeling the urge to join these trials, General Ramina said, and that the urge grew stronger the longer it remained within. This is unusual. Though this took place under the glare of the sun, such influence over our kind has no precedent to my knowledge. I felt talons digging painfully into my shoulders and winced. The sisters weren't pleased that someone might be meddling with minds of one of their own, even one who'd chosen to swear itself to my service. "Aspect, you think?" I asked Acua. "Hard to tell without taking a closer look," she admitted. "Large-scale manipulation of minds by ritual is not unprecedented. Dread Emperor Imperius once compelled an entire army to suicide, but the Carrion Lord's scuffle with the forces of Helike should have killed a significant portion of their most skilled practitioners. I am not certain they could accomplish such a working anymore. Not directly." She paused. "There is, of course, another path possible," Diabolist said. "Binding an entity capable of such influence would require fewer mages, though it would carry significant risks." I closed my eyes and counted to 10. "Tell me someone didn't summon a fucking demon in the middle of a continental brawl," I asked. "Someone didn't summon a fucking demon in the middle of a continental brawl," Indrani eagerly replied, the slightest of slurs to her voice. I ignored that, for all our sakes. "Acua," I pressed. "In other times I would wager only the full Stygian magisterium capable of that tier of diabolism," the Shade finally said. "But the Tyrant of Helike has proved surprisingly well-informed. I would not dismiss the possibility out of hand." I clenched my fingers into a fist until the knuckles paled. Of all the violently idiotic things to do, if a demon got loose with this many armies in the region, the damage could be staggering. We could lose the entire center of Procure in a month if it went wrong, and by the time the dust settled, the final contest over who owned Calernia would between demon-corrupted puppets and the armies of the dead. Where were the fucking heroes when you actually needed them? A whole warband was willing to show up for the Battle of the Camps, but this somehow did not require their attention. I forced myself to calm down. Angry thinking was sloppy thinking. We didn't know for sure it was a demon. It could be an aspect, or a ritual, or half 100 tricks I'd never heard about. We'd planned for the worst, but I wouldn't allow myself to get stuck in the perspective it was necessarily what was taking place. "All right," I said, letting out a long breath. "Our approach needs to be adjusted." "How so?" General Ramina asked. "If this is the tyrant screwing with Procure with sorcery or his name, we let it go," I reluctantly said. "I'm not starting a war with the League over this, ugly as that reality is. If our assumption is correct, and the legionaries the League were seen skirmishing with are truly the army of Callow, We might already be at war with them, Acua pointed out. We don't know for sure, I said. It fits, and my instinct is that Juniper's out there, but I'm not going to act based on just that. It could be deserters from Marshal Grimm's army, or a raiding force he sent out. It could be a scheme, if someone knew we were coming, to bait us into starting that very war. And even if was Juniper, we don't know the context of those skirmishes, and note they were that, skirmishes, not a field battle. You do not believe that, not truly, the Shade said. My beliefs are irrelevant, I sharply replied. There's too much at stake here for hasty decisions, and too much we just don't know. Someone out there set up this game, Diabolist, and until we know who that is, I'm not picking any fights I don't have to. Silence reigned after that, and Acua simply inclined her head in deference. And if it isn't? Archer nonchalantly asked. Magic or an aspect, I mean. I put a hand on the low table, feeling the cool, polished surface against the warmth of my flesh. Containment, I softly said. Observation. Then, if necessary, we purge everyone inside. I would not allow a demon to run rampant this close to so many armies and named. I would not allow the tyrant to wield that dangerous a tool when both those things were so close, as that might even more dangerous. If the city could not be saved, then I would see it burn to the ground. It was the closest thing to mercy I could still offer. The lease accords would ban the summoning of demons in any circumstances. I thought with irritation, not that it meant anything until they were signed. Allowable use of non-creational entities and circumstances therein. There was an entire section of the treaty dedicated to this stuff. Considering what it had to say about angels, it wouldn't be all that popular with some people, but then others would be less than pleased about the parts pertaining to devils. I did not mind beginning to enforce the sheerest common sense onto this continent at sword point before signatures had been put to the accords, if it proved necessary. Then you would have us prepare for battle, General Ramina said, tone neutral. You have your orders, Tombmaker, I said. There was a whisper of power in the tent, and the phantom weight of the crows on my shoulders. The old drow took in the sight of the sisters' manifest, and immediately bowed its head. By your will, first under the night, it replied. I will begin preparations immediately. The weight was gone, quick as it had come, and I let the general leave the tent without further comment. My eyes moved to the map on the table, the small stones that had been placed on it. We were a day's march from Rochelant, and whatever awaited us there now. There'd be answers soon enough. If it is not a demon, Acua suddenly said, breaking through the silence. If the kingdom of Callow is not at war with the League, then there might be an opportunity awaiting. I picked up the black stone representing our army and spun it idly between my fingers. My gaze remained on the inked borders and cities of the Principate of Procur, on the few colored stones marking the forces we knew about. The two armies of the Dominion, the rumored Proceran relief force coming from Salia, the most likely current operating theater of the legions under Marshal Grimm, where we'd believe the armies of the League to be, though that would need reassessment. And far to the south, the duped border army of the First Prince desperately hurrying back towards tactical relevance. The thorough interrogation of the Levantine outriders had wielded more information than anticipated, even if a lot of it was rumors. You want to make a deal with the tyrant of Helike, Indrani guffawed. Because that's going to end well. An alignment between Callow and the League alone would force the Grand Alliance to the peace table, the Shade pointed out. The addition of the Empire Everdark further tips the balance. We would be as much of an existential threat as the Dead King, in some aspects. The alignment need not last forever for concessions to be extracted. There was a pattern somewhere in there, I thought. Oh, it looked like sheer bloody chaos at first glance, but I'd fought wars before, and something about this was raising my hackles. Someone had helped this storm to brew, and that meant someone would benefit from it. Militia had once told me that when beginning a scheme, one must first consider the desired outcome. She was a lot better at this game than I'd ever be, but I could derive some use from that lesson. What did the players in Isère want? The Grand Alliance wanted to crush the invasion as swiftly as possible before sending all its forces north. The Legions of Terror, if their march upwards was any indication, wanted to use the northern passage to retreat towards Callow. The League was the entity hardest to predict. It had two heads, the Hierarch and the Tyrant, and it was unclear who was really holding the reins of the horse. If anyone is at all. If they'd wanted territorial gains, I thought, they would not have come this far north so early. It would have been sounder sense to smash the Proceran border army in Tenerife, then quickly move to occupy a few southern principalities while the Principate was forced to deal with other threats in the heartlands. Instead, they'd join the complicated dance taking place in Isère. See, the problem with that is that at some point we're at a table with the tyrant, Indrani said. That's basically throwing jugs of oil at a bonfire, Acua. He's gonna fuck someone before that conference is done, and it might just be us. Remove the League forces from Isère, and what did you get? 18,000 veterans under Graham, my own southern expedition of 50,000, and possibly a portion of the army of Callow, all of which would join up into a single force when faced with external foes. Against that, a relief army from Salia that should be at least 30,000 to be worth throwing into the mess. 80,000 split in two from the Dominion. And maybe, though to be honest the chances weren't great, that army of 20,000 from Tenerife would make it in time to participate. I doubted anyone from the League would have been able to predict the kind of army I'd come back with, but then they might have just been betting blind on my coming back with some kind of force, east against west, to paint in broad strokes. The Grand Alliance had us beat in numbers. We'd have better soldiery, though, and unless the heroes stepped in, we'd have the only named on the field. If truce couldn't be reached, there would be a clash on a massive scale, and one of those coalitions would come out of it shattered. Put back the League onto the field, though, and suddenly the difference was obvious. Like Indrani had mused days ago, neither coalition could commit to that kind of a clash because both ran a risk the tyrant would come swinging at their back when they were occupied. This, I decided, couldn't be the hierarch's game. Unless the man was hiding deep cunning and political acumen behind the rambling letters and had been playing some of the finest minds on the continent, and also me. Like fiddles, then this wasn't his doing. It would be the tyrant of Helike moving through him. No one can make a deal with the League, because the madman ruling it will refuse to make one out of principle, I thought. And the tyrant, if the eyes of the Empire were to be believed, had been the one to arrange for the hierarch to be elected in the first place. That did not feel like a coincidence. I closed my palm over the stone I'd been twirling, then absent-mindedly knocked it against the surface of the table. But if you're trying to prevent one side from being crippled, I murmured, then why are you stirring the pot? If the objective was to keep the East and the West from bloodying each other to the extent that no one would be able to stand against the dead king, it would run against the grain to keep shoving chaos into Isère, which he was absolutely doing, if the situation in Rochulent was what it sounded like. Unless you really don't give a shit about the war, I thought, because the war is just a way for you to get at something, so it doesn't matter who wins it, so long as they don't win it too early. But if that was really the case, Catherine, Acua said. My head rose. I hadn't realized until now, but silence had fallen over the tent. Call Romina back, I ordered. There won't be a demon in Rochulent. I'll be heading to the city with a small escort, while the army under it needs to be moving elsewhere. And fast. And what will be doing there? Indrani asked. It had never even occurred to her, I thought affectionately, that she would not be coming. Paying a visit to my eternal friend, I said, to find out what it is exactly he needs so badly from Cordelia Hazenbach. Book 5, Chapter 6, Furor. The words of one sage are wisdom, the words of 100 are riot. Atalantian saying, what was it with Proserpine cities and looking kind of shoddy? Rochulent at least had bothered to put up walls at some point in its history, which the Calawan in me could not help but approve of, but those miserable piles of mud and stone looked like they hadn't seen a day's maintenance in the last century. I wouldn't need sorcery to knock those over, just a sapper with a few tools and a pile of firewood. On the other hand, I couldn't help but stare at the size of the place. Come winter, and we were definitely there, there must have been at least 20-something thousand people living in there. Rochulent was a goblin's dream playground, all wooden thatched houses and narrow alleys. But by Proserpine standards this was considered a small city. There would be a handful of those in Isère alone, with the eponymous capital being significantly larger. Sometimes it boggled the mind how many people actually lived within the borders of the Principate. Sure, these were the heartlands, and by far the most densely populated part of the realm, but I wouldn't be surprised if the total population of Procer beat that of Callow and Praise put together. But the behemoth is quarrelsome and slow to wake, I thought. That had been the sole saving grace of the Principate's bordering nations since the crowning of the founding first prince. Yet both those flaws would have to be fixed if the war up north was to be won. There was a reason I would have peace as set by the lease accords or no peace at all. Procer resurgent, purged of all its weaknesses, might be almost as dangerous to Calernia as the dead king himself. Cordelia Hazenbach did not strike me as particularly ambitious when it came to acquiring new territories directly. Her game had always been a diplomatic in outcome, when she was the one leading the dance. but there was no guarantee her successor would be so inclined. I wasn't going to bloody Callow and its allies just to enable the latest imperial expansion of the Wardens of the West, as the rulers of this realm so arrogantly titled themselves. Iva wasn't making it up, Archer mused. They really haven't bothered to put up sentries. Bold, I've got to say. The walls were only about a dozen feet high, and I had doubts they were thick enough to resist even a single good hit from a trebuchet. But the part Indrani had focused on was perhaps the most important. There was not a soul patrolling atop them, or guarding the city gates, which were as wide open as such a narrow gap allowed. The snowy dirt road leading to them had been used recently, though. There were hoof marks leading into the countryside, so whoever held command in there was fielding at least some patrols. I pulled at the reins of Zombie IV, though the dead horse I'd spared form ending up in a drow cookpot to serve as my undead mount instead showed no reaction to the gesture. Necromancy, insofar as I was truly doing that, and Acua had expressed her doubts on the subject many a time, had gotten a little rougher since I'd traded in winter for night. Whatever strange spark of intelligence my good little abomination Zombie III still held wherever she was, unnecessarily, grazing at grass was absent from my new mount. The sisters insisted this was a consequence of my raw handling of night, but I disagreed. There'd been something to winter that was missing in the night, even after the latter had devoured the former. Croandronike stirred on my shoulder, displeased, but did not take up the argument. It was probably for the best that her sister had remained with the southern expedition, because she most definitely would have. The smoke means chimneys and fires are still being used, Acua noted from my other side. In large enough amount, it cannot be solely the soldiers of the League doing so. That implies some degree of coherent thought remains to the inhabitants. Not a demon, probably, unless it is, Indrani summed up. Diabolist looked deeply pained at the phrasing, but did not disagree. I smothered a smile and urged Zombie forward with a twist of will. The company of drow around us was heavy on lords, at General Ramina's insistence, though to be fair I hadn't bothered to argue. Iva, Soln, Sagas, and Vladimir. The majority of my surviving peerage was trailing the three of us, with around 4 dozen rilla of mixed sigils following behind them in turn. As long as the moon was out, the power at my back was the equivalent of fielding a small army. In power, anyway, and that was always tricky business. All that was necessary for them to turn into a mere 50 drow was the right ward or miracle. They'd been predators among predators, down in the Everdark, but where the firstborn had been shedding their own blood for millennia up here the war had two sides. For all their centuries of fighting and deep wells of night, I often wondered how well my peerage would truly stack up against a well-trained hero. We'll have to find out, eventually, I grimly thought. I shook off the thought and turned my attention back to the present. The closer we got to the city, the more I became convinced there were eyes on us. There was not a soul immediately through the gates, which made that rather interesting. Andronike's sliver of godhood on my shoulder should be quite enough to make a wreck of any attempt to scry us, implying something was actually watching us directly. Archer, I murmured. Even under the hood and cloth, I saw her brow creasing. Correct me if I'm wrong, Indrani said. But I'm guessing if these people can't even put together the coin for decent walls, they shouldn't have enough to put up gargoyles on them. Acua stilled. Helikians are fond of animating stone, the shades said. Though admittedly, they've rarely succeeded at anything larger than a dog. Now that I knew what to look for, I could make out the small silhouettes that had wedged themselves into holes and fissures. Imp-like sculptures of rough stone, some with the heads of dogs, and others more lizard-like. Many had wings, though not all. I'd missed them at first look, I thought, because none of them were moving even the slightest bit. Not even the eyes. No sentries, huh, I said. Looks like our good friend the tyrant is a little more careful than he lets on. Iva slid up to me, head already bowed, but I waved away the apology before it could be spoken. It had been the kind of detail someone used to having to consider what people could and could not afford. In essence, not a drow might have missed. Living in massive ornate ruins could be a blind spot of sorts, and both Iva and its scouts had spent their whole lives living in the remnants of their old empire. Interesting, though, that the mistake would fit so well. Had the tyrant gotten lucky, or was there more to it? Regardless, it seemed that my army's last visit to Rotulant might not have been as discreet as we'd previously thought. The tyrant of Heliki, I suspected, would be waiting for us. You'll know next time, I simply told Iva. Mistakes are to be expected. It doesn't matter, so long as you learn from them. As you say, Losera Queen, the Lord of Silent Steps murmured back. With a bow it retreated, just in time for us to enter Rochulent in lockstep. The gate above us was arched, and I felt petty satisfaction at noting that my earlier prediction of poor wall depth proved entirely accurate. The muddy road into the city ahead of us was probably the closest thing to an avenue there was to be found in here. Broad enough for a cart to go through, anyway, which had probably been the measure it was built on. Acua, I simply said. Diabolist met my eyes, inclined her head, and as we passed in the shade cast by a house, she vanished into thin air. She had her instructions already. My arguably finest expert in sorcery would be taking a look at the influence taking hold of Rochulent, though she was to retreat and return to me the moment she started feeling it herself. It is here. Andronike spoke from my shoulder. Like waves lapping at the shore. There is a source further in. Not feeling anything, Indrani noted. For which we give thanks to the night, I mildly replied. I had no intention of walking into a place like this without one of my crow goddesses serving as a shield. My thoughts exactly. Hail the sisters, all that good stuff. Archer snorted. She'd never been one to meet a deity and not debate whether to try to stab it, I recognized with a sigh. We head for the source, I told the drow. Andronike. None may hide from me after dusk, the crow claimed. That might even be true, as I immediately felt a pull in the night guiding me forward through the streets. Given how narrow they were, the drow had to spread out over rooftops to keep even a semblance of formation. They did so in utter silence, ethereal silhouettes in the moonlight that left no mark and bore no weight. We'd left the main road behind, and with that any semblance of the city not being a nightmarish mess of cramped alleys. Tough sometimes it was so tight that Archer couldn't even stay at my side. Our journey through was informative in some ways. There were still people inside the houses, though not nearly as many as there should be this late out. The sounds in the distance told me that Iva's report of tribunals had not been idle chatter. I could hear shouting in Shantan, the bay of a mob out for a good hanging. The first trial we came across was on the steps of a house of light, and the sight of a roiling mob of nearly 100 had me ordering my horse to a halt. The Procerans did not pay us the slightest attention, though the other foreigners did. Watching on passively from a distance, a dozen soldiers in scale armor were standing apart from the crowd. Sword and board men. The lot of them, though the mail beneath the scales going down to their knees was a style of armor known to me. Helikian, though these men-at-arms were missing the javelins their lot was reputed to bear. The tyrant's soldiers looked at us, but before long returned their attention to the citizens. So you knew we were coming, I thought. Or your orders are not to care about outsiders coming in. Gaze returning to the Procerans, I tried to parse out the mixed shouts of Shantan and Tolesian they were using interchangeably and found only mixed success. The man they were attempting to hold a tribunal over was obvious, a brother from the House of Light, wearing what had once been very nice robes now ripped and dirted. Accusations, bribery, and withheld healing were tossed at him, but my interest lay in the fact that there were other priests among the crowd, shouting with the others, red-faced and thirsty for blood. Whatever was animating these people, even priesthood was no opponent for it. They're not resorting to violence yet, I noted out loud. That robe didn't rip itself, Archer replied. Yes, but she was missing the point. For all the anger and fervor stirring up the crowd, they were not simply tearing the accused apart. The process was rough and loud, but accusations were being laid and witnesses called. Some law, I suspected, was being obeyed. But whose? It was certainly not the laws of Isaiah, or even those few that held for the entire Principate. We stayed long enough to see the crowd begin voting on the 7 among them that would make up the tribunal and pass the sentence, though I did not remain to witness what would be the inevitable conclusion. There were already headless corpses staining the front of the house that told me the nature of it. The Helikian soldiers parted wordlessly for us when I rode past them, Archer at my side. None of them caught sight of the shadows following me by way of the rooftops. 3 more of these trials we encountered as I let the night guide me further into Rochulent, each headed for grim ending. There's something in the air here, Indrani grunted as we passed the 3rd. Blood, I flatly replied. I glanced to the side as she pulled back her hood a fraction, revealing troubled hazelnut eyes. This almost feels like a domain, cat, she said. Only wrong. Winter was cruel, but it was clear. This has a fever to it, a sickness. Whatever's at the center of this, it is. Mad. I shivered, fingers closing tightly around my ebony staff. I'd heard what she did not say. It was mad, and so it was dangerous, and we were head towards it. And still we advance, I said. Stillness held for a moment. Well, Archer said, pulling down her hood. Not like we ever let good sense get in the way before. I sent Zombie forward, knowing there was a grain of truth to that. Andronike's talons dug into my shoulder as we made our way out of the alley not long after, a sign we'd reached the source of this bloody dream. The clamor could be heard long before I saw anything with my own eyes, the wave of sound that was hundreds of people talking and screaming and moving. Before us stood what was likely a marketplace, though packed full with citizens as it was that could only remain a guess. Men and women were standing in line in the back, up against a tavern, and I watched as the one in front was dragged to the side and beheaded before the parted corpse was dragged away out of sight. Immediately, the tribunal that had passed the sentence returned to the mob, and voting began on who would make up the next as the second in line in the back was brought to the front. This was it, I thought. Even with the crow goddess on my shoulder, shielding me from the worst of this, I could feel something rippling in the air, a steady pulse like a heartbeat. Leaning on the height temporarily granted to me by my horse, I followed the sensation to its source. There was a table to the side of the proceedings, more a pile of crates than anything else, and at it sat a single man. Tanned in the way of the free cities, he was dressed like a beggar in worn robes too loose on his frame, which was thin, though not the thinness of the Heathy. He looked like he'd had too many lean meals, or perhaps like the fire in those gray eyes had eaten away at his body from the inside. The hierarch of the League of Free Cities, for this could not be anyone else, was middle-aged and balding. His eyebrows were thick and bushy, both they and his sparse beard warring between white streaks and dark brown. One of his boots, I could not help but notice, had been so poorly sewn back on the sole was coming off at the front. I looked at him, saw him scribbling on a clay tablet while intently following the proceedings, and felt the slightest bit of fear. He looked like no one, I thought. But coming from his body like an invisible current was some deep and terrible power the touch of which could be felt over all of Rocheland. It was not reaching into my mind, not yet, but it felt as if raising my hand would allow me to feel the unseen ripples. That's an aspect, Indrani said, voice hushed. Gods, how can that be an aspect? Andronike, I asked. The crow goddess did not reply for a long moment, until I turned my head to look at her. If a bird could look uncomfortable, I saw, it would be something like this. This is difficult, Andronike said, voice tight. The pull is strong. My fingers clenched. You're having a hard time fighting him, I croaked. What the hell's is this, Andronike? He's named not Faith, the crow got out. This is faith, Catherine Foundling. Pure unadulterated belief, untainted by doubt or hesitation. It sings, and the world sings back. Faith in what? I asked. Nothing, Andronike hissed. A snake eating its own tail. It is bleak madness screamed by endless throats, and it would stand tribunal over the gods themselves. I swallowed. And the tyrant of Helike was using this man as a pawn. We need to leave, Archer said. We're not ready for this. Not without Masigo. I breathed in, breathed out. Fear was the death of reason. None of the reasons I had come here had changed. If anything, the depths of the man I was still looking at made it more important to get a handle on what the League was after. I allowed my staff to slip my fingers and hit the frozen ground. Calling on a breath's worth of night, I used to support to get off my horse. Indrani sucked in a breath. Cat, this is a trap, she said. And still I advance. I ruefully smiled. Andronike, safeguard them. The crow left my shoulder, a few flaps of her wings landing her atop the head of the eerily still zombie. It will sing to you, first under the night, the goddess warned. Ah, but that's the trick, I told her, baring my teeth. You can't go mad. Twice. Oh goddess of night. Limping against my staff, I slipped into the crowd. The sound and power beat at my eardrums like a ram, in some way intertwined, and it took me by surprise hard enough some man almost elbowed me off my feet. I grit my teeth and shoved back with my staff. It should have stung, but the man was too busy screaming his vote in Shantan to notice. Going straight through would see me trampled, I decided, so I made my way to the edge instead and began circling around. The pounding in my ears was relentless. Again and again it came as I stumbled around half-blind, until I could almost make out words. Almost. I caught my breath against a half-fallen stall, and only then gathered enough attention to notice the woman staring at me. It was almost too absurd to think, aggressively nondescript. There was a muted look to her face, as if her thoughts were halfway elsewhere, though as she narrowed her eyes, I felt something brush against my mind. Somewhere very far away, save NOC bared their teeth in displeasure. The stranger paled, eyes turning bloodshot, and clutched her forehead as scarlet began dripping out of her nostrils. Shouldn't have done that, I thought. Can there be monsters, my friend? I immediately felt dozens of stares settle on me, but I ignored them and began the journey again. Not far, now, and where the hierarch was seated a gap had formed in the crowd. I pushed the last woman out of the way, though I froze just after. I could have sworn I'd hear someone whisper in my ear, though the words had been indistinct. My fingers clutched the staff, and I drew comfort from the sensation of the night within, letting out a deep breath and putting myself together. The named, I saw, had not so much as glanced at me. Neither did he bother when I stepped around the makeshift table until I stood behind him. I glanced down at the words being scribbled on the clay tablet with a stone stylet. That wasn't Shantan, I noted. I didn't recognize the language, although at one of the words was very close to the Mtethwa for protest, so it might be traitor talk. The second Maleficent had held the region under her grasp for long enough there'd been some bleed into the local tongue, I'd read. Will anyone but you actually be able to read those? I said in Shantan. I'd meant to speak lightly, but my voice came out rough instead. The hierarch finally paused in his writing, turning to look at me. There was something calm, almost resigned, to the stare, as if nothing of creation could truly ruffle his feathers. Irrelevant, the hierarch replied in the same tone, chiding. Transcripts must be kept of trials held. I blinked. Not the answer I'd expected. The power battering at my mind was weakening. I felt, slowly but surely. Did the aspect require concentration? I am Dash. You have the look of a foreign tyrant, the hierarch accused. Back home it's called regular tyranny, though. I replied, and immediately bit my tongue. I'd really thought I was done with the whole taunting dangerous, powerful madman thing, but apparently old habits died hard. The hierarch's brow furrowed as he seemed to seriously mull over that. The battering ram slowed even further. That seems logical, he muttered. It should be passed on to the Republic for consideration. Then he turned those dark eyes back on me. You do not deny the charge of tyranny, he pressed. You already laid out your stance in our correspondence, I said. He seemed vaguely surprised, then thoughtful. You are Cordelia Hazenbach, the man stated, half questioningly. A moment passed, while I was genuinely at a loss for words. I thought. So this is why the tyrant thinks he can make a pawn of you. For a heartbeat, I debated actually pretending I was the first prince just to see if I could make some trouble for her, but discarded the notion just as quick. Best not to roll dice when they had teeth and a noted fondness for biting. Catherine Foundling, I replied. Queen of Callow. If he felt embarrassed about the mistake, he didn't show it in the slightest. There's no such thing, he told me sternly. Queens or Catherine Foundling, I said, because one of those debates is a lot more philosophical than I'm equipped to handle. Behind us the clamor of the crowd had quieted some, but by the sounds of it the trials hadn't stopped. Neither had the aspect, I thought, at least not entirely. But what had been a trumpet earlier was a murmur now, and that I could handle while keeping most of my wits about me. Aristocracy is a festering wound upon the people, and Naxares of Bellerophon gravely informed me. May hail strike it repeatedly for 1,000 years. That seemed a little excessive. There shouldn't be much left to hail on after the 1st century. Preaching to the choir there, I said. I've never fought a war against someone who didn't have some sort of title. Yet you are a queen, he said, blithely ignoring his previous assertion there was no such thing. For the moment, I shrugged. I intend to abdicate when it's feasible. So your kind always claims, the hierarch said, eyes turning flinty. Give me the right, they say, give me the laws and the swords. I will keep you safe until the storm has passed. And service becomes rule, rule becomes tyranny until, lovingly, the yoke is fastened around our necks. Like the hammer on the anvil, the ram against the gate, the dull pounding of his power began to sound in the distance. Slow, swelling, implacable, but I would not be cowed that easily. Is this why the League has gone to war? I asked. To end crowns. There wasn't a single thing that changed about him, I thought. He was still a skeleton of a man in ill-fitting robes, a scarecrow with a scowl. Not a single thing had changed, and yet, if I strained the ear, I could hear the chorus. The howls of the mob. Chains ripped apart, palaces toppled, and bones being crushed. Torches starting a fire that would spread across the world. A song of revolt, of rebellion. I could feel it, like warm wine running through my veins. It was harsh and unforgiving, but oh how glorious it was. How easy it would have been to partake of it, and let that warmth swallow me whole. We are all of us free, or we are none of us free, the hierarch of the League of Free Cities said, voice like steel. There is no middle ground. And for the lashes struck at our back, all will be called to account. If gallows must be raised for devils and angels alike, so be it. I almost out of sheer contrariness, pointed out that devils did not die but only disperse. But would they really, if it was this man passing the sentence? Suddenly I was not so certain. My mistake, I thought, had been trying to think of him as either a terror or a fool. Fear had dogged me, wading through his aspect, but it had retreated as we spoke. As the man proved to be so uninterested in his surrounding as to be lost, I'd allowed the cadenced little phrases, the obvious mistakes and ignorance, to lull me into believing him adrift, living in his own world. But Black had warned me about people like this, hadn't he? About named who did not see creation as it was, but how it should be. Men and women who embraced their vision so deeply they bent the world around them to match it. My mistake, I thought once more, had been to believe he must be only one of the two. He was not. The tyrant of Helike had not sharpened this blade so carefully to cut a mortal empire, I decided. There was a broader game unfolding. It's a pretty dream, I said. A pretty speech. But you ended it before you got to the end. The part where you declare war on the rest of the continent for those same pretty things, and it eats you alive. It's not a fight you're going to win, hierarch. The man's lips quirked, his face serene save for the scorn. War against Calernia, he said amusedly, as if tearing down masters was the same thing as warring on their slaves. You betray yourself, tyrant. You think I wage war on them. The stylus flicked at the crowd of procerents. The axe went up, the axe went down. Another dead man, dragged into the alley. The old faceless thing bade me to choose a side, the hierarch said. And at long last, I have. My eyes narrowed. The old faceless thing. There weren't a lot of entities out there that would fit that epithet. Anaxares of Bellerophon smiled, crooked teeth bared. You think us outnumbered? He said. How many of us are there, tyrant? And how many of you? I could have wounded him, then. Not with a blade. Here and now. Even if he did not lift a finger, I did not think that would end well for me, but with words. A reminder that he marched with slavers and monsters, that his own league would turn on him in due time, that he should get his own fucking house in order before tossing stones at mine. Or maybe that power would fail him, in the end, and that like the city-state that spawned him his road would end in blood and whimpering. But there would be a place and a time for that, and it was not tonight. I had seen the sword, and must now see its wielder. It's a lovely song, I said instead, but it's always easier to break than to make. The hierarch's gaze returned to the trial, where the accused was being dragged to the fore. There will be one for you as well, one day, he said. But not tonight, I said. Not tonight, he softly agreed. I left as the man bent back over his tablet, hand moving anew to write words only he could read. It was past time I had a chat with the other madman in this city. Book 5, Chapter 7, Fellowship. Fool me once, and it'd best be fatal, for my reply certainly will be. Dread Emperor Vindictive 2. What the fuck was that? Archer hissed. They hadn't fled the marketplace, of course, because big important bird goddesses like Andronite couldn't possibly flee. I yelped and slapped her away. If the damn sisters kept pecking at my head like this, I was going to go bald at some point. Fine, they had. Redeployed. Away from the mob and the madman feeding it. I looked down at the fist bunching up my cloak in the front, which was Indrani's. You'll have to be a little more specific, I said. She scrutinized my face for a moment, before grimacing and releasing me. Well, if you can be a heel, you probably still own your mind, she said. That was stupid, Catherine. We weren't even near the crowd, and we could still feel it when he got pissed. It was necessary, I said, brushing down the folds of my cloak. Don't you start with that speech, Archer growled. If I got a copper for every time you talked about necessity dash, you still wouldn't be able to afford your drinking habits, I drily interrupted. The look on her face was thunderous, so I smoothed away the humor from my expression. I'm serious, I said. I needed to take the measure of him. When someone lets a lion loose in the pen, you don't pretend it's not happening, not unless you're ready to lose the whole flock. That's what we have Vivi for, Indrani insisted. The Jack's dash would have been in that crowd, hollering for blood, I flatly replied. You know that. It was a calculated risk, Archer. Since when do? I bit down on my tongue. I knew exactly since when she'd started taking issue with those. I was in no danger of ever forgetting the sight of Indrani half devoured by frost, only hanging on to life by a thread, and, I had recently learned, the preservative properties of ice according to the classical table of elements. Finish, Indrani quietly said. Not a conversation we should be having in the middle of an alley in a city under occupation, I evaded. Finish, Indrani repeated, coldly. Even Acua is worried, Archer, I said. I know you like to handle things on your own, but it's not getting better. I'm fine, she told me forcefully. Or is disagreeing with you a sign of cowardice now? I didn't say that, I replied. A year ago we wouldn't have been having this conversation, I thought. But then a year ago there'd been fewer defeats to our name, fewer close calls and wounds that would never quite heal. An emotion I couldn't quite recognize twisted her face, until she winced. It doesn't matter if we're in an alley, Catherine, Archer finally said, taking a step back. Because there's nothing to talk about. I wondered if she even noticed how her fingers were twitching towards the strap at her side, where she usually kept a flask. Probably not. I decided. I knew from personal experience that we tended to be blind to the methods we used to bury our fears until they were pointed out to us. Her way, at least, I was familiar with. Some nights I wondered if I might have disappeared all the way at the bottom of the bottle after second lease, if Hakram hadn't dragged me back. I hesitated under moonlight, a reply on the tip of my tongue. I'd had a talk with Diabolist once, about her mother, about the difference between a person and their title, the way Presi considered them entirely different entities. I still disagreed with what she'd said, the painful contortion of personhood her people had to put themselves through just to live with what they did to each other. But sometimes I could also see a grain of truth to it. The woman in me wanted to find a quiet place, a safe one, and try to soothe what was eating at one of my closest friends in the world, even if it meant leaving Rochulent. But the Queen knew there was still work to be done tonight, that this business was only half done, and that what lay within Indrani would keep until morning. The Queen won, in the end. Didn't she always? This isn't done, I told Indrani. It is for tonight, she replied. Getting back atop Zombie's saddle had the taste of defeat to it. Wouldn't be the last of those, before this was all done and over with. We pressed on deeper into the city, named and priestess and a crow that wasn't surrounded by a pack of silent killers. A kinsman of sorts awaited us. The place the tyrant of Helike chose for his lair served as my first glimpse into the man's mind. There would have been a few places in Rochulent royalty could claim to maintain a semblance of comfort. The official quarters of the appointed ruler of the city, the mansions of the influential and the wealthy, a house of light to empty and desecrate. Instead, Kairos Theodosian had settled in the shop of a middling money changer. Someone whose very trade was the exchange of one currency for another. The entire city block was crawling with soldiers and much more discreet gargoyles. What must have once been a largely unimportant street turned into the heart of the League's occupation of Rochulent. There was no military sense to the location, I thought. It was poorly placed to deploy troops or send messengers, not to mention surrounded by very flammable shops. No prestige to such a choice, either, as money-changing was not a profession of particularly good repute. This was a villain making a jest that quite possibly no one would ever get, in defiance of more practical choices, simply because he could. My teacher's lessons, I decided, would not be of great use here. The tyrant was one face of the coin he'd spent a lifetime melting down so the metal could be put to better use. Black did not make deals with people like this, did not negotiate. He killed them as quickly as he could to limit the collateral damage, then ripped out what had spawned them root and stem so he wouldn't have to come back and do it again a decade down the line. That wasn't an option for me, so I'd have to handle the madman a different way. I led Zombie and a cantered down the street, rows of men-at-arms armed to the teeth watching me carefully. Idly pretending to brush back my hair, I gestured for the drow following from the rooftops to stay back. I didn't know what kind of the defenses the tyrant would have prepared, to know I was coming with the likes of Andronike perched on my shoulder and still feel comfortable allowing me into Rochulent, but it was best not to test them. Archer and the Crow Goddess I kept at my side, until a mounted officer approached us at the very edge of the defensive perimeter. She kept her sword sheathed at her side, though by the look on her face, she would have preferred otherwise. I halted my horse without needing to be told, my companions following suit. Queen Catherine, she called out in crisp lower Meson. That would be me, I said. And you are? General Basilia, she said. You were expected. Safe passage is granted to you by the writ of the tyrant of Helike. Her gaze flicked to Indrani and Andronike. To you alone, she meaningfully said. Catherine, Archer said under her breath. This is Dash. He needs me alive and on the field, I mildly replied. It's not that kind of trap. You don't know that for sure, she insisted. Certainty is a luxury I can rarely afford, I said. If it goes south, gloat all you'd like. Andronike. Not beyond my reach. The Crow stated, eyeing the changing house. Good enough, I grunted. Zombie resumed his advance, and I entered the dragon's lair. General Basilia cast me a dark glance as I passed her. Someone wasn't happy I was being allowed in, evidently. Wasn't sure why she was being so ornery. I'd had the man her tyrant had usurped the throne from shot back when I was still the squire. Surely that should earn me some measure of fondness? Apparently not. I drearily thought, feeling her gaze remaining on my back as I rode forward. The heavy and layered wards I could feel washing over my skin with a distinct tingle made it clear that distrust truly was the order of the night. The soldiers parted with silent discipline until I reached the steps of the changing house, leaning on my staff to dismount with a muted curse. A man-at-arms came up to take Zombie's reins, but I clicked my tongue in disapproval. I wouldn't recommend that, I said. He bites. A twist-of-will had my dead horse baring his teeth. The soldier stepped back, a glimmer of fear in her eyes. I'd spent long enough idling, though, so up I went the worn steps and through the already open door. The inside was lit up with torches and mage lights, which almost surprised me. I'd half expected some innocent soul to be serving as fuel instead. A sweeping glance was enough to give me an idea of the inside. A large common room for trade to be held, with a counter at the back in front of twin doors leading to backrooms. A few tapestries in the manner of the free cities had been hung on the walls, most of them about Theodosius the Unconquered, but the room had been largely stripped bare. It only made the fresh additions more glaring. 2 rows of twisted little gargoyles, some bearing trumpets, were wiggling around and chattering like vermin. Between them a red carpet had been set, leading up to a throne literally resting on the back of a foursome of pitiful-looking gargoyles. On it was the tyrant of Helice, Kairos Theodosian. So frail, I thought. Curly dark brown hair and olive skin made his ancestry clear, but these were by far the least striking parts of the villain. One of his eyes was deep red, as if blood had seeped into it, and his sickly frame looked like it could be blown over by a stiff breeze. Opulent robes in rich purple, covered in part by a long strip of cloth of gold draped over the front, boasted broad sleeves, but not quite broad enough to hide that the arm he kept covered was trembling. No crown was set on his brow, but he was casually toying with an ivory scepter ending in a golden roaring lion's head. I could feel the enchantments wafting off of it, even from the other side of the room. The tyrant took one look at me, good eye widening, and convulsed. For a heartbeat, I was worried that the night had somehow hurt him, but the convulsion erupted into raucous, heartfelt laughter. I blinked, taken aback. I flicked a glance at the nearest gargoyle, but it just put out its tongue at me. I discreetly kicked it while the tyrant kept laughing his guts out. Eventually, the villain got himself under control, wiping tears out of his eyes with trembling hands. "Oh, that is a fine jest indeed," he said, then peeked at the floor. "You never disappoint." I cleared my throat. "I don't suppose you'd care to share?" I said. The tyrant smiled at me in the way of man for whom smiles came easy and meant little. "You are so short," Kairos Theodosian said. "It is quite delightful." He was a good liar, I decided, but I'd known better. Just by looking at me he'd learned something, and I had no idea what. I set that aside for later consideration. "Bet I could beat you in a foot race, though," I said. The smile broadened into a grin, and he sprawled unceremoniously across his throne, which was, I was only now noticing, outrageously gaudy. And I'd been in the tower. I damn well knew what gaudy looked like. A pair of crowned cripples running through the streets, he cheerfully mused. If we charged for seats, we could make a killing. Suddenly he twitched. "Ah," he said, "but where are my manners? Courtiers, announce our guest." To my horrified fascination, the trumpet-bearing gargoyles raised their instrument and began blowing into it, which had mixed results, since assuming they even had lungs they would be made of stone, and that most didn't have lips. After the musical atrocity ended in a whimper, the tyrant raised his hand regally. "Black Queen, I welcome you to my humble court," he announced. "The honor is mine, Lord Tyrant," I deadpanned. "Please, take a seat," the villain waved away airily. A waddling gargoyle carrying a plush cushioned seat above its head made its way across the carpet, setting it at my back and bowing with a chittering sound before running away. "Much appreciated," I said. I eyed the seat skeptically. No obvious sorcery to be found. I prodded the cushion with my seat, but it did not seem to be filled with rusty razor blades or poisonous snakes. I glanced back at the tyrant and found him looking at my staff quite intently. Well, only one way to find out for sure. I settled down and found it a little worn, but otherwise not prone to treacherously turning on me. It was a relief for my bad leg to be seated after this long riding, and I let out a little sigh of comfort. "I wonder," the tyrant of Helice nonchalantly said, "if you'd consider telling me who that's meant to kill." I met his gaze, and wondered if it was just my imagination or the red I had gotten a little redder. No idea what you're talking about. I lied. He chuckled. A staff is a sword is a prayer, the tyrant grinned. It's clever little bit of work. More patient than your reputation would imply. I shrugged, keeping away from my face how wary his too perceptive eyes were making me. Well, I did find religion recently, I said. I'm told it can be a calming influence. You seem well on your way to beating people to death with it, he praised. You're one to talk, I smiled. Your man down the road's a lot more dangerous that night on a stick. I don't suppose. You'd. Tell me who that's meant to kill. The tyrant pouted. That'd take all the fun out of this, he said. And why even bother, if we're not having a good time? Huh, I said. Black must have. Really. Wanted to kill you. There's no need to be so oblique about it, the tyrant amusedly said. He's alive and in the hands of the Grey Pilgrim. Somewhere in Isère, last I heard. The man is of little interest to me. I had been aiming to wheedle information out of him after broaching the subject, true enough. My eyes narrowed. So why was he offering it to me so freely? Even as I forced myself to remain focused, my pulse quickened. He was alive. Gods, he was alive. I'd known he would be, but it was still a weight off my shoulders. Unless this is cruelty, I thought. Unless he's lying. I kept my voice steady. It's a little disquieting, being on the other side of the chaos for once, I said. I am but a humble servant of my Lord Hierarch, the tyrant piously assured me. And you need not worry, I would not lie to such a close and beloved friend. I would never doubt you. I lied. I think of you as a brother, really. Did he know I was an orphan? By the way his lips quirked. Yes, he most definitely did. As your friend, I said. I wondered if you would answer a question for me. Always, the tyrant swore, hand over heart. I raised an eyebrow. Are we at war? I asked. I've been hearing troubling rumors about League soldiers and legionaries. Alas, there have been some slight misunderstandings, the tyrant sighed. Your Marshal of Callow seems to have mistaken our curiosity for a fully armed battalion trying to assassinate her. Mistakes happen, I said, keeping my voice calm. It took an effort of will not to clutch my staff, so hard it creaked. He tried to kill Juniper, the smug little monster. Or he's trying to put me off balance. I thought. The Theodosian had a lazy smile on his face, but his eyes had never left me. I had no control here, no real leverage to use against him. That was the misstep, I decided. Trying to remain in control. There would be no winning that sort of game against the likes of the tyrant of Helike. I see only one solution, I said. Do you? He said, smile expectant. I smiled back, broad and friendly, and just a little bit guileless. Would you like to secretly be allies? I offered. The smallest flicker of surprise on his face, gone before it could even be fully seen, was the herald of scoring my first blood of the night. His answering grin was gleefully malicious. See, I might have been with only women for the last few years, but I still knew what men liked. You know, shady military alliances that would be discarded at the earliest convenience in favor of wanton betrayal. He twirled his scepter thoughtfully, though that did little to hide the eagerness on his face. As your friend, Kairos Theodosian said, I feel like I should warn you that rumors have long existed, patently untrue. I assure you that I am a treacherous blackguard, if you'll forgive my language. I painted surprise over my face. You? I faintly said. That seems rather unjust. I mean, I had your nephew shot, and he seemed like the real villain to me. I did hear about that, the tyrant mused. Wasn't it under truce banner? It hadn't been, strictly speaking, not that the rumors ever bothered about that. In my defense, I said he did call me a witch. He seemed amused. Oh, Dorian, the villain fondly said. You always did have more lungs than wits. I can see why that would make you hesitate, though, I mused. So let me reassure you. I have absolutely no intention of sharing our secret treaty with the first prince to try to force her hand into allying with me and crushing you utterly. He let out a loud cackle, arms shaking uncontrollably under his robes. Are you lying? The tyrant of Helike grinned, revealing a curved stretch of pearly teeth. I leaned forward. I don't know, I said. Am I? A heartbeat passed. I can't tell, he said, sounding deeply pleased. A sound foundation for military alliance, I said. The only kind worth making, the villain cheerfully agreed. A bargain made, then, Black Queen. He gently tapped his scepter against his chin. I suppose, the tyrant said, that I should ask you who we've allied against. I leaned back. Intercession, you might say, I said. His brow rose. Well now, he murmured. Someone's been digging up secrets. Callerny is full of graves a little more shallow than they should be, I replied. And I've heard the two of you have scores to settle. She has quite the game afoot, the tyrant told me. Even I know only part of it. I've quite a few glimpses of things she's been up to, I said, but no bird's eye view, so to speak. That sounds, the villain said, like a trade worth making. I smiled. Dangerous as it might be to tell this man anything he didn't know, I needed the semblance of a handle on what the wandering bard was up to more than words could properly express. Everyone else on the board I could make out at least vague objectives for, but the intercessor? She was still in many ways an unknown, and one with too many irons in the fire to be left to her own devices. I might not trust the tyrant of Helike a single drop, but as far as I knew, he was the only man alive who'd ever pulled one over the bard. If anyone could be of use to me, it was him. But before we begin horse trading, he said, as my most trusted ally, I have a suggestion to offer you. If I may, Black Queen. Call me Catherine, I said, and by all means. You must call me Kairos, then, the tyrant said. Before you leap into the loving embrace of our dear Cordelia Hazenbach, I would have a look at her little scheme down south. You are not the only one robbing graves, in a manner of speaking. Curious, I evenly said. Something's being dredged out of Lake Artois, Kairos confided. That might have interest to you. And why would that be? I asked. One does not make war on the same enemy for decades without learning some of their bad habits, Catherine, the tyrant said. That was unfortunate, as I could only think of one person the first prince had crossed blades with for that long. More worryingly, the most recent mistake I could put to dread Empress Militia's name was the doom of Lys. If Cordelia Hazenbach was intent on going down the same road, this war was about to get much, much worse. Not that I'd take Kairos' word for this. Like the fate of my teacher, it was another truth I needed to get my hands on. I fished out my pipe and stuffed it under the tyrant's disapproving stare, black flame licking at my fingers just long enough to light it. I shook my hand to get rid of the lingering heat, then inhaled deep. The wake leaf warmed my throat, and I made myself comfortable. I spewed out a stream of acrid smoke as Kairos wrinkled his nose in distaste. Now I smiled. I believe there was some talk of horse trading. When the eye went deeper red, this time, there was no question of whether or not it was my imagination. Book 5, Chapter 8, Veracity. A pleasant lie finds more ears than a sharp truth. Procerin saying. Seriously? I said. I mean, I know you're with the old guard about this stuff, but this is pretty on the nose. The classics became such for a reason, Kairos stiffly replied. He sounded a little miffed, I noted. I bet you even have a speech, don't you? I mused. Some tortured extended metaphor about the nature of creation and our role in it. The tyrant of Helike glared at me woefully. This rook represents the inherent emptiness of moral philosophy, I suggested. Maybe mention something about how good is prone to stagnation and therefore fundamentally inferior. Do you even know how to play? He challenged. I glanced downwards at the Shatranj board a pair of his little twisted gargoyles had brought. I picked up a footman and wiggled it a bit. This moves diagonally, right? I beamed. His eyes closed, even the red one. You pain me, Catherine Foundling, Kairos said. You pain me. Deeply. I hummed thoughtfully, then took advantage of his distraction to turn the board around. The poor gargoyles it was resting atop squeaked in dismay, though they didn't flinch. I'll take black, I said. I discreetly pocketed the footman from the white side of the board I'd not for a moment intended to give back. His eyes opened just a moment too late to catch me red-handed. This is most improper, the villain protested. They don't call me the White Queen, I pointed out. Are you so bound by what others think of you? Kairos gallantly tried. Point for effort, I said. But I've had better. I opened the game most illegally by pushing forward a footman. I had something for this, the tyrant muttered. Give me a moment. He didn't even bother to comment on my open cheating before moving up a knight. Well, it wasn't like I was going to stop anyway. I was passable at Shatranj, but years of being punitively demolished at the game by Vivian and Hakram had made me aware of my limitations. Vivian in particular liked to allow me to think I could win before methodically flogging the conceit out of me. Weren't we horse trading? I reminded him. I pulled at my pipe and breathed out, letting the cloud of scented smoke waft up. Another footman went up, propping up my center. The tyrant let out a little noise of agreement, then snapped his fingers. Exactly, he agreed. Imagine, if you would, that you were a deity. Not my cup of tea, I drily replied. Evidently. Kairos mused, two sharp eyes flicking across me. Yet humor me. Done, I said. He was being a little too slow to move, so I moved again. The tyrant of Helike raised an eyebrow, and I painted embarrassed surprise over my face. Like I'd thought he'd already taken his turn, which was clearly the only reason I would keep going on. I withdrew the footman with a contrite smile, but only one square of the two it had moved. As a deity, the tyrant said, moving up a footman to contest the center. Though of unfathomable power, you find yourself limited. Unlike the likes of us, who can command. Catherine, why is one of my footmen missing? Desertion is an inevitable part of war, I sagely replied. So, we can move every piece, but the gods can't. That's the gist of it. You're taking all the enjoyment out of this, Kairos complained. That is my favorite part, I revealed. One of my knights went up, my opponent staring with suspicion at the legal movement. That was fine. I wasn't going to nudge it up until he was distracted anyway. Consider that perhaps 1 piece in 10 can be moved, the tyrant said. Exceptional pieces, to be sure, or at least made to be so. Yet they must be sufficient to both carry out your godly intent and influence the other pieces, which sadly move largely according to their own petty desires. A few moves in quick succession as we traded footmen in the center, and I moved up my priest under cover of pretending to put away the pieces I'd taken. That sounds like you don't believe the House of Light is a faithful servant of the heavens in this earthly world, I chided. Which would be heresy. Kairos. For shame. Ah, and so you touch upon the second limitation, the tyrant said. That these disobedient pieces not only have the gall to not directly answer your desires, but they also dare to influence the pieces that do. As a goddess, I am most displeased by this, I blandly said. As well you should be, Kairos agreed. Bloody chaos, not at all the orderly matter you had envisioned. Sadly, direct intervention would be costly in more ways than can be easily understood. A more elegant solution is required. Someone who can dole out the nudges I cannot, I said. The proverbial finger on the scales, the tyrant of Helice smiled. Of course, such an entity would need to be constrained. It is a tool, after all. It would not do for it to get ideas. Bindings, I said. The left side of the board was turning into something of a debacle for me. I saw. My dear friend was a fair hand at the game, and I was now down a priest. That was fine, since as the defender of all things evil I could boast of a certain talent at necromancy. A reasonable explanation for why said priest had mysteriously reappeared on the right side of the board, and all it had taken was kicking a gargoyle, so it would yelp and my opponent would look. 3 things she always keeps, Kairos Theodosian lightly said. She speaks, she sees, and she knows stories. He eyed my returned priest with a degree of skepticism, forcing me to withdraw it from the board. Time for contingencies, then. My fingers closed around the stolen white footman under my cloak, allowing night to seep inside drip by drip. There's 2 sides to a coin, I said. The tyrant conceded to that with a slight inclination of the head. 3 things she always flees, he said. Promised death, direct touch, and her heart's desire. Truth, I decided, though cloaked in vagueness. Some things I'd already known. Black had put her in the face of certain death thrice, during the Lease Rebellion, and she'd been forced to withdraw for a time. Others I'd only suspected. If direct touch really stood for an inability to directly intervene, anyway. It might go a little further than that, though. Vivian had once mentioned to me she'd never seen the bard take a wound she was not directly responsible for receiving. As interesting as the tyrant's words were was the fact he could speak them at all. Where had he learned all this? Back when I'd still had him on the list of possible invaders of Callow, I'd gone through what records the eyes of the Empire had on him, and Helice as a whole. There'd been persistent rumors that something was kept under that city-state's palace with oracular abilities. But with the rumor came the restriction of only one question possible. I could think of 6 ways to get around that, sure. But if Helice had unrestrained access to that potent a tool, they wouldn't be one of the powers in the League. They would be the League, their banner flying above every rampart in the region. Fleeing her heart's desire, I casually repeated. You almost make the role sound like a punishment. The tyrant smiled. I have a theory, he said. You see, for someone to truly make a mess on this board, they would need certain qualities. Perception, affinity, knowledge. A combination thereof. You understand my meaning, yes? An awareness of patterns, I said. Exactly so, Kairos replied. And, plagued as I am by a suspicious nature, it occurred to me that these qualities are as rare as they are useful, that neither above nor below are prone to waste in such regards. My fingers stilled over the rook I'd been about to take in hand. Eyes flicking back up, I studied his face. An elegant solution, you called it, I softly said. Poison made into remedy. A trap inherent to the lay of creation. It made, I thought, a horrifying amount of sense. Were someone qualified to be trouble, he echoed. They would be most qualified to quell it. I moved up the rook, took a knight I'd been careful to strip of protection. An interesting theory, I said. Though we strayed from our purpose. Should such an entity exist, what would it want? Kairos' eyes came to rest on me, unblinking. Horse trading, Catherine, he said. Not horse. Giving. My pipe held nothing but ashes, by now, so I leaned back to empty it on the head of one of the gargoyles. I could have garbed what I had to say in vagueness and a touch of the cryptic, but he'd win out if we played that game. No, best to cough up my part in a way that benefited me as well. There was as much to learn from questions asked as secrets offered. She knew the dead king while he was still mortal, I said, after stowing away my pipe, and watched his rise with great interest, from as close as she could. The tyrant's lips quirked. And what was she looking for, he asked. Interesting, I thought. Kairos had understood my meaning earlier when I'd mentioned intercession, and the only individual I'd ever heard call the bard the intercessor was Neshama. Considering the dead king had mentioned the tyrant had reached out to him when we'd spoken in Keter last year, I'd assumed the information came from there. But it seemed he wasn't fully aware of the history between those two, if that question was any indication. Not that I could reasonably assume. I was, but odds were I knew more about them than most, including even this damnably well-informed man, looked like. How villains are made, I said. He was good, I thought, but that red I gave it away. The triumph he was feeling, like something he'd suspected for years, had just been confirmed. So, my eternal friend had encountered an application of that knowledge at some point. I'd heard that entire conversation, including the parts one hadn't mentioned, so I had a suspicion as to what was important here. I won't solve the riddle with the tools they gave me, so it seems I must learn craftsmanship of my own. The bard had said. Her methods were her own, no gift from the gods, which meant she was capable of making mistakes. I thought of the madman down in the city, silently recording trials, and wondered if I had not just discovered a very important piece. Kairos had arranged the election of the hierarch. Kairos had dealt a defeat to the wandering bard. That did not feel like a coincidence. Your turn, I said. I was talking about more than the game, as we both knew. War is a messy business, the tyrant of Helike casually said. Not at all a precise tool. Of course, it is not without its uses. Sometimes when you need something dead, where a dagger will not do, a landslide will serve. Which begged the question, of course, of what exactly the wandering bard had failed to see stabbed. This couldn't be about the calamities, it wouldn't make sense. They might have been a successful outlier in sustained victory for evil, insofar as my father really cared about waving the banner, but getting rid of them couldn't be the point of this. I didn't doubt for a moment that she'd branded black in the free cities just as harshly as I had branded the lone swordsman that fateful night in Summerhome, but there would have been no need for a crusade to hammer that nail fully in. The doom of Lys had killed the trust between black and militia, which made it just a matter of time until the partnership keeping praise together collapsed. She didn't need to start a war or a grand alliance to send the dread empire scuttling back to the old ways. A lot of people get killed in landslides, I noted. Losses are losses, Kairos waved away. I suppose it would be more apt to compare it to a fire being lit. One can do quite a bit with a fire, if one can guide where it burns. My brow furrowed, and I barely paid attention to the move I made on the board. If he was implying the bard had either started, or, more likely, fed and sped up a continental war to clean up loose ends, then she'd have a finger on both sides. An argument could be made that by screwing with black, she'd given the East a push, since through him, she could get at both militia and myself. That sounded horribly risky and requiring an amount of insight and foresight that should be fucking impossible, but we were dealing with an entity that even the dead king claimed to have never won against. I had to at least consider the possibility. It was where she was guiding the 10th Crusade through that I was having trouble to understand. The Grey Pilgrim had influence in Levant, sure, but the foremost Assuran hero was the White Knight, who as far as I knew had no real ties to the ruling class of the thalassocracy. And arguably the most powerful Proceran hero was the Saint of Swords, someone I very much doubted Cordelia fucking Hazenbach would take political advice from. Which made the whole theory fall apart, since the first prince was the mortar of the Grand Alliance, and by far, even now, the most powerful member. And since we were operating under the assumption the bard couldn't just walk up to someone not named and pull the strings, this put all the rest into question. Incomplete, I said, at the very heart. Kairos smiled, and it twisted his face into something barely human. She has a cousin, Catherine, he reminded me. My fingers clenched. The augur. Shit, I can't believe I forgot about the augur. That was a very dangerous angle. It should be hard to manipulate an oracle, but then what we knew about the augur's power, and the bard's, for that matter, was limited. Even information about Agnes Hazenbach herself was thin on the ground. It was known, however, that her crowned cousin trusted her a great deal. Why wouldn't she? The augur had helped her win the civil war that put her on the throne in the first place. Still, it didn't mean that the first prince was in the wandering bard's pocket. Not even close. But it did mean that the intercessor could get the right words at the right time to end up in Cordelia Hazenbach's ears. I met the tyrant's eyes and found open amusement in them. He was well aware that even if I went to the first prince with this, she'd just see it as me poisoning the well on one of her most effective advisors. A kinswoman, to boot. And you're pleased, you little shit, because you know that means actually allying with Hazenbach just got a whole lot more risky. I thought. Assuming you're right, I said, refraining from voicing and not feeding me a well-crafted lie to make this war even more bloody than it already is, then a lot of effort has been expended. She has been visible in ways she can't often have been before. If she meddled this heavily every few decades, there would be damned records of it. That implied something was forcing her hand here and now, or she was after something worth the risks. The moment word that something like the wandering bard was out there pulling strings, a lot of her influence waned. And these weren't the days of the kingdom of Sapphira anymore. Cleaning up all mentions of her wouldn't be as easy as it would have been back then. Not unless she had some divinely gifted aspect for that specific purpose, but I very much doubted that. Sparse as they were, there were records of her existence. Black had found some, and myself others. Indeed, Kairos said. What makes this age different, I wonder? There was no answer following, just me losing my last priest to an unwise trade. Yeah, trading and not gifting. I sighed. I paused, drumming my fingers on the side of the board. What could I get out of him by telling him this one? On at least one instance, she struck a bargain on the behalf of Below, I finally said. His brow rose, and I got the impression he was distinctly unimpressed. The bargain was not struck with named, I added quietly. My eyes were on his red one, awaiting a reaction, but I found none. His lips quirked into a smile, and I got the distinct impression I'd been played. Had the glint of triumph earlier been a fake out? To hide a lie when I caught it? Or to take away my attention this very moment, when something he actually minded me knowing was on the table? Tricky bastard, I thought. Getting a read on him was like trying to paint on smoke. That had been a risk from the start, though, I conceded. It was the questions that were telling the tale here. How was she summoned? The tyrant pleasantly asked. Gotcha, I thought. He hadn't known that was possible, then. Because this wasn't about specifics. We both knew that even if I'd learned the specifics of the ritual the sisters had used to reach out to Below, I wouldn't share them with him. It was about fresh risk introduced to already existing plans. He needed to know if some pious, desperate soul out there could call out to above and get the intercessor a foothold instead. Which meant whatever he was up to, the wandering bard could still fuck it up if she got an in. So is that why you've been sticking to the hierarch like a leech? I thought. He's not just your sword. He's your shield as well. She was not sent for, I said. She was sent. Audience was bought and paid. Desperation, blood, and need. His good I narrowed. And he pressed. There was a lot to lose, I said. You could call it. Wait. Somehow I doubted everyone who slaughtered a priesthood in their own seat of power and prayed got a personal visit from the bard with terms to offer. Below, the intercessor had as good as admitted, didn't want to lose the entire Everdark to a catastrophic blunder by the Twilight Sages. I tossed him that last part as a bone, a reassurance of sorts. It'd take more than a Proceran prince losing his holdings to get the bard an angle. Of course, with our good friend Neshama on the march, the stakes for our little scuffle had been raised rather high. The tyrant wasn't out of the woods yet, and so I smiled pleasantly at him. You dropped this, by the way, I suddenly said. I tossed him back the footman I'd stolen before the game even began. To my surprise, he failed to catch it, and it bounced off his chin and down on the floor. He eyed me with displeasure, and while he bent to pick it up, I casually switched the places of my last rook and my queen. That ought to stave off Kingtip for a few more turns. This has been invested with power to explode. Kairos amusedly accused when he straightened again. Ah, so he could sense that. Good to know. The knight wasn't exactly subtle stuff, but that he could discern the intent I put to it wasn't something I'd been entirely certain of. I'm offended you would even say that, I said, hand over heart. I gave this back to you because of my deep and abiding belief in fair play. You really are terrible at this game, the tyrant of Helike noted. I can't believe even after so much cheating you're losing this badly. It's part of the metaphor, I lied. Like the whole horse thing. Elegantly done, Kairos praised. I believe we were speculating as to the bounty worth the risks being taken. I did not reply, half debating reaching for my pipe again as I watched him. There is one element singular to our little war, the tyrant idly continued. A common friend, I believe. The dead king, was it? Wasn't sure I bought that. Oh, an argument could be made. After the series of disasters that had been the Crusades headed into the kingdom of the dead, it might have been easier to assemble a coalition of that sort if it was initially headed for praise instead. But it didn't fit with Nishamiya's methods. It wasn't like there'd never before been chaos south of the lakes for him to take advantage of. The hidden horror was still kicking around through careful application of the epithet's first part. And, I said, echoing his earlier rejoinder, quite the stage, isn't it? Kairos said. A crusade turned to the tower. The might of the West spent, but not broken. The East eating itself alive, to various degrees. Our friend comes rather late to the banquet. So that was his story, then. Nishama had come out to play because he'd been invited, as he had been in the days of Dread Empress Triumphant. The invitation meant he wasn't the enemy, but instead, an enemy. This little continental waltz of death was the intercessor finally tying up her oldest loose end, having set out her finest bait to draw him out. It was neat and tidy notion, so naturally I distrusted it. It wasn't that I would, but it beyond the wandering bard to have engineered this butchery over several decades, if not more, just to put down the king and Keter. I had no doubts she'd be capable of it, whether morally or in actual capacity. But the story felt wrong to me. The intercessor striking out after the arguably most prominent champion of below, Kairos beginning his scheme with the hierarch to kill or cripple her before she could. Sure, that would end up counted as a win for the old crowd. Proctor devoured, the arbiter of the godly pissing contest, losing an eye in the grand old tradition of evil, and what good nations managed to survive the wreck would be eclipsed by the below-aligned powers remaining on Calernia. That was the thing, though. This was too simple. A game. Which meant the tyrant of Helike had fed me secrets, armed me with just enough to interfere, and now intended to loose me into the middle of all these delicate plans being laid down. It also meant he was lying to me, or close enough, but I couldn't find it in me to be offended by that. Might as well blame a fish for swimming. Interesting, I said. Then I shrugged and tipped my king. It was, after all, just a game, and I'd already gotten what I came from. The tyrant watched me with a smile as I rose to my feet, leaning on my staff. I expect I'll be seeing you soon, I said. How could I disappoint my closest ally? Kairos replied. I only took a few steps before turning, mostly on a whim. What would actually happen, I asked, if you won? The tyrant laughed, the sound of it strangely honest. Catherine, that's the entire point, Kairos Theodosian smiled. Finding out. I waited until I'd left the changing house to snap my fingers. Enough night had been fed to the piece for the entire set to be shattered in the explosion. I suppose that, in a way, it could be considered my rebuttal. If the game got out of hand, I wasn't above breaking the board. Peregrine III, Pilgrim of Grey, fleet-foot, dust-clad, the wanderer, his stride rebellion and stirring ember. In his grasp the light of a morning star. Tattered his throne, tattered his war. Extract from the Anthem of Smoke, widely considered the founding epic of the Dominion of Levant. Tarek's sole remaining brother had not aged well. Bakri had boasted a warrior's build in his youth, and made good use of it to bring glory to their shared blood. Decades had passed since then, however, and what had once been hard muscle turned to fat and aching bones. Though the Grey Pilgrim was 38 years old, he knew himself to look in his early 30s. Bakri was 2 years younger, but at a glance would have seemed eldest among them. The thick beard of his brother was usually combed and oiled, but being confined to his quarters had apparently robbed the man of the desire for such sophistication. The dark hair was hoarse and wild, Bakri's eyes the red of one who had not slept a full night in too long. Tarek did not wait for an invitation to sit after the door was closed behind him, instead leaning against the doorframe as he watched his brother pour himself wine from a bronze carafe. Brother, Bakri greeted him. Finally you make time for me. Should I be kneeling in thanks? Tarek did not reply. He stood there, in silence, and wondered what it was about thrones that made men go mad. Am I to beg for my life? Pilgrim. Bakri snarled. Is this your justice I've heard so much of? The Ophanim were silent. Had been, since Tarek had first entertained the thought of using his gifts in anger. For that silence he thought less of them. He might have been changed by his bestowal, but blood still ran through his vein. There were things beyond the purview of mercy. Still, The loss of the Whispers was keenly felt. Without their guidance, he felt half-blind. They had known much, and shared freely. Now all he had to call on was his eyes and his wits. Just get it over with, Tarek, his brother tiredly said. You need someone to hang for this, and you've chosen me. What point is there in making game of it first? You did not act, the gray pilgrim finally said, like an innocent man. And that is enough to make me guilty? Bakri mocked. No, Tarek admitted to himself. It was not. Confining Yasa's husband and isolating their nephew was the blatant premise to a grab for the tattered throne, but it was no proof that Bakri had a hand in their sister's death. All it was testimony to his ambition and poor character. You always did love her best, his brother bitterly said, drinking deep of his wine. He wiped a trickle away from his chin. And she you, Bakri continued. There was never any room for anyone else. I loved her best, Tarek said softly, because she was the best of us. Mother was a fucking vulture of a woman, his brother smiled thinly. But at least she never played favorites in her disregard. You too, though? You threw us the scraps of what you held for each other and expected your feet licked for it. I didn't kill her, Tarek, but I will not weep for a woman I shared only blood with. It was a stranger he was looking at, the pilgrim understood. A man he barely knew. A few childhood memories were no compass to the roiling sea of bitterness and frustration that stood before him. For the first time in many years, he felt adrift. Unable to tell truth from lie, black from white. He could not see into the soul of men. Like everyone else, he was groping blindly in the dark, hoping he would not stumble into a chasm. Our nephew, Bakri, he said, caged and left to fade. Yasa's son. Does even that really mean so little to you? The other man sneered. You sanctimonious prick, he said. You traipse around the world following stories, and now you've gone and convinced yourself that's the truth of creation. Like there's never been killing within the blood. Like a bit of red in the veins means we really owe each other all the oaths we break. Look around you, pilgrim. Bakri opened his arms, jeering. Did you really think? Meaning well. Was enough, he said. That it stopped being a throne because the first man to hold it was a hero? This isn't one of your pretty adventures. It doesn't end with everyone smiling and coming home. Sometimes it ends with a Seljun being a little too good and getting an arrow in the fucking throat for it. We don't all get to leave when we feel like it, Tarek. Some of us have to live where the heavens don't look too closely. For a moment, he thought of killing his brother. It would be easy as making a fist. Light would lash out, burn through the man's throat, and that would be the end of it. But that was anger, that was blood. It was the same ugliness in Bakri's voice, only with greater power behind it. Please, Tarek thought, closing his eyes. Help me. Sometimes, all you could do to beat back the night was light a candle. Please, he prayed. Help me see that I might do more than add suffering to suffering, injustice to injustice, grief to grief. He prayed, and was answered. The gray pilgrim opened his eyes and knew it was his gift too. Behold, the truth of was what hid him. He saw in his soul remaining sibling fear and rage, and ambition like poison. Grief, too, however slight. But deep beneath it all he saw guilt. A hand offered and taken. Tell me, Tarek said, voice like stone and steel. Tell me who you sold our sister to, Bakri. After that he saw fear, mostly. It did not stay his hand. When the lords and ladies of the Dominion came to Levant for his sister's funeral games, the city felt as if a shroud had fallen over it. Until the first of them had arrived, he had spent his hours with Isel, keeping the fragile flame remaining in his nephew from dying out. But when the greats of Levant arrived, Tarek was forced to leave the boy's side. There would be an election in the Majilis when the games came to a close, and there was only one result he would brook. Yasa's son would be the Holy Seljun, his father holding regency until the boy came of age. Yet for all that, none denied him audience, and instead made great pageantry of receiving him. The answers he received were evasive. These people, he thought, had professed loyalty to Yasa, followed her with eagerness, with pride, and together with her, they had served Levant well. And yet now the loyalty had waned, replaced by guarded eyes and cautious tongues. What had been granted to the mother would not be inherited by the son. They're afraid, Tarek, Sintra told him. That much he had known. He could not fail to see it, now that his eyes had been opened by above. He had stolen a moment with his lover in a tucked-away corner of the old city, where none would see them. Much as he would have preferred to speak only between Tarek and Sintra, they were not only that. The gray pilgrim and the lady of Alava need speak as well. Bakri died at my hand, Tarek acknowledged. Died? Sintra murmured. There were only cinders left. That is more than death. And for all that, fear is not what the act earned you. You pass judgment as the Grey Pilgrim, and none would deny your right to end a traitor. It is those that clasped hands with Bakri that still tongues. I am the only man alive to have heard his confession, the pilgrim flatly stated. We're not fools, Tarek, Sintra sighed. Your brother might have greased a few palms in the harbor, but it was not one of ours who loosed the arrow. There are only two who could have given the order, and neither is to be trifled with. Procker, he said. Ashur. He turned to look upon the love of his life as the silence lingered, and what he beheld filled him with pride. There was iron in this daughter of the champion's blood, fear as well, but it did not bend her spine as it did so many others he has spoken to. Which was it? Sintra quietly asked. That was the question, he knew, plaguing the thoughts of every person of influence in Levant. Was it their protectors in the thalassocracy that had seen a dominion resurgent, less eager to take instructions from committees on an island across the water, and acted to smother the insolence before it could grow further? Or was it the covetous packs of royalty past the Red Snake Wall who had struck the blow, wary of a Levant that would not retreat at the mere hint of the first prince's displeasure? Neither were enemies anyone could truly afford. The Prince of Orense, Tarek finally told her. Bakri believed it was with the tacit permission of the first prince himself. Sintra let out a sharp breath. Prince Alejandro Trastanes, she murmured. Do they plan to invade? No, he replied just as quietly. It was a petty thing, Sintra. That is, perhaps, the most absurd part of it. We have silver veins of our own, now, and no longer rely on his for coinage. His treasury thinned as a result. Worse, he foresaw that the Ashurans would rather use our silver than his for their own mints. Bakri was to declare those very veins as having run out, after a few years, and quietly the old sales would have resumed. The Levantine silver would have gone to the treasury of the Seljoun instead of the mints in Levant and Ashur. A stupid, petty waste. And for that Yasa had died. There are some who'll say electing Isel to the tattered throne would be sending a message, his lover said. That we will not desist. That we will not bow to fear, Tarek mused. I can see how this would not be popular, as so many of us wish to do so. They've never been shy about sending knives south, Sintra darkly said. They know Ashur will only stir against invasion. And that's always been the unspoken guarantee from Salia, hasn't it? Do not be a threat, and you will not be troubled. We became a threat. Trouble found us. It doesn't matter, Tarek said. When the games end, Isel will stand before the Majilis as candidate for the tattered throne. You don't have the votes, his lover told him. One of Bakri's children will be raised. It is almost a certainty. You misunderstand, he said. They are bowing, Sintra, to fear. And, she frowned. When Isel stands, I will stand with him, the Grey Pilgrim said. He met her eyes and smiled thinly. Alejandro Trastanes is very far away. I am here. 9 days later, Isel Isbalai was unanimously elected the Holy Seljoun of Levant. His uncle stood in silence behind the 7-year-old boy as the votes were cast into the large brass cup, but for once the pale stone's meaning support made no sound as they fell. The cup, after all, was already filled with the ashes of Bakri Isbalai. The following dawn, Tarek began marching north. Orense was prosperous. The principality as well, he had seen while treading the roads and fields, but the capital of the principality stood above the rest in that regard. Traders from all over southern Calernia could be found haggling in the streets in a smattering of tongues, be it the fluid trader talk of the free cities or the elegant Cesio of the southern dominion. Colorful cloths and elegant furs, ripe fruit and vivid painted slates. The markets of Orense were a thriving throng, a center of commerce. And among them, all was traded for the silver of Prince Alejandro Trastanes' mines. It was the fortune of the Trastanes line to own these, it was said, but also that of its subjects. The city would not attract so many if not for the remarkable purity and quantity of its ore. Tarek had not known it was possible to hate the bounty of the earth before then, but he had learned. Pieces of metal glinting in the sun could take a life months of riding away, even if they were not spent for the purpose. All they needed to do was exist, and men would do horrors for the purpose of owning them, or keeping them, or even ensuring other did not have them. He had spent most his life shielding people little different than these from the wickedness of the world, divested himself of the right to be bound to his lover in the eyes of any but each other, of having a home for more than a summer's length, and even of half the name he had been born to. And yet, blind to anything but the coins that saw the wheels of their existence keep turning, they had killed his sister. Tarek could not hate them for that. No, he could. He would not allow himself to. He had made sacrifices, but not with the expectation of reward. That exceptions would be made for him and those he loved. If a good act was done only at the condition of recompense, then it was not that. It was a mere transaction made with the heavens. Yet it would have been dishonest to say it did not infuriate him, deep down, that Yasa had died, and it was not so much as a ripple in the sea that was creation. All were as specks of dust in the eyes of above. All were as the entire world in the eyes of above. The lanterns had long taught this, and Tarek knew more of the truths of the heavens than most, but never before had he been forced to look that particular truth in the eye. For days he walked the streets of Orense, taking the measure of the people and through them their ruler. Prince Alejandro was well liked, he learned. The man lent the weight of his name and influence to the charitable enterprises of the House of Light, and after a string of sicknesses had ordered the sewers beneath the capital fully cleaned out for the first time in many years, at his own expense, without raising taxes to fill his coffers afterwards. He paid his watchmen and soldiers well, better than his mother had, and always on time. The prince favored the merchants of his land above others, but did not do so egregiously, and did not use the livelihood of others as means in his disagreements with other royalty. Some said that he spent too much time in Salia, at the court of the first prince, but others argued that Orense had benefited from his influence there. There were less flattering rumors of paramours entertained even though he was wed and duels fought for frivolous purposes, but these were old and looked upon with a forgiving eye. Tarek was not certain what he had truly expected. Few men presented themselves as devils, even when keeping covenant with their kind, and it was said Arlesites were more attached than most to their repute. It still filled him with dismay that priests from the House of Light could sing the praises of a man who had ordered murder. The people could be fooled, and often were. Yet he had believed, in some way, that those wielding the light of the heavens would not be so easily taken in. It took him days, forcing himself not to act before having fully seen what there was to see, before he admitted to himself that perhaps the people of Orense had not been fooled at all, that the prince did behave well towards them, that the priests did not condemn the man because they had not been given reason to. It was a strange thing, coming to the understanding that a man could be both wicked and kind, that one did not chase away the other and claim the whole of the person. Strange and displeasing. After 12 days, Tarek had assuaged his conscience, and he set out once more. For a man of his talents, it was merely tedious to slip into the towering palace that belonged to the Trastanes. Even without the guidance of the Ophanim, neither soldiers nor watchmen caught sight of him moving under cover of night, and the sorceries pervading the grounds were no true bar. The nature of the wards was sister to miracles, in some arcane way, and there were few even among the bestowed who understood miracles as Tarek did. Whispers opened cracks to creep through, light blooming and fading as he passed through gardens and climbed a tall trellis. From there he reached a balcony, a brush of fingers unmaking the locks and allowing him to enter unseen the private study of the Prince of Orense. Tarek closed the doors behind him and settled in a fashionable sofa to wait until the man arrived. Servants came first, to put the study in order and leave a tray of fragrant tea and assorted spice cookies, but he moved where they were not looking, and so they did no see him. The gray pilgrim was sipping at a perfectly brewed cup of Thalassinian black leaf when the man who ordered the murder of his sister entered the study. He waited in silence until the prince sat at his beautiful redwood desk and reached for a cup that was not there. Calmly, he set down the tea. Alejandro Trastanes, Tarek said, there will be no point to shouting. His advice was ignored, unsurprisingly. The Prince of Orense was still in good shape, for a man his age, though Tarek ruefully admitted to himself that the royal was likely younger than himself. The healer was no longer so young as to be able to casually pass such a judgment. Once shouting proved fruitless, the man drew a thin blade. You will not find me easy meat, assassin. Prince Alejandro snarled in Tolesian. Not assassin, Tarek calmly corrected in the same. Pilgrim. From the beginning he had beheld what lay at the heart of the man, fear and pride and anger, but not he saw the second of the first of these begin devouring the others. The tipping point, he thought, was when Alejandro Trastanes realized he was alone in a room with a bestowed whose sister he'd recently had murdered. The man was not without bravery, but few among even the most crazed of villains would care to try odds such as those. And this was no villain, no champion of below, only a man, with all the evil banality of that stature. You know not what trouble you borrow, Levantine, the prince said. How mundane it was now, to see through bluster. Neither tone nor posturing could hide the cold fear spreading through the soul of the man. Tarek wondered if he should enjoy the sight of that, for he found he did not. Even Yas's death was not enough to whet his appetite for cruelty, it seemed. He almost wished that it had been. It would make the accusations Bakri had laid at his feet echo slightly less. "Sit down," Tarek said. "And then?" the prince asked. "Hope, the slightest bit of it. We will have a conversation," the Grey Pilgrim said. "And when it ends, I will kill you." Book 5, Chapter 9, Patient Knives. No man is an island, Chancellor. We've tried the ritual. The result is mostly screams. Dread Emperor Malignant III. We were an hour out of Rochulent when Acua returned to my side. The night was still young. I knew that better than most. So we'd not wasted moonlight by lingering on the outskirts of the city until she finished. The sooner we caught up to my drow army the better, as far as I was concerned. Still, after she returned in a whisper of power on Frost, I called a halt. My peerage took the following dismissal gracefully, and why wouldn't it? They'd not stood in my deeper councils even when I was still their sole mistress, not even Iva. It would have been convenient if there'd been a log or rock to sit on as we spoke, but creation did not seem in an indulging mood tonight. At least getting off the damned horse for a moment was a relief to my calves and arse. I'd forgotten how irksome the cramps coming with long rides could be when you weren't used to horsemanship. Winter had seen to those before, and my name taken off the edge before that. Gods, at least it wasn't as bad as the return of my monthlies. The surprise had been more than slightly unpleasant when I'd had my first moon blood in years down in the Everdark. That archer evidently found my discomfort hilarious had been no help at all. I stretched my legs out carefully, leaning on my staff, and my war council assembled around me. A bird, an archer, in the shade of a dead woman. There'd probably been dread emperors in the old days that had more reliable-seeming councils than mine, and wasn't that a troubling thought? The shade bowed with exquisite precision, but neither Croandronike nor Archer took it upon themselves to add even a semblance of ceremony to the affair. A sad day indeed, when the doom of Lys was the best behaved of my companions. "Lay it on me," I said. Usually that would have prompted a dirty joke from Indrani, whose occasional evening in my bed had done absolutely nothing to curb the racy comments of, to my mixed amusement and despair. But tonight, she kept her mouth shut. I had to force myself not to look at her. This was not the place, now was not the time. The thought felt like a betrayal of sorts, true as it was. The people in the stories threw aside little details like this in the name of friendship all the time, didn't they? It had been a long time since my story had been that clean or pretty, though, and sometimes I doubted it ever had been. There are at least 8,000 Helikian soldiers in Rochulent, though no more than 12,000, Diabolist reported. No soldiery from any other of the free cities could be found. I chewed on that for a moment. Old reports from the Civil War in the League had the total muster of Heliki at 20,000, but that army had sieged 3 cities since and stormed 2 of those 3. The tyrant might have recruited since, of course, but green troops wouldn't have the discipline I'd noticed in the soldiers holding Rochulent. And they'd marched through the waning woods a few months back, anyway, so further losses were to be expected. Assuming the tyrant hadn't stripped Heliki itself bare, inside that little Proceran city was the majority of the army his city-state could field. Considering Kairos Theodosian was the presumed general of the League's united armies, that held interesting implications. Who was giving out orders, if not him? Whatever reports I'd read about the League's military commanders were likely out of date by now, but unless someone had been hiding a very skilled general under a rock, there should be no one of staggering competence. The other reputable professional army in their region was the Stygian slave phalanx. But while the Spears of Stygia had officers, their orders ultimately came down from the ruling magisterium of that city. Powerful warlocks, but not necessarily the most able of generals. The League's going to be a fucking mess if it gives battle unless the tyrant returns, I bluntly said. Which he shows absolutely no sign of doing right now. Good news, then, Archer shrugged. Either they'll be thrashed or they'll stand back and let us settle the mess. I frowned, not so sure about that. Kairos wouldn't be crippling his own army this early in the dance. It was his most valuable avenue of pressure on everyone else. If anything, he'd want to preserve its strength while the Grand Alliance and my own hodgepodge coalition bloodied each other for a bit. If he held command of the only mostly intact host on the field, everyone else would have to step carefully around him. On the other hand, if I was reading him right, he couldn't just stay out of the melee either. He had to prove to be some sort of threat if his way to victory involved both himself and the first prince at the same negotiation table. The hierarch was a forest fire in the making, sure, but the man alone wouldn't be enough to have the likes of Cordelia Hazenbach flinching. Unless he stops haunting small cities and stirs up larger pots. I mused. Which would be difficult to implement, since the hierarch should need to be in whatever city he stirred, and the Helikians didn't have fairy gates to quicken their advance. As far as I knew anyway. We'll see, I finally said. Acqua, you studied the hierarch's pull? Diabolist nodded, face calm, but gaze visibly unsettled. I am nearly certain this was an aspect, she said. And absolutely certain this was not the result of using some entity bound and bargained with. Archer spat into the snow, and I shared the sentiment. No one gets that strong a boon from their name without a cost, I said. It's not a city killer he's wielding, not exactly, but it's almost as bad. William had to put his life on the scales and call down a bloody choir to attempt something in the same league. Contrition's touch was stronger than this, practically speaking, Acqua dispassionately noted. Closer to absolute in its effect, a result of the choir's own nature. The hierarch's influence seems to be closer to a nudge than a decree. I would wager it relied on grievances already existing. Useful, but not what I'm asking you about, I said. Diabolist inclined her head in concession, then hesitated. This is not fact, only supposition, she warned. I simply cocked an eyebrow. Her suppositions were usually rather solid, as they should be. Even before I'd ripped out her soul and bound it to winter, broadening her horizons, she'd had an education in matters eldritch that likely less than a dozen people on Calernia could boast of surpassing. And even then, not in every subject. The nature of the aspect might be extremely situational, Acqua said. That is usually the case with more powerful aspects. Either that, or they are outright uncontrolled. My lips thinned. Uncontrolled did seem possible, since I doubted Anaxares of Bellerophon had done much experimenting with his abilities. But when I'd spoken with him, the pull had lessened while he engaged with me. Until I'd irked him anyway. Reaction to emotions, maybe? That was hardly unusual with named. Situational, I repeated, implicitly inviting her to elaborate. I saw more of the city than either of you, I believe, Acqua said. It struck me that, aside from the tribunals, there seemed to be no unnaturally driven actions taking place. Archer snorted out a laugh. So his trick is only good at making trials? She said. Takes all sorts, I suppose. I was a lot less amused. Considering Kairos was the hand behind the hierarch, I didn't believe for a moment that even an aspect so narrow couldn't be used to birth a hellish mess. There were a lot of important people, important entities, even, that would leave a disaster in their wake if they ended up getting beheaded by an alleyway tribunal. By now I was nearly certain the first prince's neck wasn't what the tyrant was after, but if I entertained the notion that it was, for a moment, using the right pivot, civil war could be sown in the Principate just as the dead king started making gains up north. There was no need to expand on what kind of a disaster that would be for the rest of the continent. Judgment, I said, honing in on what I considered the important kernel. You think his aspect is bound to the concept. Stronger when he's standing in judgment, or inciting others to do the same. Acqua nodded. I am not certain how much you know of Bellerophon, she delicately said. Unlike Masigo, she was usually more diplomatic than to outright call me ignorant to my face. They rule by popular vote and appoint officials by drawing lots, I replied. Terrible at war, though their city-state is too much trouble for anyone to want to seriously attempt annexation. They hate Penthess to the bone, and they've got some sort of mage order that suppresses internal rebellions. Like to execute each other a lot, so I can see where the hierarch gets it from. I knew more than that, but little relevant to our conversation. It was mostly anecdotes from histories which as a rule tended to take an amused, tolerant, and slightly condescending view of the city. Good for a laugh, but not people to take too seriously. The rest of the league seemed content to leave them to their own devices in their dirt-poor holdings, only intervening for a cursory slap on the wrist when they agitated at the borders. It was not a city my education covered in great detail, Acqua admitted, which was pretty damning, since the Sahelians would have gone out of their way to thoroughly brief her on any nation of importance. That said, there is one detail to their democracy that my tutors found of interest, Diabolist continued. While it well known that all citizens of Bellerophon have the right to cast a vote in the city's popular assembly, not so that the gods below have one as well. I cocked an eyebrow, reluctantly amused. One vote, I said, for the whole lot of them. Indeed, Acqua replied, without a speck of humor to her voice. A droll detail, in most situations, though the hierarch's abilities change matters. You see, this makes the gods below honorary citizens of Bellerophon according to their own laws. A heartbeat passed. You can't be serious, I said. They think their laws apply to the gods. Half of them, anyway, Indrani snickered. Wonder if they ever took the bastards to court. Archer, I hissed. Think about this. The hierarch's mad as can be, but he believes in that tripe. Believes it hard enough it ripples across a whole city, and he's under the impression he has a right to put even gods on trial. I bit my lip, glancing at Acua. If he made an attempt, I said, what would happen? The shade looked dismayed. I have no idea, she admitted. There has never been a precedent as far as I know. Ah, Catherine, that's the entire point. Kairos Theodosian told me. Finding out. Would he turn on below like that? He might, I grimly admitted to myself. Acua herself had told me that when the Hell Gods had taught the Wasteland about sacred betrayal, they hadn't excluded themselves from the chain of treachery. I had no reason to believe their teachings in Helike ran along different lines. And if the man truly bought into evil, he might not even see it as a betrayal. Or rather, he'd think about betrayal very differently. A holy thing, an act of worship. Which didn't mean in the slightest that the gods below wouldn't answer it by making a crater wherever the offense was given. The size of that possible crater, though, was the part worrying me most. A city, a province, a realm? A continent. It was one thing to make a play of the alleged purpose of creation, as the lease accords were meant to, but quite another to take a swing at the gods who'd actually created the world. I wasn't opposed to the act in principle, to be honest, but if all it took to end above and below was a pair of bold madmen, we'd be long rid of them. Well, there's a new name on the list, I finally said. Which one? Archer Drilly asked. The one with the people we need a solid plan to kill, I said. Acua, I want a record of everything you observed of the hierarch and his abilities. We'll start from there. He might be like Militia, a named with little combat weight. That hardly means he'll be easy to kill, but at least he's away from his seat of power. That ought to make it possible, at least. Unless, I suddenly thought, he's carrying his damned seat of power with him. Did he just need to be near a mob, any mob? Was his aspect really that versatile, for all its apparent narrowness? I set that consideration aside for the moment. We wouldn't get a proper assault plan done standing out here in the cold anyway, and preferably I'd want more than just us contributing to it. It'd be best if the full woe could be involved. It'd rather broaden the toolbox we could call on to get it done. This was still speculation anyway, I reminded myself. It might be the tyrant, and the hierarch would settle for some lesser madness behind the headsman's axe they'd be swinging. But expecting the worst was only good sense at this point, and you could never have too many plans to kill dangerous madmen. Oh gods, I was starting to sound like Black. Which reminded me. I'll see it done, Diabolist replied with a nod. Speaking of dangerous madmen, I said. Black's still alive according to the tyrant. My two companions held their tongue, but I caught them sharing a look. Yes, he could be lying, I sharply said. But Kairos also mentioned him to be a prisoner of the Grey Pilgrim, which strikes me more as an attempt to send me after the man than dangled false hope. It could be both, Indrani bluntly said. We know there's no heroes with the Levantine armies, I pointed out, which, if the Pilgrim was in Isère to intervene in this fight, is where he would attach himself. If he's actually in the Principality, and the tyrant wouldn't send me on wild goose chase when he could send me into actual danger instead, then there's a reason for it. Escorting a dangerous prisoner to Salia would fit, unless either of you has a better explanation. Speculating with this little information is rather pointless, Acua said. The Pilgrim's schemes run deep. I was a little impressed that she, of all people, had the gall to say that about someone else. Still not sure why the old man wouldn't just slit the Carrion Lord's throat, to be honest, Indrani said. Not like he's been shy about that sort of thing until now. Bait, Diabolist suggested. We're already here, Archer snorted. We have to be, to get anything done. I guess he could be after the other calamities, but why borrow a torch when the house is on fire? I couldn't disagree, though I really wished it were otherwise. Especially if the Pilgrim was actually headed for Salia, which was the only destination making sense if they were traipsing through Isère. Sure, the Principate's capital was massive and well-defended, but it was also the most populated city on Calernia bar none. Somehow I doubted Warlock would care all that much if he had to incinerate a few 100,000 people to get my teacher out of a cell, but in principle the Grey Pilgrim was supposed to care. I supposed a funeral pyre of dead innocents by the thousands might set in stone the story of those who'd committed such a massacre being righteously slain by heroes. But that was a damn dark way of going after an end that could be reached through other methods. Indrani, I hesitantly asked. If he was killed, how would the Lady of the Lake react? She grimaced under her hood. Can't be sure, she said. Odds are she'd cut whoever wielded the knife, at least, but she's not his keeper. If he sailed his ship into the reefs on his own, and it sounds like he did, she might not see reason to take revenge. She's not a calamity anymore, Cat. She didn't go after the heroine that killed Captain either. That might have been because she considered the remaining calamities to have a better claim to that death, I had privately thought. But if anyone would know the truth of this, it was Archer. It irritated me a little that the Ranger could band with people for years and then leave those bonds behind when it suited her, but then she'd not struck me as a woman dripping with tender sentiments. Which leaves diplomatic leverage, Accius said. The Empress' deep fondness for her right hand is no secret. Neither, to be frank, is your own attachment. Hostage-taking to secure the left flank of the Principate while war is waged against the Kingdom of the Dead would be a gamble, but if successful, then well worth the costs. And if a single individual could be used for that purpose, it would be the Black Knight. He burned through quite a chunk of the Proceran heartlands not a year ago, Indrani whistled, sounding impressed. If Hazenbach thought up that scheme, she's got ice in the veins and no lack of nerve. Her people are going to be howling for his head. The first prince did have both, I silently conceded. And this was the best explanation I'd heard so far, assuming this wasn't actually Black's plan, and we were all swinging at missed, which I wasn't quite ready to discard as a possibility yet. We'll find out sooner or later, I said. Regardless, if the pilgrim is in the region, you should know what that means. Accius' face was the picture of serenity, but she did not speak, and that was telling. Indrani had been with me for longer, though, so she followed the thought to the conclusion. We'll run into the old man at some point, she mused. And with blades out, most likely. Vivian figured out one of the quirks to his name, I said. We confirmed it at the Battle of the Camps. To put up his stronger stuff, likely to avoid getting killed, he needs to intervene on someone's behalf. Assuming we manage to assemble all our forces in the field before we run into him, the weak link is obvious. Andronike, still on my shoulders and interested enough in the proceedings not to interrupt so far, stirred with displeasure at the thought, yet unexpressed. That made it, I told her silently, no less true. The Drow, Accius said. The consequences of Dawn are a dangerously exploitable weakness. If he knocks out the southern expedition, we lose a lot of fighting power, I said. The legions have held ground against him before, at a cost, but we held. If he wants to cripple us, he'll be going after the Drow. That means he'll take the offensive, Archer mused. Or at least, his soldiers will. That way he has people to save. And it might just be that the more people in peril there were, the greater the power granted to save them would be. He'd been no pushover at the Battle of the Camps, when he got going. Considering the amount of troops running around Isère, that was not a pleasant notion to entertain. He's a tricky sort, I said. But his arsenal isn't endless, and we're not without backing of our own. If he strays too far from his name, we can slap that down. I'll pit night against light any day, when we've got our lovely goddesses along on the field. Aspects, then, Indrani frowned. He's not going to blast an entire Drow army into oblivion in a storm of light, I agreed. I don't care how much miracle wine the gods make him drink. No one can stomach that kind of power without burning out. So he'll hit us where it hurts, with something he's personally strong in. And back at the Battle of the Camps, when he got all miraculous on us, he was using a very specific kind of light. We cannot kill him without ending chances of any diplomatic agreement with Levant, Diabolist reminded me. No, I agreed. So that's not what we'll go after. The opposition isn't the only side with miracles, these days, even though ours need to be bought and paid for. I met the Shade's golden eyes. Make me a well, Accius Sahelian, I ordered. I don't care how many mighty you have to rope in, get it done and quick. Diabolist flicked a glance at the silver of godhood on my shoulder, but found nothing there to fear. She wouldn't, I thought. After all, Andronike's crowing laughter was echoing in the back of my head with no sign of ceasing. She would be amused by that, I supposed. There was a degree of irony to my plan being, in essence, the first teaching of the sisters. I rolled my other shoulder, limbering the muscles in an attempt to distract from the dull of throb of my bad leg. The staff could only help so much. All right, that's enough for now, I said. Let's get moving. I want to cover as much ground as possible before dawn catches us. If I'm not wrong, we'll be joining General Ramina just in time to kick the hornet's nest. That's why good boots are important, Indrani laughed. I was gladdened her mood had shifted, though I had to wonder how long that'd last. Also crushing one's enemies, Accius seriously said, then paused. For justice, of course. I rolled my eyes and left them to it, heading back to my horse. I slipped onto the saddle, then waited for the sounds of their bickering to fade as they pulled ahead. Andronike, I said, if I needed you to look south for something. Not until my sister is at my side, the crow said. Something clouds my sight. Yet another reason to reunite with the southern expedition as fast as possible, I thought, spurring on Zombie to catch up with the others. If Cordelia Hazenbach had gone grave digging, I needed to know what she was digging. 4. Book 5, Chapter 10, Capture. The key to popular reign is to blame the previous ruler for your every blunder and claim ownership of their every success, while avoiding the opposite. As a sign of my abiding love for you, my son, I have simplified this process by leaving you to inherit only a large amount of blunders. Extract from the infamous Sensible Testament of Basilia Chrysanthi of Nice. We ran into the scouting party about half a bell before noon. 15 drow all wrapped up in furs, covering the grounds with admirable speed, even though in the light of day they must feel half blind. We saw them before they saw us, as this was a long way from the Everdark, and it was a hard business keeping out of Archer's sight while on open field. I urged Zombie to pull ahead, leaving my peerage and companions to catch up. I did not call on night to sharpen my gaze, disinclined to begin exhausting my body when there might very well be trouble ahead. General Ramina was a veteran, though the host it commanded now had little to do with the once professional armies of the Empire Everdark. More importantly, I'd sat on its councils when it tossed duties and responsibilities at sigils like one would toss a bone to a hungry dog. Aside from the weary contempt for the mighty under its command it did not hide quite well enough, I'd taken note of how it usually disposed its scouts and lookouts. We weren't close enough to have run into spotters keeping an eye on the back of the southern expedition, and these weren't spread out enough to hold that duty besides. They weren't numerous enough for a full-on scouting party, though, and that was what had me riding hard. 15 was plenty enough to have good odds the band wouldn't miss anything moving, and few enough they'd be able to travel fast. No, a scouting party, no? But if I had to canvass a fairly broad region for a small group, I'd send 1 or 2 dozen of those groups in staggered order to get the job done. General Ramina, it seemed, was looking for us. Hailing the drow confirmed as much. They'd been sent by the Tomb-Maker with the suggestion that my group hurry, since events to our south were unfolding at an even quicker pace than I'd wagered they would. An attempt to infiltrate the camp had been made last night, and prisoners taken. I bid the scouts, Zulu one and all, by the looks of them, from the Breslage sigil, to spread out and recall the other bands, waiting just long enough for the rest of my escort to catch up. Aqua and Indrani were the only ones in my company both curious and willing to ask answers of me. I indulged them willingly enough. The hornets are already out of the nest, I told. Someone tried Ramina's camp. I'll be riding full tilt. I need eyes on this as soon as possible. We could gate, Diabolus suggested. I'm not lighting up a beacon of our location for everyone looking, I said, shaking my head. Archer, don't spend your strength too much trying to keep up. If there's trouble, I'll want you at the tip of the spear. She slowly nodded, and my gaze moved to Aqua. My orders for you haven't changed, I said. It'll have to wait until nightfall, but prepare the necessities. It will remove the mighty of yous from the field for days, Diabolus said. It might be more sensible for me to serve on the field until the situation is less delicate. She was useful in a scrap, true enough. I still turned her down without a moment's hesitation. Make me a well, I calmly said. That is your priority, bar none. There's no point in deploying you to wipe out a few companies if a week later we're caught unprepared by heroes and lose 100 times that number. If you've time on your hands, assemble a schedule for the mighty who will contribute. Take measurements, give me options. If you've still hours to waste after that, consult with the sisters. We'll get only one shot at this, Diabolist. If we miss, it's going to cost us something fierce. She didn't argue any further after that. I suspected she rather wanted to, though there was no trace of it on her face, but she knew well enough by now not to push when my heels were fully dug in. Not that she knew why they were dug. I'd shared a lot of my suspicions with my companions during our journey to catch up to the army, but not all of them. There were some I'd rather keep to myself until I had more information to go on. I rode on after that, straight south as the Breslage scouts had told me. I kept to a quicker pace than them, on my latest zombie, though that should be no surprise. I kept to a quicker pace than even riders whose skill made a mockery of mine simply because my horse would never tire. I was willing to damage the corpse a bit, if it got me there faster. It was a little past afternoon bell when I found the Southern Expedition's army. On the way, I'd run into another band of scouts, which I sent out with the same duty as the Breslage, and then 3 successive screens of lookouts. Ramina had tightened the watch now that we'd entered troubled waters, I noted with approval. Andronike had flown away in silence long before I got anywhere near here, and I couldn't feel either her or her sister in the labyrinth of tents. There was a pulse I could barely make out further south, though. It sang to me, cool and comforting like a good night's sleep come autumn. I rode into the camp, noting this late most drow had wakened, and ran my gaze along Ramina's layout. It was a lost cause to get the southern expedition of the Empire Everdark to behave anything like a proper legion, with a carefully laid out camp and raised palisades before sundown. But since I'd left, my general had forced some form of structure onto the chaos. Sigils raised their tents together, by the looks of it, with the larger ones on the edge of the broad circle the entire lot of them formed, and the smaller ones filling that outline. 2 clear paths, one facing north and the other south, had been cleared out, though I noted while riding down the northern one that it was hardly straight. Wobbly was a generous assessment, but it was already better than the utter lack of arrangements the drow had kept to until now. Mighty Breslage met me in advance, introducing itself as the appointed Islani Rafs. It meant keeper under the glare of the sun, more or less, if I'd understood the emphases correctly. I took that to mean commander of the watch when it was daylight. Broadly muscled, short, and a little thick around the waist, the mighty was strikingly unusual for a drow, but I had no time to spare on the matter. I was informed that General Ramina was currently at a forward position, preparing a detachment to take the nearby town of Lancevillers if it proved necessary. I was told there was an attempt to enter the camp, I said, staring down from atop my mount. That is so, Losera Queen, Mighty Breslage agreed. 12 enemies, 9 of which still live. They have been separated, and we identified the one we believe to be the leader. You've interrogated them? I asked. Though questions were asked, they have refused to answer them, the drow said. It was spoken under night that they should not be touched. Breslage murmured prayers under its breath after saying the last sentence, under my steady stare. Well, at least Ramina wasn't getting up to the torture of prisoners of war while my back was turned. Still, spoken under night. That meant one of the sisters had meddled, which was unusual to say the least. Who'd be important enough for them to speak? Maybe some bold Proceran royal with spirit, but little brains to match had decided to gild the family name by taking a look at the foreigners, I mused. Prince Amatus was a cunning enough intriguer, but the Principate's royal bloodlines tended to be large and many-branched. If a tree bore enough apples, one of them was bound to be inbred enough to try sneaking up on drow at night. I ordered Mighty Breslage to prepare a full report of the ways the situation had changed in my absence, and to send the mighty archer directly to me should she arrive. I would, meanwhile, be having a chat with the officer among our catches of the night. Drow, sadly, were not used to taking prisoners. It was simply not the way they were used to waging warfare. Night was best harvested from corpses, and when it wasn't, the insult was meant to be dealt to a living foe sent back into the wilds as a sign of contempt. That meant they had little experience holding captives or raising structures to keep them. So far, tents had been the makeshift solution, with the isolated prisoners tightly bound inside. But that wouldn't work forever. It was all well and good when we only had a few, but if a few companies laid down their arms, we just wouldn't have enough spare tents to keep them. For Sol and Zulu were keeping guard at the corners of the tent where the officer awaited, looking bleary-eyed but attentive, and I met their deep bows with a nod before parting the flap and going in. I froze in surprise. Hanging down from the wooden frame holding up the dome-like tent of leather and linen, a small form was sleeping. I recognized regulation issue undershirt, the skinny frame it was on, and even the cast of the face covered in part by a too large blindfold. Robber, I almost said, but then stopped. The leather and rope bindings were too loose to really keep someone from a race as flexible as his in place. And given goblin hearing, my entrance should have wakened him. So why was he still pretending to be asleep? A torturer wouldn't. I rubbed the bridge of my nose and forced down a sigh. It was a good thing I hadn't walked further into the tent. Leaning against my staff, I crouched down to take a better look. Robber did not stir, but I felt him tense. Took me a bit, but I found what I was looking for. A thin, dull metal wire covered by snow leading up to a hook cleverly set into a sharper, barely peeking out from a pile of furs. No doubt the other end of the wire, which I couldn't see, was anchored solidly and the wire itself tensed for a hair trigger. One step on it, and the sharper would blow, then he'd pop out of the bindings while the enemy was stunned. Knife to the throat, and off he went to try his hand at a getaway. Drow clearly needed better schooling in looking for hidden armaments, I decided, if they'd missed both a knife and a sharper trap while stripping him. I pushed myself back to my feet, then carefully picked my angle and positioned my staff. With a quick hand, I lobbed the sharper through an opening in the tent flap, calling out, "Scatter!" in crepuscular, and turned even as it blew in the muddy snow outside. I was a little impressed he tried to knife me without even taking off the blindfold or fully slipping the bindings, I'd admit. My special tribune had been keeping sharp. Not sharp enough I didn't catch the wrist under the hand, holding a slender blade, though. The wire's new, I mused. Won't shine under light like the old stuff would, and something must have been done to make it more sensitive. Pickler's been busy, I see. I grinned, even as Robber went stiff as a board. I took a moment to yell out at the guards not to come in. "Boss," he hissed out. "I'm not seeing a salute, special tribune," I mildly said. "Do you really want to find out what's below? Lesser footrest." The knife immediately went over his heart, which was the closest to an actual salute he'd given me in years, and deft green fingers hiked up his blindfold. "Well, I'll be damned," special tribune Robber said, large yellow eyes blinking. "It really is you. Wait, you could be an imposter. Tell me something only Catherine Foundling would know. What is my official salary as lesser footrest? That I don't let Indrani put ribbons in your hair, you adorable little princess," I drawled. "I don't even have hair," he complained. "And you know she'd glue on really coarse stuff just to spite me." For all that he was leaning into the exchange, I did not miss the way his eyes flicked towards my bad leg, and then towards my chest. Since I was pretty sure he wasn't looking at my tits, not that there'd been much to look at, that meant he was checking if I breathed. "Legs back," I agreeably told him. "So's the more than decorative breathing. There's actual color to your cheeks, boss," Robert bluntly said. "Like being out in the cold did something." "That's a long story," I said. "Did you murder another demigod?" he mused. "Does doing that twice, like, cancel it out?" "Oh, stop hanging like a bloody gargoyle, and put that knife away," I sighed. My eyes narrowed as I remembered Mighty Breslage's full summary of how he'd ended up here, though. I waited until he'd deftly landed in the snow and taken off the blindfold before pressing the subject. "You tried to infiltrate the camp with just a tenth," I stated. His mouth parted to reveal a short flash of hungry, needle-like teeth. "That what the Greyskins told you?" he said. "We only tried the outer perimeter, not the camp." Then it was all sorcery everywhere, and Sergeant Slicker's flesh melted off his bones. Another two of my crew reached for blades, and they had holes in the head before they could draw. I grimaced. "Gods, Robber, what took you to even try?" I said. "Hakram and Vivian knew where I was headed. It should have been envoys sent, not scouts." "We didn't even know it was the Drow," Robber admitted. "Just an army, and not a small one. And there's been, instructions from up top, even if we run into the Greys." "Instructions," I repeated blandly. He grimaced. "We couldn't know if you were still alive, boss," he said. "And if you were, that it'd be you in charge. And even if you looked in charge, that it was really you." He paused, then squinted at me. "You are in charge, yeah?" he asked. "Some," I said. "It's an alliance with limits to it. But I've got the ear of the people running the show, you might say." "Thank the fucking gods," Robert muttered. "That you're back more than for the Greys, I mean. This campaign is turning into a bastard mess, boss. It'll be good to have your hand holding the reins again. Then you'll have answers," I flatly said, "about what Juniper's doing campaigning here in the first place." I distinctly remember leaving my army on the other side of the Whitecaps. His lips quirked, sharp and mean. "Well, Lady Regent Dartwick got invited by our good friend the Prince of Isare to clear out bandits and foreign agents from his lands. Why, see," Robert told me. My brow rose. I honestly couldn't imagine Vivian willing to risk the army of Callow at the say-so of a Proceran prince, which likely meant Prince Amadis' arm had been twisted until he gave said invitation. Might not be thief's notion at all, I decided. "Hakram, what would he think we could gain from intervening here? What are we using Amadis as a pretense for?" I bluntly asked. "Taking out the Carrion's Lord legions from here with a semblance of clean, the way I hear it," my special tribune said. "They were on the edge of a wipe, and no one wanted that. Plan was to prop him Amadis as a banner to force Procker to give us room, pop in, pick up OL One Eye, and his people, then pop out. By Fairy Gate," I slowly said, which meant either Masigo was back, with a titled Fey bound, or the Wild Hunt had not been freed of its oaths when winter ended up in the Night's Belly. That was a relief, to be frank. I was bound by oath to lair it aside from the Hunt's own terms, 7 crowns and 1, still to be delivered, but I'd not been sure that would be enough. The sooner I could have a good look at the Fey, the better. "Yeah, the Hunt's been all darling since you sent them back," Robert said. "Which is suspicious as all hells, if you ask me. But apparently putting that to verse and having a choir sing it to Marshal Juniper is reprehensible and a flagrant breach of regulations. I mean, it was only the middle of the night. I smothered the smile, though not quite quickly enough for him to miss it. The humor waned, though, when I remembered what we were speaking about. But you're still here, I said, stating the obvious. What happened? We gated in just fine, the goblin said. Ran into a League force 2 days in, but after they missed taking the Hellhound's head, they mostly kept their distance. Made contact with Marshal Grimm when the scrying block shut down for a bit. The scrying block, I said. Wait, more important, you can still scry sometimes? It's like rolling dice, Robert said. Killian says the block is something massive already using the sky, but once in a while it looks elsewhere. Then there's a short window where we can use the old rituals. And I do mean the old ones, boss. Dunno if you noticed, but the observatory went the way of an orc with the key to a liquor shop. No one can get it due to anything. And when we left Callow, the pools were starting to evaporate. I clenched my fingers. Shit. Someone had definitely targeted us. Then, if it were just Isaiah being screwed with, I could put that to a ritual or miracle we ended stumbling into. But the observatory wouldn't get in that bad a way if someone hadn't aimed for it. And just like that, Kairos was back in the running for the prick most likely to be responsible. It seemed very much like his kind of play. He might have planned the ritual in Isaiah first, then gone after the observatory, because it'd allow my forces to bypass it. If there was anyone who wanted everyone in this principality blind, right now, it was the tyrant of Helike. Marshal Grimm, I said, setting that trail of thought aside for now. He's also still in Isaiah. We tried to pull him out, the goblin told me. The Levantines were starting to catch up when we arrived, too close to risk it, so the Hellhound had us gate in between their armies to force them to retreat. And it worked fine. The legions gained a few days of lead while the Dominion got really angry at us being there. But then we tried to gate out, and on the other side was a goddamned sea of boiling pitch. My fingers tightened around my staff. That doesn't sound like Arcadia, I said. Best we can tell, it was one of the hells, Robert snorted. No one went in to check, you know, on account of the sea of boiling pitch. And it's all been leading there since. I asked. Worse, the goblin said. It changes. Mostly hells, so far, but once in a blue moon we get Arcadia again. Not that we can travel it, since no one's sure we'd be able to leave after entering. Hakram ordered an end to the attempts after we almost let out a horde of devils into the camp. What has Masigo said? I frowned. Shit, Robert said, eyeing me warily. You haven't heard. My stomach dropped. Tell me. I ordered. The Lord Warlock blew up Thalasina sky high trying to hold it against Ashur, himself included, the goblin told me. Place is a graveyard. Even those that fled got some sort of magic sickness and cacked it. Masigo, I softly asked. Word from praise is the warlocks get mated out, Robert said. I let out a shaky breath. Thank whatever gods were listening for that. Empress had people looking for him, anyway, he continued. No one knows where he is, though. I know Dead Hand and the general staff kept something about him under seal just before we gated for Procure, but I haven't managed to ferret it out yet. We'll find him, I grimly said. His fathers were dead, and he'd likely fled through the wasteland alone with malicious agents hounding him every step of the way. He must be a wreck of grief and exhaustion, I thought. I didn't like this talk of magic sickness at all, either, considering he must not have been far from Thalasina when this all happened. I reluctantly forced myself to focus on more immediate concerns. There was little I could do for him right now, much as I hated to admit it. Juniper stuck between the Levantine armies. Then, I said, is she close? For that matter, is Marshal Grimm backing her? Robert's wide eyes thinned with sudden alarm. I never reported back, he said. Boss, we have a problem. If Nox still thinks your Greys are a Proceran army, then he won't leave his dug-in positions. Which means you're about to lose a quarter of the army of Callow. Well, I darkly thought it had been that kind of a week so far. Why stop now? Book 5, Chapter 11, Forced March. 100 battles, even victories, will always lose you the war. Theodosius the Unconquered, tyrant of Helike. When I'd been told that General Ramina was at a forward position, in my mind's eye I'd envisioned a legion outpost. Neat palisade with a dry moat in front, raised tower to serve as a better vantage point. Stone for everything instead, if it was meant to be a long-term outpost and funds allowed. I should have known better, by now, to expect more than a pack of tents and heavy screens of scouts. Your people are sloppy, boss, Robert said. Nettles me a bit they caught my boys at all. The tone had been casual and the words mild, which was a telltale sign he was considering knifing a few drow to even scales the goblin way, which was to say, inflicting twice as many wounds as you'd received, and then rubbing dirt in to make sure infection took. I might have taken it as face value, the posturing and the easy cutting lines, if I hadn't seen him raw after losing people right before the beginning of the Battle of Three Hills. For all that robber liked to put himself up as a goblin's goblin, much like me, he'd never quite learned how to make losses stop bruising. Juniper had always disapproved of that. Soldiers died, and it should not be taken lightly or misused, but that was the nature of being a soldier. She'd always had the knack for keeping it distant. There were some people who had that in them. I supposed Hakram did, and once upon a time Ratface had as well. Acua acted as if she belonged among those, but sometimes I did wonder, is that who you are, or what you trained yourself to be? I didn't turn around to look at him where he sat side saddle on my horse, all bunched up behind me, but I pitched my voice to be well understood. I'm not happy some of ours got killed, robber, I said, but there will be none of that, like it or not. You came in quiet and ran into a watch that acted exactly as a watch should. They don't see so well in the day, though, the goblin mildly said. About as well as humans, I said, then dipped my tone towards a warning. And I could warn you they've got entities behind them the sun doesn't blind, but I won't have to. Will I? Because I gave you an order. His teeth clicked softly as his mouth shut. He wasn't happy about this. Neither was I, even though I knew the fault did not lie on the side of the drow, but he knew better than to push. Legionaries bearing blades on drow was the very last thing I needed right now. As special tribune, the goblin had the standing to sit in on most war councils. He knew better than most how precarious the situation was for the army of Callow right now. Juniper had done well, in all fairness. Being stuck between two hostile armies that together made up near the double of your forces was no easy mess to squeak out of, if the enemy generals weren't fools. And they were not, in this case. But her carefully laid plans had failed to account for one of the madmen on the stage, and now a crippling blow was coming. If we didn't move fast enough to prevent it, anyway, which was the opposite of my intention, we'd get there in time even if I had to march the drow until they collapsed. I had absolutely no intention of losing 10,000 legionaries and the general that was the finest vanguard in Callow bar none. There'd been a time where I would have been more effusive in describing Nock, but the man under assault to the south wasn't the same one I'd shared meals and fires with. If anything, the occasional similarities made the whole situation more disturbing. They put in relief everything that had changed when the warlock had healed him. I might not have to stay this way, I thought. Hope was always dangerous, but the thought refused to leave me. Warlock, for all his power and learning, had been a mage. Healing was an academic matter to them, a thing of physicality and measured energies. Most of what Summer's fire had taken from Nock was not anything the Sovereign of the Red Skies could bring back. I was no mage, and the more I learned, the more I realized the endless depths of what I did not know. But these days I had goddesses at my back and miracles in my hands. What sorcery had failed to return might not be beyond the reach of the night. Winter had been matched for summer, hadn't it? And winter had been consumed. But hope was dangerous, and so I had kept my own counsel. I rode into the camp at a brisk pace, having barely slowed from the gallop that brought me there, and ignored Robber's malicious cackle at the splashes of muddy snow that drenched warriors too slow in getting out of my way. There was no missing where General Ramina itself would be. At the heart of the camp, within a tall pavilion, twin heartbeats of power whispered to me. The sisters had known of my coming for some time, though conversation was difficult if we strayed too far from each other. They should have felt the urgency of my purpose, though, and Kamina at least had served as a high-ranking officer many years ago. Between her and Ramina, I was not beyond hope that the 6 sigils whose banners I'd spied had prepared for immediate advance upon my arrival. I reined in zombie with a thought when we arrived in front of the pavilion, sending a shiver of night down my bad leg to make leaping down into the snow tolerable. It would ache later, I knew, but what patience I had left was better spent on other matters. Special Tribune Robber followed suit in his freshly cleaned leathers and mail, short sword at his side and crossbow at his back. The sapper's bag hanging off his other side was still full, the drow not having bothered to paw at the munitions after making sure there were no maps or papers. The goblin swaggered at my side as I entered the tent, baring his needle-like teeth at every warrior eyeing him. Well, he wasn't one of the candidates I'd had in mind when I'd considered how to establish friendly ties between Callowan forces and the Southern Expedition. Maybe I should even consider this a good thing, I mused. The sooner the drow learned that trifling with goblins tended to end up in bear traps and mocking laughter, the better. And who could get that point across faster than Robber? The war council awaiting me inside had few familiar faces aside from Ramina's, as it turned out. Mighty Jindrik was the only one I knew even remotely. He'd apparently survived the mess in Great Sdrychd, largely on account of being too angry to die, though names were hardly impossible to know considering their sigils spelled them out. Room had been left at the low table of obsidian and granite for me to join them down on the carpet, but instead of moving to do so, I cast a look around. In the shadows of the upper pavilion, I caught sight of a pair of crows. Their dark eyes rested on me, but they did not speak either in thoughts or words. The sisters, it seemed, were currently disinclined to meddle. From the corner of my eye, I caught Robert looking exactly where I was. Though from the way his gaze swept over the goddesses without slowing, I suspected he'd not been allowed to glimpse anything. General Ramina, I greeted, leaning on my staff. Many mighty. At my side stands Special Tribune Robber, an officer in my service. He will be seated with us for this conversation. A few of the mighty seemed displeased, but they stowed that away when my stare moved towards them. There was a reluctant bit of shuffling about until room for two was made. The sole goblin present's amused smirk was a nearly physical thing. He might not speak crepuscular, but he knew how to read a room. Losera Queen, first under the night. General Ramina pleasantly greeted me in crepuscular. And company, please, claim seat at this table. Our nice drow friends invited you to sit, Robber. I translated in a mild tone. And you're going to be nice to them in return, aren't you? I will offer them every diplomatic courtesy you've taught me, boss, he smoothly agreed. Well, there had to be at least one or two of those, right? Not willing to take the plunge of thinking too deep about that, I sat myself down at the table and silently declined an offer of road leva. While a few of the drow were sipping at polished cups of the brownish, warm mixture I'd never taken to it. That it involved butter made from the milk of a creature that looked cousin to a lizard would have put me off even if the liquid didn't smell like cheese sent to the gallows and left for a week under the sun. Given the finer nose of goblins, no doubt Robber was taking it as torture. I won't waste time on idle talk. Given the situation, I said. I've had a fresh report from the Special Tribune, including the location of an army in my service that at less than a day's march from here. I assume our scouts have already found it. Ramina inclined its head. That and more, it replied. There's a force of horse riders in the area that has been hunting our warriors. I frowned. If the Dominion already had cavalry this far behind Nock's back, his situation was worse than I'd been given to understand. Levantines, I said. They do not bear the sigils as drawn by the mighty shade, Ramina said. Acua had used charcoal and skins to draw everything she remembered of Levantine heraldry, which was largely the great bloodlines, but still much better than the previous nothing we'd had. I flicked a glance at Robber, who was currently engaged in a staring contest with a very pleased mighty Jindrik. Special Tribune, I said. When you left, did the Dominion have cavalry at the army's back? The goblin let out a whistling breath. No, he said. But it might not be them, your majestic terribleness. The riders, did they have bows? I almost translated for Ramina, until I remembered it spoke Lower Meason just fine. It nodded when I met its eyes. Heliki cataphracts, I said. Shit. I'd had a conversation with Juniper, once, about which Calernian cavalry was the finest. It had been the Knights of Callow in my eyes, of course, and the Hellhound had conceded that on open field and charging that was the case. She'd noted, though, that there was one other mounted force on the continent that would be able to take my countrymen apart. Helikian, cataphractoi, were more lightly armored, as a rule, and unlike Callowan horse rarely used lances. They were, however, exceedingly well trained in the use of curved bows meant to be used while mounted. There'd been no war between the League and Callow that would see the two forces conflict, and Heliki as a city-state certainly couldn't afford to field as many cataphracts as there'd been knights in the heyday of Callowan chivalric orders. But with match numbers, Juniper had been of the opinion that given room to maneuver the Helikian horsemen would be able to slowly whittle away at Callowan heavy horse while taking minimal losses. And considering no other army on Calernia fielded mounted archers, there was no mistaking these for anyone else no matter the banner. Let me guess, I sighed. Less than 4,000 overall, no infantry with them? That is so, General Ramina agreed. Well, there was the rest of the tyrant's army. I'd suspected it wasn't the full muster back in Rocheland, but I'd expected what remained to stay with the League's armies. Silly me, not anticipating Kairos would send his city's entire cavalry contingent to stir up the pot as much as physically possible. All the more reason to link up with General Nock's forces. I finally said. If we want to drive them off on foot, we'll need callow and crossbow companies. Come night. It was true. A few packs of mighty could probably tear through the tyrant's horsemen. But then somehow I doubted they'd risk that. They'd raid during the day, harass the expedition, and retreat before a counterattack could be mounted. The Drow didn't have proper companies. After all, they had tribes. Some of those had archers and javelin men. But getting a cohesive volley fired at the cataphracts would take too long. Unless we took all the archers out of their sigils and made companies of them, which would be difficult. Not even a year ago, most of these people had been at each other's throats, and they weren't used to taking commands from anyone but their own mighty, who'd be quite infuriated at having their warriors taken from their command. Besides, I could see it done, of course. I had the sisters at my back, and General Ramina commanded respect from all but the most stubborn. But they weren't trained to fight this way, and I was wary of eroding my goddess-given authority by using it too much. It was one thing to follow a high priestess to war against the contemptible surface peoples after the enterprise was blessed by the night itself. Another to remain all nice and supportive when said high priestess started chipping away at your subordinates. Proof, I supposed, that not even open divine favor was enough to get me out of fucking politics. I needed the mighty supportive if I was to steer this war to the right kind of ending. How soon can we set out? I asked. 7. Pridneys. General Ramina replied without missing a beat. Though we number only 6,000, Losera Queen. Fighting under pale light will carry risks. About 2 hours, I thought. We still had most of the afternoon until the sun set, but we wouldn't get there today, so that wasn't what he meant. Our destination was past the town of Lanceviliers to the south. Even accounting for the second wind the Drow would get after nightfall, the lethargy coming with dawn meant we wouldn't be able to both arrive at Nox's position in Sarcella and be in fighting fit before at least noon bell. Unless I used a gate, which would get us there in hours but also light up the destination for anyone looking. I wasn't ready for the Saint and the Pilgrim quite yet. If I drew them to that battle, I might just end up losing more than just the 10,000 under Nox. We'll have to regardless, I said. I ordered Mighty Brezhnev to send reinforcements our way before leaving, but we can't afford to wait for them. Send back Runner with an order to catch up as fast as they can, with a warning about the Helikians. In a silent flutter, the crows landed on my shoulders, and there was no further talk after that. Open divine favor, I mused, did have its perks. We got to Lanceviliers before nightfall, not that it made much of a difference. The town was half empty, and there was no one in there remotely inclined to get in the way of an army. I would have preferred to avoid Proserpines entirely, but even a snowed-in road made for a quicker march than the countryside. I left behind 100 drow, led by mighty Sudon too. Gently, I made very clear, interrogate the locals for anything they might know. The southern expedition itself had standing orders not to lay a hand on anyone but soldiers unless they were attacked, and to refrain from looting. The first one had been a hard sell, though the second surprisingly not. The firstborn were amusingly skeptical that anything of human make could ever rival the works of their own kind, and centuries of barter economy meant they put little stock in silver and gold. Furniture and furs turned out to be the main temptations. Both wood and furred creatures were a rarity underground. I'd leaned on Ramina to allow for supply requests to be lodged with the mighty when it came to furs, given the weather, but for the furniture, I had no sympathy. We weren't going to start dragging around nice Alamans bureaus anytime soon, no matter how nice they looked in tents. I'd also laid down a rule against rape, though that had mostly been a formality. Drow hardly even slept with their own kind. Sexual interest in humans was non-existent. Iva had once informed me that its kind considered the most visible characteristics associated with men and women, beards, breasts, to be somewhat vulgar. It had said that in a tone implying it was paying me a compliment, which when I grasped why had achieved something of the opposite effect. Sadly, Archer had yet to tire of talking about it. Our pace significantly quickened after dusk, even Zulu moving at a pace Robber found impressive. While he'd compared them to goblins, anyway, which in his eyes probably counted as a compliment. Not many non-goblins would agree, I suspected. Mighty Sudon and its 100 caught up a few hours in, bearing wild rumors, but nothing of any real use. I used our time to brief General Ramina and its cadre of sigil holders on the military happenings of the last few months in Isère, as related to me by Robber. How the army of Callow had ended up stuck between two hosts of 40,000 Levantines, I covered only the broad strokes of, focusing on their current inability to gate out. What had followed was, in essence, my marshal trying to pull the wool over the eyes of the enemy commanders and partially succeeding. The Dominion had moved to crush Juniper, the army to the north throwing a delaying force in the way of Grimm's legions before sending the rest of its number after her own 40,000 legionaries. The southern Levantines had not bothered with such subtlety, marching in full battle array towards the army of Callow. The idea was, by the looks of it, to end the Callowan army before turning against the other forces in the Principality, Grimm and the League. The Hellhound wasn't that easy to end, though. She decisively marched south and forced a minor battle against the lower Levantine army before she could be stuck in a pincer. Reluctant to risk an all-out battle before the northern reinforcement arrived and their numbers grew overwhelming, the southern Levantines had given ground after the day's battle. My soldiers did have something of a reputation when it came to facing rough odds, and the Levantines had not boasted that. Juniper had then split the army of Callow into 4 columns of 10,000 and fled under cover of night. 2 columns had gone eastwards to slip around the northern Levantines, while the remaining 2 had gone westwards and made sure they were loud about it. One of those columns was under General Nock, the other General Bugram. The latter had taken a moment to place. He was an orc, once General Istrid's second-in-command. Until recently he'd been tasked with holding Summerhome, but evidently he was moving up in the world. Nock had been tasked with baiting the southern Levantines into following him, while General Bugram was to serve as reserve and guard his back in case the northern army wanted to try assaulting the western columns. It was classic Juniper, I thought when Robber first told me about it. Depending on enemy action, she could redeploy and put the hurt to them however she wanted. If the northern Levantines went after the Hellhound's 2 columns, she only had to keep them marching until Grimm's force could hit them in the back and the pincer maneuver became callous. If they continued marching to join up with their southern comrades, the 4 columns would escape the noose and join up with Grimm's host. If the southern Levantines went after Nock and Bugram, they'd be led in a merry chase until Juniper and Grimm came down south together to relieve the western columns. If they marched east or north, instead, once again the 4 columns escaped disaster and linked up in northern Isère. It had seemed to work at first. The last Robber had heard of the eastern columns. They had the northern Levantines after them. The problem had come when Nock's column was hit from the back even as the southern Levantines came after them. Helikian cavalry had ambushed his rearguard, slowing his advance just long enough for the Levantines to gain grounds and begin their own cavalry raids. Messages from General Bugram had ceased, presumably because cataphracts were killing the messengers. A&F his column had never come to reinforce Nox. What followed was a ragged retreat, eventually tumbling into the minor city of Sarcella, which fell to the column without a fight. Sarcella had no walls. Most its people had fled because of the roving armies in the region, and the city garrison had apparently retreated towards a more defensible position the moment they saw an enemy host approaching. Knowing he was in a bad position, Nock had raised field fortifications in Sarcella and held the grounds against a probing attack by a Levantine vanguard of around 16,000, which didn't want to commit to more before the full 40,000 were there. He'd planned to start the retreat once more after forcing an opening, but rumors of a large force marching towards his back had forced him to delay and send scouts lest he blunder into a battle he could not win. Said force was my drow, which was biting irony. Taking reinforcements for foes might very well see a quarter of the army of Callow slain in the heartlands of Procure. There were still things unaccounted for. No one knew where the hell's the column under General Bugram was. I doubted even Heliki cataphracts could tie down. 2. Forces over twice their size, but the tyrant might have more tricks up his sleeve. I'd been inclined to think that between reports of my drow army, an unknown, and the cataphractoi, it might just be that General Bugram had written off Nock's column as done for and begun full retreat, but Robber had given me the first bit of good news in a while when explaining why that was unlikely. Adjutant was with the column, nominally as an observer, but in fact because he was keeping an eye on the 2 western columns. Tyrant or not, I'd put my faith in Hakram coming through. If he wasn't backing up Nock, there was a good reason for it. That, or he was on his way already. Gods, let it be the second. Even assuming Nock's forces hadn't been mauled too badly holding Sarcella against a second assault, I was only bringing 6,000 drow as reinforcements. And 1 goblin, I supposed. None of us could be sure whether or not the entire Dominion force of 40,000 had arrived yet, or if it was still only the vanguard, but if it had, well, under the light of day the firstborn were disorganized light infantry with poor armor and disparate weaponry. 6,000 of those in addition to what remained of Nock's army might not be enough to see us through to the night and the accompanying swing of the balance. Dawn cost us 4 hours, to my seething impatience, but I used the time to nap and get my hands on a decent steel longsword. I'd fed my sword within the staff throughout the night, but I had no intention of using it yet. I could wield it as a staff, but polearms were hardly my specialty, and I was a lot more fragile than I used to be. Best to put the odds on my side in every way. We moved out the moment it was physically possible to, and by morning bell, we could see Sarcella. It was hard to miss it, what with the way it was on fire. Book 5, Chapter 12, Relief. After Isabella the Mad was appointed to the command of the hosts of Procure to turn back the forces of the tyrant Theodosius, the first prince asked of her when she expected the war to be brought to a successful conclusion. It should take, she famously replied, about 100 battles. Extract from The Banquet of Follies, or A Comprehensive History of the First League War by Prince Alexander of Lyonesse. It was around half an hour before noon bell that we got close enough to Sarcella to get a decent idea of what was happening inside. Well, aside from the fire, that one had been pretty obvious even from miles away, which in my surprisingly extensive experience of setting fire to things wasn't a good sign for the people in the area. As it turned out, the city of Sarcella itself was, well, almost offensively prosperous. How anyone could bother to shell out coin for an elaborate ring of ogre-tall statues and arches around their city, but not a proper curtain wall, was beyond me. Oh, sure, whoever that tall bald man in furs with a sword was might be nicer to look at on a sunny day, but that was the kind of thinking that got you invaded by the legions of terror. The damn things were granite, too, which I vaguely remembered being one of the cheaper stones floating around Principate markets. Bastards hadn't even been able to afford marble or limestone, had they? There was still a tax on granite back from the days of House Fairfax, I was pretty sure, though it wouldn't have been applied in over 40 years. Trade with Procure had understandably hit something of a low point after the conquest. I suppose the saving grace of the whole affair was that granite statues would at least take more than a single glancing trebuchet shot before breaking. Still, for all that, at least Sarcella was slightly more defensible than I'd expected. It had been raised on a few lazily sloped hills, so there was some incline to work with, and unlike the flammable nightmare maze that had been Rochulent, this city had a few paved and relatively straight avenues for troop deployment. Some parts of the outer city had houses of wood and stone clustered so tightly together they were impassable, a wall in fact, if not in name. I couldn't quite get a look at the furthest reaches of Sarcella, but it looked like it had been the same parts of it burning for most of our march. With a little luck, the flames had run into row stone houses or a ditch of some sort. I really hoped it had been accident, to be honest, because if it wasn't, odds were it had been Nock giving the order, and if that was the case, I might be responsible in a broader, metaphysical sense. Well, it was my army, but aside from that, I doubted Rat Company officers had been so prone to tactical arson before they'd come under my command. Aside from Robber, anyway, who in these matters did not count since he was both a goblin and a sapper. The moment he'd chosen that career track at the War College, he'd grown beyond saving. Regardless, most of the southeastern corner of the city was a hellscape of flames and smoke, but it wasn't spreading much further out, which had done absolutely nothing to prevent the inhabitants of Sarcella from fleeing in a panic. That was even more obvious than the fire, in a way, because the Proserans were crowding the road out Sarcella like a massive flock of startled birds. There were at least 5,000 or 6,000 civilians streaming out of the city, with more behind, and they were moving at a slug's pace. Few of them had carts to carry their possessions, and those that did got stuck on the muddy road out more often than not. The overwhelming majority were carrying everything they could of what they owned in bags or tied on their backs, a roiling exodus of people and goods. Some were even dragging furniture, with at least one very nice armoire, put on planks and dragged by 2 middle-aged men. Probably the most expensive thing they owned, I mused. The river of fleeing Proserans filled the road in full, moving forward sluggishly, and as my gaze lingered on the armoire, I realized why they'd been allowed to drag even furniture out of the danger. General Ramina caught up to me after I reined in my horse ahead of the first fleeing civilians, our 6,000 warriors still further behind. "This is madness," the old drow said, eyes contemptuous as it watched the civilians. "Why was this allowed to happen?" "Because Nock's tactical acumen has improved," I replied. "Watch the city's sides, Tombmaker." He caught what I had quickly enough. Levantine light cavalry out in the snow, at least 1,000 on either side. Not massing for an assault, at the moment. If I had to guess, there'd be crossbows and spikes awaiting them at every street large enough for a charge. But if I were the enemy commander, I'd keep them there to force those crossbow companies into remaining there where they weren't shooting at my soldiers. Maybe strengthen the cavalry numbers when things got heated on the main front enough that a simultaneous charge on both sides could serve as the killing blow for the entire Caloan army. Having to watch both sides as well as the city's back, where the avenues were the largest and most open, would have been a waste of soldiers. So I was thinking Nock had encouraged the Procerans to flee with their possessions, neatly filling that space with scared civilians the Levantines couldn't ride down without starting the kind of major diplomatic incident that'd send cracks going down the Great Alliance. I was honestly impressed with my general. He'd never been a fool, but his cleverness had always been a military one. It now seemed his thinking had expanded to other theaters. Unfortunately, at the moment his clever trick was also preventing us from reinforcing him quickly. I weighed down my options in silence. I could probably scatter the crowd with some application of night, but should I? That'd be leaving a hole in Nock's defensive perimeter, most likely. There'd be enough of a risk I'd have to leave Drow behind to hold that territory, and considering the size of those cavalry contingents, it would have to be at least 2,000 warriors. Light horse, or not, the firstborn just weren't used to facing down cavalry charges, and they lacked the bows, pikes, and discipline to be naturals at turning them back. Slipping in through one of the flanks would take longer, though, maybe an hour or so, and I wasn't sure I wanted to take that risk without a better notion of how the fight for the city was going. There was no point in arriving neatly if the delay cost us the battle. And that the fight was going, there was no doubt about that. I could make out the command horns and the faint sound of screams and steel even from where I sat. There was nothing quite as catastrophically loud as a hard battle, was there? Clenching my fingers, I spit to the side. Romina, pick out 2,000 warriors, I said. Will you be spitting on them as well? First under the night, the old drow drilly asked. That one's a bit of a stretch, I replied without missing a beat. Careful with those. You know your back's not what it used to be. At least one of us should live to reach old age, Romina smoothly retorted. Damn it. Was it really too much to ask to get the last word against it even once? The fact that my bloody goddesses were quite literally crowing in the back of my head at this most recent of defeats only made it worse. My eyes flicked ahead. It wouldn't be long before the first fleeing Procerans arrived in shouting distance. But I'd have the drow at my side before it came to that. I yelled at Romina to fetch me robber while it was at it, watching it stroll away to carry out my orders. I looked up at the noon sky, that vast spread of blue without a single cloud to temper the glare of the sun. It was good fighting weather, I thought. Mild for a winter day, and the snow might thaw a bit if it kept up. Twin shadows flickered into sight, gliding down with lazy grace, and I turned my eyes back to the Procerans as the crow-shaped slivers of godhood landed on my shoulders. They ran their metaphysical fingers down the spine of my thoughts, partaking of my intent. First time I ever saw Black use the trick, I wasn't sure it was one, I mused. The second time, though, I promised myself I'd make it my own one day. Not a subtle tool, Andronik said. Yet versatile, Kamina opined. We left it at that for now. General Romina came back holding a wiggling robber by the scruff of the neck. Impressive, considering it was day and my special tribune still had his armor on, before offering him up like some kind of furious green cat. Get on, I said, cutting in before the goblin could complain. There's a war on, Tribune. Romina, tell our warriors to stick close to me and not spread out. As in all things your guidance is paramount, Losera Queen, it replied. I detected the faintest hint of sarcasm in that, due to my unparalleled courtly sensitivities. Wait, you speak lower Meason. Robber hissed out. You prick, you pretended you dash. I cleared my throat, and with ill grace the goblin scampered onto the back of my mount. I patiently watched until my 6,000 drow formed into a rough column. The vanguard of the fleeing civilians had finally noticed our presence, and distant shouts in Shantan and Tolesian sounded. Some angry, some curious, some afraid. I could have tried to engage, but to be frank, I didn't have the time to be gentle about this. Follow, I called in crepuscular. My staff of ebony rose, and I reached for the night. The sisters helped me shape it, refine my intent, and cut away the impurities until all that was left was fear. I felt Robber stiffen behind me, then almost defiantly loosen his limbs and grip. Zombie started at a gallop without further ado, and the drow followed behind me. With screams of blind terror, the inhabitants of Sarcella parted like the sea. It was a simple enough working that maintaining it wasn't too much of a strain, especially with the guidance of the sisters, but I was noticeably tired by the time we reached the tall arch that was the broadest entrance into the city. There'd been a few incidents making our way down the road, civilians who reacted to even supernatural terror with aggression, but they were beaten down and thrown to the side without any deaths involved. One drow was nicked by a wildly flailing sausage knife and was loudly mocked by the rest of its sigil for the rest of the walk, but that was the closest thing to a casualty we incurred. To my approval, the sight of my army approaching by the largest road into the city was met with hastily assembled palisade and at least 100 crossbows. From atop my horse, I could even see messengers running further in to ask for reinforcements. I rode up ahead of the drow, allowing the fear to die and my shoulders to loosen. I felt like I'd run a foot race. In a metaphysical instance where both my legs were still in good shape, it should be said, but I was tired and not exhausted. Tired I could work with. It was old hand to me. The sisters took flight before we were hailed, more interested in taking a look at the killing than staying around for the formalities. Close enough, stranger. An officer called out from atop the palisade. Identify yourself. This city has been seized by the Kingdom of Callow, in the name of Her Majesty Catherine Foundling. Are you friend or foe to her? I cocked my head to the side. A mop of blonde hair could be made out from under the helmet, and that was definitely a Lysan accent tainting the hail spoken in very shaky Shantan. Yes, boss, Robber murmured, sounding utterly delighted. Are you friend or foe to Her Majesty? I think a case can be made for both. Tough call to make, really. You're talking to her, Lieutenant. I called back in lower Meason. Split those palisades and take me to General Knock. Come off it, the Lysan laughed. You're way too short. If you're the bloody Black Queen, then I'm Empress of Procor. Blowing up the palisade was not an acceptable response, I reminded myself. It was my palisade, technically speaking, so it was doubly beneath me to do so. Robber shook convulsively behind me, trying not to cackle out loud. There was some talk coming from out of sight, behind the palisade. Then a goblin's head popped over the edge. I squinted. I'd seen that one before, though I couldn't put a name to the face. He was one of Robber's officers. Captain Borer, the ingrate gargoyle behind me provided, still snickering. Open the way immediately, the goblin ordered. Your Majesty, welcome back. I inclined my head in thanks. The Empress of Procor turned white as a sheet. I barked out orders in crepuscular for the drow to follow me in good order, then put Zombie to a trot as the wooden fortifications were dragged open. Captain Borer, unlike his commanding officer, snapped a textbook perfect salute when I approached. There were less than 100 soldiers here, most of them crossbowmen, though I suspected with the runners I'd seen move out earlier that was about to change. I glanced at the still pale Lysan lieutenant, who joined the throng of officers gathering around me, and cocked an eyebrow. Your Highness, I drily said. What a surprise to find you here. He forced out a shaky laugh, but ended up choking on it for trying to swallow nervously while keeping it up. Who's in command here? I asked. There were lieutenants and sergeants here, but no one any higher up the ladder. Unusual. That would be me, Your Majesty, Captain Borer replied. I am the sole captain of this front. Not a good sign. I thought. Not only was the goblin a sapper, he was part of Robber's cohort, which was detached from the usual chain of command by my personal authority. Sappers were usually passed over in favor of the closest same-rank officer when it came to combined commands, which was hinting at a severe officer shortage. You're relieved, Captain, I said. Behind me are foreign troops from the Empire Everdark, to be considered auxiliaries for the duration of this battle. They'll be holding the area in your place. Robert. The goblin leapt down with unnatural agility, landing with a flourish. Boss, he asked, gather your full cohort, then join me wherever the general staff has set up, I ordered. Captain Borer, I'll need you to appoint a liaison to the drow. At their head is General Ramina, who'll be advancing deeper into the city with 4,000 infantry. Have it led at a location allowing for easy deployment to the fronts. I'll see it done, ma'am, the goblin saluted. There was a shudder of whispers through the assembled officers. Looks were cast at the gray-skinned warriors still advancing towards the arch. The drow in the front ranks were looking back, looking distinctly unimpressed by the first human city most of them had encountered. Merciful gods, a tall, dark-haired man with sergeant stripes said. Drow. I thought they were stories. Stories start from something, Sergeant, I amusedly said. And our friends came out from the Everdark to fight on our side. Do pass the word along that they can be rather touchy, though. It'd be best if a little distance was kept. The stares I got at that made me rather uncomfortable. It was just a handful of officers, I thought, already part of my army anyway. And still I wondered if there'd be as much awe on their faces, if they knew how badly botched and misguided my journey into the Everdark truly had been. I doubted it. All they saw was old stories with strange weapons and eerie eyes come to swell our ranks. Shaking my head, I dismissed the thought. I'll need someone to guide me to the general staff, I said. Is General Nock holding command from there, or has he gone to the front? The awe was gone, whisked away in a heartbeat. Ma'am, Captain Borer quietly said. General Nock no longer holds command. He was killed last night when the assault began. Legate Abigail is the current commanding officer. I was in front of my soldiers, I couldn't show weakness. And still I closed my eyes. Breathe in, breathe out. Control. You can grieve when the city's no longer burning, when your people are no longer fighting. He'd not been the same man I had called my friend, but I'd come to hope. Hope is always dangerous. I remembered. My eyes opened, and my voice came out calm. I will need a guide, regardless, I said. Let's get to it. I pulled my hood over my head. Then Zombie impatiently stepped into the avenue and away from my officers. 30 heartbeats later, I had my guide, and I rode the city with dried eyes. Pittance that it was all I could afford to spare. The high command for what I'd been informed was currently being called the Third Army. Presumably Junipers for separate columns, each having been granted such a number, was clearly buckling under the weight of its responsibilities. It had been a mansion, once, though clearly a wealthy merchant's and not a noble's, as it was near the heart of Sarcella and not one of the more rarefied quarters. The location had been well chosen, close to most of the arteries of the city, and so easy to get messages to and from. I was ushered through a parade of wide eyes and gasps, until I reached what must have been the war room. It was at the very highest of the mansion, with broad windows overlooking the parts of the city either currently fought over or burning down. My attention, though, lingered on the fact that there were too few people here. A few aides, a few messengers, mages and hornblowers. But the actual officers? Less than 10. There were more tables loaded with scrolls and maps than there were people above the rank of tribune in here, which was stark statement as to the state of the Third Army. The presumed commanders saluted tiredly when I entered, obviously warned in advance, but I noticed the gaze of several brighten at the sight of me. I offered a smile, and turned to the only person in the room wearing a legate's insignia. Legate Abigail, I realized with a start, was younger than me. Barely 20, by the looks of her. I'd come across her once or twice before Aqua's Folly, and later Juniper mentioned her to me before as the woman who drowned the incipient riots in lore through strategic use of the royal palace's cellars. She'd had a field promotion to legate after that, so she'd have the authority to keep the capital in order, but I was surprised the Hellhound had chosen to confirm the promotion afterwards. At most I'd expected her to move up from senior tribune to commander, after an actual legate relieved her. Were we really that hard up for high-ranking officers? I set aside the worry for now, looking over the younger woman discreetly. Her black hair was slightly longer than Legion regulations allowed, but acceptably so for a foreign campaign. Sunburnt cheeks, watery blue eyes, and a delicate nose. She had dark rings around her eyes like she hadn't had a good night's sleep in much too long, quite visibly exhausted. She was taller than me, I noted, but then who wasn't? Your Majesty, the legate croaked out in that thick summer-home accent. Gods, am I glad to see you. The general staff around her really was absurdly sparse, and what remained was in rough shape. There was a senior mage, Sonic. It'd be years before any Calawan was fit for that command, with a face whose rosiness betrayed recent mage healing and a staff tribune missing her right arm up to the elbow, but that was it. No senior sapper, no Cachera or supply tribune. 2 commanders, and 1 large orc tribune, but that was no proper general staff. What the hell's had happened here? Legate Abigail, I replied with a nod. Our drow allies found special tribune robbers 10th, and I hurried a march here with a first wave of 6,000 reinforcements. I'm beginning to suspect the situation is worse than what was described to me. A few mirthless smiles bloomed at that. It's a bloody mess, Your Majesty, Legate Abigail said. General Knox swatted their first probe on Sarcella, and the vanguard drew back, so we figured they were waiting for the rest of the army. But then they attacked last night, completely out of the blue. We think some nobles showed up, riled them up for it. Are you saying Nock and the rest of his senior officers were lost on the front lines? I frowned. The Dominion priests hit a meeting of the general staff, she replied. Lanterns, I think they're called. One moment it's night, then it's bloody light everywhere, and most of the room is dead. I was looking into a supply discrepancy, so they didn't get me, and Oaks dash. Legate Oaks, the orc at her side provided in a gravelling voice. Legate Oaks was walking the perimeter, so he didn't get hit either. Legate Abigail seamlessly adjusted. I hid my amusement at the interaction and the habitual ease it had come with. You're senior to this legate Oaks? I asked. By a day, ma'am. The woman ruefully replied. Marshal Juniper said we were to serve under General Knock and Legate Jwahir for proper blooding. She paused. I guess we did get that. In the end, she darkly said. Well, wasn't this a mess? It wasn't like I had another commander to pull out of my sleeve. Ramina was arguably the most veteran, but it had not familiarity with Legion tactics and was needed to keep the drow orderly besides, so she'd have to do. I could take command myself, sure, but if this was as bad as it sounded like I'd be needed in the thick of it, then you've just received a field promotion, General Abigail, I grimly replied. Congratulations. Now tell me how deep into the dark we are, and, while we're at it, why the hell's this city is on fire? Book 5, Interlude, Beheld I. Necessity's children are sometimes clever, but always bloody. Queen Yolanda of Callow, the Wicked, known as the Stern in contemporary histories. God's damn it, somehow she'd still ended up stuck in charge. Legate? No, General now, because clearly someone above was out to get her. Abigail had counted her blessings when she'd gotten word the Black Queen had come out of nowhere to save the day. The Queen could take command, and she could go back to being as far as physically possible from the fighting, while also not being expected to make any decisions that actually mattered. That was the trap, Abigail darkly thought. They lured you up the ranks with the promise of better pay and less people shooting arrows at you, until you got dragged so high you had to watch out for the noose instead. And she knew damn well what. Field promotion meant, thank you very much. It meant, do the work, Abigail, but we'll only pay you what your last rank offered, and also best not fuck up or the hellhound will eat your liver. But she couldn't exactly say any of that out loud, so General Abigail smiled all pretty for the very dangerous woman holding a staff that made people panic if they looked at it too long. I'm honored, Your Majesty, she lied. Queen Catherine's lips twitched the slightest bit. Abigail hid her flinch well. Could the Black Queen actually read thoughts and look into souls? Surely that was just a rumor. Still, best not to risk it and change the subject. You never knew with named. The fire wasn't our fault, Abigail immediately said. Wasn't us who started it, either. I swear. The lanterns ran out of the city after hitting the general staff, and our people went after them. The chase ended up going through a grocer's shop, and there wasn't no food in there, but there were candles and oil jugs. The Black Queen arched an eyebrow, saying nothing. It wasn't us, Abigail insisted. I have 5 official reports showing it was some big Levant woman who broke into the room and tipped over the candles. We can't be blamed for this. We even tried to stop the spread. Catherine Foundling's lips twitched once more, and she patted the Abigail's shoulder with open sympathy. She tried not to tremble at the touch. You were always less likely to get your blood frozen solid if you smiled. You'd think so, wouldn't you? The Queen mused. But I've been saying that for years, and no one ever believes me. Temporary, if she had anything to say about it. General paled a little at the notion that she could end up getting a reputation like the Black Queen's. Abigail had been in Summerhome when entire quarters burned green because the squire needed to flush out a hero. Hells, she'd never have been dumb enough to enroll in the legions if her family home and shop hadn't been part of the cinders. Too late to bail now, though, she admitted to herself. She wasn't sure if even temporary generals were allowed to retire. Maybe she could get herself thrown out, she mused. Might be time to consider getting accidentally pregnant. The Queen's amusement passed quick enough, and Abigail straightened her back to look like she hadn't been thinking of what was technically an attempt at desertion. How many lanterns struck? Her Majesty asked. We believe 20, Abigail said, comforted to be back on practical matters. 12 managed to escape the city, most of them killed while running. Only one of them had died during the attack, though it had been a hells of a kill. The Callowan wouldn't forget the sight of Knock Prince-Killer's fangs having snapped straight through the neck of a priest anytime soon. Not when light had melted his plate before he even got moving. Drips of molten metal leaving a trail of how he'd leapt for the kill, even dying. The general had been a bloodthirsty bastard, no two ways about it, but no one had ever called him a coward. Her thoughts stalled. General Knock was supposed to be an old friend of the Queen's, wasn't he? From the War College, in the early 15th. Abigail really hoped the Black Queen didn't ask about the body, since she'd have to admit there was no splitting the corpse from the melted armor, and no fire at hand would burn hot enough for both. The matter had been put aside for now, since there were more important things to take care of. It was odd, Abigail, though, that something mattering to her mostly because it had gotten the 3 veteran legates that should be standing in her shoes right now killed could actually be tragic to someone else. Especially to the likes of the Black Queen, who had burned and buried dozens of thousands. Even monsters had friends though, she supposed. Is a second strike by them likely? Her Majesty asked. The Queen of Callow was staring at the battle map, even as she spoke, dark eyes tracing the lay of the cohorts and fortified choke points. Abigail had done what she could. There'd been no keeping the Bellsport's quarter after the disorder of a decapitated general staff had allowed the Dominion to take the bridges and secure a foothold behind them. But she'd had houses collapsed on the outskirts of the quarter and kept them contained in there by her own gesture of 2,000 until a better defense could be assembled. The Levantines had since driven the Third Army back to the outskirts of Beaumontant Quarter and mounted a push that took Couteau d'Or, pretty much claiming the entire middle southern and southwestern parts of Sarcella. Since then, it had been a nasty slugging match, since the Dominion had run into the raised defenses and goblin traps she'd ordered set up at that line. The two fronts had quieted some, but that was just preparation for a serious assault in Abigail's opinion. And if the next one passed her defensive lines, the Third Army was fucked, to put it bluntly. She'd been forced to send the reserves to the front lines to slow down the fall of Beaumontant until the sappers were done, and with companies still stuck keeping an eye on the cavalry to the city sides, there just weren't enough soldiers left to take back grounds if they were lost to Levant. If the lines broke, it was all downhill from there. Or that had been the situation an hour ago. Anyway, Abigail of Summerhome thought with a hard smile. Now the Black Queen was back, so it was time for Lakes to start dropping. It took Crowlum clearing his throat to realize she still hadn't answered the question Her Majesty had asked. We, don't believe so, Abigail hastily said. Senior Mage Dastardly has trip wards in place she believes will warn us if they do, but our priests say if they try anything that large again, so soon they'll burn out. The Queen of Callow blinked in surprise and tore her gaze away from the map. It was a pretty human gesture for some immortal evil fae thing, Abigail decided. With the long, unbound brown hair and the lightly colored cheeks, Catherine Foundling looked more like a young woman who hadn't slept in a while than the infamous victor of Second Lease and the Battle of the Camps. Our priests, Her Majesty repeated. We have priests. Now. It was the temporary general's turn to be surprised. Had she really not heard? The House of Light split after it came out what you did in Keter, Your Majesty, Abigail said. The Black Queen's face went blank as a wax mask. The Summerhome girl pressed on with haste. After it was outed, you went to the Crown of the Dead to kill the Dread Empress and prevent her making a deal. They called for a Callowan conclave, she said. They split over whether or not to name the entire 10th Crusade graceless. About 2/3 went against, but the Salian conclave's decrees were declared heresy by unanimous vote. Wasn't enough for some, though. The last third walked out and pronounced the 10th Crusade to be godless Proceran intrigue. Nowadays they call themselves the House Insurgent, Your Majesty. Hundreds enrolled in the army as healers. For a moment the silence in the room was thick as oil. Then the Queen of Callow glanced to the side. There was a half-empty bottle of wine at the edge of the table, leftovers from when Abigail had taken pity on Dastardly's pain at having an entire cheek and eye grown back. It was her last bottle from Callow, too. The Black Queen grabbed it, sniffed at the rim, and visibly brightened before taking a long swallow. A little sigh of pleasure followed. Oh, that's the stuff, Queen Catherine muttered. Been way too long. She shook her head, afterwards, and got back to business. So no one's going to die. Abigail mused. That's nice. Tanners didn't have to worry about things like that. She knew. No, Abigail. She thought. Think of the ferret-faced cousins. Stick the course. How long can we really be at war anyway? Well, the Queen said. You've had an interesting year, I see. We'll set that aside for now, General Abigail. Your reserves aren't marked on the map. How many have you held back? They, are, Your Majesty, Abigail replied. She leaned over and tapped her finger near the 5 cohorts holding the grounds between the fire and the edge of Beaumontant Quarter. There was nothing held back because the reserves were on the front. The Queen grimaced. I was afraid of that, she said. That's going to get messy. These, are they paved roads or bridges? The Black Queen was pointing at the 4 gray streaks representing the bridges going into Bell's ports, and Abigail told her as much. How broad is the river? Her Majesty asked. At the bridges, around 25 feet, the temporary general said. It's broader further west, going towards the source. Stays about the same going east, though a mile downriver it'll start splitting and narrowing. The Queen frowned at the map pensively. Abigail cleared her throat. If you're thinking of using munitions on it, ma'am, we've already tried, she said. General Knock had our sappers take a look, wanted to use that to repulse the first attack. It's frozen too deep, though, took an entire card of demolition charges, and it didn't spread all that far. Munitions aren't what I have in mind, the Queen of Callow calmly replied. General, if we hold until sundown, our retreat is assured. Cracking the river will buy us that breathing room, but only if you can push the enemy out of the city first. We need a moat, not an obstruction. Abigail tried to think of a very polite, professional way of saying that this couldn't be done, but it wasn't her fault. While she was considering what would work best, the Black Queen pressed on. I'll be taking 500 drow and special tribune robbers cohort with me. Her Majesty continued in that same even tone, eyes remaining peeled on the parchment. That grants you 3,500 fresh warriors to break the deadlock. They're dug in good, ma'am, General Abigail said. Unless the drow can scale walls bare-handed dash. They can, Catherine Foundling casually said, like it was nothing out of the ordinary. While light infantry and currently no more physically able than humans, they have extensive training in raiding tactics. I'd suggest you send a number of them here dash. The Queen of Callow's finger tapped the boundary line between Beaumontant and Couteau d'Or, which by Abigail's reckoning was a line of tightly packed merchant homes facing outwards. To split the Levantines up, then thin your right flank to reinforce your left, she mused. A hard assault on this Couteau d'Or quarter will have them packed tight in the open when they draw back into Beaumontant, and a few sapper companies can bloody them into retreat from there. General Abigail squinted down. The right flank had better hard defenses. It was true. She'd had a guild house's lower-level bard and turned the flat rooftop into a shooting galley for her crossbowmen, and it would hold against attack for a while even if thinned. With the recommended distraction and enough forces moved to bolster an assault on the left flank, this could possibly work. That'd still leave a pack of very angry Levantines with their blood up holding Bell's ports, though, and that quarter was the door to Sarcella. As long as the Dominion had their foothold there, they'd keep bringing in troops. If the Levantines mounted a hard counterattack after the Third Army had left its defensive positions, the quarters it had taken might be just as soon taken back, and it wouldn't stop there, Abigail knew. With the kind of losses that the assaults would bring, the Third Army might end up driven out of Sarcella entirely. That'd be the end of them, with the Levantine cavalry hacking them to pieces as they retreated into the plains. That's only workable if the river is cracked, General Abigail finally said. And unless you intend on taking less than 1,000 light infantry out onto plains where the Dominion fields at least that much in cavalry, to get to the river you'd need to go through Bell's ports, which we can't take, until the river is cracked. The Black Queen smiled, thin and sharp, and just a little mad. There's another way through, as it happens, she said. Abigail followed where the gloved finger was pointing on the map. She choked. That's the part that's on fire, Your Majesty, she said. So it is, Catherine Foundling cheerfully said. Get ready for the offensive, General. I'll want it beginning within an hour. The Black Queen patted her shoulder once more and limped out of the war room, humming what Abigail was pretty sure was the opening notes of the Lord of the Silver Spears. She was also the temporary leader, Abigail corrected, of the Third Army noted, still holding that half-empty bottle of Vale summer wine. Tribune Crolum, she whispered. I need you to looking into something. The orc leaned forward eagerly. Find out who you can lodge a protest to, if the Queen of Callow steals your wine, General Abigail said. The cattle dwelling reeked. Everything about the burning lands was mad, mighty Gendrick decided. This land had never truly known order, not even in the days before the tenets of night, and while the firstborn sought enlightenment through sacred strife. The worthy take, the worthy rise. The cattle had grown fat and insolent for that absence. The mighty bared its teeth at small eyes peeking through a shuttered window, pleased at the squeak that sounded from inside the house. The shutters were wood, mighty Gendrick saw. Most the house as well. How disgustingly decadent, that these Procarin could afford to make a city mostly of wood. Even sigils of the inner ring were not so wealthy. It had taken an effort not to beat the cattle that had found it fit to burn. Wood of all things. The Tomb-maker had said that the Procarin owned many forests, and that even if they allowed their wooden houses to rot and break, they could afford to make new ones. Madness, waste and madness. Mighty Gendrick might have taken from the cattle what it knew not how to appreciate, had the first under the night not forbidden it. The sigil holder of the Gendrick let its eyes stray from the cattle things trembling in their dwellings, instead turning to Losera Queen. Honor had been given, when the first under the night had picked Gendrick and many of its sigil to accompany it into battle. More so than could be truly grasped, for Losera Queen was the voice of the night, and so honor given by it was honor given by the night itself. What more esteemed accolade could there be? The presence of the Goberin, marred the situation some, but not so much that it grew beyond enjoyment. The green creatures were not true cattle, having many years ago warred against the Nerism. With great fury and viciousness, they were being made to bear strange packs and drag carts, but no beasts of burden they. The leader of the pack, this robber, it had spirit. If Losera Queen was to have servants from the burning lands, worse stock could be drawn from than a being that would mock mighty at their own table. The pack following the robber was just as dauntless, and already Losera Queen had ordered warriors of the Jindrik and the cohort to sheath their blades thrice. This was pleasing, for sharing purpose with the weak and cowardly made for a weak cabal. Mighty Jindrik threw back its head and hollered when their promised destination was reached, the sharp calls sounding out in defiance of the pale light. Its sigil answered in kind, approaching the heat and smoke of the blaze storming ahead without a speck of fear. The mighty strode forward, elbowing some Goblin, wearing strips on its shoulders and laughingly slapping aside the knife it pulled. The first under the night stood first before the blaze, as well it should. Even in the pale light of the sun, Losara's silhouette seemed shaded, soot and ash falling at its feet as it watched the flickering flame. Jindrik bowed respectfully before approaching. It had bargained with this holy one when it was still but a strange curiosity, a creature born by these lands, yet capable of slaying mighty. It had also intended to betray Losera as soon as the Ramina were dealt with, as was only fitting. Since then, mighty Jindrik had been taught the extent of its foolishness. What could a mighty hope to do against the very herald of save in OC? Some ill-made things calling themselves firstborn still murmured of Losera Queen being human, but this was crass ignorance. What human could possibly bear save NOC on its shoulders? Speak for the tenets. No, Losera Queen was the get of night itself. It would return the firstborn to these lands and wrest a realm out of the hands of the pale gods, usher the empire ever dark-born anew. And mighty Jindrik would be there to share in that glorious thing, drenched in the blood of those that dared to test the tenets of night. Losera Queen, we stand ready for war-making, Jindrik said. We will tread this blaze, should you wish it so. The Holy One smiled, white teeth flashing like ivory in shade. Miracles don't come cheap, Jindrik, the first under the night said. And there are only so many I can bear. Fortunately, I have something almost as dangerous to wield. The mighty smiled, pleased at the sharing of wisdom. What may this be, Losera Queen? The Holy One's eyes crinkled in amusement, and it inclined its head behind them. Madman, Jindrik, the first under the night said. Never underestimate what a few of those can accomplish when told something is impossible. Behind them the Goblin had begun empty the carts, to work with wood and steel to raising strange wooden structures and nail them solid. Skins reeking of vinegar were taken out from the bags, and boxes of snow prepared. Long staves of metal and wood, some with broom-like endings and others not, were prepared and made wet with a strange concoction kept in bottles. Prepare yourself, mighty Jindrik, Losera Queen said. We'll pass where the blaze is weakest, but to hesitate is death. It was ever thus. It laughed and raised its fist to the sky. All is night. Mighty Jindrik yelled out, and its sigil echoed in kind. For a moment, it thought, that prophecy drowned out even the roar of the fire. I missed this, Special Tribune Robber admitted. There'd been some good laughs, since the boss had gone underground to take over yet another nest of vipers in order to throw it at one of the other nests of vipers. He'd gotten to hunt Imperial agents in the streets like animals with the Guild of Assassins, stuck it to the matrons while negotiating for munitions in Thief's name, and even gotten to see what happened when you sent back a High Lady's threatening envoy by Trebuchet. There'd been deaths, too, but no anyone he cared too much about. Well, Hakram had somehow managed to lose another hand, but Sada's robber was looking forward to the truly legendary amount of sarcasm the boss would inflict him over it, so it could be called a draw. Pickler was still both mind-blowingly lovely and completely out of reach, especially when putting shady dwarven gold to nefarious purposes, but that was just the way of life. Robber of the Rockbreaker tribe, also known as the Lesser Footress to Her Majesty the Queen of Callow, had started to figure he'd seen it all. He'd been to more places most goblins ever would, killed people in most of them, and participate in the strategic arson of not one but several cities. He was no longer young, by his people's standards, and he'd wondered if it might not be time to start thinking about a glorious death. Then the boss had come back, and she was as superbly mad as ever. She'd left as some sort of bastardly immortal fey thing, and come back breathing and smelling like a mortal, With an army of bloodthirsty, treacherous magical dark elves, she'd somehow become a religious figure for if he'd picked up on the chatter right. And she was going to use them to wage war on half the continent. So she could make it sign some sort of treaty, then use that to attack the hidden horror as a united front. She also had in stand a blackwood staff that felt to his senses like some sort of silent, monstrously large predator, and she was talking shit to some possibly godlike crows that no one but her seemed to be able to look at directly for more than a fraction of a heartbeat at a time. Robert had been close to those things for hours, and even avoiding to look at them, he'd since been plagued with some of the most horrifying nightmares of his life. Gods, it was just like coming home. And now she'd decided that the best way to use tactical surprise was to attack through where no one had positioned troops, which had happened because the place in question was on fire. So he'd casually been informed that his cohort was to build several examples of a lighter siege turtle so that she could stuff 700 soldiers in them and run through a city fire in order to crack a frozen river. All the while, an enemy army and several larger cavalry contingents were on the prowl. No one did crazy like the boss. There was a reason. Goblins volunteered to enroll in the army of Callow, and it wasn't the Hellhound's winning personality. You know, sometimes I wonder if there's something in the water back in the Grey Ares, Catherine Foundling drawled. It'd explain a lot about goblins. Isn't lead supposed to make people go mad? How likely is it that there's some in your wells? I wouldn't know. I've only ever drunk the blood of my enemies, Robert shamelessly lied. That sounds rather unsanitary, the boss said. Ziz says there's all sort of humors in that. The inside of the modified siege turtle was stiflingly hot, even with all the preparations. Skins soaked in vinegar and water, boxes of snow to cool the air coming from the slight openings above, and poles coming out of the shuttered panels that allowed enterprising drow to push down anything still on fire that came too close. Beneath the bottom rim, still burning embers could be swept with broom-like poles when they were layered too thickly, or skins of water used to put out open flames, though the smoke and vapor from that was wicked, and had already scalded a few unwary goblins. Each of the shells allowed for 50 people to hide under, 14 brave turtles having tried the blaze. One had been struck by a falling beam barely 20 feet in, and less than 10 of those inside had managed to crawl screaming back to the safety of outside the fire. The outer ring was the most dangerous part, though they'd know that from the start. The fire had begun somewhere deeper in, and spread out more or less in a circle depending on where stone and space obstacles could be found. Past that part there'd been progressively less flame and more smolder, though that hardly meant there was no danger. More than once the lack of air or the heat of what was left to breathe had made soldiers pass out. The lucky ones fell inside the shell when there were enough in shape left to carry them. The others were left behind for the fire to take. The boss had made it clear she couldn't start calling on her tricks without putting the river work at risk, and there was no point in trying this at all if she exhausted herself trying to keep everyone alive. Another turtle was lost when its warriors misjudged what they were stepping on under the ash layer and got themselves over red-hot stone, a chunk of the drow immediately dropping with screams as their thinner boots got torched through and the turtle fell for lack of enough people holding it up. The structure turned into an oven within moments, and the 4 survivors only lasted long enough to make it out in the open, which wasn't any more survivable than inside. Robert had been blessed enough to share a shell with the boss herself, and she'd been utterly nonplussed the whole way through. Her face had darkened every time a turtle was lost, but they pressed on anyway. Everyone inside was sweating like a pig, including her. Robert watched the Queen of Callow pat down her cloak while hobbling forward and cleared his throat. Looking for something? He asked. In front of them a pair of drow shifted the panels open, knocking down a wooden wall half devoured by flames and almost entirely blackened. The panels closed, and the turtle came forward. Soon they'd reached the last crucible, the second part of the outer ring, and after that, out onto the snow. Would you happen to have matches on you? The boss casually asked. Sure. Robert snickered, reaching for his sapper's bag. Sadly, all the munitions delicate in the face of heat had to be removed, but he still had a few goods left to peddle, including a set of pinewood matches, which he handed to his queen. She let out a noise of appreciation, then shoved her staff into the crook of her arm, produced from her cloak an already stuffed pipe, and struck the match. Within moments it was lit, filling the turtle with the acrid scent of wakeleaf. She carelessly dropped the match on the ground, where it fell on embers and almost instantly began burning up. That is cruel, Robert admiringly said. And yet when he flicked his eyes, he caught most the drow's smothering grins. Gods, they actually enjoyed the boss being like that, didn't they? Kind of an asshole, and utterly indifferent to the fact that they were strolling through a bonfire of a city if it got in the way of her petty pleasures. I waited until we were on the last stretch. The Black Queen defended herself. She added something in the drow tongue afterwards, and the drow roared and sped up. Robert was pretty sure, by the tone, that it was along the lines of put your back into it. I haven't got all day. After that it wasn't long until through the thin openings made into the wood he was able to glimpse the silhouettes of tall granite statues, and a mostly open way to there. Which was for the best, given that some of his minions were starting to slow down and only kept from passing out by biting their lips bloody. There was a sudden crash behind, and the boss called out in drow tongue. The porters at the back opened the shutters there, revealing a large wooden plank had scythed through the middle of the turtle right behind them. Catherine breathed in sharply at the sight, then cast a look in front. Not out of the woods yet, Robert thought. Another call in drow tongue. The shutters were shut, and the advance resumed. 11 turtles made it out onto the snow, out of the 14 who'd set out. There were some, Robert thought, who'd call that a miracle. Book 5, Interlude, Beheld 2. A good sword will find a use, or make one. Levantine saying. This was to be an iron day. Captain Elvira could feel it in her bones. 20 years she'd served as an officer under the Lord of Tartessos, then a further 8 under his daughter the Lady Aquiline, and before that she'd been part of a Brasilian band, as both spearwoman and striker. It was the last of those experiences she drew on now, trusting the instincts that had seen her survive iron days ranging from chimeras maddened to an entire flock of ensorcelled drakes. Something nasty was about to come for the army that had been under her command until yesterday's dusk, and they were not prepared. Elvira might be old and slow these days, but she'd seen more bloodshed than the rest of this army of pups put together. They thought a few honor feuds and sanctioned hunts had them prepared for war, but it had not. The army of Callow had spent most of a night and day making that viciously clear to anyone with eyes to see. It was just her luck that Razan Tanya, of the Binder's blood, had been stuck with blindness for want of glory. Just a fucking boy, she thought, not without bitterness. Some 18 summers youth who saw a way to hallow his already hallowed line in sending soldiers charging to their deaths at Callowan hands. Bones creaking as they would not have 20 years ago, the captain walked the streets of Beaumontant Quarter with her 20 sworn swords at her side. A trail of smoke from the east, the quarter still aflame even now, marred the blue sky like stroke of charcoal. Under it the soldiers of the Dominion of Levant clustered behind thick planks of wood and half-broken houses, never daring to look across the divide for long. Callowan crossbowmen had proved to be mercilessly accurate from their distant perch, the sallow-eyed goblins never hesitating to put a bolt in any soldier out of cover for too long. Elvira saw no need to tempt such a fate by advancing too close, having already taken a good look when she led the assault that failed there that very morning. While red-clad legionaries had slowly retreated under the charge of the armsmen of Malaga and Tartessos, the damnable Callowan sappers had torn down 2 streets' worth of structures and raised palisades between the houses standing behind, leaving an open killing field of stone and wood trapped with blasphemous munitions and vicious steel traps. Elvira had lost 300 men trying to force a way through before she called a retreat under crossbow volleys and spellfire. The Callowans knew war these days, in a way few soldiers of her homeland did. Captain Elvira was old enough to have fought in the Sepulchre War, when the Barrow Lord rose from the depths of Brasilian forest and struck out with his host of bespelled beasts, barrow spirits, and blood traitors. She'd taken a hammer blow to the arm that never quite healed right, dragging Lord Rome ran away from the onslaught, and for that earned both captain's rank and the suit of plate she still wore, enameled with the colors of the Slayer's blood, a rare honor. She'd even fought in the thick of it at River's Bent, holding the shore sword in hand until the bestowed slew the Barrow Lord in honorable combat, and the Peregrine freed his soul from its earthly prison. That had been war, but Levant had not known its like in the many years since. The kingdom of Callow had, and its soldiers carried those hard lessons with them. There'd been rumors, of course, fanciful tales that made it even as far as Tartessos, of fairies riding on wings of flame, of a city aflight and spewing out armies of ravenous dead, of a gate opened into the very hells that unleashed endless hordes of devils. Elvira had not put much trust in these, knowing how stories grew with telling and miles, but now she wondered. The captain had breached shield walls, under morning light, and seen under the helms more than just Callowans. Greenskins and wastelanders standing elbow to elbow with warriors born to the kingdom of knights, striving and killing and dying together, singing those harsh, bitter songs the Calawans were so fond of. 10,000 of these without a speck of horse, their commanders slain by the lanterns in the dark of night, had turned what should have been a rout into a bloody and costly stalemate. There was spine in that army, Captain Elvira thought, perhaps more so than in her own. She'd seen too many green boys and girls empty their stomachs in the mud when they came across the butcher's yard in Bell's Port's quarter, where the wounded and dying had been brought for what healing could be had. The stink of shit, death, and bile had not sickened Elvira's nostrils in many years, but at least she had known it before. The eager young captains and their just as young warriors had not, and it had made them flinch. Not that Razan Tanya, heir to Malaga, had been moved by the wails and spilled entrails. No, the boy was already ordering preparations for another push against Calawan defenses. The Tartessian slowed her walk when she reached the outskirts of Beaumontant, near the streets leading into Couteau d'Or. The Tanya boy would be holding council with captains there, but she was in no mood for exhortations and castigations from some pup of a southern blood. Instead, she spoke with the soldiers she'd led into the jaws of the jackal that very morning, preparing them for what was to come. Those officers had broken their bones on Calawan defenses earlier, and so were more willing to listen to an old woman's advice than most. They gathered around her, the sworn swords of captains that were attending to the noble boy who'd taken command from her. A simple shield wall will get your people killed, Captain Elvira said. The sappers prepared the grounds to break up tight formations, and their mages will use fire to batter at what holds. It's the traps that have been bleeding us the worst, Red Ella, a middle-aged man with a heavy Malagan accent replied. They've sewn caltrops everywhere, and the spikes go straight through leather soles. Elvira let the use of her old sobriquet pass, without comment. She wasn't so long in the tooth as not to slap the insolence out of a soldier's mouth if need be, but these officers had never known the sobriquet as the insult it had been meant to be. Just a name other old soldiers called her by, when the ale was plentiful. Better those than the buried explosions, a young girl in heavy scale grunted. Those'll shred a man up to the waist, and sharp pieces shoot out to carve at those near. I'll call anyone a fool who says we've seen the last of those. If they had the mages or the war hounds of the Lord of Malaga's host with them, the Calawan killing field could have been taken apart slowly but surely. But the vanguard had been ordered to attack without them, and so soldiers would die instead. Dark as the thought was, there was nothing Elvira could do about this, and she would not further darken a dark day by speaking ill of the boy commanding this host, even if he was a glory-thirsting blood throwback from the least reputable of the founding lines. Command of the army had already been taken from her. She would not take an axe to morale or risk being sent away from the front by speaking out of turn. I'll speak plain, she said. Whoever you send in front will likely die. We'll have to bridge the gap with corpses before we can get to them with blades. Split in smaller bands with shields above the heads and move fast. That ought to thin the costs. But make no mistake, this will get bloody. The talk did not please them, though they had expected no salvation from her. Elvira had made no mystery of it that she thought it foolishness to attack the dug-in army of Callow inside a city with so slight a numerical advantage, even without walls. If they'd had a 3,000 or 4,000 warriors more than encirclement and assault would have been a sound scheme, but they did not. We should wait for the Lord's army, a voice called out from the back. There were mutters of agreement. For all that the captains were attending to Razan Tanya, they were not all so certain of his scheme to press the attack, and this had bled into the lower ranks. The Malagan captains would follow one of their native blood through crown and tower, but there were Tartesso's captains as well, furious still at her removal from command, and those captains who had answered the call of the Holy Seljun, not the Lord of Malaga. The latter of these would not easy throw aside the notion of a patron meant to inherit a title, but neither would they destroy their own companies without concrete promises made. The boy's initial strokes of brilliance had earned him some renown, it was true. Using Proceran smugglers who knew of secret tunnels into Sarcella to bring a war party of lanterns into the city and kill the enemy commanders had been inspired, Elvira would freely admit, and not a risk she would have taken in his place. Lanterns were powerful, but few and precious. Striking at Bell's ports while the Calawans were in disarray had been good sense, and if not for a sudden enemy delaying action, might well have won the city. Pressing. Now, though, when the enemy was ready and waiting. The heir to Malaga was making his inexperience plain for all the captains to see, and it would win him no friends. And yet this kind of talk would not do at all, for an army without a leader was just a mob bearing arms. We have bled the army of Callow harshly with our attack, Captain Elvira replied. Let none gainsay this. That is worthy feat, and with wisdom we may yet accrue greater honors. If her plate was not enchanted, she would have died in the heartbeat that followed. The barbed javelin struck at the hollow of her throat, where only a leather collar protected her, but Elvira had years ago paid a binder to make the material strong as iron. The bone tip of the javelin broke, though it still took her breath. Even in her surprise, the old captain followed her instincts and ducked behind a fence, just in time to avoid an adeptly thrown sling stone that would have caved in her forehead. Attack, she roared out. Back to your soldiers. Tartessos, follow my lead. A score of officers were already dead by the time she finished speaking, and a few of her sworn swords with them. More were slain trying to flee, though the clever broke into houses to avoid that fate. Elvira risked a glance over the edge of the fence and caught sight only of gray-skinned silhouettes in furs stalking across rooftops before another javelin had her ducking back down. They were seizing the roofs between Beaumontant and Couteau d'Or, she realized with dismay. That'd be throwing away soldiers unless it was the prelude to a strike on one of those quarters, which meant that in defiance of all common sense the army of Callow was back on the attack. Cursing under her breath, the old soldier prepared to make a run for it. Someone needed to get the Tanya boy out of the way before he got himself killed and the army's spirits dropped into the pit. And who else save her was there? It was going to be an iron day. She'd felled it hours ago, and now that the iron had been in the fire long enough, it had grown red and burning. Captain Elvira traced the mark of mercy with wrinkled hands, then steeled herself and ran out of cover. Edgar was kicked awake, none too gently, and blearily rolled over. I was just resting my eyes. I was, he immediately claimed. A heartbeat later he remembered he'd been allowed his rest, captain's orders, and his fear turned to resentment. The legionary pushed himself up, leaning against the wall, and began to glare at the source of his pain. Just as quick, resentment turned back to fear. Get up, Sergeant Hadda grinned, bearing twin rows of fangs. The war's back on, boy. Edgar counted himself lucky that after the hard fighting of the night and morning, he'd been exhausted enough to pass out in his armor, aches in the back or not. Sergeant Hadda was not the kind of officer you ever wanted to keep waiting when she gave an order. He fumbled for his sword belt under the orc's amused gaze, and after slipping it back on, ended up going through the pile of straw that had been his bedding in order to find the helmet he could have sworn he'd set down to his left. The old sergeant took pity on him eventually, pointing it out, and Edgar hastily brushed aside the last of the straw inside before slamming it on. Thought we were pulled back until afternoon bell, Sarge, he said, warily eyeing her as he pulled the clasp together. Depending on the orc's mood, questions would either lead to pretty heavy-handed mockery or a fount of useful information. A sergeant was low as an officer could be, in the army of Callow, but had been in the legions of terror long before she took oath under Queen Catherine, so she had all sorts of old friends in places. She tended to know more about what was going on than even Captain Pickering, to the man's frustration. Everyone's called back to the fronts, Sergeant Hadda said, including us poor, exhausted souls. We're about to teach Dominion meat why you don't pick fights with the legions. Like a lot of soldiers who'd been in the legions that were brought into the fold after Second Lease, had tended to speak of the legions and the army of Callow as the same thing. As far as they were concerned, Edgar had been told, the Black Queen was the Carrion Lord's anointed successor, so there was no distinction to be drawn. As a proper lore boy, he'd found that to be a mite unpatriotic, but then he supposed greenskins were new to the fold. Hadda had been good to him, anyway, for all the rough edges. She'd looked out for her 10th, taught them the little things like, don't gamble with goblins. Not all Sonic are warlocks, and if you fight a tagreb, the entire family comes after you. Merciful gods, Edgar muttered. Everyone said Legate Abigail was planning a retreat, not an assault. It had been a shame the Prince Killer got killed by them heretic Dominion priests, but he'd thought it nice that a Callowan was leading the Third Army now. It had been a point pride when he'd talked with other lore enlisted. Sure enough, the legate was from Summerhome, and the folks from the Gate of the East tended to be prickly and proud as cats, but they'd all agreed Summerhome stock was good at warring. And Legate Abigail was a true veteran. He'd heard, from the days of the 15th, she'd fought in the Arcadian campaign and at Acua's Folly. Heavens willing, she might end up confirmed by Marshal Juniper as the general of the Third Army if they all got out of Sarcella alive. Sergeant Hadda's scarred, leathery face split into a nasty little grin. General, Abigail, now the orc said, but that's not the real treat of the day. Put some spring to your step, legionary. The Black Queen's back, so we're about to turn this fucking battle around. Edgar let out a low whistle. It was always a mixed bag, hearing about Queen Catherine. She'd filled a lot of graves since she'd appeared during the Lease Rebellion, and no small amount of them had been Calawan ones. But she'd also smashed to pieces all the scavengers that came after the kingdom, after she wrested it out of the tower's hand, and it was hard not to take pride in that. Edgar still remembered the sharp satisfaction he'd felt after hearing them sorcerers who'd done the doom of Lease had gotten crucified one and all. The queen might be a bit of tyrant, but the Fairfaxes hadn't been all sweetness and light either. Sometimes you needed a hard hand to get it done, like Jahan the Wise hanging 7 princes in one. But all that was back home, and before the fucking Procerence had declared her arch-heretic of the East. The Principate tried the Valles, and it tried the North, and when it got whipped like a dog it pulled the same trick it had in the old days. The Calawan house had called it perverse service to earthly powers, and that sounded about right to him. There might be a time where the Black Queen got a little too black and Edgar found himself joining the rebel cause. But if the fucking Procerans thought their fucking princes and their fucking priests could unseat an anointed queen of Callow, then they were in for a rude awakening. Maybe this time they should hang 14 princes and 2, and then another one too for old King Selwyn they'd done in at the Red Flower Valles. Edgar kept to the heavens, as all Calawans should, but he kept to the long price as well, and this one had been a very long time coming. One of these days they'd get around to evening the scales with the Wasteland too, for the Knight of Knives and older slights as well, but that could wait some. The Greenskins had been done in by the tower too, bastards as they could be, and they should get their due along with the rest. Edgar did not mind at all the notion of sharing a fire with someone like Sergeant Hatta where the tower used to stand. He didn't speak out none of that, of course. He was just a legionary, so he ate his slop with the rest of the 10th and joined up with the rest of the cohort to march up to the outskirts of Couteau d'Or Quarter. He'd been worried, when going to sleep, that they might all get caught in the city and killed. Edgar wasn't worried anymore, though. Say what you would about the Black Queen, she'd never lost a battle. He clutched that knowledge tight as the cohorts gathered behind the defenses, ranks and ranks of legionaries in red. It was all right to be afraid, he knew. On the other side of the killing grounds there would be warriors waiting, and Edgar had seen enough of his fellows die to learn that being clever or good with a sword wasn't always enough to save you. He'd seen better fighters than him die because they'd been a little too slow raising their shield, because they'd slipped in the mud, or even just because they'd been on watch when the Heliki cataphract struck. You couldn't own that. You couldn't force it. It was in the hands of the gods above. But he wasn't just Edgar of lore, a boy in armor in the 3rd rank from the front. He was a legionary in the 3rd Army of the Kingdom of Callow, and in this strange city, in this strange land they were going to win. He could feel it, and the others felt it too. It was in the air, the harsh taste of retribution in the making. He could see in the eyes of the orcs, burning red. He could see it in the way the soldiers from Lore and Anku, from Vale and Summerhome, they were all standing like they wanted to lean forward. And the Wastelanders, they had it as well, the Tagreb and the Sonic, with their calm faces and their hard eyes, like they knew how this would end, and they were already savoring it. He didn't know who started singing, but Edgar did not hesitate to join his voice to it. There were times when the old rebel songs, the likes of Here They Come Again, and Red the Flowers, they were what needed to be called out. But here, slowly beginning to advance against the soldiers of the Dominion, they'd give the Black Queen her due, just the once, for this song was hers and no one else's. The tune of In Dread Crowned swelled up as crossbow bolts flew and legionaries raised their shields. Step, step, step. The beat was in his bones, the rhythm of it. They advanced through the flat grounds, arrows and stones harmlessly glancing off. Edgar unsheathed his blade, smelling the scent of magic unleashed. Be they high or resplendent, our oaths stand taller still. And in the west, do quiet lie graves we have yet to fill dash. Balls of flame detonated against the enemy, and the 3rd Army charged into the chaos with a roar. It was madness. The Calawans were on their last rope, and everybody knew it, but they might have held on to some part of the city until nightfall and spared themselves slaughter if they'd remained in their hiding holes instead of sallied out. Razin did not know whether to be delighted or infuriated they had not. He'd had plans in the making to land another crushing blow, and had been talking the most recalcitrant captains around to backing it. Another push against Calawan lines accompanied with cavalry raids on the side, all to mask another strike by the lanterns against the high command of the heretics. There would be no recovering from that. Discipline or no. The war leader of the lanterns had been most willing to send her warrior priests into the fray, and the heir to Malaga, had been slowly squeezing the Tartesso's captains into silence when the damned Calawan struck instead. Some few thousand gray-skinned devils had been summoned and sent to disrupt his positions in Beaumontant and Couteau d'Or, though too few to truly be a threat. He'd immediately ordered them chased out from the rooftops they were skulking on, loyal captains heeding his calls and arranging for archers and slingers to disperse the abominations. But no sooner had the exchanges began that the army of Callow attacked. It had been grisly. Razantanya was of the Grim Binder's line and inherited her famous poise even if he had not been graced with her equally famed sorceries, so he'd not let the horror of it reach his face. But it would be a long time before her forgot the sight of it. Those implacable rows of steel shields advancing in tight formations, heretics of all stripes singing their strange songs as they slew. The way crossbow bolts had fallen like summer rain, punching through all but the finest scale and plate. Foul eastern magics of flame and lightning arcing over ranks to blacken stone and sweep aside men like kindling. All the while whistles were sounded by their calm-faced officers, calling lines of legionaries forward or back like it was a parade ground and not as hellish a fight as this city could stomach. The strange devils had waited until Razan's soldiers were on the back foot before leaping down the rooftops and fiercely charging into the men of Levant, and that had tipped the vase over the table's edge. A rout had followed, Razan himself only escaping unscathed because that old dog of the Rezafa, the one they called Red Ella, had him seized by her sworn swords before ordering them so slay any warriors impeding their way out. Beaumontant was no safer, he'd soon learned. The Calawans had begun an offensive there as well, and the streets were packed tight with soldiers whose captains had died in Couteau d'Or or were still struggling to reach their companies. The chaos reached its apex when the army of Callow reached the outskirts of Beaumontant from the side of Couteau d'Or as well, having wrought great slaughter. Panic spread at the realization that the Dominion's force was now surrounded on three sides. On two of them red-bladed Calawans, and the third the Blaze the heretics had started trying to kill the lanterns during their retreat. Only behind them, in Bell's ports, did the Dominion still hold ground. But many of the wounded had been set there, for lack of an easy way to carry them out of the city after the assaults of the night and morning, and the makeshift infirmaries made it difficult to get reinforcements through. It had been a disaster in the making even before the army of Callow began tossing its munitions, and Razan swore would see those declared blasphemy by lanterns and house if it was the last thing he did, into the disorganized soldiers. The second rout was even bloodier than the first. The heir to Malaga left the city in haste, passing the duty of holding Bell's ports to the doddering Captain Elvira in his absence, and went to stir up the rest of the army. The Calawans had struck a hard blow, he would give them that, but with that vain gesture they had doomed themselves. Their legionaries would be exhausted, their mages on the edge of burning out, and their stocks of munitions running low. This had been a harder-earned victory than Razan would have preferred, but it would be a victory nonetheless. Father would forgive his impetuousness in seizing command of the vanguard without permission if he returned with the destruction of a Callowan army to honor their blood. The wounded would be brought out onto the plains, to rest in the army's camp, and then he would muster the might of Levant to crush these heretics. There were still 7,000 kept in reserve. An order would be sent to the riders probing the east and west to strike when given the proper signal. Razan was about to send summons to the lanterns to offer them the privilege of leading the counterattack at his side, when he was accosted by one of his lesser captains. "Honored son, there is trouble," the old man said after a cursory bow. His mail was old and the leather lacking luster, which betrayed the nature of his soldiery where lack of an accent failed to provide. One of the captains who had answered the call of the Holy Seljun, not the lords and ladies of Levant. Razan forced himself to be courteous and offer back a nod of respectful acknowledgement. He already knew that after this battle was won the captains from Tartessos would seek to sully his name, and that support from those unsworn would do much to help his reputation. If all but the captains of Lady Aquiline sang his praises, the condemnations of her soldiers would be seen for the base defamation that they were. "Have our captains of the horse sent word?" he asked. "No, it was our camp watch," the man said. "An enemy force has emerged from the southeast of the city." It took a moment for Razan to grasp what was being said, and just as long to fully disbelieve it. "Through the fire," he said. "Have the men been drinking?" "I thought the same, and so sent trusted armsmen of my own to look," the old captain replied, but shook his head. "The Calawans passed through using strange wooden engines covered in skins. There truly is a force of nearly 600 goblins and devils. They are led by a human, However, a warlock from the east, Razin frowned. It would explain the appearance of these gray-skinned devils. The mage must be slain. It might make the abominations still in the city turn on the enemy. The old captain hesitated. Honored son, this I did not see with my own eyes, he cautioned. Razin almost gestured impatiently, before remembering himself, and so instead forced a smile. Speak, captain, he encouraged. Some of my men say the human wore a cloak, the old man said. One of black cloth, but with strips of many colors. Razin Tanya of the binder's blood paled. There was only one villain known in this age to wear such a strange garment. Ashen gods, the boy croaked. Gather your men, captain. Gather. Everyone. We must slay the Black Queen before she pulls her foul tricks. Fear pulsed in his blood, but as Razin had his servants saddle his horse, he found there was excitement buried deep beneath. If he could kill the black-hearted Queen of Callow, it might just break the back of her armies for good and sent the lot of them scuttling back across their borders. What an honor to the blood that would be. It would not do to be reckless, he reminded himself. He was of the binder's line, not the champion's. He gathered 2,000 men before setting out, the rest assembling behind with orders to catch up, and horns were sounded for the captains of the horse in the eastern plains to join battle as well. Razin was informed that the lanterns were already gone to the fight for Sarcella, but messengers would fetch them. Better to share the glory than make a bold corpse. The Black Queen's goblins and abominations had already slain a few brave outriders, by the looks of it, but the march of her war band was otherwise unimpeded. Captains riding at his side, summoned in haste, Razin watched the few hundred fools keep advancing even in the face of his superior force. It may be a distraction, one of his officers mused. Just some Callowan forced into a cloak, meant to delay us reinforcing the city. Or she has gone mad in her arrogance, as her ilk often does, Razin idly replied. Perhaps she thinks her warriors will be enough to defeat us. We so sure they won't be, another captain said. I mean no disrespect, honored son, but we've all heard the rumors about the Battle of the Camps. The sky falling, the dead rising with blue eyes and fairies riding across water. There were calls of cowardice, which Razin tacitly allowed to quiet the naysayer through shame. The heir to Malaga would put no stock in such stories, especially not one so fanciful. First the tale was that the Black Queen had warred against the Fae, now that they warred. For her, powerful necromancer as the villain might be, she could not raise corpses that did not exist. As for this tale of the sky being brought down, it could be no work of hers. Perhaps some wasteland ritual she simply claimed to be her own effort, the scale of it inflated with every telling. Procerans always excused their defeats by making giants out of gargoyles, it was well known. A splatter of laughter spread across the captains, commanding Razin's immediate attention. It was not directed at him or the yellow-bellied naysayer, he saw, but at the Black Queen's foolishness. She'd called a halt, and now her warriors were spreading out in a circle around her, taking up defensive positions. Mad indeed. One of the captains mocked. Shall we order a charge, honored son? Razin's eyes narrowed at the sight of her. The cloak was well known, but never before had he heard of the Queen of Callow wielding a crooked black staff. Especially not one so unsettling to look at. Perhaps she did have a trick left to pull. Battle lines, Razin Tanya ordered instead. Our force will take the center. Send word to the captains behind us that they are to split and flank the Black Queen's warriors. He glanced into the distance, where the 1,000 cavalry he'd sent out at dawn was slowly making its way. Yes, this would do. No matter the dark magic, near 7,000 foot soldiers of Levant followed by a cavalry charge at the back would be enough to end this. Razin would not lead from the front, just in case, and allow one of these eager captains the honor instead. It mattered not who slew the goblins and devils, so long as the heir to Malaga was part of the warriors who slew the villain queen. The soldiers spread out as ordered, battle prayers on their lips, and the assault promptly began. Razin remained with the second wave of the center, listening to the hurried march of the rest of the troops behind him. Stride after stride the warriors closed the distance, and he watched victory in the making with bright eyes. The gray-skinned devils tightened their lines in front of the villain, the bloody goblins taking cover behind them, but it was the Black Queen he was staring at. Loose hair unbound and toyed with by the wind, she was staring at his soldiers and leaning against her long staff. Eventually she looked up, and Razin followed her gaze. There were shadows in the sky, 2 of them. Crows, he realized with a start. Corpses would draw carrion, but these were no such birds and flew with graceful purpose. They dove, and like twin blot of night landed on the Black Queen's shoulders. There was something surreal about the sight, he thought. The smiling, slim woman whose hair cascaded behind her, the cloak of story around her. Those ink-black and terrible crows on her shoulders, feathered out of shadows. Razin watched the crooked staff rise, then fall with a thunderous crash. Shadows whispered across the snow, until the sound of cracks scuttling across a river drowned out even that. Razin Tanya of the Binder's blood had just sent the better part of 2,000 men to drown, and in that stroke he had lost the Battle of Sarcella. Book 5, Chapter 13, following. It is fortunate that virtue is its own reward, as it does not tend to accrue others. Theodore Langman, Wizard of the West. The world had become as an oil painting, and the night was boiling in my veins. Goddesses on dark wings claimed my shoulders, insolent shards of darkness refusing the ascendancy of the afternoon sun, and they said nothing. They didn't need to. The expectation bloomed in the back of my mind like a swelling river. I'd offered them faith before they ever named me priestess, but now they required that purpose of me. Night still ran deep in the veins of the drow, however changed its nature, but none of their ancient favorites had been granted my office. First under the night, I thought. To others it might speak of supremacy, some perilous boast of standing closer to these quarrelsome goddesses than any other, but I knew better. I was first in that I was charged with the treading of unbroken grounds, as much a scream ringing into a dark tunnel as a priestess bearing their mandate. I was to stumble for them, make the mistakes and pay the costs so that my successors would not. These were still fair terms, by my reckoning. Alliance and the means to carry out my designs, for what I had freely given before they formally claimed it. But if they expected reverence of me, respect more than had been earned, then they would be disappointed. I never took well to prayer, I murmured. Either the secret whispers for help or the worn-down words they taught us to recite in the house. So I won't offer you that. The sun above was searing, blinding. Fire from above none of us were meant to look in the eye. I breathed out and let the wind thread its fingers through my hair. The power came easy to me. It was holding it that was the trouble, for it was as temperamental as its mistresses. I'd ruled winter, by the scavenger's virtue of being last to hold sway over it, but the night was not my domain. If I wanted the crows to smile upon me, I would have to swing them as sweet a song as I had it in me to sing. But that's not what we're about, is it? I said. The three of us. If you wanted someone who'd know your pretty rituals, you had thousands to raise. If you wanted devotion or unquestioning faith, they're just as plenty. You went through my mind mercilessly that night, so you know exactly what you picked. My eyes left the sky and fell to the charging Levantines. Thousands in mail and leather and scales, steel blades and hide shields. Their faces painted with vivid strokes of color, as true a language as the spoken tongues of their faraway land. They were close now, treading river grounds. I had chosen the broadest bent of the water for this, instead of where my armies had once tried to shatter winter's work with the cleverness of the gray Aries. I raised my staff and let the darkness pulse with me. Here's my prayer, goddesses of night. I savagely smiled. The three of us, together. Let's break something. Kamina's raucous, delighted laughter sounded in my ears even as the bottom of my staff struck the snow-covered ice. The oldest sister might see further, weave and scheme with cold judgment, but the younger one was my kindred in some ways. Even the span of millennia had not entirely faded the remembrance of what it felt like, shattering arrogance and host with the same single stroke. The soldier goddess leaned into my intent more strongly than her sister, harsh and domineering where Andronike was skillful and subtle. The night spread with a whisper before sinking its claws in the iced river, rending it mercilessly. Cracks tore open the frozen grounds. Cold water sloshed out and hundreds of screams filled the air. Kamina roughly withdrew her will from mine, leaving me gasping and leaning on my staff for reasons deeper than a bad leg. My sight swam, the glare of the sun failing to pierce through, and I had just enough presence left to hear Robert hesitantly stepping towards me. I warded him off with a raised hand. Gods, I thought. I felt like throwing up, like my veins were about to boil and melt. I'd never wielded a miracle this large during the light of day, and I wouldn't do it again anytime soon if I had my way. Boss, Robert called out. Took a bit out of me, that's all, I croaked out. Too many breaths passed before I was myself again, but with eyes no longer rebelling, I steadied my back spat to the side. The river had become a deep grave, I saw. There were chunks of ice floating in the water, but among them bodies were strewn. Fewer than had died, though that was no mystery. Those with weightier armor had sunk straight to the bottom. The floaters had been savaged by broken ice. Some Levantines were still swimming and screaming, but I had little worry of survival. Taking a swim this deep into winter was as sure as death's sentence as a swinging sword, unless some priest intervened. My last memories of the charge were vague, almost dreamlike. There were consequences to calling upon that much night and the aid of a goddess, but now I could more accurately assess numbers. Around 2,000 had sallied out towards my little company, and less than half that died. Their mistake had been going into battle order, I mused. That had broadened their line, turning the loss of a few hundred into something closer to 1,000. There were still a mass of soldiers mobilizing behind the survivors of the ill-fated assault, almost the full Levantine reserve, but I had no fear of that. They were on the wrong side of the river, after all. The cavalry in the distance that had been heading for us earlier has slowed, and there seemed to be argument between its officers. They were on our bank, sure, but then they'd just watched me turn around a mile of ice into a death trap, and there'd be no reinforcements if they tried their luck. I suspected they would be disinclined to find out if I had any more tricks up my sleeves, which was for the best. I might actually fall unconscious if I attempted to use the night again, and not necessarily after. I'd let loose a miracle. I wouldn't risk it, not when anything capable of hurting the horsemen would be just as capable of ravaging my own soldiers if lashing out uncontrollably. That one wants your head on a pike, Robert said, calling my attention back to the foot soldiers. Or close enough. On the other bank, a rider stood surrounded by panicking captains. A young man, in beautiful plate that must have cost a fortune. He couldn't even be 20, I thought, though the ferocious-looking face paint of iron gray and crimson made it hard to determine. He was looking at me with hatred and fear. The enemy's commander? Might be able to end him with a volley, my special tribune offered. Best not to let snakes grow longer fangs. So young, I quietly said. You were younger when you took your first command, Robert shrugged. 17, and so sure I was ready to mend my little corner of the world. Gods, how lucky had I been to have the likes of Juniper and Hackram at my side. All of Rat Company, really, and those others handpicked by then Legged Hellhound as well. But it wasn't luck at all, was it? I suddenly thought. Heroes might have Providence to furnish them with the tools of victory, but I'd had something of my own just as valuable. A patient man with green eyes, lending his weight where mine did not suffice, and pulling 1,000 strings to ease my way forward. So many of them I could not believe I'd found half, even after all these years. We learned our lessons quick, I said. We had to. Not always the right ones, I knew, but we had learned. We still did. The moment you stopped, creation buried you. He'll remember today, boss, Robert said. You can count on that. And next time he comes swinging, he'll be wiser about it. The warning was clear. It ran against goblin nature to let a threat escape. And there'd been promise in this one, if he'd really been in command. Going for the general staff was a tactic that would have worked against almost any army on Calernia. He'd run into grim One-Eye and Black's reforms instead, the forced redundancies shaped by the knowledge that you couldn't count on high command surviving a battle if heroes were on the loose. But the Dominion had never fought the modern legions of terror, so the mistake was understandable. Pressing the offensive, as he'd obviously meant to, had not been unsound either. It would have been costly, but if General Abigail's defenses broken on even one front, her army would have collapsed in short order. If he'd been slightly luckier, if I'd arrived a day later, he might very well have broken the Third Army completely. If you'd had maybe another 10 years of seasoning. I thought. If you'd been trained better, learned to temper the bold with some patience. He could be a general of some talent, one day. No Juniper, mind you, but thankfully there were very few generals of that skill around. And if I gave him those 10 years, one day the hate I saw might be turned on me with a wiser hand to wield it. Let him go, I said. Yellow Eyes considered me carefully. This isn't a victory, Robert. I sighed, gesturing at the river full of dead. It's a waste. Not like you to weep for the enemy, the goblin said. Weep? I mused. No, hardly that. But every corpse we make today is a gap in the ranks when we turn to the dead king. I sighed, then glanced aside. In the distance, I saw the cavalry had decided to ride around the river and return to the camp. Good. Come on, I said. Time to head back. General Abigail should be wrapping up inside the city. I began limping back to Sarcella, leaving ice and death behind. The hateful stare of the boy I'd spared followed my back. But what of it? He wouldn't be the first or the last. With the enemy riders away, there was no need to risk anything as foolish as trying the blaze a second time. Most of the turtles were wrecked beyond use. Anyway, and while Bell's ports had been under assault when we moved out, I judged my forces too weak for a strike at the back of the Levantines still holding it. We took the long way around, the threat of the horsemen having removed itself, and long was no exaggeration. Though my drow tread snow like stone and goblins could scuttle through anything, I was exhausted beyond words and very much limping. It turned out that victory outpaced us. When we reached the eastern side of Sarcella, we were greeted by rowdy cheers. Word of the river's break had spread faster than I could walk, and more besides. The cohort positioned to hold the eastern streets crowded us to deliver accolades, or at least tried to. I sent Robber ahead to have a quiet word with the captain about not approaching the drow. They looked a little stunned by the welcome, nonetheless, almost like children seeing the sea for the first time. The Everdark did not breed the kind of comradeship that the legions and my armies used as mortar. Mighty Jindrik was strutting like a peacock, and its sigil followed suit, which amused my legionaries to no end. I left them to it, and took aside the orc captain in command of the cohort. The news were better than I had expected. General Abigail, it seemed, had vigorously prosecuted her offensive and then taken a gamble as well. She'd recalled the 2,000 drow I'd left holding the north of the city and sent them to climb the ring of statues and arches around the city, to suddenly drop down at the back of the Levantines in Bell's ports. That had neatly cut off both the bridges that still allowed a trickle of Dominion reinforcements to come through and the last way out of the force inside Sarcella. The enemy commander, facing annihilation, had been forced to surrender. I suspected the casualty rate for the drow who'd taken the climb and been forced to fight Levantines on both sides was a lot less sunny than the official version implied, but regardless, I did not disapprove. Simply by ending the fighting early, General Abigail had likely significantly lowered overall casualties. The wary-eyed Calawan I'd promoted to the head of the Third Army had accepted the surrender as soon as it was offered, and Sarcella was now entirely ours. For now, anyway. There were still Dominion soldiers beyond the bridges, and the losses we'd taken during the offensive must not have been mild. But it was only a few hours until sundown now, so I had no fear of what was ahead. After we advanced deeper into the city, I sent Mighty Jindrik and its warriors back to the rest of the drow with a message to General Ramina, ordering it to pull back to the now unguarded north of the city and away from the rest of the Third Army. It'd cover our bases, just in case, but that was only a side benefit. The longer my army and the Firstborn remained in close quarters, the higher the chances of blood being spilled rose, especially if I wasn't there to supervise. The survivors of Robber's cohort I relieved with my compliments, free to sleep or whatever no doubt against regulations activity they got up to when they weren't on duty. Robber himself wanted to stay at my side, but I had something else in mind and so refused. "You keeping me away from the Dominion prisoners, boss?" he pouted. It was even odds. I mused whether or not he knew that make him look like a particularly horrid gargoyle. The amusement the sight caused was slight, though, and did not linger long. It wasn't amusing at all, what I needed of him. "No," I softly said. "I need you to find out what happened to Nock's body. If they've burned it yet, if they had time for a legion burial." The pout vanished, leaving behind a grim visage of wrinkled green skin. They'd had a complicated relationship, those two. Adversarial and often petty, tainted by their largely one-sided competition for Pickler's attentions, but there'd also been more to it than that. It's been a comfortable kind of dislike, the kind so old and well-worn it had some kinship to friendship. And beyond that, Nock had been rat company. He'd been with us from the start, the War College, and those heady first days of the 15th. That mattered, to those who'd been there. There weren't as many of us left as I'd like. "I'll see to it," Robber said, and for once his voice was completely serious. "Please," I said, "if the body's still there, I'll arrange something and send for you," the goblin said. It wasn't a sweet parting, but this wasn't sweet business. I ran into officers sent by General Abigail on my way to the Third Army's headquarters and learned the surrendered Levantine captains were being kept in the repurposed goal of Sarcella closer to the north, under heavy guard. The Dominion soldiers themselves had been disarmed, and while under watch had been provided healing by priests of the House Insurgent. I made my way to the headquarters as quick as I could. My leg was aching like someone had shoved an iron spike through. It was an effort not to visibly tremble from exhaustion, now that the miracle's wake had fully settled over my shoulders, but I couldn't show weakness in front of my soldiers. At least my shoulders were bare, now. The crows had left when I began the trek back to Sarcella earlier, presumably to look for fresh amusements. In this city full of corpses and ash I had no doubt they'd find something to their tastes. The merchant's mansion that served as the location of the Third Army's high command was a great deal fuller than the last time I'd swung by. It was surrounded by legionaries, and even inside soldiers were aplenty. The mood was celebratory, but while I offered smiles, I did not linger. I was too tired to keep up the pretense of haleness for long, and I still had duties to discharge. I made my way up to the War Council room, finding what remained of Nock's general staff there and surrounding his successor. The general was the first to notice my arrival, rising up her seat looking like she would very much love to be halfway through a good night's sleep right now. I could sympathize. "Your Majesty," she greeted me. She'd done the salute perfectly even this exhausted. Whoever had drilled her at the recruitment camp must have left quite the impression. "General," I replied, "and all of you. You should be proud of what you've accomplished today. You went above and beyond my expectations." I was unsurprised to notice it was the orcs who were most pleased by that, demurely flashing fangs in a signal of humility. "There will be another War Council later, but for now I'll need the room," I calmly said. "I must speak with your general." Being sent out didn't seem to dent their good mood all that much, and I smiled to take the sting out anyway. It wasn't long before we had the room to ourselves, though I waited until footsteps could no longer be heard. General Abigail, I noted, seemed to be willing to look anywhere in the room except at me. I wondered whether she was always jumpy as a cat, or whether it was the result of days of march under harassment followed by battles and a spectacular assassination of her direct colleagues. She was a cagey one, this Abigail of Summerhome. Her eyes never quite stopped moving, as if always looking for a threat, and I'd yet to see her let her guard down entirely, once even this far behind our defense lines. I would have thought her generally inclined to prudence, but the way she'd used the drow in the battle ran against that impression. I'd been solid thinking, if risky, and raised my opinion of her as a tactician. It would have been safer to stick to a steady push, but overall casualties would have been higher by the time the dust settled. Add that to the clever trick she'd pulled using civilians to guard the back of Sarcella, and I had to admit she was one of the more promising commanders who'd risen over the last few years. Not yet enough to remain a general, maybe, but she had the potential to get there after a bit of blooding, which Juniper had assigned her under Nock to get, I remembered with a touch of rue. It seemed the Hellhound and I were sharing an opinion without needing to share a room. I dragged myself to one of the seats at the table and plopped myself down, brutally suppressing a sigh, and invited her to do the same. She did after the barest of hesitations. "You did well today," I said. "The river trick would have meant nothing if you hadn't pushed them out beforehand." The black-haired woman forced a smile and a nod while muttering her thanks. I didn't begrudge her that in the slightest. She'd sent quite a few of her soldiers to die. Today, legionaries and officers she likely knew quite well. It never quite felt like a victory when the butcher's bill came in, did it? "You'll be remaining in command of the Third Army until we join up with the other columns," I told her. "Possibly until we make contact with Marshal Juniper, if there's no suitable replacement for you." She winced. "Ma'am, I'm not sure that's a wise decision," Abigail said. "I went up the ranks fast, and I didn't go through the War College. All I got was the officer training in the camps, and it didn't cover a general's duties." My lips quirked. If a few years at the college were enough to make a general, my life would be much easier, I said. "I'll be handling the drow, and a few other forms of trouble as well. I can't run the Third Army as well. You've acquitted yourself well, and you have the instincts for it. It'll have to do." Her face fell, and once more I was struck with how young she was. I wasn't all that older, truth be told, but it had been a long time since I'd felt my true age. Gods, were we ever really that young? We must have been, when we fought in the Lease Rebellion. I wondered if we'd looked as fragile to old generals like Istrid and Sacker back then as Abigail now looked to me. "A lot of people could die. If I make a mistake," she muttered. "That would be on my head." Doubt, I thought. She wasn't so difficult to read that I could not pick up on it. And resentment at being thrust into this role. Both things could turn out dangerous if allowed to fester. A lighter touch would be needed here, or maybe a personal one. There were times when twisting the arm was in order, but not here. An entirely unwilling general was of no use to me, and likely a liability to the soldiers she'd be commanding. Doubt and resentment. I was no stranger to either, and in my experience they tended to have a common source in fear. We'd begin there. Propping up my staff against the table, I leaned back into my seat. In my first serious fight, I was beaten within an inch of my life by a procession of strangers and afterwards eviscerated by the lone swordsman, I told her quietly. I still have the scar from where he opened me up. I was close enough to death, I managed to use necromancy to get myself moving. The other woman's eyes widened. with both surprise and disgust. The latter was at necromancy. Most of my countrymen still considered the practice disgusting and dangerous, but the former was not. It wasn't common knowledge how badly William had trounced me during the first part of our encounter. I watched curiosity seep in after the words sunk in, so I pressed on while the iron was hot. I ended up kicking him off the ramparts and into the weird. After catching him by surprise, I said, but it was a very, very close thing. There are some who'd call it fate, the way it all turned out. I tend to think of it as luck. You were named, even then, General Abigail said. Like that said it all, explained everything. I supposed it might, to someone who'd never slipped into a role. It was a lot more eye-catching the way some of us scythed through soldiers like wheat stalks than the way a single story misstep might kill you in truth an entire year before the blade actually opened your throat. I was green, I corrected. Scrappy, good at some parts of what I did, but dangerously arrogant in my approach, and I nearly died choking on a floor for it. But it did teach me a valuable lesson. I smiled mirthlessly. You'll get eviscerated too, Abigail, I said, and she didn't quite manage to hide her flinch. Not literally as I was, but one day you'll make a mistake, and it'll be costly. You can't avoid that day, no one can. And it's good that you're afraid of it. I met her eyes, brown to blue. Take that fear and use it, I said, to make yourself think about how it could go wrong, what you could do to avoid it or survive it. And from there you plan so that you don't end up in that pit in the first place. You do that well enough, and you'll push back the day some. I paused, just a heartbeat. It'll still come, I frankly said. It comes for everyone, Abigail. But if you can ward it off for a year or two, you'll still have done better than half the generals on Calernia. A grimace split the other woman's face. I could have been a tanner, General Abigail mournfully said. No one ever expects anything from those. I served drinks in a tavern for years, I told her, reluctantly amused. And I ended up with a crown on my head. You're getting off light. She paled, which made her suntanned cheeks look rather blotchy, but gathered herself with remarkable alacrity. I don't suppose I am dismissed for rest, now, she cautiously ventured. I snorted. There's no rest for the wicked, General Abigail, I said. Find us a bottle of wine and come back. We'll be going over the orders you've given since you took command of the Third Army, and why you gave them. The black-haired woman let out a sound that might have been a whimper. I raised an eyebrow, and she rose to find us something to drink, while I let out a sigh at the relief that was no longer standing on my bad leg. Much like her, I'd rather be sleeping. But if she was to be the first Calawan general in my army, then she needed to be taught. Book 5, Chapter 14, Expedience. The art of negotiation is, in essence, convincing the other side of the table that you are very reluctant to part with the house full of rats while they are in dire need of it. Prince Louis of Brabant, later 8th, 1st Prince of Prokor. I woke up an hour before nightfall. It was one of the more useful oddities caused by my association with the sisters, that I could in some eldritch way feel the approach of dawn and dusk. I still had the taste of a passable harrow red in my mouth from the talks I'd had with Abigail, the same sort of patient decision dissection I'd learned from Black in the War College. She seems willing to learn, at least. I thought as I groaned and forced myself to keep my eyes open. Exhaustion was lingering alongside the wine, and the handful of hours of sleep I'd squeezed in were nowhere enough to get me back on my feet. I drew on the night a lick, not to wield it, but to let the sensation of holding it pass through my frame. Like sticking your hand in a bucket of cool water, it woke me right up. I could probably rustle up some minor miracles now, I decided. It no longer felt like I'd melt myself from the inside if I did. That was instinct talking, but like it or not, I'd had more experience drawing on eldritch powers than most people ever cared to go through. My instincts were rather well informed when it came to things like this. Getting my bad leg over the edge of the Legion cot I'd claimed, I allowed myself the luxury of grimacing at the sensation. No one to put up a front for, right now. I'd kept a shirt on in deference to the weather, but my fingers found themselves sliding under to find an old friend. The scar the penitent's blade had left still naked across my torso, nowadays more pale than pink, but never to disappear. A testament to the costs of what had seemed like a victory that night in Summerhome. The lone swordsman spared and branded with purpose, loosed like an arrow to start the rebellion that would see me rise up the ranks. A necessary evil, I told myself. What was one more wound on Callow, when it was already bleeding from imperial rule? When that wound would lead to a mending? I could only be grimly amused at how disgusted I'd felt by Black ordering 3 death row prisoners slain so blood magic could be worked to save my life. In a sense, I'd done the same thing on a much grander scale before he ever gave the order. I withdrew my fingers and tugged down my shirt. It was done, and there was no unmaking it. I was strangely glad for save Inoce's returning of the scar when they struck me back down to mortal coil. What was I, really, without the reminders on my skin of what my choices had wrought? I got up with a hiss of pain and hobbled to a chair to have something to lean against when putting my trousers back on. It made me miss Indrani, in a strange way, and Hakram as well. It was different with my lover when she helped me with my clothes, sensual in a way that would be blasphemous to associate with Adjutant. But I wasn't sure I could honestly say there wasn't more intimacy in having Adjutant help me with my armor than in the woman I shared a bed with buttoning up my trousers. The business of dressing myself was finished with only minimal pain, and I grabbed the mantle of woe on the way out. It settled on my shoulders comfortably, the worn dark cloth warm against my back even as the outside boasted a riotous mix of colors, all speaking of a foe beaten. There was a metaphor in there, I idly thought. Black somber gift hole, but only out of sight. The visible sown over by all the fields I'd bared my blade on. Amusing as the thought was, I set it aside. Staff in hand, cloak streaming behind me, I got back to work. The abandoned mansion I'd claimed as my resting place was swarming with drow and legionaries eyeing each other with wariness. I caught sight of a black eye on a young Calawan boy and a carefully cradled wrist for a Maclea sigil warrior, which prompted a sigh. The drow had never been taught to play nice with others, and my own people could be touchy. At least whoever drawn up the roster had been far-sighted enough not to assign greenskins. Goblins would carry the grudge until it could be answered for more safely, but if someone socked an orc in the face, there was going to be blood on the floor before all was said and done. There was a tribune in command, and I wasted no time in getting news from her. The city was still quiet, and the Dominion hadn't tried an offensive since their last beating. An envoy from the Levantine camp had been sent, but they were being made to wait. General Abigail was planning the coming march, which no doubt meant she was sleeping like a log. Special Tribune Robber had come for me, but declined to wake me up when he learned I was out of it. The last I took most notice of, and asked the Tribune to send someone to fetch him. "Will you be here, ma'am?" the Sonic officer politely asked. "Or should I message for him to be sent elsewhere? The Dominion captains are being held separately from their warriors, right?" I frowned. As per the Army of Kalos protocol, Your Majesty." She hastily adjusted. The Tribune looked afraid she'd offended by her lapse. Early 30s, at a glance, so odds weren't bad she'd been one of Istrid's or Orim's before second lease. Fresh to my service, after decades in the legions. "Calm down, Tribune," I reassured. "I know well how much we've borrowed from the legions. The army of Calo as it now stands could not exist without them and all they taught us." That took the edge off the fear, and she nodded in nervous agreement. I hummed, considering my options. "I'll be headed to speak with our Levantine prisoners," I said. "I'll need a guide. Have it passed to Robber he should join me there." It was done with brisk efficiency, and I was provided an escort of legionaries to head out. The drow would have done the same, but a few words in Crepuscular had them headed back to General Ramina instead. I wasn't having to wander around a crowded city full of humans if I could help it. As it turned out, the captains of Levant were being held in Sarcella's own jail, a nice little touch of irony. The Tribune in charge of the legionaries keeping an eye on our guests was well informed of them, and told me what I'd wanted to know. We had, in fact, captured the captain commanding their holding action in Bell's ports earlier. She'd taken a sword to shoulder while fighting, but accepted healing by the priests of the house insurgent and was now merely tired. It would do, after all, so was I. A cell better fit for holding thieves than what had to be one of the highest officers in the enemy vanguard awaited me, cramped and bare save for a rough bench and a chamber pot. Some kind soul have found her a blanket, which seemed for the best considering that she was apparently quite old. Built like an orc and obviously in fighting fit, true, but there was only white left to her hair. One of the legionaries at my side unlocked the cell, while the other brought out a folding chair for me to sit on. I sure as hells wasn't standing any more today unless I had to. The Levantine rose to her feet before the door was even open, and I greeted her with a sharp nod. "Captain Elvira, I believe," I spoke in Shantan. Her face tightened. I thanked the orc who'd brought in my chair and eased myself into it before dismissing my pair of escorts. The door remained open, and the Levantine's blue eyes studied the sight before warily returning to me. "Yes," she replied. "You are the Black Queen." The accent was thick enough the words were near unintelligible, and she spoke very slowly. My officers had already established she spoke no lower Misan, though, so it was about as clearly as this conversation could be held. "I am," I agreed. I am here to discuss the logistics of your surrender. Her brow creased, and I repeated more slowly after changing logistics for details. She nodded. Your general promised no killing of prisoners, Captain Elvira said. Or torture. I will hold to that, I said. The issue here was that, according to Abigail, we had the better part of 3,000 Dominion warriors on our hands. Stripping them of armaments and dispersing them in Sarcella meant they were unlikely to be an immediate problem, but that changed nothing about the long-term noose around our neck they'd be. The Third Army was decently supplied still, but dragging that many prisoners around would eat into the reserves at a harsh rate. And while the Southern expedition still had piles of dwarf-provided rations, as well as what had been brought from the Everdark, the Herald of the Deeps had made it clear the Kingdom Under would only supply the drow exodus headed towards the dead king. Any force sent south was on its own. Add on top of it all that the drow had no facilities to hold prisoners, that the Third Army had been bloodied raw by fighting, and that we need to move quickly before this turns sour on us. We couldn't keep the Levantines. It was as simple as that. Even if my general hadn't offered them their lives with the terms, I would not have countenanced a massacre of prisoners of war, but neither could I just let them loose with a slap on the wrist. I cannot simply release you to fight me in a few weeks, I bluntly said. Captains will have ransom, Captain Elvira said. If I am sent out to camp, I will gather coin to buy freedom of as many soldiers as I can, then return as prisoner. I will give oath. Even if coin was enough to move me, I could not trust you to deliver it. Your own priesthood had me declared arch-heretic of the East. I thought, you have a holy justification to consider all oaths made to me as null and void. I had not been well inclined towards the Lantern because of that, even before some of their own had killed Nock. I breathed out slowly. I would not stoke the embers of anger I felt at that. He'd been a general, and this was war. I had struck similar enough blows in the past, and would perhaps do it again. But this is the wrong war, not the one we should be fighting, and for that stupidity, you killed my friend. What was left of him anyway? I forcefully pushed the thought aside. I would not add waste to waste, simply to even scales that could not be evened by blood. Coin is not what I want, I said. You have offered me an oath, Captain Elvira. There are some of your people who would say those mean nothing when offered to me. The old woman's face darkened. I am not blood, she stiffly said, but not a dog. Even oath to devil should be kept. I have honor, even if hells do not. I studied her closely as she spoke. The indignation was genuine enough, I decided. And those of the Dominion did have a reputation for being straightforward, as concerned with honor and reputation as the Arlazite princes they so often squabbled with. But the reputation ascribed to a people living so far away from mine meant very little, in the end. It was like calling all orcs bloodthirsty savages, or all Kalawans obsessed with grudges. Having a warrior's build and displaying valor on the field did not necessarily mean she was not deceitful. And you have the authority to speak for all the prisoners currently in my hands. I pressed. She nodded after taking some time to parse out my words. I'd spoken a little too fast. Then we can bargain for release, I said. I want an oath from you. Her wizened face hardened. I will not fight against Levant, Captain Elvira said. Better death. I shook my head, almost amused. I supposed I did have a reputation for making old enemies fight my fresher ones. None of the prisoners are to make war against me or my allies for 3 months, I said. I want your oath on this. The old woman looked wary. That is all, she asked. No ransom? From you, yes. I thought. But I've every intent of selling your freedom twice. I have an envoy from the camp waiting, and concessions you cannot give me. I refrained from smiling, well aware that a villain offering lenient terms with one of those would in all likelihood be taken as a trap. That is all, I said. I considered keeping their arms and armor, but what point was there? It would slow us down on the march, and in 6 months it would be a lot more useful in their hands than filling my army's supply carts. Captain Elvira watched me in silence for a long time. Why? She finally asked. You are under the command of the Lord of Malaga, I said. She made a disgruntled noise. I serve Tartessos, the old woman said. Lady Aquiline fights with him. Acqua had been right in her assessment, I mused. The Dominion's armies were not without internal squabbles. That's what happens when nobles command instead of officers with a clear chain of command. Then take this message back to her, and to him, I said, and my eyes hardened. There is only one war that matters, and it is being fought up north. Not here. I come with an offer of peace for the Grand Alliance. I paused, waiting to make sure she'd understood me well. She nodded, eyes hooded. If you refuse that peace, I will have to fight you, I said. And I will not have the luxury to be nice about it. Because we are running out of time. I coldly smiled. So take my piece, I said, or we'll have to do this the hard way. Silence filled the cell. Threat, Captain Elvira said. Promise, I corrected. Leaning on my staff, I rose to my feet. You have my terms, I said. I will leave you to consider them. Tell the guards when you make your decision. The old woman hesitated. Agreed, she said. I will give oath and message. I left Sarcella's jail not long after, with the first of the 2 oaths I wanted, and Captain Elvira's cell was locked anew. Robber was waiting for me outside, lounging atop a wrecked street stall and looking oddly vulnerable without his armor. The shadows were lengthening outside, like they were slowly devouring the world, and in the back of my mind I knew we were not long before twilight began in earnest. I limped through the snow, my earlier escort of legionaries resuming their duties before I gestured for them to stay back for this. The goblin nimbly leapt down, and I caught sight of a few glints of steel scattered over his body. Hidden knives, I thought, or other murderous accoutrements. He didn't salute, and his yellow eyes were without the usual malicious glee. And? I asked. He wasn't burned, Robber replied. His corpse. It's bad, Catherine. They melted his plate with light. It's cooled down since, but you'd need to butcher the flesh to get him out. If we're giving him a legion funeral, we'll need more than just the usual pyre. My fingers clenched around my staff. Molten steel, gods. What an agonizing death that must have been. Summer's flames had changed him, and Warlock's sorcery failed to bring back the orc I'd known, but he'd still felt pain. And there'd been enough of the knock who'd been my friend left that I felt a clench of rage. The lanterns had done this. Killing I could stomach. Had to. It was war, and if I ordered deaths, I must be able to withstand them as well. But this was... he deserved better than that. I closed my eyes and thought of the night after 3 Hills. Green flames taking Meline, who had been a traitor but beloved by many of us even after that. And now his closest friend was following him. I'd never told Nock that his second and goodest brother had been passing information to Acqua. I'd made the decision he was better off not knowing. How presumptuous that felt, now that he was dead. The part of the city that's on fire, it's almost out. I said, I still closed. Near enough, Robert said. Took all of the quarter they call Lanteria and some of the outskirts, but the fire breaks contained it, and it's dying out. I let out a misty breath and opened my eyes. The shadows had grown longer still. Speak with General Abigail, I said. We'll be holding a Legion funeral for all our losses in Sarcella tonight. Work out watch rosters so that as many people as possible can attend. I'll speak to the drow myself. Yellow Eyes considered me, though the question went unasked. What else can we still give him? I whispered. Or any of them. It's a fool war, but they died fighting it. They'll have a pyre, and the only kind of farewell we learned. He inclined his head in approval, then hesitated. He went out hard, you know, Robert said. Fangs red. I breathed out shakily. He was rat company, I replied. How else could he have gone? We parted ways, knowing we'd next meet to burn a friend. My legionaries followed me into the city in silence. In the end, all my grief could be was screaming in the dark, a harsh cry, followed by silence ringing of absence. I had tricks to ply, and duty did not make exceptions for funerals. We'd won the day, or close enough, and that meant I could dictate terms. To an extent, anyway. Asking for more than I was costing them might see the Levantines ride off their own with cold eyes. They wouldn't know how badly I didn't want to be keeping prisoners, so it would at least look like I was the one with the good cards in hand. Much as I prefer not to be fighting the Levantines at all, I wouldn't delude myself into thinking they in any way shared that sentiment. The enemy commander would be out to screw me as badly as he could, while clawing his way back into possession of the troops I'd captured. I could play that game, truly, and win it a lot easier than he could. A word on my part would have the Tomb-Maker leading a party of mighty to assault the Dominion camp after night fell, and unless the Pilgrim was hiding in a tent in there that would lead to a bloody massacre. But I would not compound waste with yet more of it, not even if my enemy was itching for that very tussle. No, neither corpses nor coin could be my aim here. There was going to be a battle in Isère, soon enough, and I needed to get all my munitions in place before someone dropped a torch. This would be a part of it, nothing more and nothing less. The Levantine envoy was a middle-aged man with a fine mustache and stripes of blue and green crisscrossing his face, speaking Lower Misan with an elegant polish. He got to use it just long enough for me to send him back to camp with an offer for the enemy commander to meet on the bridges in front of Sarcella. He left under protest, which I ignored with the ease of someone who'd been pushing paperwork on Hakram for years, and I gauged how long was reasonable to wait before getting a top zombie and making for the bridges. The boy would come, if it was still the one I'd seen during the day that was in charge. No one with eyes that raw would pass on an opportunity to confront someone who'd bled them. My escort was tripled in size when I informed the Third Army of what I intended, but I paid it little attention. Bellesport's quarter was entirely ours, now, and it led directly to the bridges going over the river. I'd not specified which one, so on a whim I picked the leftmost one, and ordered my legionaries to remain behind. I wondered what it said about my reputation that none of the officers looked pleased, but none actually argued. My dead horse's hooves cut against the icy stone, sharp sounds like flint being struck. The day's warmth was fleeing the coming of night, and the wind was picking up. Far in the distance the sun was drowning in a sea of purple and red, tinting the snowy fields with enough blood and ichor for 1,000 wars. My mount eased advancing, halfway through the bridge, and my staff struck stone with a dull sound. I could hear crows in the distance, though there was nothing godly about those. Just beasts, drawn by the day's corpses. I stuffed my pipe carefully and passed a palm over the Waycleaf with just a hint of night. Inhale and exhale, and then I watched smoke rise up into the sky as I waited for the boy who wanted my head to come treat with me. It was not long. Riders came, 500 armed to the teeth, and a few among them who reeked of something anathema to the night. Lanterns, I assumed. Those I allowed my gaze to linger on, taking in the faces painted in black and white and wondering which one had killed Nock. If it had been only one, or a working of several. Argument erupted, but in the end youth and pride won out. Razantanya, of the grim binder's blood. That was the name our prisoners had given. Soldiers were soldiers, in the end, offer warm food and booze, and there was always one in a company willing to sell out their own mother. The boy rode up, on his beautiful white horse wearing his beautiful red and gray plate. The patterns of paint on his face had changed from earlier, now mere stripes of iron and blood on the cheeks. It revealed handsome enough features, sharp-boned, but bearing the kind of edge you wanted to run a hand against. What little I could see of his hair was a dark brown, but most was hidden by a tall helmet bearing red feathers. The sword at his hip, I could not help but note, had a very pretty wrought steel pattern to it. Swirls and vines, in a vaguely arcane pattern. No leather bands over it, though. It would get slippery if he got blood all over it, become an unwieldy ornament. And wasn't that nobility put in a sentence? He reined in his horse at the foot of the bridge, just close enough we could talk without shouting. There was a banner in the colors of his paint, held by a clever wooden contraption on his back, that jutted up above even his plumage. "You begged audience of me, Black Queen," Razantanya announced. "Speak your piece." I pulled at my pipe and said nothing, only breathing out. The smoke went up, and I admired the play of light and shadows on it. "Is this a riddle?" the boy said through gritted teeth. "Are you making a game of me?" The anger was out, pouring out of every pore. It could be useful, anger. It had gotten me through some very bad scraps, and should mine ever go out I figured there wouldn't be much left of me. But there was a trick to it. You had to learn when to keep it sheathed. It was like a sword. If you just swung it around night and day it would grow dull. You would grow dull, and someone who'd learned the trick would cut out your throat. Tanya was letting his anger dull him, right now. I'd let him keep swinging as long as he wanted, because behind that anger there was fear and shame. The longer he swung and hit nothing, the more harshly those would bite. "Have you become a mute, villain?" the noble sneered. "Or is it fear of my father's army that stills your tongue?" Another stream of smoke, and then finally I replied, "It stings, doesn't it?" I mildly said, knowing that after all this, all you have to threaten me with is your father's shadow. His fingers tightened into fists, his face flushed. "A single battle does not win a war," Razantanya said. "Tricks will not save you twice." I hummed, considering him. "I'm not going to threaten you," I decided. "There's no point, is there? When you have enough hate, it becomes a kind of courage. Madness, too, but that line's always been thinner than people like to admit." "I will not be condescended to by a heretic," the boy snarled. "If you have called this meeting only to mock me, you mock yourself," I gently said, "by pretending today did not happen. It did. Learn from it, or die in a ditch somewhere blaming everything but yourself. But that's not my burden to bear, Tanya, and I've no inclination to try. You're here because I hold your people, and you want them back. There are treaties pertaining to the treatment of war prisoners," he said. "To break them would see the Grand Alliance declare war on me?" I drily said. "Perhaps lead your priesthood to declare me something of a heretic, even." There was a moment of embarrassed silence. "That's the problem with turning the screws early," I said. "It doesn't leave much room for escalation." I will offer the appropriate ransom for the captains, Razantanya said. He was reaching, and knew it. The tinge of desperation in his voice was making that much clear. I thought. We both know you fucked up today, but it looks like you might actually be held accountable for it. I wondered if it'd be his father, or the other noble Captain Elvira answered to. Are you worrying you'll be the sacrificial lamb to make peace between Malaga and Tartessos after your mess cost everyone steeply? Victory had 1,000 fathers and mothers, but defeat did tend to be attributed to a single pair of hands. I wondered if he might actually be killed over this. Levant kept to good, it was said, but it was rough country. I might have more leverage than anticipated, then. I've no interest in coin, I said. What I want from you is an oath. An oath, he said. I will not serve below, villain, in this life or any other. I've not asked you to, I said. You hold command of the vanguard, Razantanya. It will stay camped outside Sarcella for 3 days and 3 nights. On this I require your oath. And you would return the captains for this? The boy pressed. The wake leaf filled my throat and lungs, burning pleasantly. It left me tingling when it passed my lips. I'll return every Levantine soldier captured today, including officers, I replied. Agreed, he immediately said. He had absolutely no intention of keeping his word, did he? I sighed. After dealing with Preci and Faye, the Levantine was almost painfully transparent. I'll want the oath made to the heavens and on the honor of your blood, I coldly said. Made in front of every remaining captain in your army. You dare question my honor? He replied, puffing up. You test my patience, I calmly said, as if we were discussing the weather. Do not mistake my restraint for vulnerability. If there is no fair bargain to be made, I will put your fucking head on a pike and use it as a warning for your replacement. Hate and fear, I mused, watching the war in his eyes. The sun was more dead than dying, by now, and I think that was what settled it, the shadows winning out, the same kind that I'd wielded to drown his soldiers even under afternoon sun. You will pay for this, Black Queen, Razantanya said. All of it. The heavens will see to it that your horrors are given answer. I grinned around my pipe, face wreathed in smoke. They'll take their swing, I said. Watch. See where it gets them. Night fell before I got my oath, but I did get it. Book 5, Chapter 15, Bereavement. To 2 deaths we are born. The first in the flesh, the second in the memories of those left behind. Scheherazade the seer, Tagreb poet. The Lanteria quarter would burn twice. That had been my decree. It was a good thing Sarcella was mostly abandoned by now, or it might have been necessary to expel people from their homes to get our hands on enough lumber for the pyres. As it was, the Third Army sappers only had to tear down empty homes to raise the night's work. Heaps of wood large and tall enough for near 6,000 corpses to be consigned to burning on them. Not all the dead bodies would be legionaries, not even most, as the addition of the priest from the house insurgent had done much to improve the survivability of our wounded. But the soldiers of Levant would share in the farewell. I wasn't leaving a few thousand corpses lying around when the dead king was on the loose, no matter how far from the battlefield he was supposed to be. I watched in silence, pipe in my mouth, as companies of goblins methodically cleared out a space in the burnout quarter and filled it with long rectangular piles of wood. They looked almost like giants' graves, I thought, though the bodies would be laid to rest over and not under. There'd been talk of requisitioning oil and charcoal from the locals to help the blaze burn hot enough, but I'd put a stop to that. There was no need for it when I had Mighty under my command. It was already night out when the strange procession began, carts and stretchers bearing the dead, some covered with the thin bashfulness of a sheet. Some, but not all. There were too many dead, too few sheets of cloth. I'd heard a story once, back in lore, about the elaborate funeral processions of the Fairfaxes. How the dead kings and queens were taken through the streets of the capital on a bier of bronze and iron as the bells rang in unison, until all the people of lore had seen the remains with their own eyes. It'd take hours, the heads of the knightly orders and every other Fairfax walking along the cadaver as the people threw red carnations before them. The same flowers that grew in long swaths by the shores of the Silver Lake, though some said it was tradition as a nod to Selwyn Fairfax's death in the Red Flower Vallis. The procession would end where it had begun, at the palace, and the ruler would be buried in the crypts below. A Fairfax is dead, a Fairfax reigns, the people would say, and the world would go on. No one threw flowers for my dead soldiers in the distance below, nor the Levantines so far away from home. Instead, they had ash and embers, and the blackened husk of a district that might have been beautiful before we came to it. The burial of kings and queens took the coin of 1,000 soldiers, And so 1,000 soldiers were buried without a sound. That had always been the way of the world, hadn't it? The small died quiet, the great with theater and oration, as unequal a bargain in death as it had been in life. It was a morose line of thought, but it paired well with my mood. The drow that had become my second shadows when shadow claimed the sky stood half-hidden and still as statues, not even stirring when the ashen path was stirred by careful footsteps. I'd not summoned General Abigail, though neither was I surprised she'd come to me. The latest arrangements I had made would cause most to cock an eyebrow. I didn't turn to look at her, and repressed my amusement when I heard the summer home girl curse under her breath before climbing up. The 2-story house I'd claimed as my perch was now little more than a twisted-up stone floor held up by load-bearing walls that let the wind through. But there was a path to take if you looked properly. I wouldn't have made it up without a smudge of night to chase away the pain in my leg. But with the coming of darkness, miracles had come back to me through the turn of that astral tide. There was a dull thump and louder cursing as the general of my army slipped halfway up and fell down on her ass. So I took pity on her and called out in crepuscular. Mighty Maclea leapt down and picked up the loudly protesting Calawan by the back of her neck before leaping up to my side and dropping her like a sack of cabbage. I nodded my thanks to it, and after a bow it vanished into the dark without a trace. They weren't anywhere near that sprightly earlier, the pricks, General Abigail muttered. I turned to look at her and picked up on exactly when she remembered who she was on her belly in front of, complaining about allies. Abigail blanched and skittered up with the horrified haste of a cat near a goblin cookpot, saluting promptly. I wondered if she was aware that her armor now had tracks of soot all over it. "General," I said. "Sit." My pipe had long run out, though I was now officially out of herbs to stuff it with anyway. Robber had more important duties than to find me Wakeleaf at the moment, though I'd send him out on the prowl before we left Sarcella. It was either that or actually trying the dried underground lake algae that Iva had suggested, and I wasn't nearly desperate enough to go for that. I suspected that drow tastes very differently than humans. It was the only reasonable explanation for some of the things they subjected themselves to eating and drinking. "Your Majesty," General Abigail said. "I'm not sure that's, entirely appropriate." I glanced at her amusedly. Court etiquette while on campaign? Besides, field promotion or not holding the title of general put her among the 10 highest military officers in the kingdom. Technically, she even outranked Grandmaster Brandon Talbot, though she wouldn't have the authority to give him orders in most situations. "I could make it a royal decree, if you'd prefer," I said. "Please don't," she said, then a heartbeat passed. "Your Majesty." Very warily she sat at the edge of the floor as I had, legs dangling. My eyes returned to the procession of corpses, noting it had turned from a flood to a trickle. The preparations would be finished soon enough. I felt her hesitating at my side, but didn't come to the rescue. If she was to continue working closely with me, she'd have to find it in her to actually ask me questions without prompting. "Ma'am, I meant to ask," General Abigail said, "about the redeployments you ordered." It was enough of a step forward to deserve reward, I decided. "You think they leave us vulnerable, now that the prisoners are being returned," I completed. She cleared her throat. "I don't mean to impugn the abilities of our allies," she said. "But there's a lot of Dominion grunts out there, and our captures marched back with their weapons. If they hit us by surprise when almost the entire army's at the funeral, 3,000 drow won't cut it. They'll catch us with our trousers down." Not an unwarranted assumption, for someone who didn't know the firstborn like I did. "I did extract O's from both Captain Elvira and the highborn boy that commands the vanguard," I said. General Abigail began to spit over the edge, before remembering once more that I was there and hastily stopping. I politely pretended not to notice the choke and coughing fit that ensued. "Mida always said anyone that makes more than you do is probably out to get you," Abigail solemnly said. "Double so for anyone not from Summerhome. Triple if they're wasteland get." There was another pause, followed by an almost physical spike of fear. "That wouldn't mean you, Your Majesty," she hurriedly said. I mean, everyone knows. He's just an old drunk, didn't mean nothing." I pondered that. I didn't get a salary from the tower anymore. Militia was such a cheapskate. I'd only rebelled and tried to kill her the once, so in a sense I didn't make more than my general. Unless you counted taxes and tariffs, or the kingdom's treasury. I doubted telling her as much would actually help any, though, so I discarded the diversion. Razan Tanya might go back on his oath. Even after what he swore it on, I agreed. He could be desperate enough he'd roll the dice on a victory, washing his slate clean. Captain Elvira, I'm not so sure. Honor matters a lot more when it's your own on the line instead of someone else's. Honor didn't stop them from sneaking in at night and offing our general staff, General Abigail bluntly said. Beg your pardon, ma'am, but what do some Levant muckabouts know about anything like honor? They were quick enough to roll over for Proctor and join up, after all that hard talk about them being deathly foes. Aqueous folly scared a lot of people, I mildly said. And honor doesn't mean abandoning solid tactics. And they had been that, regardless of the personal cost to me. The other Calawan shuffled uncomfortably. Aren't they your enemy, your majesty? She asked. I thought. Interesting choice of words, and more telling than she probably realized. More so than the unspoken assumption. If they're your enemy, why are you defending them? They won't always be our enemy, I said. And even if they were sworn to stay one, it serves us nothing to lower them in our eyes. The moment you dismiss an opponent outright, you stop understanding them. That's a dangerous thing, in our position. I threw her a bone after the lecture, wondering if Black had once done the same for me. If so, he'd done it skillfully enough I hadn't noticed. Most the 3,000 drow are decoration, I told her. Defending bridges like they are? I could have sent only 2 to stand guard with much the same effect. I just decided to temper the temptation for our friend Razin. General Abigail went still. I was pleased she picked up on the implications of that so quickly. Named, she said. Or just warlocks? Priests, in a way, I mused. Though the kind even lanterns wouldn't want to meet in a dark alley. The other woman breathed out sharply. I doubted she would be the last, when the scope of what the might could do became clearer. How many of those are there, ma'am? She croaked out. An empire's worth, I said. And sometimes I fear even that might not be enough for what's to come. I thought. You and I, Calawans, we were taught to fear the monsters on the other side of the river, I mused. The hordes and the sorceries and the things that go out after dark. I clapped her shoulder, ignoring the flinch. But not this time, Abigail, I said. Tonight, you see, we're looking at the river from the other side. I felt my honor guard of drow stir through the night. People were approaching us, and not a moment too soon. I dragged myself up after reaching for my staff, turning to my shivering general. Time to go, I said. The dead have waited long enough. Once lit, the torches turned the darkened wreckage of Lanteria into a sea of fireflies. It had been some time since I last stood for a vigil. There'd been others after the one that followed 3 hills, grim heaps of ash made across Callow wherever my armies fought and died. Marchford, where the grim necessity of killing everyone touched by corruption had made it even uglier business than usual. Lys and Arcadia, Dormer, and the blood-soaked fields of the Folly. Far north, after the Battle of the Camps. Had there even been a year since I first gained command, without some of mine being given to the flame? Sometimes it felt like I'd been at war from the moment I had taken up Black's knife, without ever a moment to catch my breath. But this wasn't about me, not really. I owned a part of it, but so did every single of the almost 8,000 legionaries and officers standing in Lanteria. So did the Levantines across the river, though they might not see it that way. We'd bared our blades and wrecked all around us, each convinced that we were right, necessary, that the other side was damned and blind. I almost smiled at the thought. Had anyone ever gone to war believing they were in the wrong? I could not help but wonder at the people who'd once lived in this city and watched it torn apart by foreign armies engaged in a war first started by a woman far away in Salia. They should not be forgot, even if they were my enemy's people and not mine. They too tread the same grounds that had my leg throbbing, whispering with every limping step. Do not forget that this was never a game. Do not forget that you make mistakes. Do not forget that there must be more than ruin. Do not forget. These weren't drow, so the crowd below spoke in murmurs that lapped at the platform the sappers had raised. I did not stand alone on it, did not have that gall when I'd come so late to the battle for Sarcella. General Abigail stood at my right side, cheeks reddened by the old Calawan remedy for chilly nights. She cut a good figure, in her polished armor freshly marked with the wings of a general glimmering in the glow of the mage lights surrounding us. Bareheaded, her black locks brought out the sharp blue of her eyes. Spreading out from her right, the surviving general staff stood with us as well. The last remaining legate, a heavy-set man by the name of Oaks, her senior mage and staff tribune. At my left, I kept Robber and mighty Gindrick, the latter of which was looking at the proceedings with strangely innocent fascination. Never before, I thought, must it have seen so many torches. The purpose of this had been as strange to it as its fascination was to me. Drow did not have funerals the way the people of the surface did, not since the coming of Save and OC. Corpses were just rotting meat that could not be eaten, Nothing to be given any particular attention beyond disposal to avoid diseases. I'd waited long enough, I eventually decided. All the torches that would be lit already were. I raised my staff, and a single horn was sounded by an officer below. The sound echoed across the district, and left silence in its wake. I'd been offered sorceress help by the Third Army's mages, but I had no need of it. The night coiled in my veins, and when I spoke it was in a voice that resounded across all of Lanteria Quarter. The first time I met Knock of the Waxing Moon's clan, I said, he called me dead weight, and I nearly slugged him in the face. The officers standing next to me looked appalled, save for Robber who was grinning like a gleeful imp, but a ripple went through the crowd. There were greenskins who'd laughed outright, and many more soldiers who looked like they were feeling guilty about smiling at a funeral. It wasn't even half a year after that the 15th Legion was raised, I continued, and by then it didn't even occur to me he wouldn't be part of it. That was the kind of man he was, long before he put an arrow in a prince and got another name out of it. Grief and guilt, hand in hand. For the friend I was burying, in a way, for the second time. For what had remained of that friend in my general, and I'd cravenly looked away from. Another regret for the list that would never, could never, be expiated. It always seemed like there were more pressing things to see to, didn't it? Until the bells rang, and you realized it had become too late. He was brave, I thoughtfully said. We always say that, about those we bury, but he truly was. Kind, to those he owed kindness to, and always cannier than he let on. But most of all, when I remember him, I remember that the same night we met he marched most of a mile on a broken leg without a word of complaint. It's a small thing, but it stands for more. There was not an ounce of give in him. My voice turned rueful. But then I speak to nothing you don't already know, do I? Everything Knock Prince Giller had to give, you have made a part of you. My lips quirked, because this was a fool's war, but how could I not be proud of how they had fought it? The Third Army marched across the span of Isère, pursued by fourfold its number and ambushed by Helice's finest, I said. Yet when I found Sarcella, your banner flew. They rode you down, they burned you out, they stormed every single wall you raised, and the Third Army did not break. The last part rung louder like a rest, almost deserving of echo. There was a sea of faces splayed out below me, old and young, Preci and Calawans and greenskins. Old Legion veterans come under fresh banner to ply the same harsh trade. Youths who'd put on the armor with that burning need to do something that would matter. Some had joined for coin, some for purpose, some for having nowhere else to go. Some had put on the mail for their country, and among those there were hard-eyed Sonic and Tagreb who I thought might yet make that country after they went home with a blade in hand. Once you'd drunk from the cup of defiance, the taste was not easily forgot, and they had all drunk deep. How many of them had sung on the march to Dormer, I wondered, joined their voices to that chilling song Knock had penned. I had taken the armies of the East and told them they were owed better, that they could do better, and they had believed me. Since that day they had been sharpened on bloody fields, every bit the match of the conquests, marched victorious through a gauntlet of horrors. And they'd done it without high lords, without dukes and baronesses, without any of the old banners above their heads. One day those soldiers would go home, and those who would be their masters would not find them so easily bent to the old order. I've borrowed the strength of an empire and the godhead behind it, bared it at my foes like a blade. I thought, and some fools will tremble at that alone. But you, all of you, oh, how they would tremble if they could look at you now. What you are and might yet do. In the golden glow of the torches they all seemed tinted by the same dye, as if they had shared some strange rite that left the same mark on all of them. Maybe they had. This lone column in the snow surrounded by foes. I saw all that and one thing more, a reflection of what I felt in my bones when looking at them, pride. I could praise you, I said, but what could I possibly speak that would ring louder than your record? Instead, I will say there are faces here that I recognize. It was true. More greenskins and Preci than Calawans, who had come later to my campaigns, but more than a few of those as well. Legionaries and officers both, some who'd been under Knock as far back as 3 Hills. From the 2,000 that charged Summer, at 5 armies in one, I said. From the first into the breach, at Dormer. From those who took the Hellgate at the Doom of Lys. From the Battle of the Camps, holding against 3-1 and Heroes' Wrath. I laughed. Have you ever fought a battle where you were not meant to lose? Laughter answered, harsh and grim and heartbreakingly proud. In the crucible of the conquest, I said, names were granted to honor the greatest deeds of legions. Cognomen, they are called. You have gone through crucible harsher still, and so this honor is long overdue. My voice rose. "You are the third army of the kingdom of Callow," I proclaimed. "You have been the vanguard of our every victory, never once flinching nor breaking, and for that I name you Dauntless." For a moment there was only silence, and my stomach dropped, but then roar drowned out everything. Thousands of throats screaming out into the night, a chorus of stomping feet and blades striking shields. Dauntless, I thought, letting the sea of noise wash over me. That had been impulse, but I did not regret it. I would see it put to the rolls, and I would see Nock's name written as the first general to command it. It was the only kind of grave marker he would have cared for, I suspected. The Third Army howled its approval, long and loud, and when the sound thinned, General Abigail's own tribune approached me with a torch, passing it to my hand. For the pyre, I knew. It was my right, as Queen of Callow, to throw the first one. "We'll all put friends to the flame tonight," I said. "And there will be others, on other fields. So weep for the lost, but know that I can promise you this. In the end, they will. Remember, us." I wanted to throw the torch. For the friend I'd loved, the memories I would still clutch now that he was gone. But this wasn't about me, not really. I owned a part of it, but so did every single one of them. So instead I limped to Abigail and passed her the torch. "Send them home, General," I said. Blue eyes met mine, unreadable, and slowly she nodded. The torch flew, and the sea of fireflies followed. Book 5, Chapter 16, Adverse. "Let neither queen nor prince rule over our dominion. For while crowns may devour honor, one's blood is not so easily gainsaid." Farah Isbalai of the Pilgrim's Blood, Second Holy Seljun of Levant. Midnight bell came and went. Part of me itched to leave this place, to watch Sarcella disappear in the distance and let Nox sleep in his tomb of ash. The rest knew that it would be absurd to ask that my beleaguered Third Army begin a night march after a hard day's fighting. Even if I'd been willing to push them that far, logistics would have forbidden it. We had wounded still hovering between life and death, equipment to mend or replace. At least another dozen crucial preparations that must be undertaken before we left, if the advance was to be organized in the slightest instead of a route in a vaguely appropriate direction. Truth be told, I should be sleeping myself, but with the night a second wind had come to me that made it unlikely I'd be able to slumber even if I tried. The drow were the same, nocturnal in a way they would never have truly understood in that sunless, ruined empire of theirs. It wasn't anymore, of course, theirs. My bargain with the Herald of the Deeps had seen to that and more. The lowering of the gloom and a fallen realm, in exchange for the chance at a fresh one. In practice, supplies for the massive exodus marching on the dead king's northern borders along with departure unmolested from the old empire Everdark. Unmolested if on reasonable schedule, anyway. The dwarves had made it clear that lingering would be taken as a breach of the terms. There was slightly more to it. Another bargain made with a dying foe to strike together against one at the peak of its unlife, but that would have to wait. The Kingdom Under would not lift a finger until the rest of us had died in drove for its advantage, and not send a single soldier past the line of its interests. It didn't matter, though. If well-timed, our last arrangement could be made into a very effective blow, and be used as highly useful diplomatic leverage with the First Prince, I admitted to myself. This couldn't be won by slapping everyone in the face until they agreed to my terms. That'd make the lease accords barely worth the parchment they were written on. I had to make it in everyone's interests to sign. There would be nations that'd never even consider it, the Dread Empire, the Kingdom of the Dead, but the one I worried most about was the Dominion of Levant. I was beginning to understand, slowly, exactly how much names meant to their people, how essential they'd been made to the fabric of their ruling class because of the way they lent legitimacy. I didn't and wouldn't have the kind of clout or justification to uproot that entirely, which would force me to rely on someone I really rather wouldn't, the Grey Pilgrim. Not only could I not kill the old hero, as the consequence of that would be a nearly Callowan degree of spite, I had to get him to back the Accords. It wasn't impossible, but in all likelihood it was going to come at an unpleasant price. My legionaries were long gone by now, save for a handful of weary sappers keeping an eye on the pyres to make sure nothing got out of hand. It was no longer mortal flame burning the wood and bodies, which at least allowed them to see something interesting for their trouble. A funeral pyre, after all, wasn't just about burning wood and flesh. It had to see to the bones as well. Save for some specific kinds of sorcerous flame and the much riskier goblin fire, there wasn't much that could do that for human and greenskin ossature. Legion custom was to grind the bones after the rest was ash and spread them on the battlefield, should time allow. It was one of those grim duties that soldiers didn't like to talk about, and usually ended up passed on to sappers or whatever company had last irked the commanding officer. There wouldn't be any need for that tonight, though. From the beginning, it had been clear that we might not even have enough wood to burn all the flesh, not without hacking apart another section of the city entirely. But mundane flame was not my full arsenal. I'd put my restless mighty to work. Flames icy blue and pitch black had lit up the night, spreading through the pyres, and behind those I'd ordered something more discreet. Uses of night, acidic and corrosive, that would see to it no bones were left come dawn. It would have been horrifying for soldiers, I knew, to wake in daylight and see the gnarled and darkened bones of those they'd fought to the side of strewn across the remains of the pyres. So instead the dead burned black and blue, and a little else too. It was still watching that eerie spectacle that General Romina found me. Not that the old drow would have encountered great difficulty in that. I was surrounded by an honor guard of firstborn that might have been good as invisible to humans, but was a glaring sign for those of their kind. Resting on a half-broken bench of stone, back against a soot-slashed oaken door delivered there by my drow, I kept my gaze on the flames even as it came to stand by my side. The ancient creature tread light as a feather, and I could feel a flicker of night under its skin that would make it nothing but a shadow among shadows to the naked eye. They did not attack, General Romina said. On my lap a sword of obsidian sat sheathed, and my hand had been tight around it, filling the artifact, slowly, with the purposeful night I would unleash when the time came. But at that obvious announcement my fingers began drumming against the sheath. It did not reply, tacitly inviting it to elaborate. The Dominion leader called for assembly of its captains when those captured were returned. The old drow continued. They have been at this ever since. Debate is loud and bitter. Blades were drawn at least once, and not sheathed before reddened. I knew better than to ask how it knew that. After nightfall, with the sisters flying somewhere above, I was almost surprised I wasn't getting a full transcript of the conversations. Not unexpected, I said. The general said nothing, though I felt its presence pulse in the night. Surprise, maybe? Hard to tell. Drow felt emotions so differently than humans, and this strange sense of mine was highly imprecise anyway. I could measure impact, but not grasp its nature, and guessing at the thoughts of the firstborn was always chancy business. You've never been shy before, Tombmaker, I said. Out with it. It was my understanding that you meant for the Dominion cattle to try the city, Romina replied, so as to slaughter them with pretense of mercy. Is this not a disappointment? I leaned against the door that had been made into the back of this makeshift throne of mine, cloak held tight against my frame to ward off the creeping cold. The blue and black flames still danced in the distance, the silhouettes of the few goblins out there lending the sight the appearance of some strange tribal ritual. I have a friend who's no stranger to thievery, I said. She did a lot of learning with unsavory crowds in all manners of theft. One of them is called confidence tricks. Humans have exceedingly little to be confident about, the Tombmaker noted. What manner of trickery is it? Usually, it's a lie that preys on the greed or credulity of someone to get coin from them, I said. But Vivian, she once told me that in her home those tricks were split in two kinds, dapple and pearl. After horse coats, she said. Romina's silver-blue stare stayed on me, and it did not speak. A dappled horse, I said, is one that's flecked pale and gray. Those are the tricks that prey on the naive, Romina, and her guild frowned if those were used on anyone save nobles and foreigners. Neither of which, I thought, most Calawans had been inclined to weep over during the decades of Presai rule. The other kind, though, the pearls? I said, it's a kind of horse that's pale all over. Those tricks prey on greed, and they were fair game on anyone. The unspoken part of that, Romina, is that if someone acts wickedly, there's no shame in doing them the same turn. A pearl trick doesn't work at all if the mark acts decent. A pearl trick, the old drow repeated, as you played on the Dominion cattle. I nodded slowly. They gave oaths, I said. If they keep them, no one bleeds. And they've proved they can learn, that they can be trusted in the war up north. But if they break their oaths, there is no shame, Romina thoughtfully said, in doing them a wicked turn. A strange notion to it, no doubt. The drow did not think it shameful in the slightest to turn on each other over without a reason, or, rather, being stronger than the other was enough of a reason in and of itself. But it wasn't the way things worked up here, and if they were going to stay among us they needed to learn. It mattered how you went about things. I'd learned that much too late in my rise, believing what counted was that you got there at all. And the moment I'd begun extending a hand outside the borders of Callow, I'd run into one closed door after another. Best they learn from my mistakes, as the sisters meant them to. You are pleased, then, the general said, that they are holding to their oaths. Silence stretched. I looked at the flames, and thought of the orc burning among them who I had called my friend. Am I murmured, wondering. Ask me again come morning, Tomb-maker. I tightened the mantle of woe around me once more, and was still looking at the fire when Ramina left. I slept fitfully, never leaving my seat, and it could not have been more than an hour or two when someone's approach had me immediately awake. A drow. It had been the ripple in the night that warned me, though not one of the sigil holders. By the looks of the paint on its face, it was of the Svatuk sigil, higher than Zulu, but low in the pecking order of the mighty. A messenger, then. The thickly muscled drow bowed, silver tresses sweeping down as it did, and only straightened when I flicked my wrist in permission. Exhaustion was lingering in my bones, but my mind was mostly awake, and that was what mattered. Lo Sarah Queen, the drow said. I bring word from the General Ramina. Then speak, I said. Our reinforcements have arrived, under the command of Lord Iva, the firstborn said. 12,000, now in sight of this cattle city. A warband came ahead, led by the mighty archer. Indrani had caught up as soon as she could, looked like. Must have tired herself out hurrying regardless of my request that she not. Though I suppose my taking the drow vanguard ahead without a word had invalidated that in her eyes. My grip closed around the ebony staff propped up at my side, and I dragged myself up, catching the sheathed sword on my lap before it could fall, and fastening it on my belt with fingers made clumsy by the cold. Is that the whole of the words you carry? I asked. The Tomb-maker says that the pot of the Dominion no longer seems in risk of tipping, the drow said. Both pillars still live. The strife in the camp had come at an end, then. Hard to know whether the blades coming out earlier had been over Razan Tanya's ill-fated offensive and the ensuing losses, or an attempt at oath-breaking that was ended steel in hand. Both he and Captain Elvira were apparently still alive, regardless, so whatever the truth they'd come to a truce. I suspected that the moment the sharper would blow was when the rest of the 40,000-strong army arrived, including Tanya's lordly father and the lady Captain Elvira answered to. Didn't intend to stick around to watch that from up close, though. I'd already sown the seeds of discord with the oaths. I'd let them either grow into something thornier or die out on their own. Having two of the four most powerful nobles in the Dominion at each other's throats instead of pursuing my armies would be damned useful, but pushing too hard risked them banding against me instead. We'd see if Acua's suspicions about the fragility of the Levantine command structure bore out. Good, I said. Tell it to keep watching until the Third Army is rested enough to relieve the sigils. By your will, first under the night, the drow replied, bowing again. I considered sending it after Archer to tell her to meet me, but ultimately discarded the notion and left it slink back to its duties. If Indrani was in Sarcella, there was no need to look for her. She'd be finding me soon enough. I should probably be looking for somewhere comfortable to talk instead, since it had occurred to me we had a conversation long overdue. 2, I then thought, considering what Robber had told me about Masigo. Claiming the mansion that had been turned into the Third Army's headquarters for a chat with Indrani struck me as something of an abuse of my authority, when so much of this city was already empty, so instead I hobbled my way towards Beaumontant Quarter. Much of the district had seen heavy fighting, but it was only around the edges that it had gotten brutal enough houses and shops were brought down. Deeper in there was only mud and blood marring the snow, and the fresher tracks of legionaries on sentry duty. There wasn't a soul to be seen in here, not a Proceran one anyway. There were a few drow out there on the rooftops, and my own honor guard of Firstborn was dogging my shadow, but aside from that the streets were eerily empty. The fighting had long driven out anyone who lived here, which considering the empty plains out there, and the roving armies in Isère likely meant hunger or cold would kill most of the civilians who'd fled and not made it to a city to take refuge in. I forcefully set the thought aside, as there was nothing I could do for them. Even if Black hadn't put the Principality's granaries to the torch on his way south, the war would have made it a lean year. After he had, the death warrant of thousands had effectively been signed months before the first snow fell. Twice over, with their ruler being a prisoner in Callow. Winter and starvation would strike much harsher a blow to the heartlands than Legion blades could have, dealing out death in that atrociously efficient way my father had always preferred. I could almost imagine the cogs turning behind his eyes as he measured how best to cripple the Principate with the limited amount of resources at his disposal. The thought was not fond. There were some things that could not be admired, even if skillfully done. I found a halfway decent tavern and decided to settle myself in there for Indrani to find me. I didn't bother glancing at the sign hung outside before touching the locked door and pressing night into the lock. It clicked open, and a gesture had my guard staying outside as I entered the cold common room. Closing the door behind me, I set myself to making it somewhat inhabitable. A flicker of power had dark flames roaring in the fireplace, without lumber to feed them, though after digging around for some time, I found a bundle of charcoal to toss in there, and the flames turned mundane in nature. The place had been mostly stripped clean by the owners when they left, but from the back I rustled up a jug of wine bad enough it had been used to prop up a shelf, and a pair of torches already partially burnt. Those went up on the walls, and the room had warmed enough for me to take off my cloak and try my luck with the wine. No cups left, so straight from the jug, when Indrani arrived. Pulling down her hood and lowering her scarf, she hastily slammed the door shut and turned to me with a raised eyebrow. "Well, this is oddly domestic," Archer mused. "I even made your favorite," I drily replied, holding up the jug. "Wine. Ah, just like my mother used to make," she breathily said. It didn't stop her from tossing her cloak at my head before worming into a seat, but by now that was only to be expected. I slapped it aside, then ducked under the gloves that followed with practiced ease. They fell close to me, so in theory I could have picked them up, but she was never going to learn to stop throwing things at me if I did that every time. She wasn't going to learn anyway, I grimly admitted to myself, but that wasn't any more of a reason to do it. "So," Archer said, deftly stealing the jug from my hand, "I see part of this place burned down." "It was already on fire when I arrived," I replied, a tad defensively. She grinned over a mouthful of wine, then passed it back after swallowing. "It figures that after holding it in so well at Rochulent you'd have to cut loose," she sagely said. "It was Levantine priests that started it," I insisted. "Priests that, in your heretical wickedness, you ensorcelled to start the fire on your behalf," Indrani said. "That's twice as bad, Catherine. Heresy. And arson. Maybe even heretical arson. We'd have to ask someone about the theology of that." "No one's going to buy that," I said, sounding a lot more confident than I felt. "You're right," she conceded. "You'll just get blamed without any of the frills added on." I drank from the jug and sighed. She might be yanking my chain, but that didn't necessarily mean she was wrong. Best to change the subject before I lost any more feathers. "Iva came with you?" I asked. She smugly smiled at my pivot, the wretch. "It's about an hour behind," Indrani said. "Send a few mighty with me to speak with either you or Ramina about where the sigils can set up to sleep." Ramina could see to that, I thought. Later I'd need to speak with it and Abigail about lodgings and supplies, but it could wait for a few hours still. Odds were the reinforcements would be put up in the northern quarters with the rest of my drow. It wasn't like we'd be running out of room anytime soon. "Good," I said, handing back the wine. "No two ways about this, so I just went in sword bared." "There's news about Masigo," I said. The jug stopped halfway to her lips. Something like fear passed through her hazelnut eyes, though it was mastered swiftly. "You wouldn't be so calm if he was dead," Archer decided. "Missing or hurt." Her voice was even, but the kind of even you could see the strain of maintaining. "Missing," I said. "Maybe hurt as well. The battle at Thalasina went south, Drani. His father blew up most of the city, and the aftermath was bad enough even those who fled died from the sorcery he called down. We know Masigo survived and left, but not much more than that." Her face tightened. "The Empress is after him?" she asked. I said. "He made it out of the wasteland heading west. No one's been able to track him since. Nock might have known more. Apparently the army's high command had a closed council before leaving Callow, but he was dead when I arrived." This time it was me who kept my voice steady. It came easier now that we'd had the Legion burial. The worst and rawest of the grief I had already voiced, and pangs that'd follow were not so consuming. "Shit," Indrani softly said. "I hadn't heard, Cat. I'm sorry. It's done," I said. "Picking at his grave serves no purpose." "Don't do that," she said, shaking her head. "I know you hoped that with the night dash." My fingers clenched. "It's done," I repeated harshly. She met my gaze, not cowed in the slightest. "You can't lock grief in a trunk and open it back up when you've got the time, Catherine," she said. "That's not how people work. It's how black works." I thought. But then so was the way thousands would die starving across Isaiah before winter ended, wasn't it? So I bit my tongue and let a moment pass before replying. "I just put his body to the flame, Indrani," I finally said, sounding as tired as I felt. "I don't want to talk about it." To that she nodded and did not pursue. I passed a hand through my hair, watching her drink from the jug belatedly. At this rate we'd run out of wine before we ran out of words. There's another army under Hakram that shouldn't be too far, I said, returning to the thrust of the conversation. Adjutant will know more. So we find Hakram first, then make our plans, Archer mused. It's a start. I inclined my head in agreement, taking back the jug when offered. She rose to her feet a heartbeat later and stretched out with a groan. Named or not, she'd been on the move for long enough it'd take a toll. Well, night's still young, she said. I hear robbers in town, and I'd say it's been too long since someone woke him up by throwing him off a roof. Let's see what can be done about that. I set the jug on the table softly enough it barely made a sound. Indrani, sit down, I said. She eyed me up, then cocked an eyebrow salaciously. I guess we've got time to visit one of the rooms first, she said. There even any sheets left in there? Wait, don't say anything. It'll be a surprise. Indrani, I repeated quietly. Sit down. The amusement slid off her face, just like that. It had been forced then. She was skilled enough at the pretense I honestly hadn't been certain. A friend is dead, she said calmly. So, I was going to hold my tongue. But are you sure you want to do this, Catherine, after you just dropped me and Sahelian to charge into? Yet another danger. Let's, I said. Before I was even finished speaking, she punched me in the face. Book 5, Chapter 17, Cloaks. Trust in yourself and no other is violence upon all the world. Trust in others and not yourself is violence upon the soul. Eudokia the oft-abducted Basilia of Nice. It had been a while since someone had decked me in the face, and I'd actually felt it. Indrani wasn't an amateur, so instead of landing a glancing blow, her knuckles buried themselves into my jaw, and I was jarred off my feet. The throb of pain began before I would have hit the ground, if I had. Instead, my arm snapped out and my staff smacked into my open palm. Years of training in the yard made that enough. I was able to turn the tumble into a step back. An agonizing one, as my bad leg was less than pleased by the sudden movement, and I'd not numbed it with night before moving. Straightening my back, I turned back to my friend and casually raised an eyebrow. That stung a bit, I admitted. Are we actually going to talk now? Or do I need to tie you up first? Indrani's eyes hardened. Not at the threat, though. We used those on each other at least once a day with utter nonchalance. Something about my tone had raised her hackles even further up. Silvery mail glittering in the fire's light. She clenched her fingers into fists before forcing herself to breathe out. You don't even realize it, do you? Archer said. A year ago, you would have caught that. Snapped my arm twice on the way there if you felt like it. We're not a year ago, I said. I did not bother to inject regret. I did not feel into those words. The night was not panacea to all my ills, but to rid myself of winter's costs I would have settled for much, much less at my fingertips. I know that, Indrani said. So why the fuck are you acting like you are? Fear. Under the anger, the indignation, it was fear lay at the heart of that reaction. I didn't tell her to calm down. I knew better than that. We had too much in common, and nothing had ever excited my anger quite like being told I had no right to it. This was a wound to lance, not hole to patch over. So I'd give her what she needed to get the venom out. I took necessary risks, I calmly said. Not without reason, or out of pride. If I'd waited longer, the Third Army might have been lost. Then you should have lost it. Archer hissed. How many of these gambles do you really think you can win, Catherine? 9 out of 10, 99 out of 100? At the rate you're taking them, we'll find out soon enough. I won't leave any of mine to die if I can do something about it, I said. You've known that since the day we met, Drani. March forward wasn't a battle I was forced to fight. It was one that needed to be fought. Archer's hand lashed out and the jug of wine flew, shattering against the wall with a wet sound. The last mouthfuls of wine there'd been left spilled down in red rivulets. Was walking up to a named whose aspect scared even save NOC. Needed, as well. Indrani harshly asked. Or putting yourself at the tyrant's mercy, not even an hour after? You're still going around like if you lose a limb it'll grow back, but it won't. You can't jump down every pit you find and tell yourself you're strong enough to crawl out after. Catherine, you're not strong enough anymore. We were having, I thought, a very different conversation from the one she thought we were. If Vivian was a creature of the unspoken, the unsaid, then Indrani was one of shrouding aggression. You could get a much better read on her fears through what she reproached others than what few crumbs she willingly offered up about herself. I no longer had winter, and so these days I was a great deal more fragile. That was half of the circle, here, and only that. The other half was Indrani's shivering near death in a mausoleum of ice that she could have done absolutely nothing to get out of, if she hadn't been helped. Help, that thing her savage beast of a mother had taught her was always weakness. thread that with the knowledge that there was nothing she could have done to avoid that position except not being there, not fighting, and you got a rope tight enough for Archer to hang herself with. She could rage and accuse all she wanted. All I saw and hear was my friend choking slowly, now that she'd been stripped of the flawed foundations she'd once stood on. It was never a game, love, I gently said. I'm sorry you had to learn it that way. She laughed, brittle and sharp. No, don't you think that'll work, Indrani said, stepping up to the table. You don't get to play the sage's role when you just marched a pile of wet kindling through a burning district. You don't get to tell me it's not a game when you still act like it is. Who the fuck do you think you are? Catherine, tell me, I said. There was barely a flicker of her name's power before she put her bare fist through the table. Wood splintered and flew. The entire thing collapsed under the sheer weight of the blow. That's your skull, if you run into the saint on your next lark, she conversationally said. So don't pretend this is a favor you're doing me, that you're letting me rage on your shoulder until my blood's cooled. Because this is real, Catherine, so you'll give me a goddamned answer. She brushed a few splinters off her hand before pointing an accusing finger down at the wreck. None of the prickly pieces, I idly noticed, had broken her skin. Who do you think you are? Indrani repeated, in that same deceptively calm tone. Some favored child of below, somehow exempted from dying when you get in over your head? Because Triumphant thought she was that, had an actual name still and terrible armies besides, and she still fucking died. She shrugged. Is it the Black Knight's legacy you think make you invincible? She asked. Where is he now, Catherine? And let's not pretend you didn't pick and choose what you learned at his knee. If the authentic article God had, what makes you think the bastard Git will make it through unscathed? I matched her gaze without flinching as she advanced, carelessly kicking aside the broken table between us. Or is it just that you alone of all the world were born under a victorious star? Indrani said, distance closing between us. Fate's got plans for you, eh? Catherine Foundling can bleed, can scar and lose limbs, but she can never fucking die. She leaned in, ochre-brown face mere inches from mine. I could almost feel her breath against my lips. Where was that victorious star down in the Everdark then? She asked. When Save and OC had your neck in their grip and a little twist was all it would have taken to bring an end to the road. All but for the mercy of goddesses, and you had no right to expect mercy of those too. Indrani bared her teeth. Answer me, she demanded in a snarl. I caught her wrist when she raised her arm to push me back. The staff I left there, and it stood still as if perfectly balanced. I don't have any of those things, I told her quietly. You know that too. One day I'll be a little too slow, or not clever enough, or it'll just be a bad day. And I'll die. Just like that. It's always been the end of this story. And there's no guarantee I'll complete my work before that day catches up to me. Archer ripped her wrist free from my fingers, cradling it with her other hand like my touch had been enough to burn her skin. She took a step back, though I doubted she even realized it. You can't expect us to care when you treat your life like creation's kitchen rag, Indrani said. I might as well get attached to a mayfly. If I was always careful, I said. If I was all prudence and planning, hiding behind my people and leaving every battle to be fought pass me by. If I did all those things, Indrani, would we even be having this conversation? I saw the moment where the part I'd not been cruel enough to speak sunk in. If I was all that, would you even care about me in the first place? She flinched, and it brought me no joy, but to bind a wound it must first be cleaned. And this particular one had been left to fester for much too long already. That, more than all the rest, shamed me, because I'd known it would hurt more for the waiting, and I'd chosen other needs over it anyway. A queen would not have felt guilt, I thought, for choosing queenship's duties over family. But it wasn't the queen that reached out to Indrani just to have the hand batted away. That's not fair, Archer said. That doesn't make it any less true, I gently said. You don't get to define the people you care about. I thought of Green Eyes, and of the starving realm around me. No, it was never quite so easy as that, was it? That lesson had been long and harsh in the learning, but I had learned it nonetheless. This time when I reached out she allowed me to take her elbow, and it was like that simple touch had cut the strings out of her. Her legs folded, and with a grimace of pain I slowed our fall until we were both slouching on the ground, sitting like children surrounded by the remains of their tantrum. And we were, I thought, children still, in so many ways. We'd been taught at the knee of calamities, and those teachings had made us sharper than our years should allow. But for all that, no older than our years. Perhaps even younger than those, truth be told, for the stuff of the women we'd become had been thinned in places so it could be used to strengthen others. With my arms wrapped tight around her, I could not shy away from the truth that for all we had done, we were still so very small. We can't keep doing this, Cat, Indrani tiredly said, resting her chin against my shoulder. If we're all born with a single yarn of luck to spin, we used up ours too young. On too many stupid fucking fights that we learned too late we shouldn't have fought. We're bare, now? And the worst monsters still lie ahead. It's all right to be afraid, I whispered into her ear. She tried to pull away, but I kept my grip tight, and she understood the unspoken. If she used the strength of her name, I would use that of the night. Neither of us, I thought, were quite ready to allow those powers foothold in this moment. I used to think my first fight with William was when I really got it, I said. I know better now. I woke up bleeding out, gutted like a fish, but I became the squire. It was all still in the game, even that. He had his angel's feather and providence, but I had instincts and something better than golden luck. Indrani breathed out shallowly. So when was it? She whispered. The day I woke up, Black hung about 50 people, I whispered back. Made sure I saw. A lot of what happened that afternoon took me years to really deal with, but I still think of them sometimes, even after all the darker days there's been since. Because I looked them in the eyes, and what looked back was the truth that it was larger than me, that I was just a small part of it, even with all that was already meant for me. I smiled bleakly, remembering the utter silence in the court of swords and twice the sound of necks snapping. 2 rows and 2 drops, dead briskly to the gallows. It was never a game to them, I said. They just died, because they were caught, I suppose, because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. But the reasons behind that were years older, and those reasons caused by some even more ancient links in a chain no one can see more than a few pieces of. So they died not knowing, because of something larger than them. Indrani chuckled darkly. That's your lesson? She said. That one day we'll die too, blind and lost, and not really understanding why. Everybody else does, I murmured. Why should we be different? We have powers and clever tricks, but how different does that really make us? I let out a breathy laugh. That's the thing. The first time a story happens, it's not a story at all. If it comes again, we tell ourselves it's become something else, but it hasn't. Not really. People bleed just as red the 12th time as the first. The tears and the deaths don't become any less real. Indrani. The courage doesn't matter less because some corpse in a grave made the same stand 100 years before and won. She leaned back, still in my embrace, and looked at my face questioningly. We're named, Archer said. That makes it different. But it doesn't. I thought. We've seen it, you and I. That when all there is holding up the choice is a story and the prediction of victory, the story fails. Because if all you do is pretend, go through the motions, then you've already lost what could have made it a victory in the first place. A choice is a choice, I replied, shaking my head. Black cloak, white cloak. That's the game, thinking the cloak says it all. That the choices are already made for you. It's a pretty thought, Indrani said. But it won't keep any of us alive. Nothing will, I smiled. But that's the point, isn't it? What do we do with that? I met her eyes, once more. Be afraid, I said. I am, Indrani. All the time. Be afraid, then make your choices. Her fingers balled up against my side, clutching at the cloth. And that's who you are, the choices you make, I murmured. Not your name, not your mother, not where you were born or what they made you do. It might not be enough, she softly said. Just making the choice. I nodded, because I wouldn't lie to her. It might not be, I agreed, just as softly. And for all that, there's only one thing that matters. I threaded my fingers into hers, warmth against warmth. Oh, there were few prices I would not have been willing to pay to get that back, and Winter's Fade was not one of them. Who do you want to be? I asked. She did not answer, for a very long time, and when she unthreaded our fingers it felt like failure. There were some things that couldn't be fixed with words, I thought, no matter how earnest. But then she leaned forward and rested her chin against my shoulder again. I don't know, Indrani said. Her hands returned to my sides, fingers digging in too tight. It would have been petty to wince. What I'd done to her tonight had been brutal enough in some ways that even noticing this felt miserly of me. I don't know, she repeated after yet more silence. But not this. Then we'll find out, I said. Together, all of us. She nodded against me. A pause, as I felt her consider whether to keep speaking or not. I think I might hate you a little, Indrani finally said. My throat tightened, but I would not argue or beg. It was fair, and her right. I nodded back against the crook of her neck, staying there and breathing in the scent of leather and steel and warm skin. I never learned how to do this gently, I admitted, the apology hanging between us. Some nights I'm not sure I learned to do it at all. That I could forgive, she said, then hesitated. She sighed. Will, she corrected, firmly. We'll forgive. Then. You took a part of me, she softly said. By being who you are, you took it in hand. Claimed it. And I won't get it back even if I try. I felt her tighten against me, like a bowstring gone taut. It's a little like being a prisoner, isn't it? She said. Loving someone. Indrani laughed, and at my silence the tension in her shoulders loosened. Every time we speak raw, I understand the lady a little better, she said. Why she left? I wonder if that was what she figured out, that if she lingered, she'd end up never leaving at all. She wasn't speaking of being in love with me. That would have been, it wasn't who we were, to each other. Skin didn't change that. I knew it for certain since the months we'd taken to that kind of intimacy. Wasn't sure she could be like that. Even with how she looked at Masigo, though much of what lay there was still veiled to me, it was true. Sometimes I wasn't sure I had it in me either, to be like that. I thought of Killian and what had been shared there. What hadn't, too. Even now the compromises that would have kept us tied were nothing less than abhorrent to me. Not a brew I would ever be willing to drink. How strange it was that you could care so much for someone and yet find them to be such a stranger in the end. No, it wasn't that kind of love. But for the two of us, I wondered if what she was speaking of wasn't more precious. She'd called the woe wild animals, once, that I'd let into my home. She'd done it while castigating me for being unable to see past my part of our story, but she'd done the same, in her own way. Assuming that there'd been anything to me but plans before I met them. Like I'd not been just as much of a stray, starved for everything they had to give. Being in love, it was a fickle thing. Fragile. And skin only ever meant what you let it. I'd never felt either of those things in a way I wasn't willing to lose. I closed my eyes, letting Indrani's warmth seep into me. This, I was not willing to lose. Not with her, not with any of the others. Sometimes I think you're trying to die, she said, the words shaking me out of my thoughts. Second lease. Well, you're not running from it anymore. But I figure you might be running towards it instead, and that's not much better. I wouldn't, I said. You won't, Indrani said, and it wasn't a question. You don't have that right, if you do this to us. Drani, I'm not trying to get myself killed, I said. Your leg, she said. The limp. You telling me save NOC couldn't have fixed that. I bit back on my first answer. Flippancy was less than this, than either of us deserved. There were ways, not so different from the ones Black had once offered me. But none of them led to places I wanted to go. That's different, I said. It's a weakness, Indrani said. And I don't mean because it slows you down. You think you need the pangs to keep you grounded, I'm guessing. My fingers clenched. Yeah, she sighed. That sounds about right. There's nothing noble about that, Cat. It's just pain, it has no value. I can still fight, I said. And it forces me to think, Indrani, before I act, how I'll act. To no longer jump in every pit. Trusting I'm strong enough, I'll be able to crawl out afterwards. The echo of her own words had her smiling. I could feel it from the way she shifted against my shoulder. If you trusted yourself, you wouldn't need it, she said. Maybe I don't, I murmured. Is that really, Indrani said, who you want to be? I didn't have an answer to that. She didn't ask for one, either. We stayed there in silence, and for once let the world go on spinning without us. It wouldn't last, but what did? Book 5, Interlude, Congregation I, 84. The only sensible solution to a maze is to not enter the maze. 200 Heroic Axioms, author unknown. His son's back was already a raw, bloody wound, but Akil Tanya did not allow his arm to slow or weaken. Lady Aquiline was watching with those cold Slayer eyes, and would take even the slightest hint of mercy as an excuse to cast doubt on the validity of the punishment. The five-tailed whip, Blood's Scourge, men called it. One tail for every founding line. No longer ripped wounds when it struck Razan's back. All there was to be ripped open had been, by now. The Lord of Malaga only sent blood spraying, coating his own arms and face. Only 3 more, now, until the last had sounded. 51 in total. 10 for the pilgrim and 10 for the champion. Those who stood closest to dawn. 10 for the binder and 10 for the slayer. Bloody hands joined in prayer. 10 for the brigand, warring alone, and 1 more after that to atone. With each old verse his hand struck again, until at last it was done. Razan remained kneeling in the snow before the eyes of every captain in the host, half naked and bleeding. Akil's eldest son had not wept nor screamed, and for that the Lord of Malaga felt a twinge of pride. That he'd remained conscious as well spoke well of his mettle, for the Lord had seen older and harsher men break under the scourge. Much had been lost, failing to take the streets of Sarcella waiting on the other side of the river, but perhaps some things gained as well. Razin could learn, if he lived, and through the savagery that had just ended the Lord of Malaga had ensured he would. He glanced the Lady of Tartessos, standing surrounded by a ring of steel-clad captains, and she inclined her head in concession after matching his gaze. The undeniable harshness of the flogging had ensured she could not further contest the affair as he'd meant it to. The Lord of Malaga, Akil Tanya of the grim binder's blood, raised the bloodied scourge he'd tormented his heir with to the sky, and a hush fell over the assembly. Fault was incurred straying from the light of the heavens, and from that light no succor will be given, he called out. Through the flow of ancient blood, let this dishonor be washed away. Shouts of approval came from Akil's own captains, for Razin's grit in suffering the scourge had redeemed him partly in their eyes. But from the officers of Tartessos there came only cold silence. Those captains sworn to Holy Seljun, in practice, to no one at all, offered only sparse cheers. Too many of their fellows had taken hard losses fighting the army of Callo for them to be willing to lean towards Malaga over Tartessos openly. Akil passed the red slick whip to his attendant and resisted the urge to wipe his son's blood from his hands. Razin, brave to the end, tried to rise to his feet and walk away on his own terms. But pain and blood loss had robbed him of the strength, and he immediately stumbled. The Lord of Malaga quickened forward just in time to catch him, resting his heir's arm on his shoulder and holding him up. "Father," Razin croaked. "I dash." "Silence," Akil ordered. "Rest." He passed on his son to his sworn swords, knowing they would lead him away to a tent far from prying eyes. Honor and law dictated that no priest could tend to wounds inflicted by blood's scourge, and no doubt Lady Aquiline would keep watch on Razin to see if either was bent to ensure his son lived. In this, at least, she had been outplayed. Akil had in his service a binder who had studied with the mage healers of Ashur, and there was no dictate concerning the works of sorcery. An invitation would be made for one of Lady Aquiline's own sworn men to observe the proceedings, to ensure she could not even strike through rumors without dishonoring herself. Akil watched his son being carried away and mourned for the fool of a boy. He had other children, some who like him had been born with the gift, and so held true chance to inherit the bestowal of their honored ancestor, the Grimbinder. Yet he'd named Razin heir over them, even if he was blind to sorcery, or rather, because of it. His eldest son felt that absence sorely, and it had lit a flame in him to always seek to achieve more. No other of his kids shared that fire, no matter their other talents. But the need to prove himself had made the boy exceed both his authority and capacity in Sarcella. The scars that would mar his back for the rest of his life might be the lesson he needed never to do so lightly again. Or the failure might break him, and the Lord of Malaga would have to look to a new heir. He was not without courage. Lady Aquiline Osina, of the Silent Slayer's blood, strode past his sworn swords without a second look and stood by Akil's side to cast a cool gaze at the same boy she tried to have killed today. The Osina were reputed to be a taciturn lot, though Aquiline had the forked tongue of snake when she put it to use, which was often the cleverness of a serpent as well. Before the assembly of captains, she'd feigned mercy and offered for Razin to be punished only by the rod, pretending at mercy when it was either scheme or murder. 3 blows by a wooden rod would have been the due of every captain in the host, if Akil had not instead grit his teeth and himself requested the blood scourge. The captains of Tartessos would have beaten him half to death by themselves, regardless of his private entreaties. And the consequence of making those entreaties to his own captains and those sworn only to the Holy Seljun would have been dangerous. Forbidding his own officers from striking blows would have been the same as saying the lives of Tartessos soldiers were worth more than theirs, and the unaligned captains would have required either heavy bribes or rough intimidation to agree. The choice would have been, in the end, between effectively surrendering command of the army to Lady Aquiline or letting his son be beaten to death in broad daylight. And now the same woman who'd schemed this would bandy words with him, when Razin's blood still flecked his father's beard. "My tolerance has limits, Osina," Akil harshly replied. "As does mine," Lady Aquiline said, tone cold as ice. "Your whelp lost near 4,000 soldiers flailing at the Third Army and nearly got my right hand killed after stealing the command from her. Do not pretend this is of my doing, Tanya. The boy should have died for this outrage and the thorny oaths he passed on to us. In Levant, It was an old story that the enmity between the lines of the Silent Slayer and the Grim Binder found its source in the hatred those two great heroines had held for each other. Some even said that hatred came from their struggle over the affections of the first Grey Pilgrim, though Akil did personally believe that piece of the tale. The truth was that the bad blood came from over a century of fighting over who should own the lucrative orchards and mines in the valley of Lucia, which was located at the edge of the dominions of both Malaga and Tartessos. The last time there'd been longer than a few months without an honor feud being fought over the valley was under Yasa Isbalai's reign, and in those days Akil's grandfather had been young. The Lord of Malaga had not been pleased to know his own soldiery would fight alongside Lady Aquiline's, but there'd been no other choice. The Marave of Alava took orders from no one. Those fucking blustering madmen of the champion's blood, and the feuds between the Afriki of Vacii and the Osina of Tartessos made those of his own line look like playful tussles. The brigand's blood saw no dishonor in poison or ambush, as Lady Aquiline's two younger brothers had learned the hard way. Honor was restored. The Lord of Malaga briskly dismissed. "Why do you seek me out, Aquiline?" "Trouble," the hard-eyed woman replied. "I have word from further south." "Then speak it," Akil said. The Lady of Tartessos gave their surroundings and meaningful glance, and Akil conceded the point with a nod. To his own tent they moved, leaving swords sworn to either idling in the snow. He made certain to formally offer her hospitality and have her accept it, lest honor allow her to use any words spoken here to her advantage. There was a battle in southern Isère, Aquiline said, once the rituals were seen to. Hazenbach's 20,000 marching up from Tenerife met the spears of Stygia on the field. Ill news and boon ones, all at once. Akil had never counted on Proceren's fools enough to be duped by the League to truly be of use in the battles to come, and that the Stygian phalanx was not following his army was pleasing to hear. Slaves they might be, but the spears of Stygia had a daunting reputation. If the first prince's southern army had been crushed, however, the situation in Isère was fast worsening. "Whose victory?" he asked. "Draw," Lady Aquiline said. "The phalanx bloodied the Fantassins, but Arlazite cavalry routed Stygia's skirmishers and struck at the back of the spears. They both limped away with losses, but in good order." Akil would have asked her how she knew this. If he considered it even remotely likely, she would tell him. The amount of detail offered was impressive, nonetheless. "Where are they limping to?" the Lord of Malaga said. "And there is the trouble," she said. "The Procerans are now 2 weeks' march behind us. They broke through the Stygian defense." Akil did not believe that any more than she truly did, by her tone. Procerans were not unskilled at war, for all that his people liked to diminish the worth of their blades. Their foot was match for any of Levant's save perhaps heavy armsmen led by blood, and as a rule their cavalry made sport of the dominions, if not outnumbered, which Procerans very rarely were. They were hardly helpless babes, even facing spears of Stygia, but cracking the slave phalanxes would have been a bloody toil for anyone. If the 20,000 had been in shape for an orderly march this soon, either the heavens had smiled or the Stygians had. "Let them pass. The tyrant," he said, "is about to turn on us." This was not unexpected, for the bestowed ruler of Helike was a dangerous lunatic, but the swiftness of that betrayal was inconvenient. The secret missives detailing the movements of the League's armies and the assistance of the Helikian cataphracts in hunting down the army of Callo had been well worth what was given in return. Reports on the situation in Salia and the war against the dead king. But it now seemed the offered secret alliance was to come to an end. Of the bargain being revealed, Akil had little worry. He would not have accepted it otherwise. The tyrant of Helike was breaking the most fundamental of the League's laws by treating with foreign powers, as it was the sole prerogative of his hierarch. His own allies would turn on him like hungry dogs if it came out. He'd been at war with most of them a year ago, and that kind of slaughter was not easily forgot. "We had our bargain's worth," Lady Aquiline said. "We've avoided battle with the League, and the cataphracts slowed the Calloan columns. If my second had been left to her command, the Third Army would still be contained in Sarcella instead of days away, and—" "Enough," Akil said. "Razin acted dishonorably, and for that was scourged. But if you intend to insist your Captain Elvira would have beaten the Black Queen, we will settle that claim blades in hand." The Lady of Tartessos smiled sharply. "Can the binder's blood afford another disgrace so soon?" she said, hand falling to the pommel of her blade. Akil was unimpressed. She might be over a decade younger, but he was no steel swinger to be made less by such a thing. He was a binder, first and foremost, from the line of greatest practitioner of that art there ever was. Age was power gained, not lost. Test me, Slayer whelp, he smiled back, just as sharp. See what comes of it. A poor host, to offer threat, Aquiline mocked. A poor guest, to give me cause, he said. A moment passed, and if not for the laws of hospitality, he thought she might have drawn on him. But honor demanded truce, and so truce held. We cannot pursue the Calawans, Lady Aquiline stiffly said. We must first extricate the Procerans, lest the League kill them all. Neither of them had seen the need to plainly speak what they suspected. If the 20,000 soldiers of the Principate had been allowed to pass, it was so that the armies of the League of Free Cities could encircle all the other hosts marching across Isère. Such a strategy would have been weakened if the Proceran host remained behind it and able to strike at its back. I would not test the Black Queen without bestowed at my side, regardless, Achille admitted. The Peregrine himself sent warning of her power. The Lady of Tartessos discreetly made the mark of mercy with her fingers, as he did. For while she might be vicious wretch, even she knew the respect due to the living breath of the pilgrim's blood. Even out on the outskirts of the Brazilian forest, it was known that the man who should be the holy Seljun of Levant was not the one sitting the tattered throne. Then battle is delayed, Lady Aquiline stated. Lord Marave must contain the remainder of the Calawans up north and join with the reinforcements from Salia. After we've secured our own Procerans, we can all of us together force a decisive clash. In northern Isère, Achille Tanya of the Binder's blood thought. It would end in the furthest reaches of the principality, near the border with Cantal. Soon, the Lord of Malaga said. Soon, the Lady of Tartessos agreed. The sun was setting over the battlefield, and the army of Callo was once more victorious. Parts of it, more accurately, Marshal Juniper thought. The First and Second Army had been reunited under her overall command, along with the Order of the Broken Bells, but the other two columns she'd sent off had yet to arrive. Fortunately, the legions of terror under Marshal Graham had bolstered her numbers to the extent that the 40,000 strong of the Lord of Alava would be reluctant to clash with their allied commands. And this Lord Marave had been, at first, which made the last fortnight of continuous skirmishes rather interesting. In the distance, barely visible now that sunlight was dying a slow death, Levantine archers and slingers were withdrawing in good order. So were the companies of crossbows and regulars that the Hellhound had tasked with simply driving them back, knowing by now there was no point in trying to force a larger battle with the Dominion army. 1 day out of 3, over the last 2 weeks, the Levantines had aggressively initiated a skirmish and refused to withdraw unless either heavy casualties or a large deployment by the legions and the army forced them into retreat. The Levantine cavalry had attempted a few raids at the start, before Marshal Graham nailed them with a munition-sown field, and Juniper wiped out half their exposed skirmishers with a swift charge of the Order of the Broken Bells. Since that blow, the Dominion riders had remained to guard the flanks of their skirmishers. Until today, Grandmaster Talbot had sallied out to turn back a charge that very nearly caught Juniper's supply train by surprise. She now suspected the Levantines had used a last night's snowstorm to sneak a few hundred horse ahead of her army and hidden it behind low hills until she approached. In practice, there'd been little fighting. For the moment the Knights of Callo hit the Levantine horse, it had scattered without giving much of a fight. But getting the columns in marching order afterwards had taken most of the afternoon, which she suspected was what Lord Marave had been willing to trade around 100 cavalry for. This was not a strategy of attrition. She'd made the calculations. In both skirmishes and cavalry clashes, her force came out ahead in casualties by a moderate but noticeable margin, which meant, she thought, that the Dominion was willing to bleed to slow her down. Interesting, she thought once more. The Orc began the short trek war council tent she'd left to have a look at the battlefield herself, knowing she would be awaited inside. Banners flew above the cloth pavilion, more than there would have been a year ago. Catherine's own, the silver balance on black that soldiers had taken to calling the crown and sword. Yet also the cracked bronze bells of the Order, and the gold Mesan numerals set on Fairfax blue of the First and Second Army. Lone among those, like a crow among birds, Lord Black's personal banner flew the wind. Sheer dark, not a speck of anything else. It was telling, Juniper had thought, that alongside their own banners the legions in Procer flew the Carrion lords, and not the towers. The inside of the pavilion was warmed by braziers and illuminated by mage lights, and for now emptied of the usual swarm of officers that would usually buzz around seeing to one task or another. Inside were seated 2 people, at the long table covered with the map of Central Procer, The only other two who could be considered alongside her to have a real say in how this campaign was conducted now that the dead hand had gone with the Fourth Army. Marshal Grimm one-eyed glanced up at her entrance and inclined his head the slightest bit. No, a tooth bared, of course. As Marshal of Callow, she was a peer, not an inferior or a superior, and Grimm was famously disinclined to the kind of subtle posturing many of her kind fell into when jostling for dominance among assembly of equals. Mother had spent years trying to get a snarl out of him and never got more than a rare disapproving flash of fangs. Juniper remembered, and the pang of sorrow lingered beyond the span she allowed the memory. The other's eyes remained on the map, the Lady Regent of Callow frowning as she tried to match words on a letter to some marked location in Isère. Vivian Dartwick brushed back a long lock of hair and sighed, the royal seal of the Kingdom of Callow that hung from her neck moving as she did. Juniper moved the chair across the table from her and lowered her frame into it, ignoring the moaning creaks of the wood. Milman must be using a different name than the one our own maps use, the Lady Regent said. Otherwise it makes no sense. Proceran cartography is famously imprecise, Marshal Grimm said. Particularly on the subject of borders, Dartwick drily commented. The other orc's lips quirked, though Juniper was less than amused herself. Dartwick might be convinced she could squeeze Prince Amatus Milman for information as long as the right prize was dangled, but the Hellhound had doubts on how reliable what they got out of him would be. I take it the walk cleared your mind, the Lady Regent suddenly said, looking up. It did, the Hellhound grunted. I don't think this is about our columns anymore. One Eye leaned forward with interest, but it wasn't him Juniper needed to sell on this. Vivian Dartwick was the one with the last word. These days, much as it irked the orc to even think it. The fact that Adjutant had looked to the Callowan for the final word when Juniper had come forward with the proposal for the Proceran campaign had driven that nail in hard and loud. Whatever it was that had lost the dead hand yet another hand, it had changed things. And not just, the Hellhound thought, that she was nearly certain Dartwick no longer had a name. Then what is it about? The Lady Regent asked, eyes considering. This isn't attrition, Juniper said. They're not winning that fight, not at the casualty rates we're trading. They're exhausting us, Marshal Grimm noted. The legions have been on campaign for most a year now. Even for veterans, morale is fraying. And a lot of your soldiers are green, Marshal Juniper. They won't hold up as well as Levantine foot under that kind of pressure. It might not matter they have less soldiers, if they have more in fighting fit. I considered that, she said. And there is a sense to it. Delay giving battle until they've brought us to the brink, and engage only after my other two columns have been dismantled by their other army. But, Dartwick said, they're taking too many risks, Juniper said. That strike with the cavalry today? That was an escalation in recklessness. I believe we'll see the pattern hold up the longer they're in pursuit. The only gain from that was slowing us, Marshal Grimm calmly said. There was a pause. You believe there's a Proceran army headed our way, One Eye concluded. Through Cantal, most likely, descending toward us following the lakes. We're being softened up before they pincer us. I believe they want to win the war in Isère before the Grand Alliance moves north as a whole, Juniper said. And to do that they need to force a decisive battle, soon. The Tyrant of Helike passed information indicating that most of the Principality of Hainaut has fallen to the dead king. Dartwick frowned. And the Lycanese are steadily losing ground. The Boy King of Helike had been willing to cut a deal offering quite a bit of useful information after failing to kill Juniper. Mostly useful in how to remain out of the path of the League's armies. But the latest reports out of Salia and the war against the dead king were of some importance. That he'd asked for detailed assessments of the Proceran and Levantine armies in exchange had been judged an acceptable price by Dartwick, and Juniper agreed. Anything making him more inclined to attack the Great Alliance than them was of some benefit. Procer can't afford a long war down here, Juniper agreed. Attrition, defeat in detail, they'll take too much time. If they're not done here within 2 months, there's a decent they lose the Northern Principate. So they need us crushed, quick, and large enough an army to intimidate the League into a truce, if not a treaty, the Lady Regent murmured. Marshal Grimm peered down at the map, and his face tightened. Not one decisive battle, he gravelled. 2. They smash us up north, smash General Bugram and the Prinskiller further south, and then link up to face the League. We can't keep marching north, then, Juniper said. We're giving them exactly what they want. Then what do you suggest? Dartwick said, head cocking to the side. Marshal Grimm One Eye grinned. We march back south, he said, and find out who'll blink first, between us and the first prince. Peregrine IV. Justice is not the end of a road, the closing of a tale. One cannot be just, one can only act justly. It is a struggle from cradle to grave, not a prize seized and kept. Daphne of the Homilies, best known for ending hereditary rule in Atalanta. You are not, I think, an evil man, Tarek pensively said. I have seen those among your peers who have allowed desire to master all else, and you fall well short of that depravity. Prince Alejandro Trastanes of Orense hid his fury well, though it was a paltry effort in the face of the sight the gods had granted the Grey Pilgrim. Tarek was still learning the subtleties of the aspect despair had led him towards, the answer to his frightened prayer. To behold the truth of someone was not as paging through a manuscript, all to be found laid out in neat calligraphy. It was more akin to exposing a raw nerve, seeing what made it tense and flinch. Deeper natures could be learned from such a thing, the needs and beliefs that drove men like men drove carts. But to grasp truths less primal his own wit was needed. The Prince of Orense, for example, did not feel fury untainted. It was woven along the thread of pride, both arrogant and earned. Alejandro Trastanes was furious, Tarek decided, because a man he considered his inferior was passing judgment over him. Yet, Tarek continued, it cannot be denied that you have done an evil thing. Regret tightened in the man's soul, but it was threaded too deep with fear to be genuine. It was the regret of one caught and facing consequence, not any true repentance. Pride pushed aside the rest, hand in hand with something more resolute. Good things as well, the Prince of Orense said. No true judgment, that which ignores all there is to be judged. Tarek had thought there would be only rage in him, facing the man who had ordered the murder of his sister. Something burning and righteous, a flame that would only gut out when the blot on creation was harshly erased. Instead, he found himself hesitant, as if on the edge of a precipice tall and windy. Like there should be consideration where before he had believed there would only be verdict. The choir of mercy spoke not a whisper, had not since his last brother had gone from traitor to ash. The Ophanim watched, always did, but now they kept their own counsel. The choices were his to make, the consequences his to discern. Is this disappointment, old friends? He wondered. Or is it respect? You speak as if justice is a scale, Tarek said. The good of a man weighed against the bad, an arithmetic of choices. Alejandro Trastanes had set down the sword he had bared in surprise, when finding the intruder in his sanctum, and the pilgrim had placed the now empty cup of precise tea he'd taken by its side. The fragrance of the dark leaves from far away Thalasina wafted up still, filling the small study with its scent. A single pot of that tea, Tarek knew, was worth a week of meals for a small family. That was the kind luxury the lean man across the desk was accustomed to. Thinking it so natural, it was not worthy of acknowledgement. Power held, and kept for so long it was no longer questioned. Prince Alejandro thumbed the pendant hanging from his neck, the copper rose that held almost unreadable inscriptions on the petals. Beware of war, for in waging it to earthly purpose you have lost the war waged within your soul. Famous words, these, written by the renowned holy woman Sister Salienta in her work, The Faith of Crowns. Is it not, pilgrim? The dark-eyed prince said. Why else would the heavens wait until death to part the wheat from the chaff? The sum of a man cannot be a single act, worthy or wicked. Isel Isbalai, holy Seljun of Levant, was 8 years old. The listlessness in the boy's dark eyes had waned, after he was returned to his father. It took months of kindness and safety, of his uncle standing by his bed as the nightmares of sudden arrows and gasping deaths woke him screaming, until Tarek's nephew became a child again. And the something more, for the blood ran true. Tarek had beheld in silence as fire spread where there before had been a hole in the shape of Yasa, grief turning to the burning will to act, to do more than hold a title and officiate the debates of the great of Levant, to set out into the world unbent in the face of fear. Tarek beheld, and knew that in the precise moment where anguish was transmuted to resolve Isel had never more been his mother's son. It was a second chance, the pilgrim thought, a mercy bestowed upon him by the heavens. His sister given back to him in that small, frail body moved by something greater than itself. And so Tarek stayed in Levant, where his heart had died and been born again. He watched as his nephew sunk his teeth into his lessons with ferocious tenacity. Numbers and letters, every line of blood, and their greatest deeds. The routes of trade by sea and land, the beasts that still roamed the rough countryside of the Dominion or laired in its deep forests. Languages, more than even Tarek himself knew. The three sisters, Lenara, Cesio, Mercaden, but also Talesian and Shantan, Ashur's High Tyrian, and the traitordom of the free cities. All these Isel Isbelai attacked with a fervor that belied his age, and what others at first dismissed as a child's fancy turned to admiration when the passing of months did nothing to fray it. At the age of 9, the lessons of ink and word were portioned to leave room for those of steel, and there Tarik asked favor. In blade and warfare, his nephew's tutor would be the Lady of Malaga herself. Sintra left her holdings in the hand of her brother and heir, and his heart sang almost as much for her presence at his side as it did for the sight of her teaching Isel how to swing a sword. The trite, mundane evil of mankind had robbed the world of Yasa Isbelai, of all that she might have accomplished, of all that she had to give to the land she had so deeply loved. The Grey Pilgrim could think of no greater answer to that sin than helping her son do it all in her place. You speak of the soul as a ledger to balance, Tarik said. Like an evil can be excused, if there is an act of greater good to match it against. But every act matters. Each is judged. Each is held up to the teachings of the heavens. Holding to virtue 9 choices out of 10 does not make the 10th any less of a sin. Alejandro Trastanes laughed, the bark of it quiet but fierce. You speak as one of the chosen, the prince said. 1 in 1,000 times 1,000. How many mortals match your exacting standards? I must wonder. I am not exceptional, pilgrim, in any sense of the word. I have been done ill, and done ill in turn, as those before me have, and those after will. Is the wickedness of others an excuse for our own, then? Tarik said. Once upon a time the Empress Triumphant lived, and evils greater than any before her did she enact. Are all we born since that day to live lawless for it? Should our forebears have wallowed in vice and submission, instead of casting down the tower? You take my meaning to the absurd, the prince said. I did not walk under the same skies as the Empress most dread, and cannot speak to what I might have done then. I can speak as a prince among princes, born in this day. Did you not say, chosen, that you have seen those among my peers mastered by desire and made vile for it? Tarik nodded, for he had crowned heads and those of their blood, having grown to see the span of their authority as a fence to break instead of a boundary to dread. Those who drunk of privilege so deeply they became intoxicated with the exemption of consequence to their actions. Why then, Grey Pilgrim, do you sit in my study and not theirs? The Prince of Orense said. Isel Isbelai, holy Seljun of Levant, was 10 years old. He'd sprouted like a weed over the last year, and there was fond jest in the old city that never before had a Seljun needed ceremonial garb so quickly adjusted in size. Not even the almost legendarily fat Jaren Isbelai, who by the age of 30 would have broken the back of a horse simply by mounting it. Tarik nephew was also patiently teaching a girl mere months younger than him how to properly place her feet to accurately loose an arrow. The pilgrim watched it unfold, leaning against the edge of the balcony overlooking the palace's archery yard, and smiled at the sight. Sintra chuckled, similarly amused. Do you think he's figured out she damn well knows how to shoot a bow by now? His lover asked. Tarik glanced at the woman at his side, and could not help but see more than his lover. There was also the Lady Marave, ruler of Alava, and it was her niece speaking with his nephew below, the daughter of her brother and heir. Now that Isel was growing older, what might have once been children at play held other implications. Sintra's niece was not the only girl of similar age brought to Levant since the turn of the year, and none of them had been more than 2 degrees from one of the ruling lines of the Dominion. Word had spread that his sister's talents had flowered again in her son, and this time few of the mighty in Levant did not want blood tied to the boat they thought would rise with the tide. He has, Tarik said, looking away. He'll be seeing how outrageous he can make the lesson before she visibly reacts. Sintra snorted approvingly. That'll teach the girl, she said. She's of the champion's line, not some delicate flower in need of hand-holding. He inclined his head, neither in agreement nor disagreement. Whatever Sintra's niece might have intended, she was interrupted by a throng of other children. Many of them girls, meant for the same purpose, but there were boys as well. 2 Tanya cousins from Malaga, a main line of Friki from Vacii, even the youngest brother of the ruling Osina in Tartessos. 2 dozen children, all in all, some from minor blood, but all from an old line. They jostled and they laughed, and they argued, but all of them turned towards his nephew like sunflowers following the sun. He could already see it in them, the beginning of true kinship. And now that Sintra's niece was among the lot, an old path was taking shape. Champion, binder, slayer, brigand, pilgrim, the founding lines of the Dominion, coalescing around an Isbelai. Isil's reign would be many things, Tarek suspected, but banal would not be one of them. I am here, the pilgrim said, because you ordered the murder of my sister. The prince's surprise was obvious. He had, Tarek saw, expected denial and obfuscation, or perhaps some sort of justification for twining mortal kinship with an act that would see the powers of a bestowed put to use. The healer saw no need for any such convolution, for the truth was plain, and even if it had been unworthy, he would not have balked from it. It was, however, not unworthy in the slightest. Then this is vengeance, Prince Alejandro said, and not justice, for all your pretense otherwise. You have ordered the murder of another child of the heavens, Tarek mildly said. You are now being put to judgment for this act. Where, Prince, is the injustice? You are no impartial judge, the Prince of Orense said. The act is writ in you, the pilgrim said. Confession was given as to the means and motive. The truth is clear as cloudless sky. There is no partiality to be had. That you are here at all is partial, the other man hissed. Are there no greater evils to be seen to than a man with blood on his hands? Are there not thousands in Procer alone who have done what I have done, and more of it still? And this, Tarek said, excuses your act? You chose me, Alejandro Trastanes insisted. Is that just, pilgrim? That what brought you here is a brother's wrath, yet you would force on me a chosen's fatal decree. I chose the evil that was wrought, Tarek said, and that evil brought me to you, demanding reckoning. You are not underserving, Alejandro Trastanes. Isil Isbalai, holy Seljun of Levant, was 12 years old. Too serious for a child, Tarek often thought. But then was this not so often the way for tragedies get? Joy did not come easy to Isil, though neither was it unknown to him. Curiosity came more often, and when the line of teacher and pupil did not stand between them, his nephew sometimes sought out his company for talk of faraway places. Of the heavens and the gods above they did not speak, for Tarek would not force such harsh truths on one so young. It was not all harshness, the pilgrim knew. There was kindness and warmth, too, a patience to the grace that was offered to all the souls of creation. But good could not be only that, lest evil triumph over it. And fool he might be, but he hoped Isil might never have to embrace that axiom. Not if Tarek remained at his side, as he should have Yas's. Once the pilgrim had been blind to the ugliness that cornered his kin even as he journeyed across Calernia to ward off the same taint, but he would not repeat his mistake. The Ophanim had answered that choice with only silence, but he knew they did not disapprove. They were waiting, patient in the giving of their grace. The summer night was lazing on towards dawn when his nephew knocked at his door. Tarek's sleep had long been light, so it was with messy robes with sharp mind that he ushered in Isil. The boy's eyes were surrounded by dark circles, and the older man wondered if his nephew had not begun to push himself too hard. His mother had been the same, once upon a time, that light in her almost furious that there was so much to learn and so little time to learn it, that hours would need to be wasted on something as empty as sleep. The pilgrim's calloused hand tucked back an errant curl of hair on Isil's brow. They both pretended his nephew did not lean into the touch, the same way they pretended Isil did not sometimes look at him in a way that whispered, "Father," and at Sintra with an even more hesitant, "Mother." There were too many knots unseen to it, too many things unresolved. All grieved Yasa, Isbalai still, and Isil's true father still lived. But the boy had grown to resent the man's powerlessness. Tarek had beheld it unfold. And shameful as it was, neither he nor Sintra had turned away the affection so quietly offered. They would never have children, the two of them. Yet sometimes, when he watched his lover teach Isil the swordsman's stance from the balcony, he could almost close his eyes and... It was a shameful thing, but Tarek had not pulled away from it as perhaps he should have. Sleep is not without purpose, Isil, Tarek gently chided. The books will still be there come morn. His nephew's dark eyes, Yasa's eyes, Isbalai eyes, flicked down, but in the boy he saw the truth that his assumption had been mistaken. Nightmares, Tarek stated, and withdrew his hand. I will make us tea, then. The Ashuran leaves were bitter on the tongue, though he had always been partial to the taste. His nephew was not, and so he now kept a small pot of honey in his rooms. It was not long before the water was boiled and poured into ornate clay cups. Tari had been gifted by a grateful merchant in Nice, what felt like a lifetime ago. While he set himself to the work, his nephew had wandered onto the balcony, and the stained glass doors to it lay open. The pilgrim joined his nephew outside, and pressed the warm cup into the boy's hands. They stood there for some time, waiting for the tea to cool. They watched the distant sea. A storm was brewing, very far away. You have been to Procure, uncle, Isel said. I have, Tarek agreed. Many a time, when I wandered still. It is a strange land, in many ways. Its people are capable of both great sacrifices and great odiousness, and it is not always a different soul that holds this capacity. They made us slaves, once upon a time, Isel softly said, eyes on the dawning storm. Took everything that we were, until we took it back with blood. All those that did the taking are long past, nephew, Tarek quietly replied. We do disservice to the living by warring in the name of the dead. Are they? Isel said, turning with a hard stare. Gone, truly. The gray pilgrim met his eyes, and said nothing. It doesn't matter, the holy Seljun of Levant suddenly said. It doesn't matter if they're dead, uncle, because their children are just like them. Blood told. The only difference between the princes that took Levant and those that rule now is that there's a wall in the way, and walls don't protect from everything, do they? Someone told you, Tarek said. Of course someone told me, Isel tiredly replied. I am to rule one day. They all curry favor. Mercy, he said, can be a cold thing to behold, but it must be offered, nonetheless. Why, his nephew said. We might as well be tossing silvers into the sea, uncle. They do not learn. They do not change. They take because they think themselves stronger, that no one will ever call them to account. It's not about them, Isel, Tarek said. It's about us, who we are willing to be when the choice stands before us. They didn't give mother a choice, Isel hissed, eyes reddening. They just shot her. The weeping took him, after that, and Tarek cradled his nephew's small frame as the sobs made it shake. He would only understand it years later, that you cannot truly look at someone when you hold them so closely. Tarek's hand was already raised when the door flew open. It was not soldiers with swords bared that entered. That would not have seen him release the light as he did. No, it was laughing children. A girl and boy, neither older than 7, both dark-haired and bearing clever green eyes. Papa, the girl said. Gorgeous said that dash. She's lying, the boy insisted. Neither of them even noticed him sitting across from their father, a bare sword and a pot of tea between them. Their mother, tall and shapely, fair-haired, followed behind, looking as put upon as amused. Prince Alejandro had gone still as a statue, and Tarek did not need to look to know the terror that had seized him. Caradon, the mother began in Talesian, it appears that dash. She froze at the sight of them, at the blankness of her husband's face. Children, she said, voice tight. Your father is entertaining a guest. Their eyes only turned to Tarek then, and he smiled gently. They both looked dubious at his presence, perhaps skeptical that their princely father would entertain one as obviously travel-worn as he. They were mannerly enough not to speak their thoughts. I will speak with you all later, Prince Alejandro said, his tone admirably calm. But you must leave me to attend to this matter first. Come along, the Princess of Orense said, tone brisk as she tugged back her children. The boy protested, and her fingers clenched like claws when she forcefully dragged him out. Tarek rose to close the doors himself, as they had not. My family, Pilgrim, the prince said. They are not, they did not know. A lie, Tarek beheld it immediately. He must have spoken of the matter with his wife. I am not the murderer in this room, the pilgrim said. They have nothing to fear from me. Prince Alejandro's answering smile was bleak. Not yet, no, he said. And that, more than anything else spoken tonight, gave Tarek pause. The girl, he murmured. She is eldest? My heir. The prince agreed, just as quietly. He could see it, Tarek thought, as clearly as if the Ophanim had granted him the vision. The shape of this, sculpted by ineffable hands. In Levant, the son of a slain mother. In Orense, the daughter of a slain father. Between them a wrath that no fear, no reason would abate, and the sea of corpses it would lead to. War between Levant and Procure, and how it would pull in all the rest. Ashur, wary of its protectorate again being swallowed by the greatest power of Calernia, would strike out. In the League of Free Cities, war would bloom sure as the coming of dawn, from the opportunities or the mere debate over whether they should be taken or allowed to pass. It would spiral outwards, a madness that would make 100,000 orphans out of the unbending hatred laying between two. Tarek would not stay his hand because Alejandro Trastanes had a family that loved him. It changed nothing. But neither could he raise his hand in the service of unnecessary suffering. You will abdicate, the gray pilgrim said, and soft as the words were they rang with the steel of a decree, and spend the rest of your life as a lay brother in the House of Light. The Prince of Orense shivered. That is just, the man who'd murdered Yasa said. No, It isn't, Tarek sadly said. But it was not the choir of justice that he was sworn to. Isel Isbalai, Holy Seljun of Levant, was 15 years old. With the turn of dawn, he would be 16 and rule the dominion of Levant in truth. For many years he had prepared for this day, Tarek knew. Promises had been made, both in the realm and beyond it. Grand designs had been patiently awaited, and among them lay the taking of war to the north. Years of argument had done nothing to change this, or change the choice of those who would go to war at the side of Isel Isbalai. And so the gray pilgrim tread the quiet halls of the palace, in the dark of night, and into his nephew's rooms did he creep. He wept as he pressed the pillow over the boy's face, but his hand did not fail. He would despise himself for this, Tarek knew, until the day he died. But he despised unnecessary suffering even more. The Ophanim laid their hand on his shoulder, afterwards, in comfort. Their saddened whispers broke the silence of many years with a chorus of grief. But none called him. Wrong. Book 5, Interlude, Congregation 2. What do you mean, they went around the maze? Do you have any idea how much it cost us to build that? Dread Empress Malignant Eye. They weren't even halfway through Brabant when Hazenbach's envoys found them. For all that there were rumors of some strange disruption of scrying down south in Isere, Princess Rosala Melanza noted that the first prince's clever mages had no such trouble outside of it. They would not have been so swiftly found otherwise. Not that they'd been trying to hide. But what did that matter when hundreds of thousands of desperate refugees were fleeing south from the armies of the dead king? Reluctant as the Princess of Equitan had been to strip so much as a single soldier from the defense of Cleves, there'd been no choice but to ride south with an escort of well-armed horsemen. The sea of people forced away by the advance of the dead were starving and terrified, and Rosala knew well that those with nothing to lose might be willing to take a chance on well-dressed and well-fed travelers. It would have been something of a farce for the three royals heading south to survive the horrors of the war in Cleves only to die to some starveling with frostbite and a hoe. Still, dark as the situation was in Brabant, and no mistake, it was nothing less than grim. It was pleasant dream compared to the war to the north. Or perhaps it was the other way around, Rosala thought, stirring the contents her goblet with a thin copper rod. Perhaps it was the months she had spent fighting in Cleves that were the nightmare. Gritting her teeth, the dark-haired princess forced her hand to cease shaking and drank the full goblet of brandy tinged with poppy tea. It should calm her enough, she thought, that tonight she would not need to resort to a Henovendrouse to fall asleep. Namely, sleeping with her ear to the floor to be assured she would wake in time if the dead and the damned were digging up from below. The gods were merciful enough that she had time to begin feeling the effects and put away her affairs before her bodyguard announced Louis. The Prince of Cruzens looked as bone-tired as she felt, but he offered her a wan smile and sat by the shutters with her when invited. His eyes flicked to the half-open scroll left on the small table between them, too polite to be caught staring. So it was you they wanted, Prince Louis Ronan said. There was no mistaking the broken seal of the first prince, but instead of replying, Rosala unfolded the scroll a little further and let her comrade glimpse the seal that went unbroken at the bottom of the text. The highest assemblies. In time of war, Cordelia Hazenbach's word was law, in affairs military, but having her orders seconded by a motion of the assembly meant disobeying it would have Rosala legally committing treason. She'd be stripped of her title as Princess of Equitan as well as her rights in the highest assembly without any recourse. The vote considered as having already been taken through the initial motion seconding the order. Louis's eyes narrowed, and his shoulder twitched. The Prince of Cruzens was not cut from warrior's cloth. He was both shorter than her and thinly muscled, with delicate hands. Dark-haired and soft-cheeked, he looked more scholar than soldier. Yet he was also clever, of good sense, and perhaps one of few decent men wearing a crown she had met. The tragedy of his life had been inheriting a principality ravaged by the Great War and finding that the only man willing to loan him the coin to heal it was Amadis Milnan. The scope of the debt was reputed to be massive, and Louis had admitted to her in confidence it was unlikely to be fully repaid in his lifetime. Amadis had offered to write off a part of the sum should Louis lead soldiers in his support during the 10th Crusade, and once the horse had been hitched to the cart it had seen the Prince of Cruzens dragged through horrors all the way up to Cleves. And back, now, but it seemed they were to walk into a different sort of danger. Louis's shoulder twitched again, and he let out a frustrated breath. Giving in, the prince glanced quickly at the door to confirm it was closed, and behind him to be certain there was no one between him and the wall. 3 heartbeats after looking, His shoulder began twitching again. Rosala could not think less of him for this. She'd not been in the bastion when the ghouls had slipped through murder holes and begun slaughtering sleeping soldiers. Prince Louis Rohanon had been, and he was as uncomfortable without his back to the wall as she would be without skin touching the floor. It had been the breach at Sauté Fort, for her. No one had grasped until too late that the dead would not care about tunneling underwater. I have been named to the supreme command of an army being assembled in Cantal, Rosala said, by the shores of Lake Artois. 40,000 soldiers, perhaps more. Louis's eyes brightened. Reinforcements? He asked. Not to Cleves, she replied. I've been ordered by Her Most Serene Highness to reinforce the Dominion's armies and break the foreign armies in Isère. Preci, the Prince of Cruzens bit out angrily. Calawans. That's not the war. Rosala. The League as well. The Princess of Equitan reminded him. We should be making peace with all of them, Louis said. I don't disagree, Rosala admitted. But the seals are there, Louis. Let's see her in force. That. In the middle of the dead king's wrath, he said. Madness. Yet the truth was, Rosala knew, feet neither of them were all that popular at the moment. The attempt by Prince Amadis' supporters, among which they both numbered, to force the Klaus Pappenheim's armies to chase after the Carrion Lord had been made known to all of Procure. It had been framed, no doubt by Cordelia Hazenbach herself, as petty intrigue by the lot of them to attack the elected first prince while she was sending her own kin to fight the kingdom of the dead. In the northern half Procure, save for Cleves where many of them had fought, they were not just a figure of mockery, but villains outright despised. If they rebelled, and to refuse the first prince's order was exactly that, they would not find many allies. More than that, Rosala feared what even the smallest stir of civil war might do to the Principate at the juncture. I will go, the Princess of Equitan said. Gods forgive me, but I will go. Adeline and Prince Gaspard should be able to hold for now. Then I go with you, Louis said. She inclined her head, too thankful to words to properly convey it. Louis had not fought with his blade in Cleves, but he had been her steward and seneschal. His ink and orders had been 1,000 times more valuable than one more blade would have been. We ought to tell Arnaud as well, the prince added. Last I saw he was drinking himself into a stupor across the street, but he has an iron liver. Odds are he's still awake. Rosala's lips thinned. Prince Arnaud of Cantal was a rapist, perhaps worse, and an arrogant fool. There was no hiding from that. But none who'd been to Cleves, none of those who'd fought that endless tide of dead smashing against icy shores, would ever be the same again. And Arnaud Brobois might be filth, but he was filth that had held the fort at Langueroche alone with his retinue for 3 days and 3 nights. He'd fought on foot at the gates, and held long enough for a town of 3,000 to flee south. Arnaud knew the stakes. Would you fetch him? Rosala asked. Louis nodded, poorly hiding his relief at no longer sitting with an unknown at his back. She'd have the table moved for when the 3 of them sat, the dark-haired princess decided, so he would not be afflicted again. She closed her eyes, for a moment, and felt like cursing. Fighting the army of Callo or the legions was not why the 3 of them had come south. Once upon a time, they might have ridden south to scheme how to unseat Hazenbach, but since Cleves? No, not that. They'd come to exhaust their treasuries, raising every company they could, contracting every fantassin, and emptying every smithy in their lands before they rode back north. Rosala's fingers clenched against the chair as she flinched at a sound that was not there. She was weeks away from the onslaught, now, and still she could hear the sounds in every silence. The desperate screams of the dying as winged abominations spewed out fire and venom. The biting crackle of dark sorceries as they tore through steel and flesh. And that patient, relentless beat. Forward, forward, always forward went the armies of the dead, without pause or respite or the slightest speck of mercy. The levies and fantassins of Prince Gaspard of Cleves had died like flies in the face of the enemy, even with Chosen holding the line at the capital's port. When Rosala had arrived with the remains of the army salvaged from the Callowan debacle, she'd found the city of Cleves besieged by a sea of shambling darkness. Yet on the wall, a man had stood with a sword like the coming of dawn. The White Knight had held the line until reinforcements came, defying all odds. 3 months Princess Rosala had shared command of the defense of Cleves with Prince Gaspard. 3 months of an endless span of fresh horrors. Swarms of dead rats scuttling up through the sewers to devour wounded soldiers in their beds. Rains of poison and acid. Great abominations made from the bones of the thousands serving as moving siege towers that spewed out lesser dead over the walls. 3 months of burning your comrades lest they rise again and turn on you, of battles that lasted through entire night and day for the dead simply never tired. But oh, they had taught the monsters the mettle of Procure. They'd fought on rocky slopes and crawled through freezing mud. They'd sallied out in the howling winds and challenged the dead king for every scrap of stone and snow. The White Knight and the Witch broke an entire fortress, driving back a pack of dead chosen, until their shore of the tomb flew only the pennants of Procure. Thousands and thousands had perished for that, clawing at the dark in choking despair. But now along the shores of Clevy's forts were being raised by the hands of bloodied veterans, and smithies burned through the night to forge the swords that would be bared when the next wave came. And the front in Clevy's, Rosala well knew, had been the easiest. At twilight's past, the hosts of the Lycanese had fought 3 battles in 2 days against the horde trying to force its way out of Hanovan. The same evening, soldiers said, had seen the coronation of 3 of the Reitzenberg. Prince Manfred of Bremen died of a poisoned arrow leading an assault to take back the furthest fortress of the pass, passing his crown to his eldest daughter and telling her to continue the charge unflinching before drenching himself in oil and taking up a torch. She'd passed it to her younger sister after losing half her torso to sorcery, and that sister in turn passed it to now Prince Otto Reitzenberg when she took a spear in the belly scaling the wall and fell 30 feet in armor. The youngest of Manfred Reitzenberg's children carried the charge to the end with that blood-soaked iron crown on his head, took back the fortress, and held it for half a day before a dead chosen brought down the walls and forced him to retreat further into the pass. This, Princess Rosala had been told, was the closest thing the Lycanese had seen to a victory since they'd begun the fight. And still their people headed to Twilight's Pass, streams and rivers of soldiers wearing old mail and iron-tipped spears. Through the ice and the winds they went to make the same old stand in that same old pass, as they had for centuries. The Princess of Equitan had mocked these people for their brutishness and lack of manners, once upon a time, for their rough linens and bare-bone homes. The shame of that remembrance burned her like acid. In Hainaut, Princess Julienne Volagnac lost the entire coast to the dead before the Iron Prince arrived to relieve her. Too long a coast, too few men to defend it, and the craggy hills of northern Hainaut made it difficult to march large forces, or defend against many small forces, as the dead king had sent. When Klaus Pappenheim took command, he fortified the outskirts of the crags, and began clawing them back from the enemy, battle by battle, but with the shores of the tomb in enemy hands there was no end to the undead that could cross the lake. The city of Hainaut itself fell to a sudden offensive that broke through the defense lines 2 months in, and the Iron Prince was said to have taken a wound at the battle. Princess Julienne herself died charging the dead with her personal guard of 3,000 horsemen to buy the time for her people to flee the horde. Her sister Beatrice claimed the crown over the dead princess, 2 young sons, and swore oath before the entire army that as long as single Volagnac remained the dead king, would get nothing of Hainaut but ash and steel. The fight had soon turned desperate after the dead reached the flatlands, for they were harder to defend. But Prince Etienne of Brabant bankrupted himself, arming every soul of fighting age in his principality, and marched them north to ward off the collapse. The north of the Principate was fighting for its right to exist with every bitter dawn, and she would not fail it. So Princess Rosala Melanza would hurry south and win the war they shouldn't be fighting, so they could have a chance at winning the one they had no choice to fight. If even one other royal requested a private meeting with Princess Rosala Melanza only to reveal they'd been secretly corresponding with the tyrant of Helice, she was going to send the head of everyone who had backed Assalia in a basket. When she'd arrived to the sprawling camp by the shores of Lake Artois, what the dark-haired princess had found there was enough to make her blood boil. The more than 40,000 soldiers, half levies and the rest principality troops, she much approved of. It was the royalty coming with the finer soldiers that had her furious. The first prince, evidently, has tossed every single prince and princess she could find at the army in order to accrue the largest host possible. The result was a labyrinth of intrigue and petty bickering. Including Rosala herself and her 2 princely comrades from Cleves, there were no less than 7 anointed rulers assembled in the camp. Hasenbach's orders had preceded her, so there was no contest of her command of the army. But what she encountered was much worse. One at a time, 3 fools sought her out to proudly inform her of their foolishness. Princess Leonore of Valensis, Princess Bertile of Lang, Prince Rodrigo of Orense, all of which had been trading information with Kairos Theodosian of Helice. That Rodrigo Trastanes would number among them, she took a personal insult, for the man was a political ally. He too was one of Amadis Mylenen's pack of open supporters, having turned on his benefactor the first prince last year. The three who'd been dropped on the head enough to make a bargain with the tyrant of Helike and approach her with the secret she'd stripped of command and sent Lewis to keep an eye on, as her appointed second in the army. Rosala would not trust anyone who'd thought it clever to trade information on the location of the Dominion armies in exchange for the same on the army of Callo and the allied legions. Not with a command, not with a seat at her council, not with a fucking chamber pot. That still left Princess Sophie of Lyones, who the first prince had quite openly sent there to ensure that Rosala did not take the army and march on Salia to depose her. The ruler of Lyones was the first prince's creature body and soul, having murdered her own brother at the Battle of Ain when he tried to betray Hazenbach. For that she'd been rewarded with the crown of Lyones over her 3 elder siblings, and remained viciously loyal to the first prince ever since. The sole comfort of this was that the woman was not incompetent or a stranger to war. Rosala had no true choice about having Princess Sophie in her council, but she was proving of some use as the mouthpiece of Hazenbach and so recipient of the first prince's answers. As in, for example, why it had become so difficult to obtain weaponry and armor in Prokor these days. You're certain the dwarves won't sell even if we triple the standing price? Princess Rosala pressed. The fair-haired princess of Lyones shook her head. They won't entertain any offer, regardless of the contents, Princess Sophie said. The first prince has confirmed it. It was made understood to her that further insistence would not be taken well. Rosala almost cursed. The unfortunate truth was that, beyond equipping their own personal troops and keeping an armory that'd provide for perhaps the same amount of armed levies, few Proceran royalty bothered to accumulate armaments. What point was there, when it was possible to hire already armed Fantassin companies instead? If the situation was truly dire for a princess, an order of armaments to the kingdom under would provide what was needed as promptly as it could be brought by road from the closest dwarven gate. The Great War had lasted decades and seen a prodigious amount of cheap steel floating around the Principate, to be sure, but much of it had ended up in the hands of already fighting Fantassin companies or since been lost on foreign fields, Callo, or the Free Cities. Smiths could not work without metal to work with, and it had gotten bad enough in some parts of the Principate that the Prince of Orense had privately admitted to her he now had more silver than steel left in his principality. The existing mines simply could not keep up with the rising demand. We can fight 2, maybe 3 battles before our levies are left to wave sticks and shout imprecations, Princess Rosala grimly said. Gods, do the dwarves want us to break in front of the dead king? The Princess of Lyones eyed her thoughtfully from the other side of the table. If it had been more than the 2 of them in the tent, Rosala thought, the conversation would have ended there. But it was only them and maps and mostly untouched cups of wine, so Princess Sophie broke her silence. Her Highness believes it might the work of the Black Queen, she said, to make our war effort unsustainable. The Princess of Equitan felt her fingers clench into fists. She breathed out only after a moment, forcing herself to approach it with cold eye. She's a monster, Rosala said, but not one without reason. She'll want us crippled by Keter, not outright devoured. That is the first prince's opinion as well, Princess Sophie agreed. Yet there is a possibility we must contemplate, that she struck the bargain with the dwarves blindly, and that she may not return from her journey for months yet. If ever. Rosala winced. That would be disastrous. It wasn't that the Principate wouldn't be able to wean itself from reliance on the dwarves eventually. It was that it would take years for the mines and foundries to be raised to what was needed, as well as cost a fortune. Prokor had neither the years nor the coin required for such an ambitious undertaking on hand. Then we make truce with Callo, Princess Rosala said. I've made my peace with fighting the League, Princess Sophie. The tyrant has been meddling in our affairs so extensively the Free Cities are out to either take most the south or feed us to Keter. But Callo, we cannot afford that fight, not with the vultures already circling us. An offer of truce was extended by the Lady Regent Dartwick, the other princess said, including withdrawal of the army of Callo through the northern pass. Rosala leaned forward eagerly. And, she said, it comes at the cost of allowing the legions of terror to retreat with them, Princess Sophie admitted. The overture was declined. You can't be serious, the Princess of Equitan hissed. I don't care if they butchered half of the Heartlands. Send the bastards out. We've confirmed that if the offer is accepted, there will be rebellion within the month, Sophie said. It is a certainty. Rosala almost cursed her out for speaking in absolutes where there could be none, but stilled her tongue at the last moment. Hazenbach, for all her flaws, would not lightly abandon her own native Rhenia to the dead, and that was what she was doing, so long as armies remained fighting south. Which meant she was certain, and there was only one way that could be true. The augur? Rosala asked. The other princess nodded. You are not to speak of this to anyone, she warned. The ruler of Equitan almost rolled her eyes. That Sophie had not been meant for the throne of Lyones was sometimes quite evident. It was quite gauche in such a situation to speak the words. They were simply understood between well-bred women. How bad? Rosala asked, morbidly curious. Most of the eastern principalities beneath Brabant, the princess of Lyones said, which would collapse half the principate, the dark-haired princess thought. Those lands were the most populated and some of the wealthiest in Procure, or they had been, before the Black Knight led his legionaries to take them to the torch and the sword. If a peasant revolt sparked there, the situation would spiral out of control swiftly, especially if some prince or princess saw an opportunity to seize the throne while any force that could stop them was stuck fighting up north. You've never fought the army of Callow, Rosala finally said, so you might not understand exactly what it is you're asking of me. I cannot crush their host without massive losses, Sophie. They're hardened, disciplined killers that believe in their cause. That has been understood, the princess of Lyones said, which is why your true instructions were not put to writing. Rosala Melanza leaned back, brows raising, and waited. Win a battle, Princess Rosala, the other woman said. And if the Callowans and the Preci should manage to escape in good order towards the passage, afterwards? It is unfortunate, but the League's presence would not allow you to pursue. So, Rosala was to clasp hands with the Dominion to give the enemy a black eye before letting them slink away. It sat ill with her to toss away the lives of soldiers. Badly needed soldiers, for a play in the ebb and the flow, but if the alternative was rebellion, then she'd swallow her tongue and do what needed to be done. However many died there, it would be a drop in the ocean compared to what would take place if the Heartlands broke behind the defensive lines to the north. She drained the rest of her cup and set to the business of getting her soldiers fed and marching. In peacetime, it would have been against the laws of the Principate for an army to be mustered in the lands of a prince at the orders of the first prince, without the right being first granted by said prince in front of the highest assembly. But these were not peaceful times. Besides, it was in Cantal they were camped, and the prince of this land was among her commanders. Prince Arnaud did not balk at providing what supplies he could. It was not as much as Rosala would have liked, but that was understandable given the damage done by the Legions of Terror. More surprisingly, he did so without any of the complaining the Princess of Equitan had expected. Out of gratitude, she began extending him invitation to the war councils that had previously been restricted to Princess Sophie and Louis. To her further surprise, aside from the occasional bout of arrogant bragging, he proved to be rather useful. The prince knew his own lands well, and did not balk at emptying his own purse or armories to strengthen the army. Rosala only understood exactly what was taking place when Prince Louis approached her as she rode ahead of the columns, a mere week away from the Izaran border. Rosala, he greeted her calmly, dipping his head. The Princess of Equitan slowed her horse. He was not as skilled a rider, and might struggle to keep to her pace, and returned the courtesy. Louis, she fondly replied, I see you've settled the fools well enough to be able to afford a speck of freedom. A prince's labor is never done, he drily replied. That glint of amusement in his russet eyes, Rosala would admit, if only to herself, made him attractive in a mischievous sort of way. It was not a thought she could allow herself to entertain. He might be a widower, and she unmarried, but the interests of their principalities were often opposed. To dally without any deeper commitment would cause dangerous scandal, and there could be no true privacy in a war camp. Ours certainly is not, the Princess of Equitan sighed. I had counted myself fortunate that we might never fight the army of Callow again. Ours are not fortunate years, Louis said, tone dark, but shook his head afterwards. Still, we do what we can. It to speak of that I have come. Rosala cocked her head to the side, silently inviting him to speak. After so many hours shared, they had become more than passing familiar with each other's mannerisms. When do you intend to begin inviting the Prince of Orense to the expanded council? He asked frankly. Any longer, and the slight will grow too deep. He will become much harder to budge. Her brow rose. I had not meant to invite him at all, Rosala admitted. His dealings with the tyrant make me wary of his judgment and reluctant to hear any advice from his lips. You don't need to actually take the advice, Lewis patiently said. When did Amadis ever take ours? It's simply a matter of binding him to you. You cannot afford to throw Segovia away if you are to cleanly take the reins. The blunder should make him eager to redeem himself, if anything. The Princess of Aquitaine almost informed him she had no need of Rodrigo of Orense to run a brothel, much less an army, before she grasped what he actually meant. It was not the army she was leading that Lewis was speaking of. He was under the impression that, in Amadis Mylinen's absence, she was usurping leadership of the alliance the Prince of Isère had assembled. Through those eyes, Rosala thought, the sudden solicitude of Prince Arnaud took a much different meaning. He was currying her favor, much as he had once done Mylinen's. For a moment she thought of telling Lewis this was not her meaning at all, but her tongue did not move. If she was perceived to have faltered halfway through a coup, her supporters would turn on her without hesitation. And had she not only aligned herself with the Prince of Isère for lack of other allies in the first place? More than that, the man had not gone north, fought in Cleves or Hainaut or Twilight's Pass. If the Calawans released him, would he truly understand? And if they don't release him at all? Her mind whispered, who would you trust to take the place of primacy in your stead? I am not Amadis Mylinan, she finally said, meeting Lewis's eyes. I intend to take good advice, when it is given. Then invite Prince Rodrigo to council tonight, the Prince of Cruzens said, and I will begin to approach the other two who disgraced themselves. Amadis never convinced them to back him, Rosala said. Leonor of Valensis had been friendly, but firm in her refusal of closer ties. Valensis and her own Aquitaine had warred frequently, over the centuries, but just as often struck close alliances. Princess Leonor was, if she remembered correctly, a cousin in the 4th degree of blood. The ruler of Valensis had been a tacit supporter of Rosala's mother when she'd made a bid for the throne during the Great War, though after the defeat at Ain distance had been made between their courts to avoid incurring Cordelia Hazenbach's ire. Princess Bertile of Lang was dependent on Salia for much of her principality's trade, and therefore at the mercy of the first prince's displeasure, but she'd never outright entered the fold of the first prince's loyalists. She had a reputation for being cold-blooded and of mercenary nature even by Alamance standards. Amadis had simply never found a price that moved her, Rosala had often thought. But you are not Amadis Mylinan, Louis Roanon replied, lips quirking. I will see you at council, Princess Rosala. He dipped his head again, slightly lower than the first time, and left her to her thoughts. 8 days later, headed into Isère, the army began to hear fanciful rumors from refugees. Most of them about an army of dark ghosts that left no tracks and spoke no words. 5 days after that, the army began to hear rather less fanciful rumors about a clash between the army of Calais and a Dominion army. The Calawans and the Wasteland allies fled south, refugees said. 3 days after that, Rosala Melanza found 40,000 Levantine camped on the snowy plains and waiting for her. She rode ahead to meet with their commander, the Lord of Alava, and begin planning the shared offensive. The moment she truly knew it all had gone to the hells was when she found the gray pilgrim waiting alongside him. Book 5, Interlude, Congregation 3. We sowers of ruin, straight-backed and proud, told them errant, and errantly kept our vow. No bargain is there, between hunter and flock. No peace between the rabbit and the hawk. We sowers of ruin, reaped all that was sown. For as Misa's sons toppled our waning thrones. They errant said, no bargain now, O lords of war. For no peace can be, between spear and boar. We sowers of ruin, the reapers that were reapt. Sing the elder song still, for we must not forget. No bargain is there, between hunter and flock. No peace can there be, between lash and orc. Ruin, sown. A spoken verse in Carsom attributed to Ingvild Bittertongue, chiefess of the Red Shields. Lord Yenu Marave of the Champion's blood felt his scalp prickle. The last time the Lord of Alava's instincts had been screaming this loudly, he'd come within a breath of having his crush sculled by a Kilbrin, whose scales he'd failed to notice among the leaves of the Brocelian. Yenu had been a young fool, back then, but raised his shield on impulse, and so avoided dying to a whip of the tail so strong it put hammer blows to shame. He could not help but wonder if there was not kinship between the dangers of then and now. A fool was once more about to step on the tail a hidden serpent and die for that mistake. That he now stood at the heart of a great army instead of journeying alone into the deeper barrow woods to bring honorable deeds to his blood made little difference. As Yenu's station had risen, so had the dangers accompanying it. They're camped here, Moro of the Brigand's blood said, tapping his finger. On the other shore of the river, the heir to Vacii had gained a few fresh scars, fighting at his mother's side against the marshals. What had already been a hard face on a hard man was now frightful to behold. The red marks left by goblin steel running jagged through the umber-brown and basil-green face paint of his line. The effect was strikingly attractive, though Yenu was careful not to let his gaze linger. He was over a decade older than the other man, after all. The river's called the Odell, Princess Rosala Melanza noted, frowning as she bent over the table to have a closer look. As I recall, the source is further east and the depth shallow. It'll be frozen over. The Princess of Equitan had been a pleasant surprise, the Lord of Alava thought. No Alaman's intriguer, that one, but a hardened Arlazite commander who had already fought the greater of their foes on the field not so long ago. Wild rumors still spread about what had taken place as the Battle of the Camps, but not so wild that the Peregrine had not confirmed some of the lot. The Black Queen, if she had truly returned, would be a fearsome enemy. The part of Yenu that belonged to the champion's blood was eager at the thought of measuring his prowess against hers. The part that was the Lord of Alava was wary instead, for it had fought against the marshals for months and learned they had sharp talons indeed. If they have ended their march, then they must believe their eastern columns are close to joining them, Yenu said. We may be facing as many as 60,000 eastern legionaries, along with however many there are of these gray ghosts. Between our hosts, we have 80,000, Princess Rosala said. And if Lord Tanya makes his way as swiftly as promised with Her Highness' Southern Army, that's another 60,000 hitting them from the other side of the river. Likely double the enemy's numbers, unless the Black Queen is somehow fielding an army that leaves no tracks in the snow, Moro of the Brigand's Blood said. Word from Sarcella and Akil Tanya put these gray devil ghosts at less than 20,000 strong, though it was said some could wield strange sorceries. Yet they were also said to be no stronger than men, blade in hand, and just as mortal. Poorly armed as well, more tribes than companies. We should strike at the Hellhound's camp before the rest of her divisions arrive, Princess Melanza said. Best for all of us we face that army. Without Catherine foundling in it. There would be great honor in taking the Black Queen's life, Moro told her bluntly. The look in the younger man's eyes spoke of esteem lowered for shying away from a worthy struggle. Yenu would withhold judgment instead. The Peregrine and the Regicide had promised they would take the field against the arch-heretic of the East should she bear her blade, but the Lord of Alava still remembered the stories from the rise of the Barrow Lord. The warring of Bestowed was never kind to their lesser, and the Black Queen was said to be one of the greatest living villains. Even in death, she might wreak great slaughter. The lucky ones died when the lake fell on their heads, at the camps, Princess Rosala said, tone calm, yet not less sharp for it. Those that drowned, though, it wasn't as quick. They had long enough to realize there would be nothing to save them. The dark-haired princess smiled pleasantly. Which would you prefer to happen when your turn comes, Levantine? She asked. The heir to Vacii twitched, no doubt reaching for one of the many poisoned blades on his person, but the Arlazite's hand was already on the pommel of her sword. It was never very far from it, Yenu had noticed, and she seemed uncomfortable when it was. Enough, he said. Moro, you would bear a blade on an ally when the Peregrine is among us. The man's lips pressed together in disquiet, as well they should. The pilgrim might not be at this council, but the incarnate soul of Levant had made it clear as rain to all of them that his blessing had been given to the Grand Alliance. To dishonor the living inheritor in blood and bestowal of the Dominion's father would be. Even should the Peregrine not take Moro's life, the sheer weight of the shame might see the man slice open his own throat. There is nothing to be gained from threats, Princess Rosala, Yenu said, eyes then moving to the Procerin. We are to fight side by side on this field, and more to come. Apologies, Moro, the dark-haired woman curtly said, dipping her head. The heir to Vacii returned the courtesy, just as curtly. It was for the best that Lady Idema had not been the one given slight to, for the Lady of Vacii would not have left it at that. I stand by my words nonetheless, the Princess of Equitan said. We must strike now, before they gather. I am reluctant to engage without our full might, Yenu admitted. The armies of the League are marching towards us, Princess. If they are to try our flank while we face the marshals, then I would have all our soldiery arrayed against the enemy. Rosala had, amusingly enough, inquired if the tyrant of Heliki had sent envoys to make a bargain with Yenu's host not long after she joined her army with the Lord of Alavas. He'd replied that was indeed the case, and that those envoys could easily be found, The corpses, after all, were still hanging from the personal banner of the Lady of Vacii. Lady Idima's line had faithfully kept to the hatred the vengeful brigand had held against foreigners, and not hesitated to slaughter any sworn to the likes of Kairos Theodosian. If we get them to retreat from their camp, we can seize it in close ranks with Lord Tanya's force there before the League arrives, Princess Rosala suggested. Or their returning columns could find us engaged assaulting a fortified camp and spring an ambush before Tanya is close enough to reinforce, Yanu pointed out with a frown. Her insistence puzzled him, for she should well know that the marshals were capable of plying nasty tricks against opponents made sloppy by haste. Had she not fought the Hellhound herself and come out the lesser captain? The Lord of Alava had lost hundreds to a vicious charge of Calawan knights before learning to keep his own horse close to his skirmishers, and would not go after his foe so brashly again. If we lose the initiative, we risk this entire campaign stretching out for months, the dark-haired princess reminded him, sounding frustrated. There it is, the Lord of Alava thought. It had been a rare occasion for all the great captains of the allied armies to hold common council. For both Malanza and he were aware that old enmities would see blades bared should close company be kept. Yet on the two occasions it had, Yanu had studied the princes and princess of Procur, seen the difference, the subtle currents that ran among them. That Princess Rosala was first among equals was clear, beyond even her right of command, and that the Princess of Lyones was her appointed warden was just as clear. What had been more interesting, to Yanu of the champion's blood, was that even within the Princess of Equitan's faithful there was more subtle division. The princes of Cruzans and Cantil were closer in her trust than any other, and both of those men had telltale marks. Louis of Cruzans had pulled a knife without hesitating on a servant when she'd approached him from behind, halfway to her neck before he stopped himself. Arnaud of Cantil spoke loudly and often, but sometimes also fell into long silences where he moved not a finger. As for Rosala Malanza herself, Yanu had noticed when seated she never crossed her legs. She wore leather boots, and always kept their thin soles squarely against the ground, like she was feeling for tremors. All three of these, the Lord of Alava had been told, had gone north to the Principality of Cleves to fight against the armies of the dead king. I was told that the lines in Cleves held, Yanu said, watching the Proceran closely. Princess Rosala's jaw clenched. When the sea pulls back before the coming wave crashes, the shore has not held, she replied. We bought a month, Lord Marave, maybe two. Our defenses will break sure as summers turn if we wait longer than that. You have not. Yanu saw her lips moved in a whisper, counting out in Tolesian. Only after reaching 12 did she resume speaking. In Callow I fought Fey and dead and villains wroth. The Princess of Equitan finally said, voice tight. Believe me when I say that was a child at play. The dead king comes for us all, Yanu of the champion's blood. And every day we waste warring against mortals the enemy gains a deeper foothold. Eyes hard, the dark-haired princess matched him gaze for gaze. I've had to claw back that shore from the hidden horror's clutches once before, she said. Gods have mercy, but I do not know if there are enough soldiers left in Procur to do so a second time. It wasn't the determination he saw in those dark eyes that moved the Lord of Alava. He has seen will in others, and smashed it to bloody pieces when it stood in his way. Mortals failed, mortals broke. A moment of resolution was just that, a moment. It always passed, and more often than not pain and steel hurried that passing. Neither was it the fear, for fear was an old friend to him. Yinu's blood was meant to strive for fearlessness, for the same reckless courage that was the valiant champion's mark, but he had never forgot that day in the Brocelian where a splintered shield might have been a splintered skull. Audacity without patience, without watchfulness, was just another way of being frivolous with lives. Fear was the voice that kept your eyes open when bravery became arrogance, and he would not part from his even for a chance at bestowal. No, it was the heartfelt belief Rosala Malanza had for her own words. She genuinely believed that the bell might toll for the Principate if they lingered here too long in Isère. Then we marched to battle. Lord Yanu of the champion's blood conceded. It'll be 10 days to reach the camp, Morrow said, stirring from his silence with hooded eyes. If we hurry, then we hurry, Princess Rosala grimly replied. They had been, Hakram had to admit, shrewdly outmaneuvered. Juniper's dispersion scheme had been solid, and it had certainly worked for the initial stretch of the march. The Third Army had baited the Lord Tanya's host towards the east, while the Fourth followed along parallel lines further north in Isère, both keeping lines of communication open and keeping watch for a sudden march south, by Lord Morave's army. What messengers the Fourth Army had been able to receive from the Hellhound's own 2 columns headed westwards had told them that the Levantine army under Lord Morave was pursuing them, while leaving Marcia Grimm and his legions to gather themselves. Until then, all had proceeded according to Juniper's predictions. All she had to do was join with the legions of terror and force the Levantines back with a minor battle to create a gap. Then the Third and Fourth Army were to shake off their own pursuit by Lord Tanya and hurry through that gap, assembling the entire Allied force together. From there they could begin a fighting retreat to the Northern Passage, where the garrison under Duchess Keegan of Daoin would be awaiting them. The opinion of the General Staff had been that, considering the League of Free Cities was invading from the south, and the Dead King hitting Northern Procer in force, the legions and the army of Callow would not even be hounded all the way through the retreat north. After the Grand Alliance saved face by driving out the eastern invaders, they'd been predicted to focus their efforts on containing the League of Free Cities while sending everything they could spare north. It would have been a campaign cleverly salvaged from the unexpected blow of losing the ferry gates when already committed deep in Procer. One fought with minimal losses while cleanly getting out the majority of the legions of terror under Marcia Grimm. Instead, the Fourth Army suddenly found its ability to send messengers north to coordinate with the Hellhound Cut when a detachment of Heliki Cataphractoi began roving north of it. The messengers south sent to warn Nock and the Third Army about League interference never made it, and were found with arrows in their corpses by General Bagram's scouts. Adjutant had pushed for the Fourth Army to immediately move south and join with Nock before marching north together, and the Fourth General agreed. One day into the march, however, a messenger formed Juniper stumbled bloody into the camp with cataphracts in close pursuit. The First and Second Armies, the man said, had been taken by surprise and scattered when the Grey Pilgrim joined with Lord Morave and struck with miracles. The messenger had been an old subordinate of General Bagram's, and the seals were in order. Gritting his teeth, Hakram had backed the decision to hurry and relieve Juniper. Without a cohesive army to gather around, the legionaries of the First and Second would be hunted down like animals by the Levantine cavalry, scattered across the plains and vulnerable. 7 days in, the messenger began bleeding out of the eyes and choked on his own tongue. The priest from the house insurgent saw nothing wrong with him besides the obvious, but the ranking senior mage did when the corpse was dissected. A small stone inscribed with runes was dislodged from where it had been ebbed at the bottom of the man's spine. An examination under ritual confirmed the magic involved was illusory in nature. One of the few Sonic among the mage cadres eventually noted the runes had patterns in common with Stygian sorcery, and then it all fell together. They'd been had. The messenger was some poor bastard the tyrant of Helikis men had captured and tinkered with the memories of discreetly enough neither priests nor mages had caught it until too late. A few years back, Adjutant thought to himself, the trick wouldn't have worked. But the army of Callow had expanded wildly beyond its capacity to field experienced mages, and the native Callowan practitioners that had been brought in to try to remedy that were amateurs compared to Presi warlocks. And Stygia's magisterium, as the success of the deception made clear. Debate raged among the general staff of the Fourth Army. After that, for most of an evening, some argued that if the purpose of the ruse had been to isolate the Third Army, it likely had been already destroyed by now. A strike by the cataphracts would likely slow down Nock's 10,000 enough that the Levantines would surround and destroy them utterly. Those same officers argued that marching south now would essentially mean throwing away another quarter of the army of Callow for Levant and Heliki to defeat in detail. Others suggested that it was the Fourth Army itself that was the target, and the ploy's true nature was that the northern Levantines had let the Hellhound go and were instead marching south to pincer the Third and Fourth, while Heliki kept them all blind. Some even theorized that First and Second Armies truly had been broken, and this was all the tyrant's trick to lead them to dismiss the notion and hurry south, while the rest of the army of Callow was annihilated. It was bloody chaos, and not for the first time Hakram wondered at how young their highest rung of officers was. The veterans brought in from the legions that had joined after Second Lease were keeping it all functional, but there were too many officers who'd gone only through rough training camps before taking up their commission. But General Bagram was no greenhorn, and neither was Hakram himself. The debate ended with the decision to link up with the Third before the situation was further assessed, though careful scouting would be necessary in case the Third Army truly was destroyed and it was a Levantine force south of them. The Fourth Army moved out in good order, and a mere 3 days and ran into a Heliki ambush. Somehow they'd avoided 3 lines of scouts, and that smacked to adjutant of either sorcery or named interference. But the result was brutal no matter the means employed. 300 dead, twice that many wounded, and the cataphractoi retreated with less than a score casualties on their side. The entire Fourth Army was boiling with fury at the humiliation, but it was only the first of many assaults to come. On its entire march back the way it had been tricked marching, the army was relentlessly harassed by Heliki. Night and day assaults, at irregular intervals, and in the end General Bugram had to order a fortified camp raised every evening or risk losing entire companies. It was slowing them down even further, forcing them to end the march earlier in the day and exhausting the legionaries for the effort. Hakram suspected that might very well be the point, and by now was halfway convinced Nock would be either up to his elbow in Levantines or days dead by the time they arrived to reinforce the third, if any of it was even left. The anger of that stayed with him, and chased away the need for even what little sleep his body still required. His hours he spent either in talks with the general staff or out on watch with the legionaries. It was maybe halfway to midnight bell that he saw the glint of armored riders in the distance, before even goblins caught it, and he immediately sounded the alarm. Shit, Captain Mower cursed, peeking over the edge of the palisade, then added a very absent-minded sir. The old goblin saw the same thing, and did not gainsay adjutant when he ordered for crossbow companies to be brought to the fore, and half companies of regulars too. The cataphracts had yet to try a charge, but that did not mean they would refrain if they saw an opportunity. So, what's it going to be tonight? Hakram said, teeth clinking softly. Fire or exhaustion? Bet you it's fire, sir, Captain Mower said. Been too long since they tried those pitch arrows. The goblin spoke the word pitch with the kind of utter disdain that would make a high lord proud. He was a scout officer, not a sapper, but in Hakram's experience that had never stopped Ari from looking down at the unprofessional savagery of people not using proper goblin munitions for this kind of work. They gain more to less risk by forcing us to wake in the middle of the night than hitting us during the day at peak exhaustion, adjutant said. The surprise with the scorpions killed a few dozen last time they got close to the palisade. They won't fall for that twice, Captain Mower sighed. Almost makes me miss Akua's folly. At least the whites weren't mounted. I'd even settle for Dormer, Hakram graveled. And the bloody Fae could fly. That's the Black Queen's service for you. The goblin grinned. It ain't the army of Callow if we're not fucked a different way every time. There was a ring of inexplicable cheers from the rest of the line at that, as the captain had raised his voice to carry. Catherine's popularity with Goblinkin never ceased to unnerve him. Robert had once told him it was because she was the closest thing a human can get to a matron, but you know the fun kind of matron, not the other kind. And it sort of helps she'd probably murder the other matrons given a chance. Although let's be honest, so would the other matrons. It had been surprisingly coherent, given how much drink his friend had in him by that point. Not that Robert ever answered these kinds of questions by anything other than blatant lies unless he'd been plied with liquor and petty crime first. Pickler wasn't any more of a help, as he'd been the one to inform her of the phenomenon in the first place. She'd never noticed. Well now, that's new, Captain Mower suddenly said. Hakram's attention snapped back to the present. Behind him the thin stripe of regulars was already standing at attention while the crossbow companies formed up behind them and checked their gear. That much was to be expected. They'd had a harder teacher than mere drills to get them to do it all quick and clean. What wasn't expected was the way the Heliki cataphracts had stopped about 100 yards away from the palisade. They were... Wait, that wasn't a Helikian. There was a rider between the enemy and the camp, alone. Adjutant's heart stirred, but what brought it home was the sudden shouts of surprise coming from deeper into the camp. A wooden post was snapped out of the frozen ground, and alarms sounded again as long wings began beating. A frankly chilling whinny sounded into the night, and Zombie the Third took flight. The wooden post she'd been tied to swinging under her hanging by the bridle. Not new at all, Captain. Hakram dead-end grinned, all teeth and malice. She's back. Book 5, Chapter 18, Fable. Some acts only have to be committed once to afterwards echo a threat in your every silence. Dread Empress Massacre the First. The tyrant's soldiers were killing my people. The cataphracts, when I'd caught sight of them from miles away, had been forming up for a night raid. This was war, I reminded myself. Besides, for all my talk of alliances and bargains with Kairos, he remained as much a foe as a friend. No doubt some scheme was afoot, one that involved prodding the Fourth Army into moving some way or other for deeper purpose. Skirmishes against the Levantines, maybe, or to make certain the fourth did not encounter one of the League's forces. The cataphracts were harassing my legionaries, as they had the thirds, not pulling knives and engaging in struggle to the death. This was no different than militia testing the eastern borders of Callow with refugees and war bands, like a villainous cat taking its claws to something to see how it reacted. It would be wisest to chide the Helicean cavalry, slap them on the wrist, and send them off to trouble someone else. They'd cased their raid when I intervened, hadn't they? Just the sight of a lone rider had put the charge of sundry 4,000 cataphractoi to an end, and as my valiant zombie the fourth cantered forward, their ranks bent inwards. They were following orders, obeying one of those fearsome madmen Heliceans had idolized for centuries. I told myself all this, as I bid my mount to stop, and it was enough to stay my hand. Then my mind whispered, "The tyrant soldiers are killing your people." My fingers clenched, leather gloves creaking. The mantle of woe trailing behind me, stirred by the night's breeze, I watched as a pack of officers under Helice's own banner rode to the fore of the host. 5 of them, in weather-beaten armor, blades sheathed at their sides. Their conical, crested helms boasted red ceremonial feathers that jutted like a splash of blood, and beneath the rim of the steel cap 2 curved strips of steel demarcated their eyes. From those a shawl of mail descended to their chests, the lead officer among them unclasping hers to reveal a scarred mouth. "Black Queen," the Helicean said in accented lower meson. "Kneel," I softly interrupted. In the silence that followed, the word rang like a thunderclap. There was a pause, the breeze raking its unseen fingers on the carpet of snow between us. The officers assembled behind her mouthpiece bridled at the order. Their leader raised a hand. "We serve the tyrant of Helice," the woman replied, "and bend before none other." My staff rose, and with a thunderous snap I brought it down against the wintry ground. The order I had not spoken sounded across the night like rippling decree, and under the crescent moon's smile the veil we had approached under was ripped away. The banner sigils jutted out like the masts of a ship in the utterly still sea of firstborn, fluttering in low murmurs. Red and black and blue, crisscrossed by strokes of silver and gold. Among them 2 stood higher than all the rest. Ochre inlaid with gold, a rainflower in bloom. Ramina, purple cut by silver, a tree bearing twin circles unfinished. Losera, 20,000 drow stood like statues around Helice's riders, gray skin touched with the colors of their sigils. Fear ripped through the steel-clad killers sworn to the tyrant, like a sudden and brutal shiver. "Kneel," I softly said, "or gods be my witness, I'll kill you all." Shapes slid across my face, 2 crows far above, gliding far above, passing between the moon's cast and my silhouette, casting razor-sharp shadows as the sisters smiled against my neck, Andronike humming in approval. She had not forgot the nightmare maid of Rochulent, and held no love for those what would serve its maniacal architect. I found their leaders' pale eyes, circled by steel, and saw fear spread through them like ink in water. The words that followed were hurried out, and beneath my notice, even as the soldiers began to dismount. Under crescent moon 4,000. Cataphractoi, knelt in the snow. "You will stay knelt," I said, "until I tell you to rise." Zombie heeded my will and turned around, leaving at an unhurried trot. I left them with their knees to the ground and went to bring my 4th army back into the fold. The cheers began sounding from the palisade when I came within 90 yards. Behind the wooden fortifications, the 4th Army's camp had lit up with fire and fervor, both, like an anthill boiling over. Torches lit up, and the wall facing me was pulled open. Within 70 yards I could make out the twin rows of soldiers assembling to make an avenue of steel leading deeper into the 4th's camp. When I reached 60 yards, a winged shape descended from the sky and landed before me in a geyser of snow. And what was a post doing? Zombie the Third, bright blue eyes shining with glee, whinnied loudly and trotted up to my side. My lips quirked and I ran my gloved hand down her mane. "Hello, girl," I murmured. "Missed me, did you?" The winged horse I had acquired from the summer court through technically blasphemous means sauntered around my current mount, turning around the back and coming close to affectionately brush against my good leg. "You are a good girl," I praised, patting her neck. "Unless you've been eating corpses again, we had a talk about that." Zombie the Third neighed. I thought, perhaps a little guiltily. Goddamn it. I told Hakram just because it was occasionally appropriate behavior for orcs didn't mean he could let my horse do it. The look she cast at Zombie the Fourth, who was a pure necromantic construct, and so about as sentient as his saddle, was less than friendly, too. I cocked an eyebrow. "Come on. I said, patting her one last time for the road. We're headed to camp. Just let me take care of that. There'd been a wooden post tied to her bridle, so I leaned forward to unmake the knot and let it drop. Flanked by my own mount, I resumed my advance. The Fourth Army wasn't one of my old commands, not at its source. It had few officers from the original 15th Legion, and while it had picked up a few spare tribunes from General Afalabi's now disbanded 12th, the general staff had actually been from General Istrid's 6th, the Ironsides, including the general himself, Bagram. But that was officers, I thought as I approached the open gates. The Fourth Army's bones, not the meat. In the rows and rows of faces most I saw were young and Calawan. Recruits joined before the 10th Crusade began, or in the months I'd spent in the Everdark. Those who'd never known my armies as part of the Empire, even in name. Maybe that was why, when I crossed the gates, swords were bared and raised in salute. A steel avenue, that old honor granted to the kings and queens of Callow. Hail! The words sounded defiantly into the night as my soldiers welcomed me home. Once upon a time, I thought as the sound washed over me, it would have been only knights allowed to stand among those rows. But the times are changing. Head high, cloak trailing behind me, I rode to the end of the alley under the eyes of thousands. At the end, 2 orcs awaited. One I knew from the few conversations we'd had during and after he brought the 6th into the army of Callow, General Bagram. The other had me smiling. Gods, it felt like a century since I'd last seen Hakram. He was still stupidly tall and large, like the heavens had given an old oak leave to walk around. His hand of bone went without glove, in winter and summer both, but his other... Wait, what? I wasn't sure what baffled me more, that he'd somehow lost yet another hand, or that he'd not bothered replacing it. I brought Zombie to a halt, his sister matching him, and met Adjutant's dark eyes with mine before cocking an eyebrow. You know, one is understandable, I said. Happens to the best of us. But 2, that's just careless, Hakram. It's not like you have any more spares. I suppose my clapping days are over, Adjutant thoughtfully replied. And I never did take to the theater. There was a pause. You made the same damn joke the last time you lost a hand, didn't you? I sighed. It's funnier this time, he told me. You know, because I'm running out of hands to lose. Something like a sob of hysterical laughter almost ripped out of my throat, but aware of the eyes on us, I kept it locked inside. I still burned with the need to actually hug the bastard, who was showing just enough fong from one side of the mouth to be implying either a taunt or mockery. A moment later, I cleared my throat and inclined my head at Bagram. General, I greeted him. Your Majesty, he gravelled back, offering a legionary's salute. The Fourth Army is yours. I glanced back and saw the legionaries still standing with their swords raised. I supposed it was. Zombie moved under my will, turning to face them in full, and my staff rose almost of its own accord. Blades began beating against shield, a ruckus to wake even the dead, and cheers sounded with them. I glanced meaningfully at Hakram, and after dismounting, I clapped General Bagram's shoulder and leaned close to tell him I needed to confer with Adjutant. I was led not far from there, to what I recognized to be Hakram's old campaign tent. I followed in the orc, limping at a pace. The inside was sparse, as usual, save for the inevitable piles of scrolls that followed Adjutant like a faithful pack of hounds. Still, it was warm and well lit, so it would do. I'd barely passed the folds when I was swept up in arms like tree trunks, hoisted up off my feet. I laughed and hugged the bastard back, though I slapped his shoulder for the indignity inherent to holding me up like I was some little lamb. It's good to see you, I admitted, when finally the brute put me down. You as well, Catherine, he rumbled out. It has been much, much too long. I hear that, I muttered. Unexpected that you would find us, but decidedly not unwelcome, Hakram said. The apparitions on the field outside, are they who I think they are? Drow, I confirmed. Though they call themselves the Firstborn, no, don't ask, it's a lot more complex than I feel like getting into. The orc hacked out a pleased laugh. You brought the drow to the surface, Hakram said, grinning. First time they came up in force in centuries. Gods be sated, you actually did it, and so many. There must be at least 15,000 out there. 20, I corrected. The entire expedition in Isère is 50,000 strong, though they have their issues. They're headed your way, should be there before dawn. The Third Army got caught down in Sarcella by the Dominion, but they made it out after losing some skin. They're with the rest of the drow. The Priestess of Night is our ally, then? Adjutant asked. They're called Save NOC, I said. And they're, well, goddesses. More or less. You made an alliance with. Goddesses, Hakram said. In a manner of speaking, I said. You're talking to the current High Priestess of Night. Alliance was made, with some strings, but the 50,000 are here to back us. Hakram's brow rose. The High Priestess, he repeated, of Drow religion. A religion of Drow, presumably for Drow, which, unless I am mistaken, you are not. That's the one, I lightly replied. What happened to the last High Priestess, he asked. There wasn't one. And you talked goddesses into this, how? I asked real nice. I smiled winningly. The trick was doing it twice. Cat, did you pull a knife on goddesses? Adjutant sighed. Of course not, I replied, offended and technically even saying the truth. The orc stared at me, saying nothing. We have an understanding, I said, a tad defensively. You wouldn't understand, you're not religious. I'm not going to touch that without a bottle on the table and half a day to waste, Hakram muttered. I snorted. You're one to talk, I said. What happened to your hand? Tell me you weren't just struck with a sharp and urgent need for symmetry. Necessary sacrifice, Adjutant said. You'll understand when you meet with Vivian. My brow rose. Most likely yes, I said. But you're going to tell me anyway. Flash of teeth, which I identified as implying sheepishness. It'll be a long conversation, Hakram said. I studied him closely. I could press further, but it wasn't needed as far as I knew. And if it was, I trusted he would have told me. It'll wait for that bottle with half a day then, I said. Talk to me about Masigo. I know everything Robber knows, but he said you'd have more. He knows more than someone of his rank should, though that is nothing new, Adjutant said. If you're looking for a location, we do not have it. He was seen in the fields west of the Blessed Isle, but we haven't caught sight of him, said. I frowned. But, before we took the gate into Arcadia, Hakram said, there was a report through the observatory, the last we ever got. Lisa's gone. The ruins? I said. They were destroyed? Gone, the orc said. As in moved. And we don't know how, or where. My reflex was to reply that was impossible, especially given the ridiculously vicious wards I'd had put around the still very much dangerous ruins. But then I remembered. Who had put those up specifically? You think he took the city somehow, I said. I think he's not in his right mind, since Thalassina, Hakram grimaced, and that he got his hands on the broken shards of the single, most dangerous magical weapon this continent has seen since Triumphant's day. For what purpose, I can only guess. Well, fuck. This was still salvageable. I had Acua around, and she'd know how that monstrosity worked better than anyone. She was, after all, its architect. But until we got a read on how Masigo was moving around, this was a sword hanging above someone's head, whose there was no real way to know if the disaster at Thalassina had affected Hierophant's mind somehow. We need to find him, I said. Quickly. Do you have any idea what happened to the observatory? Nothing concrete, same as the gates going wild. We've got a dozen running theories, but the mages keep poking holes in each other's, Adjutant admitted. About a third of them insist it's to do with the way scrying is blocked in Isare. The rest are in agreement they are entirely different problems with no relation. It was, I thought, grim irony that the person most likely to give us an answer about what was going on was the one we needed the observatory to look for. I'll see what Acua can figure out, but she'll only have so much time to spare, I said. I have her working on something else. He nodded. Archer's safe. Working through some things, I said. It got bad down there, Hakram. She had a close call. I could see his chops move as he ran his tongue against his fangs, the cogs in his head turning as he weighed whether or not now was the right time to ask. Bottle and half a day, Adjutant finally echoed. I conceded with a nod. We need to talk with General Bugram, I said. Lay down some ground rules about the Drow, prepare for the third's arrival. I want to know about the state of the fourth, too. He'll be waiting, Hakram said. Then let's go. I sighed. We're wasting moonlight. You have 4,000 surrendered cataphracts outside, Catherine, he reminded me. The situation needs seeing too. Not surrendered, I said. I neither offered nor asked. They're considering their sins, that's all. Adjutant's dark eyes scrutinized my face. You're thinking of killing them, the orc said. I clenched my fingers, then unclenched them. Some, I admitted. If I let them go today, they're a blade back in the tyrant's armory tomorrow. Are we to break entirely with the League then? He asked. I grimaced. No, I admitted. There are some interests in alignment. Then you cannot commit slaughter, Hakram said. Unless you have a lot more supplies than the third, we can't keep them prisoner either, I flatly said. For 1,000 men and 4,000 horses. I suppose we could butcher the horses for meat, but the soldiers? Given what's out there, we don't have the manpower for the guards or the food to spare. Not without shaving it much too close for comfort. I fought those riders, Catherine, Adjutant said. So did the fourth. And I can assure you, there is no love between us. Not even the fondness of respected foes. But we cannot butcher prisoners of war. Butchery? Slight and price, Hakram. 1 for 1, I said. You have lists of dead, lost to their attacks. So did the third. I will not let this go unanswered. I wouldn't ask you to, Hakram said. The orc let out a long breath. I could tell you that this would set a dangerous precedent, Adjutant said. That we must be taken as law-abiding actors if the lease accords are to be signed and held. I could even say that a massacre tonight will be matched by the tyrant when opportunity comes for him, and we both know it will. But, I said, my closest friend in the world looked me in the eye. Weren't we better than this when we started? Hakram softly asked. I did not answer him on the way to General Bugram's tent. I still had not, after those talks were done, when I headed back into the snows. They'd stayed kneeling. A few had tried to run, deciding to die gloriously with a blade in hand, and their pulped flesh had been splattered across the snow by the mighty among my host. The rest had remained knelt in the cold and the dark, waiting for the judgment that was to fall upon their heads. They shivered and trembled, for the wind had not grown gentler in my absence. But even as their legs had begun to ache and their fingers had grown rigid for the chill the cataphracts of Helike had endured, some portion admired them for it, but it was not so large that it was not drowned out by the anger still fuming in my bones. And even that admiration was tainted, for valor in the service of the likes of Kairos Theodosian could only be abused. The firstborn parted from me without a word as I tread across the snows, come to meet the 5 officers who had meant to bargain with me. They had withstood their weight, I found, and softly 5 feathery streaks of red still rose and fell with the breath of the soldiers. My staff touched the ground with measured beat as I limped to them, and when I halted, I felt their gazes turn to me. It was the leader among them I turned my own eye to, the woman who'd spoken. Your name? I asked. Pallas, she said. I am a general of Helike. Letting the agony skitter across my leg, I leaned against my staff and knelt to match her height. I glimpsed vivid pale eyes that lingered between gray and blue, set on a tanned face that was younger than I had thought. Not so young she had not lived, I thought, and not so young that she should not have known better. 932, I said. That is how many of my men yours have killed, between the tallies of the 3rd and the 4th. They fought well, Pallas simply said, and bravely. They died bravely too, I said, tone sharpening. I saw in her face, then, the expectance of the blow, of sudden and merciless death. I had thought to kill that many of you, I pensively said, and then another as well, for the remembrance. You would take us all instead, then? Pallas calmly asked. If that is so, we will not die kneeling. Vainglorious be our pride, Black Queen, we are. Cataphractoi, of Helike. We do not meet slaughter meekly. Cataphracts of Helike, I thought. Legionaries of praise, knights of Callow, fantassins of Procure. The names changed, and the lands matched to them. But in the end wasn't it the same defiant promise? We are people, it said. You can kill us, but you cannot make us less than that. Funny, wasn't it? How you could offer soldiers praise and a title, and they'd make of it something to make the world quake. Not the kind of funny that made you smile, but funny nonetheless. No, I said. The man that serves as my better nature waits in camp, and though his kind knows little of mercy, he asked it of me all the same. Mercy, General Pallas told me, will not change our oaths. In that moment, I was no longer looking at a woman kneeling in the snow. It was Helike's own grim visage looking back at me, that ancient city-state that had fought praise and Procure at their peaks, and walked away unbowed. And it had done so on the back of men and women just like the one facing me. Iron-wrought souls gathered to a tyrant's banner, the victors of 100 fields. We serve a Theodosian, Queen of Callow, Pallas of Helike said. We do not flinch from doom nor grave, under that banner, or anything else. I could take that certainty from you, I thought. Easy as breathing. Of all my teachers, the one who knew least of fear cowed all of Callow with it, and I have since witnessed sights that would have him pale. And part of me wanted to, because 932 legionaries were dead at their hands. And perhaps these cataphracts were brave and skilled and loyal, but they were treating death as a game while dancing to the tyrant's tune, and even now remained proud of that truth. I wouldn't even need to speak a word in crepuscular to see it all done, under the moon's gaze. When it came to weaving power, not even the tomb-maker was my match in raw strength. A mere 4,000, kneeling? It would be, as I had thought, easy as breathing. And that gave me pause, because my leg stung. And I still remembered the sky opening at the Battle of the Camps and sending down death at impotent Procerants. Some nights, I wondered if part of the reason my father had refrained from embracing the paths to power that were a villain's due was because he was afraid of what he might do with it. The kind of person it made you. To look at 4,000 soldiers and know that your own hand could slay them in the span of a breath. The kind of person it made you to go through with it. Hadn't it always been the tragedy of creation that might ever went to the people least deserving of it? That I could not change, not truly. But I could, at least, act like I was not the dead king incipient. Like I still remembered what it was like to laugh and breathe and hurt. What it meant to snuff out those same things. There was once a man, to the far east, I quietly told Pallas. He was a killer among killers, and among that red number there were none more loathsome. So when he claimed the tower, Foul was the title he took, third of his name, and last. I smiled. In the wasteland they remember him a vainglorious failure, for when he led his armies west the kingdom of Deo and crushed them all, and sent his limbless body back to Ater, along with the head of ever highborn in his host, I said. Of his duel with the commander of the watch and the valor that saw the Wraith prevail I could tell you much, but what would it mean to you? I tapped my fingers against my staff, hearing the steady beat of, do not forget, along with the pulsing pain of my leg. It is the years after I'll tell you a story about, I said. You see, Foul did not long survive his return. His successor cared nothing for the man, but there were rules to observe. 2 bounties were offered, the first for the head of any commander, only once claimed in the history of praise. The second, though, it was for 2 fingers. I leaned closer, voice almost a whisper. The one that came after was titled Vile, and of that epithet proved well deserving. But for all that he was not without cleverness, I said. It was longbows on a wall that broke his predecessor, and so he put coin to unmaking the first of these 2. For 4 centuries following, anyone bringing back the severed index and middle fingers of a Wraith was rewarded in gold. Pallas of Helice went very, very still. Yeah, I figured you'd understand, I said. You're an archer yourself. But a snip of the knife and all that skill, all those years up in smoke. Can't pull back the string without those, can you? And this, General Pallas replied, is the span of your mercy. I never claimed my kind of tyranny to be deserving of capital letter, I said. So you'll keep the fingers, Pallas. But they will be broken by your own hands. And with them, I take every fucking thing that allows you to call yourself Cataphractoi. The woman's eyes widened in surprise and anger. You cannot dash, she began. Be silent, I hissed. You ride around slaying my soldiers and abetting a madman's madness when the king of death is sinking his teeth in the world. You do not get to be indignant, Pallas of Helice. You're a worm in the flesh, and if neither you nor your master can be trusted not to act as the ushers of the end times, then you will have to be disciplined. I rose to my feet, leaning on ebony, and glared down. You came here as cataphracts, I said, and here will stay your horses and arms and armor. Not a single one of you will leave this place with as much as a butter knife. Breathing out, I met pale eyes and let the slightest part of the fury I still felt slip into my gaze. Walk back to your Theodosian, General Pallas, I said, and give him warning from the Black Queen. If he ever pulls anything like this on my people again, there's room for another soul on my cloak. In the sky far above crows cawed, the sound of it eerily like laughter. Book 5, Chapter 19, Precedent. The evening before a battle is like an entire nation breathing in. Only morning will tell if what comes out is acclaim or lamentation. King Albert Fairfax of Callow, the thrice invaded. Liability almost seems like too mild a word, Hakram said. The words were not voiced as blame or complaint, but as a simple statement of fact. Adjutant was assessing a weakness, nothing more. I'd known him for long enough by now to take it as it was, and in truth Indrani probably had as well. It didn't stop her from snatching his handless arm and twisting it behind his back, forcing a heavily muscled orc over a foot taller than her to bend over in pain. The sight of it was rather absurd. Hakram was on the tall side, even for his kind, and his shoulders were broader than any human I'd met. Between the set of plate he wore like it was made of feathers, the knife-like fangs, and the bone-hand adjutant looked like he should be able to snap her in half. And yet I wasn't even sure he was faking it, when he struggled against Archer's tight and sudden grip. I think you meant to say, Archer, you peerless beauty whose appeal is known even to orcs. Thank you for bringing me this nice army and saving my whinging orc ass, Indrani said. There was a pause. I guess Cat helped, she conceded. And Acua was there, Probably. Such lavish praise, Diabolus drawled. Do cease, Archer, or I will be most terribly embarrassed. The shade's night-black dress rippled down to her feet, legs crossed elegantly as she ignored the laws of creation and somehow managed to lounge gracefully in a Legion-issue folding chair. The neckline was low, though not overly revealing of the curves below, and held up only on one shoulder by some sort of cloth strap circling around her neck. The saffron yellow trim along it stretched down casually, bringing attention to the long slit revealing a portion of her leg. Now and then I could feel Aqua's amused golden eyes on me, almost daring me to look. Diabolist looked like sin, which I was not unconvinced might be what she was actually metaphysically made of these days. Still, this was a great deal less subtle than usual. She usually only resorted to this kind of jabbing when she was irritated, so clearly being cut out of the happenings in Sarcella so she could concentrate on building my well still had her ticked off. She'd get over it, I decided, and did not look at the smooth, dark skin. A dainty twitch of her foot was further revealing. You're not going to let my arm go unless I repeat it, are you? Adjutant sighed. Guess. Indrani smiled, all batting her eyelashes with a coquettish smile. Being a merciful woman by nature, I allowed Hakram the dignity of pretending not to hear while he offered his full surrender. I was still looking at the same thing he'd been, the 50,000 drow outside that Dawn had chased back into their tents for exhausted slumber. General Ramina had agreed that we needed to keep at least a tenth of the warriors awake during the daybreak exhaustion, as relying entirely on the army of Callow for protection would be risky, but the logistics of that were proving tricky. We had to put up full sigils for the duty, as mixing warriors from different ones would cause no end of trouble, but it was seen as a punishment duty. Sigil holders were dueling each other to make other Drow's sigils hold watch instead, and though the sisters had long backed my order that Drow were not to kill each other overnight, while in my army, First Blood was another story. The sigil holder for the Kuresnik was the weakest of their kind in the southern expedition, and its sigil had been forced to hold watch 7 days in a row before the matter was brought to me. The Kuresnik sigil had been quite literally falling apart under the strain. The first proof we'd had that keeping Drow awake through the early hours repeatedly would have physical consequences. Many of the Zulu had taken sick, becoming extremely sensitive to light, and some of the mighty had found their powers weakened even after nightfall. Dawn sickness. The firstborn were calling it now. Ramina had stepped in to handle the problem, but ending the dueling entirely had proved impossible even for it. Though respected, the Tomb Maker remained a first among equals and not someone wielding the kind of largely uncontested authority a general would in the legions or the army of Callow. I'd eventually lost my patience and told sigil holders that if they intended on pursuing this, it would be by my rules. Matches were now arranged by random draw between pairs of sigil holders, and I'd informed them I would personally rip the night out of anyone who tried to further debate the outcome after it was settled, and of anyone trying to pull this shit over watches when there were enemy within marching distance. Mighty Radenbog had seemed dubious of my ability to enforce this when I made the announcement, so I left it to spend 3 days without so much as a speck of night to call on. After losing 2 toes to frostbite, it was duly humbled when I returned its power. Now that Archer has ceased browbeating the Lord Adjutant, perhaps we could attend to more pressing matters? Aqua suggested in a sweet voice. That's, Lady, Archer to you, bad faith wraith. Indrani replied, tone amused instead of heated. That detail hadn't escaped Hakram's notice. I saw when I turned back to my informal council. I could almost hear the readjustments taking place behind that calm face. The questions the orc would keep a lid on until it was just the two of us. Aqua's not wrong, I said. We have a few hours until the Drow can resume march, and at least 2 of them will have to be spent with the generals of the 3rd and 4th getting everything in order. I want us with a clear course of action before that. Letting the tent's flaps drop, I retreated back into the warmth and claimed a folding chair for myself. My staff remained propped up the cloth wall, its surface seemingly hazy for the closeness with the coal brazier close to hit. I accepted a cup of wine when Aqua offered it, pleasantly surprised to find it Vale summer wine at the first sip. I inclined my head at her in thanks, and she smirked back, raising her own cup. Indrani preferred plopping herself down atop the table to her folding chair, predictably, and Hakram remained standing. Like an officer giving report, I couldn't help but think. We're moving to link up with Juniper's columns, I said. That much is not up to debate, but I need some context. I met Hakram's gaze with a raised eyebrow. As in, specifically, what the hell's you and Vivian were thinking marching most the army of Callow into this mess, I said. Why not just you and the hunt, Hakram? You don't need 40,000 legionaries for an extraction. We had situations on our hands, Adjutant said. We were going to have to come for the stranded legions regardless, but complications grew quickly. That they'd come for the legionaries Black had led into Procure I had no true issue with, as he'd well know. Aside from the utter waste of lives involved in letting the Dominion and the Principate run down some of the finest soldiers and commanders on Calernia on the eve of all-out war with Keter, there'd been other considerations, like the fact that the army of Callow had brought into its fold 2 of the old-school legions after Second Lease, and that many of those officers had friends and kin in the stranded army. At the very least, mass discontent and desertions would have come of us doing nothing. Add to that the fact I'd personally given my word to Juniper that I'd intervene if it went bad for them, and it would have potentially made for a very ugly brew if Vivian and Hakram had left Marshal Grimm and his armies to die. On the other hand, there was a difference between putting together a rescue operation and fielding what had to be the majority of the army of Callow in the middle of Prosran territory. Militia is on the move, Acua softly said. Is she not? It did not sound like a guess, but then it never did with her. Indirectly, Hakram said, High Lady Abriha of Oxum has been named the Imperial Governess of the Blessed Isle and tasked with handling the refugee situation. I frowned. I'd spoken with this particular highborn once before, after First Lease. She's offered to back my petition to establish a ruling council over Callow if I killed the other Trueblood hostages I'd taken from Veneris Acua, immediately turning on her supposed allies when it became clear I had the upper hand. She'd later become the head of the so-called moderates, after militia began methodically dismantling the Truebloods. The old Sonic was treacherous and no doubt just as dangerous as anyone capable of claiming a high ladyship of praise, but I'd not considered her anything to be truly worried about. The Empress should be stepping on her as hard as she could, and while Oxum would still have mostly untouched household troops, the High Lady Abriha did not have a reputation for military talent. Thalassina was vaporized, which means the Kebdana are done as a political entity in praise for at least one generation, Acua mused. Yet that would not be enough to make Abriha Marembi a true threat. Which has fallen, Okoro or Faraman? There was a slight twitch to Hakram's jaw, the only visible hint coming through that he was impressed. He shouldn't be so surprised, I thought. Diabolist had been raised to drink and breathe wasteland politics at the very highest level from the moment her monster of a mother had her set down in a cradle. It wasn't something anyone else on our side would be able to ever truly understand, at least not the way she did. Behind the golden eyes there were decades of learning about the tapestry of enmities and alliances that tied together the dread empire's aristocracy, pieces of knowledge that no one but those born to that hallowed birth would ever be made privy to. Adjutant would have to face the same truth I had about Acua Sahelian. Damned as she was beyond all redemption, she was terrifyingly useful. Faraman, Hakram said, eye on me and not Diabolist. You tasked me to negotiate access to munitions and goblin steel, Catherine, and I have. The Kingdom of Callow has recognized the sovereignty of the Confederation of the Grey Ares, including over the formerly precise city of Faraman. I let out a low whistle. So the matrons actually raised the rebel flag, I said. I thought they'd wait until the very end, hedge their bets. We loaned them gold and armaments to incite them, Adjutant admitted. Vivian and I believed it was necessary to implement a containment strategy on praise after Militia's wave of assassinations last year. The dwarven gold, I said, coming to the obvious conclusion. So you did get it. Accounts were made open to us in Mercantis, he agreed. We put them to good use. Our loans to the matrons will be repaid in the good we want from them, namely their steel and munitions. I nodded. Risky business, but it made a mess for militia to handle instead of the other way around for once. Besides, we needed the munitions if the army of Kalos war doctrine, which took much from the legions of Terror's own, was to remain fully usable. Without them, my entire sapper corps essentially lost its teeth. So why does Faraman falling make High Lady Abriha a problem for us? I asked, flicking a glance at Acua. The goblins will have slaughtered every Banu they could get their hands on, which means 2 great families of praise were destroyed in quick succession, Diabolist elaborated. That will worry the others. Nock was sacked, and that will shake the faith of its high lord in the Empress authority. With Wolof in the hands of my dear cousin Sargon, which militia should own body and soul, perhaps even literally, and High Lady Takesha of Cotton now sharing a border with the matrons. Arguably, High Lady Abriha is now the second most powerful woman in praise. Her holdings are untouched, her troops fresh, and her influence at its very apex. In olden times, this would be enough to make her the Chancellor. So Militia sent her to the Blessed Isle, hoping she'd be trouble for us instead of her. I frowned. I would wager the intent to be cornering High Lady Abriha into acting against Callow and having her killed by our hand, Acua said, then dipped her head at Hakram. I assume she reached out privately to Lady Regent Dartwick with assurances that any such actions on Abriha's part would be against her own instructions. Hakram bared his fangs. And if we kill her, there will be no retribution, the orc said, tacitly agreeing to all she'd said. I closed my eyes for a moment, putting it together. Then why had the army of Callow come west instead of east, given that we now had an ambitious and dangerous High Lady at the eastern border? I didn't believe Hakram or Vivian fools enough to strip Summerhome of its garrison for this, or that Juniper would have agreed to them doing so in the first, so at least the gate into central Callow would hold even if it was attacked by surprise. But what was the long-term solution to this mess that would be found in Isère? They were coming for Grem One-Eye, after all, and, well, that would do it. You want to use the legions of terror loyal to Black as a bulwark between us and Militia, I suddenly said, opening my eyes. Grim and his legions to be put up on the Blessed Isle. I'm thinking, with a neat supply arrangement the Crown would handle the grain part of. And more, Hakram said. I have been speaking with the clans willing to take my envoys. There are some who still remember the steps nearly bucked the tower's rule, when Nefarious still reigned. Acua breathed out, sounding delighted. Grim One-Eye, the orc who might have become the first warlord since the Mizan occupation had he not entered the Carrion's lord's service instead. You mean to encircle the wasteland with greenskin realms, one of them unified behind the only orc alive that might feasibly be accepted as lord over all the clans. It wasn't, I decide, that she enjoyed the thought of Praise losing such a significant part of its territory. She simply admired the elegant viciousness of the plan, surrounding a foe with a net of allied nations by calling on ties that Militia had no claim to supersede. Vivian's notion, Adjutant said. She's working on Marshal Graham, though unless the Black Knight dies we're unlikely to convince him. So we can settle the entire eastern border, if it goes well, I said, which leaves us free to rebuild Callow in peace, and strike deals with the Grand Alliance. That's still what puzzles me, Hakram. Why so large a force here? 'Cause they're twisting Cordelia's arm, Indrani drawled. That about right, Deadhand. Her casual tone cut through the conversation, a sudden reminder that for all that she'd remained quiet and seemingly bored out of her skull until now she'd been paying attention. And as usual, she cut straight at the heart of the matter. You were going to have to send some soldiers through anyway to get the legions moving, Archer continued. And would you look at that? It was going to be pretty close to Salia. Enough that she'd have to worry about a gate opening right at her doorstep if you felt like being hard. So you thought, why not lean on the first prince a bit? I stared at Hakram, who looked rather abashed, or hungry. It had been a while since I'd had to decipher the nuances of orc expressions. Two birds with a single stone, he conceded in a deep rumble. It was to be a quick campaign, with perhaps a few skirmishes to blood our fresh recruits. Vivian would offer a truce to the first prince, conditional on surrendering the legions to our custody, and along the implied threat of our presence we'd offer to return Prince Amadis to her. The Grand Alliance's armies would be free to move north unimpeded, and at your return you would find our borders secure and a blooded army ready to fight against the dead king. We would have a strong position to push for the lease accords in exchange for our assistance. And Black? I asked, tone mild. Not in Proceran hands, as far as we know, Adjutant said. And heroes are not so easily bargained with. It had been a neat, tidy plan that resolved most of Kalos' issues in a single stroke. Militia would be forced on the back foot. The border at the Blessed Isle put in the hands of a famous general personally loyal to my father, who'd already once ignored formal summons from the Empress, and the army of Kalos' dangerously green soldiers would get a taste of campaigning in preparation for the horror that would be the war against Keter. It had been even cleverer than they thought, as Cordelia Hazenbach making a truce with Callow would have allowed her to start buying armaments from the dwarves again. The first prince must be worrying about that, right about now. Given the amount of cheap steel their civil war would have brought to the surface, the Proceran armies should be in no danger of running out of armaments anytime soon. But Hazenbach was far-sighted enough, she'd realize she could not fight a long-term war against the dead king without outside forges propping Procer up. She had three choices, broadly speaking. Callow, the League of Free Cities, or the Kingdom Under. Given that two of them were barred as long as she was at war with me, and the tyrant was pulling the strings of the third, She'd see the writing on the wall. It had been a solid plan. I had to give them that. Only now, instead of what they'd planned, the army of Callow was split in half within Isère, while Procerin and Levantine armies surrounded it, having no way to take a ferry gate out until I got to it. We'd lost soldiers. The Grand Alliance had lost soldiers. And while all this chaos spread, the tyrant of Helike had been orchestrating his own schemes for his still inscrutable purpose. Somewhere in the countryside, my father was in the hands of the Grey Pilgrim, who would be drawn to any decisive battle between my armies and the alliances sure as dusk's coming. Add to that the way Masigo had gone missing after witnessing sorcery horrifying enough to level most a city and a war fleet, promptly gotten his hands on the ruins of Lys, quite possibly the most dangerous magical weapon of our age, and that he must be too hurt or confused to reach out to any of the woe. This, I thought, was going to be a bloody mayhem of sprawling death and treachery, the kind that determined the path the continent was going to take in the years that followed. Well, I finally said, this is going to get a little tricky. This is going to get a little tricky, Indrani cheerfully repeated. Now, that's the title of your memoirs, Cat. I've always been partial to it. Got worse, Hakram offered, the filthy traitor. Murder ensued, Acua tastefully suggested. I glared, but she just stared back at me, all smirking and insolence. You're all useless, I complained. Hakram's memoirs, Indrani grinned. I gestured obscenely at her, which only had her chortling harder. Finally, remembering I'd had a cup of wine on the table during this entire conversation, I snatched it and watered my parched throat. Gods, I'd missed actually being able to enjoy things. All right then, I said. Let's try to make a plan that doesn't end up dooming the entire continent. Cheers, Acua Sahelian smiled, raising her glass in answer.